List echoed. He, too, was dressed in the tactless groomsman outfit. He had no idea where the custom of wearing such a ridiculous costume had originated. Even with his outstanding demeanor and handsome appearance, he was defeated by the suit. Among the groomsmen, only his handsome face stood out a bit. Levi's secretly yawned. I also regret agreeing to be Miyabao's groomsman. It's hot, tiring, and uncomfortable. I'd rather exhaust myself practicing Uchiha than stand here as a prop. Especially in this ugly and silly suit. I'm all sweaty. But there was no helping it, it was custom. The golden suit represented the glory of knights, the puffy round frilled collar signified the nobility's grandeur, and the colorful woven wreath symbolized nature's blessing. Only such a group of groomsmen could provide the groom with the utmost support and guard his honor. List glanced at the opposite side of the red carpet, where a group of bridesmaids was draped in white dresses. They weren't wearing wreaths but bird lady hats with feathers, and with gloved hands, they held a bunch of dry flowers. The white symbolized purity, the bird lady hats signified vigorous chi, and the dry flowers meant restrained beauty. At first, the group of bridesmaids was indeed so beautiful that it was hard to take one's eyes off them. But now, List had lost count of how many secretive rolled eyes he had caught from the bridesmaids. Especially after the rehearsal, their postures, both standing and sitting, lost all grace and were quite rough, far from ladylike. All in all, the day had passed in painful rehearsal, and the young ladies who had paid attention to List because of the piano piece with you worked themselves half to death as bridesmaids without any intention to flirt with him. This allowed List to sleep soundly again, greeting the wedding day with full energy. On the morning of August 17th, the group of groomsmen assembled, and the wedding had already begun. It was a complicated sequence of events. First, they had to assist the groom, Miyabao, in going to Matsutake Castle to welcome the bride. Galloping on horses, the 6 groomsmen inside the carriage all stripped down to just their boxer shorts. Upon arriving at Matsutake Castle, they hurriedly dressed in the bizarre light gold suits. Then, they put on ruffs and wreaths. They stepped out of the carriage with bright smiles, following the bridegroom Miyabao, dressed in glittering gold, towards Matsutake Castle under the guidance of the internal affairs official. In their hands, each bore a strange potted plant. They were wheat, barley, glutinous rice, corn, peas, and taro. The first 5 grains symbolized the food of the harvest, and the last taro signified the family's foundation. Once they entered the castle, these grains and taro were handed over to the bridesmaid group. The male host handed over the management of the family's foundation to the female host. The male host was responsible for battle, the female host for the castle. This was the common understanding. Of course, most male nobles were responsible not just for battle but also for the castle. The women were merely responsible for enjoyment. Just as List was passing the glutinous rice in his hands to the opposite bridesmaid, Joanna Evening Primrose, he suddenly felt a caress on the back of his hand. It was Joanna smiling, her fingers tapping against the back of his hand. And she gave him an amorous look. She was the daughter of the Count of Moonlight Island and a direct follower of the Grand Duke, her mother being one of the Grand Duke's cousins, bearing the Sapphire family's bloodline. At 19 years old, she was the most stunning among the bridesmaids, bearing a resemblance to Angela Sapphire. The young lady who had hoped List would teach her piano in private was among them. Having been tired all day, one might have thought she wouldn't be inclined to any fanciful thoughts, yet after a night of restorative rest, this noble young lady still hinted at List and did so under the broad light of day. Maintain a smile. List pretended not to notice her subtle moves, for in the style of the little princess, he truly had no interest in her group of close friends. The ceremony continued. After blessings infused with symbolism such as the exchange of grains, feeding of horses, and donning armor, it was time for the bride, Angela Sapphire, to finally emerge from the depths of the castle, under the protection of the first prince. She shone as brilliantly as her gilded groom. The golden gown she wore hugged her figure, accentuating her curves, and the light veil at her bosom made the profound cleavage teasingly visible. Atop her styled hair sat a tiara adorned with gemstones and pearls. The heavy makeup and significant beautification rendered her stunningly beautiful and noble. She placed her hand in Miyabao's, who, with his arm, helped her onto the carriage, then Miyabao mounted his horse to personally guard by the side of the carriage. The bridesmaids each went to separate carriages while List and the rest of the groomsmen also mounted their horses. Following them were the first prince and others, forming the bride's entourage, with the Blue Blood Knight Order occasionally letting out inexplicable roars, amplifying the procession's presence. 2.5 hours later, the procession returned to Long Taro Castle as the sunlight began to intensify. The groom assisted the bride out of the carriage, while the groomsmen aided the bridesmaids. This time, List found himself being teased again when he assisted Joanna. She cunningly pretended to slip and fell into his arms. As she stood up, she even pinched List's pectoral muscle. "You have a really strong body," she said on tiptoe, whispering quickly into List's ear. In such a situation, List could hardly show discontent and ruin his cousin's wedding, so he simply smiled and pretended nothing had happened, proceeding with the following rituals. Serving the groom and bride the cleansing with spring water, the sharing of a cup of wine, a piece of wheat bread, and the bride spinning yarn while the groom practiced archery. Finally, they stepped into the well-decorated hall for the final marital approval ceremony. It was only then that List had a moment to notice that the entire hall was filled with numerous nobles and their spouses, and at the seats of honor sat a middle-aged couple, Grand Duke Andrew Sapphire and his wife Surette Dehulan. The Grand Duke looked well, though he no longer radiated dragon might. Surrounding them were Marquis Merlin, the Maziro couple, the first prince and his wife, Glen Denton and the Grand Princess with their spouses, as well as List's brother Lee William and his wife, and other nobles whom List had merely greeted. Only Glen Denton from the old marquises was present, being the Grand Princess's husband after all. The other marquises had all sent their heirs in their stead. Regardless, the Grand Duke and Duchess's very presence at the wedding was an honor in itself. The officiant of the wedding was an elderly noble, an internal affairs official of the court, who had presided over the first prince's wedding before. Now, with his dimming eyesight, he looked at the thick parchment in his hands and, addressing Mi Iabao with a dry but booming voice, read, Mi Iabao Taro, if the master of the sea, the lord of all islands, the great Sapphire Duke agrees, do you swear to take Angela Sapphire as your wife? I promise, Mi Iabao solemnly vowed. The elderly noble then turned to the little princess, Angela Sapphire, if the master of the sea, the lord of all islands, the great Sapphire Duke agrees, do you swear to take Mi Iabao Taro as your husband? Angela, too, vowed solemnly, I promise. Seeing this, the elderly noble continued, by the power and name bestowed upon me by the master of the sea, the lord of all islands, the great Sapphire Duke, I witness your marriage. May the glory of the knights shine upon this newlywed couple. Chapter 429. Come to my daisy castle. The wedding was underway. List removed the sapphire ring from his left middle finger, lifted Angela's right hand, and carefully placed it on her right ring finger, saying, Friend, with this gemstone ring you shall understand, I am yours, oh my love, forever loyal. Angela did the same, removing the sapphire ring from her right middle finger, and sliding it onto List's left ring finger. She repeated the same words, Friend, with this gemstone ring you shall understand, I am yours, oh my love, forever loyal. The landlord witnessed, rings exchanged. The ceremony was now complete, and by law, Mi Iabao Taro and Angela Sapphire were husband and wife, protected under the kingdom's laws. Shortly thereafter, the bride and groom were sent to change clothes, and the bridesmaids and groomsmen were finally liberated, able to shed their peculiar formal wear for more comfortable attire. List was almost the first one to rush into the bath, taking a quick shower. He then changed into a well-fitting flak middle-abi, though in reality, flak middle-abi was also quite elaborate, and it was still suffering to wear it in the heat, but at such formal gatherings, nobles must dress in flak middle-abi, which at least was more comfortable than the earlier outfit. Once dressed, he stood before the crystal mirror, meticulously attending to the details, letting a servant make sure every hair was in place. Only then did he step out of the room to attend the upcoming noon banquet. Standing at a height of 188 centimeters, his tall, upright figure, handsome face, and extraordinary demeanor, along with a pair of deep sapphire blue eyes. No matter where List went, he was always a sight for sore eyes. He had already noticed several bold noble ladies sending him the spinach of autumn. Of course, he had no response for them, not even a smile. There was already one bridesmaid watching him like a hawk, and he really didn't want to invite more trouble. Indulgence didn't bring too much pleasure. The banquet didn't adopt a fixed dining format due to the lack of space. Instead, a buffet style was chosen. Only the Grand Duke and those marquises, earls, and other great nobles were privileged to sit in the castle's second-floor dining room, enjoying an undisturbed lunch. The lesser nobility or noble heirs circulated around the buffet tables in the first-floor hall and the garden. List, who was already hungry, naturally did not hold back, picking up a plate and casually selecting food. As most of the food in this world did not suit his taste, he would usually only pick the nutritious ones for the banquets, needing a lot of nutrients for practicing chi. He had just chosen a few pieces of magical beast meat and placed them on his plate. A servant holding drinks came by, smiling and offering List a glass, but he simply shook his head. If he had the chance to avoid alcohol, he would never miss it. Hi. A woman's voice greeted him from behind. List sighed inwardly. Sure enough, being handsome was a hassle, always attracting moths to the flame. He turned around to see a woman, around 30 years old, holding a glass of golden champagne. Dignified and of noble demeanor, yet her eyes betrayed an irrepressible slyness. You are List, right? The groom's cousin. I saw you as a groomsman, and you looked very cute, the mature woman said. I'm Martha Yinian Beng, My husband was the Earl of Diagonal Island before he fell in battle. Lady Martha, nice to meet you. I heard from a few bridesmaids that you played a very moving piano piece at Matsute Castle, with you, she began. I must tell you, I am utterly fascinated by the piano, so I couldn't help but take the liberty of making your acquaintance. I can't afford to miss out on a talented noble pianist like yourself. Lee C.T. replied, I play the piano merely as a hobby. But your talent is exceptional, just as dazzling as your demeanor. I walked into the buffet corridor, and I saw and recognized you at a glance. Such flattery usually comes with strings attached. Liszt, while enjoying the praise, did not let down his guard. I am just one among many young nobles. But you are the most special one to me, Lady Martha blurted out. My husband left me with only a 3-year-old son. I live alone in Daisy Castle, and the piano is like a spiritual companion to me. I wonder if I might invite you to be my personal piano teacher, just for a while. I'm afraid I don't have the time. In my castle resides a little minor elf who is just as obsessed with the piano as I am. Perhaps, you should come to the castle and take it away, so it can listen to your wonderful piano playing every day. The subtext of those words was not lost on Lee C.T. Lady Martha was proposing to keep him as her patron for a while in exchange for a little minor elf. Any young viscount would find such a temptation hard to resist. Lee C.T.'s heart skipped a beat. Even with the help of Smoke Mission, he still had only 2 little minor elves, each one a treasure in its own right, enough to be passed down through generations. Being kept for a while would cost him little to nothing, yet he would acquire a little minor elf. The offer was almost irresistible. He took a serious look at Martha Yinyangbeng, in her early 30s, not too old. Although she wore a bit too much makeup, the foundation was good, at least a 7 out of 10 by any standard. Her husband had passed away, leaving her only a 3-year-old son. The castle was hers alone, free from the interference of family relations. She was virtually the ideal lover for most impoverished nobility. He could definitely rely on Lady Martha's finances and resources to acquire a noble foundation and return to the routine life of high society. Yet Lee C.T. declined. Sorry, Lady Martha, I don't have the time to teach piano lessons. Lady Martha was not upset but just smiled slightly and left him with a phrase, the doors of my castle are always open to you. Whenever you wish to become my personal piano teacher, feel free to write to Daisy Castle. I will personally welcome you and let you experience the wonderful life at Daisy Castle. Having said that, she twisted her perky hips and left without hesitation. Looking at Lady Martha's receding figure, Lee C.T. felt a vain sense of pride swell within him. With the piano and good looks, I could completely rely on my own face and talent to live a luxurious life in high society. Yet I chose to stay in a remote and barren domain, farming day after day. Only through continuous struggle and the help of the Smoke Mission did he manage to cultivate Jayla, the little minor elf. But simply by spending a few months entertaining a lady of stature, he could easily obtain another little minor elf. This thought filled him with sudden regret. I should have accepted. Before he could go after her to seal the deal, a cheer burst out from the buffet at a luncheon. Miebao and Angela, having changed into their reception attire, had arrived to join the banquet. Arm in arm, each holding a glass of red wine, they accepted the well wishes and toasts from everyone present. Lee C.T. then remembered he needed to toast the newlyweds, so he took a glass of red wine from a servant's tray and joined the line of well-wishers. Cousin, Your Highness. Call me Angela, Liszt, the little princess said with a smile. Chapter 430 Displaying one's talent. The little princess wasn't particularly tall, standing around 1.65 meters. A smile brought out 2 shallow dimples, truly giving her the appearance of a beauty. Nobility and temperament coexisted within her, but whenever Liszt looked at her, his mind was flooded with definitions of a socialite, which made it impossible for him to associate her with purity. Thus, he was unable to link her with innocence. Miebao, Angela, I wish you happiness in your marriage. He lifted his glass, offering his blessing. Angela's eyes twinkled with a smile. Thank you. Miebao had been in an excited state these past few days and, hearing this, laughed. I don't have time to talk more with you now. After the lunch banquet ends and the guests have left, we'll have a good chat. All right. Surrounded by the young nobles, the Miebao couple left, and the thought that had surfaced in Liszt's mind about finding Lady Martha for a chat also settled down. Carrying his plate, he prepared to find a corner dining table to enjoy his lunch alone. Before he found a seat, a familiar voice came from behind him. Viscount Liszt, it's been a long time. He turned his head and found the speaker was a well-known socialite wearing a bird lady hat, and she was also Duniko Hyacinth, with whom he'd had one wild night. It's been a long time. Liszt's thoughts suddenly became complex, though he managed a faint smile on his face. After exchanging greetings, the next few seconds became somewhat awkward for them as they both felt there was nothing more to say. The passion of that day had vanished with the lightest breeze after the cessation of their correspondence. So, Duniko said, My friend is waiting for me over there. It's fine, please go ahead. A single encounter. A brief exchange, and they parted ways. Taking a deep breath as he found a seat, List was struck by some inexplicable emotions. Duniko was the first woman with whom he had left his bachelorhood behind. Even though it had been a night of indulgent passion without any real emotion involved, there were still some unusual thoughts deep in his mind. But, what's in the past is past. Upon meeting again, they inevitably fell into the same awkward silence as before. Perhaps I'll never learn the carefree indulgence of the nobles here, he mused, eating his magical beast meat, yet feeling a dissonance between his soul and the festivity of the banquet. For most nobles present, attending a wedding was more of a social event. But he was genuinely there just to attend the wedding. He looked around, seeing nobles gathered in groups of 2 or 3, busily networking with wine glasses in hand, too preoccupied even to take a bite of the roasted meat. He also saw his brother Levi's laughing and chatting with a wine glass in hand, just like the others. As for his sister Levira, she was sitting face to face with a male noble, engaging in conversation. Hey, our master pianist, hiding here for some peace and quiet? Joanna Evening Primrose approached, plate in hand. List wasn't in the mood to engage with this socialite who had made passes at him before, which made his tone somewhat cold. I just want to have a serious lunch. Joanna remained oblivious. Everyone is so keen on networking, and all you think about is having lunch. For a night, breakfast, lunch, and dinner must all be taken seriously. Especially for a knight like me who is in a period of training and improvement. Really, you are different from others. No wonder you could compose with you. Did you know? I admire you very much. List responded perfunctorily, I'm honored. But Joanna leaned in closer, licking her tempting red lips. Actually, I'd like to admire you from a much closer distance. Very close. Sorry, I didn't quite catch that. After embracing his little princess in the afternoon, the Grand Duke, along with a large group of nobles, left Red Crab Island without lingering for long. The bustling Long Taro Castle quieted down quickly. A night went by. The family of List also declined to stay longer and said their goodbyes to leave. We should have stayed a couple more days. Tomorrow is my birthday, and I was hoping to invite the little princess to my birthday celebration too, Levi's expressed regretfully on the road. Mia Bao just got married, they should be given time to be together, and you need to prepare for your marriage to Loria, the Earl said, riding on his horse. List, too, was riding the landwalker bird Loki, casually following the group. Nobles should travel by carriage, but everyone preferred to ride their mounts, relying on the rushing wind to alleviate the heat. Thus, only Lady Marie, Levira, and Lytton were inside the carriage. Before long, the Earl suddenly looked at List. List, why are you so quiet? What? A distracted List came back to his senses. I was just thinking about some things, father, brother, what were you discussing? We were talking about your piano performance, the way you played with you at dinner, even the princess couldn't stop praising, and her friends had flames in their eyes, they almost wanted to devour you. But what surprises me more is that you didn't respond to Joanna's flirting. She is very beautiful. Levi's looked at List with an expression reserved for treating the cognitively challenged. I've already said that now is the critical period for training. I must put all my effort into cultivating G, and I have a feeling I will become a Sky Knight before you, List stated. You've only been using medicine for so long, and you want to surpass me? I've found the most suitable way for me to use medicine, and I have my own unique insights into cultivation. My bodily talents are also gradually showing themselves. Brother, if you continue to indulge in worldly pleasures, you are bound to be unable to catch up with me. List looked up at an angle of 45 degrees toward the sky. The light of the sun draped over him, as if coating him in a layer of rosy glow. Levi's clicked his tongue in disbelief. Do you truly have confidence that you will become a Sky Knight faster than I will? His heart was skeptical, but the vibe that List gave off didn't seem like he was boasting, and although List could sometimes be a forced cold humorist, he usually spoke with substance. The Earl also looked over. List did not lower his head, still maintaining the posture of looking up at the sky at a 45-degree angle. Yes, I am very confident, because the glory of the night shines upon me. I am the son of glory. His confidence did not come from blindness. However, in Levi's eyes, this was a sign of arrogance. You might have some misunderstandings about Sky Knights. Maybe father will tell you the difference between Earth Knights and Sky Knights. But the Earl said, Levi's, as for the difference between Earth Knights and Sky Knights, I believe List is very clear about it. As to who will become a Sky Knight first, I cannot judge. But your attitude towards cultivation is clearly not as devoted as List's, and excessive indulgence indeed harms the foundation of a knight. Levi's gave a sheepish laugh. I haven't indulged excessively. Seeing such a scene, a smile couldn't help but appear on List's face. Calling himself the son of glory just now didn't fit his usual low-profile style, But he had a purpose in saying it. He was laying the groundwork for his future advancement. Becoming a Sky Knight before the age of 20 would surely be astonishing. If he didn't lay the groundwork now, it would be troublesome to explain later. So, displaying his talent appropriately and showing an attitude favored by the knight's glory would make it easier for others to accept it. At least for now, the Earl already believed his younger son had the talent to challenge becoming a Sky Knight. A good change. Chapter 431 Selling off family assets for construction. Levi's birthday was celebrated on board the ship. Although there was no lively banquet, the family gathered together, and everyone, except for Lady Penelope, who never went to sea, extended their blessings. The following afternoon, they returned to Tulip Castle and held a belated celebration. List also rested for one night at the Tulip Castle before returning to Freshflower Town. However, his trip back to Freshflower Town was far from leisurely. Levi's wedding was about to be organized at Longtaro Castle. Lee William had discussed with Marquis Roderick and his only son, Roger Golden Wheatsheaf, and the wedding date had been set for September 12th. The Pioneer Mandate was also fast approaching. Steel Ridge Kingdom would surely send an envoy to Blue Dragon Island to confirm the date of this year's war with Eagle Kingdom. Strangely, almost every year around the time of the autumn harvest, the two kingdoms would erupt into large-scale conflict, a tradition that had lasted for centuries. Aside from ancient enmities, another reason was likely the knight system. How could one gain honors and wealth without war? How to alleviate the tension between new and old nobles? How to redistribute wealth? And without war, where to channel one's vigorous energy? To train hard and become an Earth Knight, even a Sky Knight, was to seek glory and establish one's career on the battlefield. On the way back, List was a bit annoyed. Levi's birthday gift was easy to choose, but his wedding gift can't be inferior to the one I gave me. Bao. Although the Knight Squad has replenished 2 Earth Knights, with the territory's construction booming, it is really not suitable to deploy Knights for combat now. Knights were crucial, both mounted in battle and dismounted in governance, the cornerstone of the Knight system, because only Knights had access to a complete education, especially those of noble descent. Without the knowledge to expand their thinking, it would be difficult to be competent in management positions. Now both the Port Town and Freshflower Town were short of officials, especially those capable of leading in major battles. Earth Knights could barely maintain the territory's management. Withdrawing them all would seriously impact construction. However, if I plan to go to war, it is impossible not to bring the Knight Squad. For the sake of the serfs, it is necessary to prepare to set out. Fortunately, it is possible to loot resources. My Dowson and the 8 tiny ones can all be taken to battle. By tearing down a few castles, I should be able to gather enough money to buy serfs. In the battle for Ironhoof Island, the Grand Duke prohibited the looting of resources. But the Pioneer Mandate was about looting resources, with the only requirement being to pay taxes to the Grand Duke, certainly making the Pioneer Mandate more profitable. On the road, he called out the smoke mission again. Mission: reviving fire dragon bones. Have you forgotten? The dried-out dragon bones need to be nourished with magic power, only then can they foster a result that touches your heart. Please organize serfs to mine 10 tons of volcanic glass. Reward: the restlessness of the rubber bug. No change. The 10 tons of volcanic glass had not yet been mined sufficiently. When he arrived back at Freshflower Town, he found that Galtai was waiting for him. My lord, in the process of developing Black Horse Island, there was a problem that was overlooked and needs urgent resolution, he said. We only have 2 sailing ships, Freshflower Vessel and Thorn Number, but Black Horse Island still cannot produce food. Merely for transporting food, most of the 2 ships' transport capacity is occupied. That is indeed a problem. Has the Freshflower Town agency seen any increase in finances recently? List turned to inquire of Isaiah. With Freshflower Brew completing distribution in Red Crab Island, profits have increased significantly. However, we are required to make payments to Tulip Castle to settle debts. The scale of Freshflower soap has always been unable to expand further due to insufficient supply of raw materials. So, the agency's current revenue has not seen a significant increase, replied Isaiah. I see. List said. My lord, with the increased profits from Freshflower Brew, do you think it might be possible to repay part of what we owe, while keeping some funds for the territory's expenses? Galtai suggested. List rubbed his forehead. I would like to do that too, but Tulip Castle is also facing a gold coin crisis. My brother is about to get married and needs a considerable amount of gold coins for the wedding. My father has already decided to levy an extra tax to tide over this difficulty. Tulip Castle was his support. But Tulip Castle couldn't endlessly cater to his demands, especially when faced with Levi's upcoming wedding. A noble's wedding was definitely an event of overwhelming extravagance, requiring a large expenditure of gold coins. Therefore, it was customary for kingdoms to impose a special wedding tax. The landlord or the landlord's daughter, son was getting married. But what to do if there was no money? Of course, it was to levy taxes, shifting the financial pressure of the landlord's marriage onto the subjects of the land. Whether the subjects complained or accepted it with good grace was not important. Now Tulip Castle had to rely on the wedding tax to raise funds, and List really felt embarrassed to borrow money from Tulip Castle again. He could only find a way by himself. The thorn ironwood, though fast-growing, couldn't keep up with the rate of logging. The rubber bug, however adept at repairing rubber trees, couldn't allow for rubber to be harvested in large quantities. Fresh flower soap, though popular, was limited by the supply of ingredients like animal pancreas. Fresh flower brew, though it could capture the market, still needed time to be distributed. Essentially, the products of the land could be quickly converted into cash, yet still couldn't fill the financial void for the development of Black Horse Island. So, after much distress, List still had to sell his family's assets. He sent away Galtai and Isaiah and hid in the study to take inventory of his assets that could be liquidated. Mithril, jade, crystal, there wasn't much left. He really didn't want to sell them. His gaze finally settled on 3 gemstones, one being the crimson blood sword embedded with ruby, another a sapphire magic ring, and the last being a pink gemstone seized during the battle at Ironhoof Island. I no longer need to use the crimson blood sword, and Livera has long coveted it. She certainly wouldn't be willing to pay 1,500 gold coins, so just sell it to her at half price. 800 gold coins should do. She should be able to afford that. The sapphire magic ring, as Curtis Truth's life box, I don't know if it holds any secrets, so let's not sell it for now. The pink gemstone can be sold. But then he had another thought. He had a new inspiration. I actually don't need to prepare a pile of gifts for Levi's wedding. I could completely give him the pink gemstone as a gift. A gemstone worth 1,000 gold coins is definitely a powerful gift. The pink gemstone as a gift, and money from selling the crimson blood sword could buy 2 second-hand sailboats to almost make up for the loss of shipping capacity. The plan was well conceived. He immediately went to Tulip Castle to seek out Livera. Although she had been granted a fief in Falcon Town, she spent 11 months of the year at Tulip Castle, a true case of lingering dependency. You want to sell the crimson blood sword to me? Livera looked at the dusty list in surprise. Not sell, it's half sale, half gift. I happen to be short of money and I thought of my sister, who lacks a good weapon, so I made this decision. Are you really that short of money? As you can imagine, for the fiefdom of Black Horse Island, I almost didn't receive any material rewards from the Ironhoof Island campaign. The development of Black Horse Island has left me penniless, and with me Iabao and Levi's wedding, my finances are seriously depleted, so I need to find a solution from you. Facing Levi's predicament, Livera thought for a moment and said, the crimson blood sword was a gift from grandfather, and it means a lot. I wouldn't want to take away his expectations of you, but I can lend you some gold coins. List, of course, didn't want to sell the crimson blood sword if he could borrow money. This was a very good backup weapon. How many gold coins can you lend me? 500, is that enough? Make it 1,000, I'm really short on money. If you have more, just lend me 2,000 gold coins. Chapter 432. The future chief knight. Do you think I'm raising a golden dragon? Livera rolled her eyes in frustration and complained, I've only accumulated 1,000 gold coins, relying on the Tulip lesser spirit and 12 elf bugs, in addition to the family savings from my childhood. I can lend you at most 800 gold coins. My Falcon Town hasn't produced a single elf bug in a year. Compared to the thriving Fresh Flower Town, Falcon Town, which should have been a prosperous small town, hadn't improved much under her management. It was only because she had a Tulip lesser spirit that she was able to quickly plant over 800 acres of black tulips in Falcon Town. The crop had just reached a large scale, and she hadn't reaped much profit from it yet. What frustrated Livera was that Fresh Flower Town frequently bred elf bugs, but she hadn't found even one in Falcon Town for nearly a year. Considering her own expenses and her plans to train a squad of female knights, she hadn't managed to accumulate much wealth. If she had been a male earth knight, with just one little minor elf, she might have had a chance to aim for the title of Viscount. Unfortunately, she was a woman. There was no use in going to battlefields or keeping the gold coins idle. Lending out 800 gold coins was close to List's expectation from selling the crimson blood sword, so he didn't insist any further. Then I'll borrow 800 gold coins. Livera said, you must prepare a grand gift for my birthday next year. Of course. Having successfully borrowed 800 gold coins from Livera, List felt somewhat relieved. Sometimes he deliberately tried to avoid the constraints of kinship, but family was still different from strangers. He had inherited the bloodline of this body, and there was no doubt he was a member of the Tulip family. Family would be a solid backup for each other. Livera's 800 gold coins can wait a year or even longer to be repaid, and if I am still short of money, perhaps I might borrow some from my grandmother, he thought to himself. Once, his grandmother had always compared him unfavorably to Melissa because of his personality and appearance, her words tinged with harshness. However, as he continued to demonstrate exceptional performance, his grandmother's attitude towards him softened considerably. This was indeed opportunistic. Yet being born into a noble family, such things were inevitable. A waste, even if they are an eldest legitimate son, would be scorned. A talented individual, even if born out of wedlock, would be valued. Strength was the basis of a family's succession, and sitting in the noble's chair, Liszt saw this very clearly. He wasn't a young man. With the maturity of an adult, he understood how to let go and be tolerant, just as he knew how life involved a mixture of interest and affection. Even the most loving parents would feel disappointed by their children's failures. The difference was in the inability to sever the kinship that blood relations brought, no matter what. In my grandmother's eyes, my status must be roughly equal to Levi's by now. She should not refuse a loan. Moreover, she must have accumulated quite a few gold coins, which would only moulder away in the little castle. It would be better to lend them to me to make profits. In the future, I will reciprocate with much more. It felt somewhat like spronging off the elderly. Liszt felt a tinge of embarrassment in his heart. He had originally wanted to focus on his own territory, to minimize entanglements with his family. In the end, he still needed his family's help. However, having the family as support does feel very good. Building up Black Horse Island from scratch, even with the smoke mission, would require a significant amount of time. Now, with Levi's gold coins and those from my grandmother, I can maintain a state of rapid development. For some reason, on the way back, he suddenly thought of Martha Yinyangbeng. This widowed Earl's lady was willing to provide for him for a while in exchange for a little minor elf. If it had been right after he had arrived when his territory was destitute, he might not have been able to resist the temptation and would have gone straight to Daisy Castle to become the lady's petticoat knight. As for now, his pride and dignity still mattered. Back to Fresh Flower Town. Consultant Galtai, I leave the purchase of the ships to you. With 800 gold coins, make sure to choose the best old sailing ships. Yes, 2 cargo ships. He handed over the borrowed gold coins to Galtai. He was all about efficiency. Since they needed ships, he bought them without hesitation. This style, of course, was not meticulous enough. It didn't match the maximization of benefits like those landlords skilled in planning and management, who could stretch a penny into 2. But the simplicity and brutality saved mental and physical energy, time he didn't have to spare. Practicing Chi and enjoying life was what he should be doing daily. In the following days, his life became more peaceful. Only outside his regular schedule, he intensified the training of the 8 Tiny Ones. This year's pioneer mandate, the 8 Tiny Ones and Dowson would be powerful aids in his plundering of resources. Storm, Rock Spike. PFF. Storm opened its mouth to cast magic, and a rock spike shot up from the ground not far away. The 8 Tiny Ones were still pups, but they were well fed and fast developing, with their magic reserves already considerable. With Dowson's command, their discipline and obedience had greatly improved. The Blizzard Beast Squad had begun to take shape, just waiting to be tested on the battlefield. Apart from training dogs, Liszt still persisted in taking potions, practicing Chi, and honing archery skills. Triple Arrow had become second nature, and Multiple Arrow was becoming more proficient. Charge! The shout of Defense Officer Rom Barrel echoed across Knight's Square. He now mainly handled night training courses for minors. Most of these hundreds of children would continue as serfs, but a few dozens of them would seize the opportunity and become retainer knights for Liszt. Among them, those with exceptional talent could even reach for Earth Knight status and the chance to earn merits on the battlefield. However, Liszt's gaze was focused more on another part of Knight's Square where a newly recruited Earth Knight was training Maggie and Emily. Maggie had average talent at best and would likely max out as an Earth Knight. But Emily had powerful talent. Her internal chi was abundant, and Liszt had no doubt that she could become an Earth Knight within half a year. This talent, even I'm jealous. The waste that I was before, with all the family resources piled up, didn't become an Earth Knight before reaching adulthood. Emily has only practiced for half a year and is already showing signs of a breakthrough. The future of this female knight is boundless. With that thought, he couldn't help but instruct his personal manservant, Thomas, remember to tell Mr. Carter and Mrs. Morrison to send Emily a piece of magical beast meat and a cup of high-quality milk every day. The high-quality milk referred to dragon breed milk, which was plentiful, and Liszt on his own couldn't finish it all. Yes, my lord. With magical beast meat and dragon breed milk to enhance her nutrition, Emily's training resources would be no less than those of any noble offspring. Liszt watched as she meticulously completed various movements. Her small face was sunburned red, sweat continuously dripping down her cheeks, but she did not complain of fatigue nor slack off. He couldn't help imagining, once Emily grows up, perhaps she can replace the aging Marcus and become my chief knight, leading the charge for me. Marcus was approaching 40, and after a few more years of campaigns to earn a noble title, he would likely retire from the front lines to serve as a territory officer. List needed new knights to manage his Night Order. Black Horse Island would certainly need to maintain its own Night Order. Chapter 433 The Conch produces pearls. Black Horse Island. List was inspecting the mining of volcanic glass ore, which was quite interesting. It was hard on the outside, filled with bubbles on the inside, and had a clear boundary with the surrounding soil and rocks. As long as one dug deep into the earth, reached the basalt columns, one could follow the cracks to find the volcanic glass. So, once 1,000 serfs mastered the excavation technique, they turned over the land along the low-lying areas. Not only did they unearth a large amount of volcanic glass, they also managed to convert the land into farmland in the process. My lord, we have cleared the wilderness and mined to the south with the Red River as our boundary. We have now reached the wasteland between the eastern foothills of Needle Grass Hill and the east coast. We've scattered soybeans and peas on the reclaimed wild fields. The seed germination rate might not be very high, and I'm afraid the yield will be quite sparse, reported Administrative Officer Blair from the port town. Mining, reclaiming, sowing, these were the construction plans that List directed. In choosing crops, he selected soybeans and peas because legume plants can propagate rhizobia in their roots. He had observed that this world's legume plants still grew rhizobia, only not very prominently. Among them, soybeans, peas, and peanuts were not only stable species, but also had a higher count of rhizobia. Furthermore, the legume alfalfa also contained rhizobia, which might be one of the reasons it became a superior pasture grass. Hence, he decided to plant a large amount of legumes and alfalfa during the early stage of land reclamation on Black Horse Island to fertilize the fields and provide the soil with organic nitrogen. Low germination rates and yield don't matter. As long as the harvest can offset the cost of sowing, that's sufficient. Farmland needs continuous acclimation to mature. The sooner we acclimate it, the sooner it can give back to us, said List with a smile. He alone understood the benefit of rhizobia. The humans of this world relied too much on elf bugs for farming. They didn't understand fertilization, let alone something like rhizobia. Under the rule of landlords, the serfs' most common farming method was the fallow system, either the 2-field or 3-field system. They divided the farmland into long strips, letting each strip rest every 2 or 3 years to allow the soil to regain fertility. It was only within the influence of elf bugs that they needn't let the land lie fallow, permitting yearly cultivation. A small portion of the farmland in Fresh Flower Town had already abandoned the fallow system and adopted artificial fertilization to ensure that planting could occur every year. Of course, due to the lack of serf labor, most wild fields couldn't be intensively farmed and still followed the 2-field system. They were cultivated one year and rested the next. After all, there was more land than laborers, and they could plant as they wished. As development progressed, List would gradually guide the serfs on how to farm more precisely. In conjunction with elf bugs, they would practice scientific farming. As for the farmlands currently being reclaimed on Black Horse Island, as long as some bins could grow without loss, that would be enough. After inspecting the work site, he said to Blair, organize the serfs to transport all the volcanic glass to the burial ground. Place it between those 5 big bones. He planned to collect the fire dragon magic power within it. This was a massive project and one that only he was capable of undertaking. He planned to hide on Black Horse Island to carry out this task carefully while also enduring a few hard days to save expenditures for the castle in Fresh Flower Town. Breaking the volcanic glass and releasing the fire dragon magic power, the magic power was quickly absorbed by the 5 fire dragon bones. What he needed to do was repeat the action. However, he soon discovered that the magic power from a single piece of volcanic glass was not enough to form a magic little fire dragon. That is to say, it couldn't burn people, because the bones would absorb it before the magic power could converge. I could completely have Marcus and the others come to work, arranging 2 or 3 knights around each fire dragon bone to repeat my task. With that thought, he immediately arranged for the knights to come and work. Apprentice knights could complete this task. He walked with his hands behind his back at the burial ground, using his eye of magic to watch as red magic power continuously gathered towards the fire dragon bones, lighting up their vein-like lines before settling down peacefully. The task continued until August 25th. Finally, the smoke mission changed. Complete the task, reward the restlessness of the rubber bugs. Mining 10 tons of volcanic glass wasn't difficult, and half a month was more than enough. The reward for the smoke mission was quickly distributed. However, when List took out the rubber bug triplets he carried with him, the 3 little ones seemed to have no reaction. He stared at them intently for a while. Still no movement. This left him a bit embarrassed. Would you start squirming, please? The rubber bugs, hearing the call from within List's heart, moved slightly but were far from restless. He had no choice but to put down the triplets and turn his attention to the new smoke mission. Task: With the 10 tons of volcanic glass ore mined, the fire dragon magic power has also emerged from the Earth's surface. This is exactly the source that the dried-up dragon bones urgently need. Please infuse all the magic power into the fire dragon bones, revitalizing the staled fire dragon bones. Reward: pink pearl producing conch. A pink pearl producing conch? A conch can produce pearls? List was quite surprised. He only knew that shells could produce pearls, whether it was pearl oysters or tridacna, both kinds were types of shells. But a conch? It seems a conch is indeed a kind of shell. It looks like that's the case, otherwise, how could it produce pearls? He set aside his doubts and thought about the appearance of a conch. On the beaches of Fresh Flower Town, it was common to find conchs. Serfs from Oyster Village had even offered a few very beautiful conch shells to the castle as ornaments, so, the pink pearl producing conch, does it appear on the beaches of Fresh Flower Town or on Black Horse Island? Now in the height of summer, both Fresh Flower Town and the harbor town had organized many serfs to dive for seafood by the sea. Oyster Village in Fresh Flower Town had even a group of professional fishermen diving for seafood in the offshore waters, rowing sampans. The fishing industry was booming in List's territory. He called over Galtai, consultant Galtai, inform all the serfs engaged in sea fishing to look out for conchs, especially to check for pearls inside the conchs. Pearls? Galtai, eyes wide, expressed his confusion. My lord, what does a conch have to do with pearls? I recently read a book that mentioned a magician finding a miraculous pearl inside a conch picked up by the sea. In short, pay more attention to this matter. List found a casual excuse to dismiss Galtai. The landlord's authority often meant he didn't have to try too hard to find excuses to justify his actions. Galtai had grown accustomed to List's style and thus did not ask further, just got on with the job. He understood one thing, that List was favored by the glory of swordsmanship. If he said there were pearls in the conchs, then it was very likely there were pearls. In the following 2 days, List still stayed on Black Horse Island, supervising the release of fire dragon magic power from the volcanic glass. Only when all 10 tons of volcanic glass had been completely released did he order the remaining volcanic glass to be stored and no more fire dragon magic power to be released. This fire dragon magic power was a treasure, enough for the smoke mission, and there was no need for wasteful extravagance. At this moment, he called out the smoke mission. The content of the serpent script had changed. Complete the task, reward a pink pearl producing conch. Chapter 434 The rubber bug's new cordyceps. The conch that produces pink pearls has not yet been reported by fishermen, so List does not know where to find this kind of conch and can only wait. Having stayed on Black Horse Island for a week, he was preparing to return to Fresh Flower Town. By the way, complete a new smoke mission. Mission: the fishermen of Oyster Village are no longer afraid of the shallow areas near the shore and dare to dive to the seabed to gather seafood, but they do not recognize all the seafood. As a seafood enthusiast, why not guide the fishermen in identifying the delicacies of the sea? Reward: mutated rubber tree. The carpentry workshop used thorns and rubber to produce many high-quality sampans, arming the fishermen to fish in the near sea. However, upon encountering numerous marine creatures at the sea floor, they were not easily able to identify which ones were edible, mainly sticking to the few kinds of seafood they could pick up on the beaches. I don't seem to know many kinds of seafood, I know how to eat them but not how to catch them. He thought for a moment and decided to take a dumb approach, letting the fishermen bring up everything they could gather from the seabed, and then he would select and test for poison to verify what was edible. Just as he was preparing to leave Black Horse Island, a sudden urge struck him. A faint restlessness transmitted to him, causing him to quickly open his eyes wide. It's the rubber bug triplets. He immediately had the manservant bring the 3 rubber bugs to him. At this moment, one of the triplet rubber bugs that normally loved to line up and move in sync, left the formation and scurried around inside the jade box. It was feeling extremely restless, even more so than the other 2. It was a rare situation. Little guy, what's wrong with you? He carefully established a deeper spiritual communication with the rubber bug, a capability supported by the contract. Soon, he discerned a unique emotion from the rubber bug's restlessness. It was actually about to spit out its own cordyceps. The cordyceps of the rubber bug has been planted in the rubber garden since the contract, and it hasn't been moved since then. What does this rubber bug mean? List suddenly raised an eyebrow. Could it be that it has been brewing a new cordyceps inside its body? The more he thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. Perhaps this was the reward from the smoke mission, the restlessness of the rubber bug. Since the rubber bug was about to spit out cordyceps, List certainly would not refuse. He quickly mounted the landwalker bird Loki and rushed to the rubber garden. The temporary plan for the rubber garden was 1,000 acres, aiming in the end for 10,000 acres, or even 100,000 acres. The more of this miraculous crop, the better. But the rubber garden at the moment didn't have many rubber trees, only a sparse few in number. The original rubber tree cordyceps still stood in the center of the garden. List roughly estimated its radiation range and then went further out to find a flat terrain suitable for planting more rubber trees. He held the very restless rubber bug in his hand. Little guy, spit it out. The rubber bug crawled on List's palm, raised its head, and opened its mouth. It spat out a faint green light that contained a small seed. Once the seed hit the ground, it quickly germinated and grew. In 3 minutes, visible to the naked eye, it grew into a rubber tree as tall as the previous rubber tree cordyceps. However, the difference was quite conspicuous. This rubber tree cordyceps was laden with dense white spherical fruits. Ordinary rubber trees, including the first rubber tree cordyceps, showed no signs of bearing fruit. Moreover, the propagation of rubber trees relied on adventitious bud reproduction from their roots. It was common to find new seedlings growing around rubber trees all originated from the roots of the trees. List ordered the serfs to dig out these seedlings and to cultivate them in rows in the rubber garden, constantly expanding the scale of the rubber trees. Therefore, this was a plant that reproduced asexually. Thus, List was now surprised to find the rubber tree cordyceps, which had neither flowers nor fruits, had actually borne fruit. He pondered for a moment and, risking damage to the cordyceps, plucked one fruit. Once the fruit or leaves of the cordyceps were picked, they would quickly lose their magic power and become ordinary plants, at most superior ones. Plucking just one fruit from a tree full of rubber fruits was not a big problem. Turning the magic power draining rubber fruit in his hand, List couldn't help but reflect, elf bugs really are full of wonders, a cordyceps which has borne 3 elf bugs, and now, the 3 elf bugs have given birth to a new cordyceps. Does this mean that the next time the rubber bugs become restless, they will give birth to a new cordyceps? Or a mutated cordyceps? Problem solved. He returned to the port town and boarded the Fresh Flower vessel, already laden with cargo, set off towards Fresh Flower town. The Fresh Flower vessel was fast, his own designated ship. During the dull moments of sea travel, aside from teasing the blizzard beasts, he spent most of his time studying the rubber fruit. When he drilled a hole through the hard-shelled rubber fruit, he found that it was filled with rubber. So, the new variety of rubber trees concentrates the rubber into its own fruit? He exclaimed with joy, does this mean that rubber can be easily collected from the new varietal rubber trees without harming the trees themselves? As soon as the new seedlings emerge, I'll have the serfs try to grow them immediately. Rubber collection was cumbersome and harmful to the trees, but if the rubber was concentrated in the fruit, it would not only be convenient to harvest but also easier to store. Such a rubber fruit could be preserved just like fragrant coconut fruit for several years without spoiling. The value was higher. After arriving at Fresh Flower Port, List's anticipation for the rubber fruit was already under control. He headed straight for the office to meet with Administrative Officer Isaiah. The sampan fleet of Oyster Village is now familiar with shallow water fishing. However, their knowledge of seafood is still too limited. Isaiah, you must immediately issue an order to the oyster sampan fleet to search the seabed for all kinds of creatures. My lord, what do you mean? We need to develop new seafood to recapture the market on Coral Island, and not just rely on oysters and minor oily captures. I need to restore a seafood market even more booming than last year. Yes, my lord. I will immediately give the orders to Oyster Village to dredge up every creature they can find. Additionally, you need to send someone to purchase a batch of ship nets and fine nets in Coral City. There should be schools of fish near Fresh Flower Town, and we can try to fish for them. So far, the seafood harvested by Fresh Flower Town consisted mostly of shellfish, mollusks, and crustaceans. Seldom were fishes caught. But the most abundant creatures in the sea were surely the many kinds of fish, a resource that List would not overlook. If this year's pioneer mandate goes according to plan, he would definitely bring back tens of thousands of serfs, and the grains alone would not be enough. He would need to mix sea fish with their grains to fill the serfs' stomachs. I understand, replied Isaiah and added, my lord, concerning the corn grass fields you instructed me to pay attention to, there has been a new discovery. Oh? What kind of discovery? We've found a patch of mutated corn grass, with thick stems and leaves as well as large ears of grain that could be pinched to release a thick oil with a delicious fragrance, very much like the butter we eat. List's eyebrows twitched. Without a doubt. The oily mutated variety of corn grass, a reward from the smoke mission, had been discovered. Chapter 435, Pinch and its all-oil corn grass field. The grain mutated variety of corn grass, which originally had large bunches of flower spikes, had now produced plump grains that looked like rather rounded triangles, all clustered together on a single spike. They did not bear much resemblance to the corn kernels in his memory, but they were about the same size. This bunch of fruit spikes weighed at least half a pound, and once mature, they would definitely yield a far greater harvest than wheat or millet. It was unknown how they tasted, whether they would be similar to corn cobs or other grains. and it was also uncertain whether they could be eaten like rice or ground into flour. Not far from the grain mutant corn grass, List saw the oil-rich variant of corn grass. The fatty stems and leaves were mixed in with the regular corn grass and weren't very conspicuous, but its fruit spikes were very noticeable. While the regular corn grass had thin and shriveled spikes, the spikes of this variant were unusually plump, with a tender green husk that seemed almost transparent, clearly indicating the abundance of oil within. When he pinched it, indeed, oil came out onto his hand. These were unripe fruit spikes. It was unknown what the oil content would be like once they matured. These are very valuable mutations, he said, appreciating the grain and oil-rich mutated corn grass, slowly diminishing his craving for corn cobs. He then conveyed to Isaiah, this kind of corn grass with grain on top will be called grain corn, and this kind that yields oil when pinched will be called oil corn. Take good care of them, and when they mature, we'll research their utilitarian value and prepare for large-scale cultivation. Yes, sir. After identifying grain corn and oil corn, List used his eye of magic to circle the corn field, but he found no trace of magic. He returned to the castle, where he enjoyed a sumptuous feast. After dinner, he went to the Seaview Villa to chat with Ak for a while. During the week's visit to Black Horse Island, he had met Ak by the sea twice, primarily to have her command magic mangrove elves to aid in the stabilization and rooting of the mangrove forest at the Red River mouth. The little minor elves' magic was quite strong. Ak, now a water system grand mage, was more cheerful and lively than when she was engrossed in studying magic before. Upon blowing her horn, she swam quickly from the ocean, flinging back her deep blue hair as though a waterfall cascaded before his eyes. Brother, Ak scared away a sea monster today. What? A sea monster, a really big conch that can create water whirlpools. It attacked Ak but couldn't defeat me. A conch? A sea monster? List's inspiration bloomed on the spot, but he still chose to be cautious. You weren't hurt, were you? I'm fine. Ak is a water system grand mage now, and it's just a low-level sea monster. It definitely couldn't beat me. I made it hide in the rock crevices and not come out, Ak replied with a smile, quite pleased with having defeated a low-level sea monster. Actually, with her current strength, she could now barely contend against a Dulu Mikata that had already turned into organic fertilizer. Afterwards, List began to inquire about the low-level sea monster conch. According to Ak's description, it was a large conch big enough to be the size of a basin, with a yellow-white shell, fond of crawling on the seabed rocks, capable of releasing common magic water whirlpools to catch small fish and shrimp. It turned out to be a carnivorous predator. Combining this information, List roughly understood that this was a conch capable of producing pink pearls. He couldn't help but ask, Ak, can you capture it for me? You want this big conch, brother? Yes. Then Ak will go now and catch it, and bring it to brother. Oh yes, brother said that human knights need magical beast meat to practice, so Ak will often look for sea monsters, catch them and bring the meat to brother, so brother can become a sky knight sooner. Such a considerate little sprite. List ruffled her deep blue hair vigorously. Ak, you understand me. Hee, then I'll go catch the giant conches. There's no need to hurry, let's catch them tomorrow. It's already night, and the sea must be very dark now. Ak can see, and Ak swims very fast. Brother, you wait for Ak will be back soon. Let Nami keep you company, Ak said as she placed Nami on the table, then turned and left the Seaview Villa to catch the low-level sea monsters, the giant conches. All List could do was shake his head helplessly and then start playing with Nami. He took out a candy wrapped in hemp leaves, unwrapped it, and held it out to the little minor elf. Peanut nougat, Fresh Flower Town's new product, want to try? Chirp, Nami cocked her head to look at the peanut nougat. She then approached the nougat, sniffed its aroma, and wrapped her hands around it, taking a bite. Despite being just a palm-sized little thing, she had strong teeth and crisply bit off a chunk of nougat, chewing vigorously in her mouth. Then she excitedly chirped, chirp, chirp, chirp. Is it good? Chirp. Nami hugged the nougat and munched away happily. List watched the beautiful little creature and said softly, eat and drink well, but don't forget to work for me. The mangrove forest in Mangrove Island is growing well, it no longer needs the influence of cordyceps. Once the mangrove forest at the Red River mouth grows, move the cordyceps there to help me develop the Red River mouth mangrove forest. Without a contract, his communication with Nami was hindered. So Nami didn't understand a word he said. She just hugged the nougat and relished it, looking up at List from time to call out, chirp. After one nougat was finished, List pulled out another. Instead of immediately eating it, Nami rewrapped it with the hemp leaves and stashed the nougat in a drawer of the cabinet. Then she flew up to List's shoulder and landed, beginning to groom List, or what could also be called picking lice. She meticulously combed through his hair, checking his scalp. She might have learned this trick while raising green-headed ducks, but unfortunately for her, List washed his hair daily, so there was no dirt to be found. Such a gentle little minor elf. Compared with Nami, Jayla is simply a hooligan. He thought of Jayla who liked to cry and shout. He could not help but sigh. Just at that moment, the sound of waves came from outside, and then he saw Axe swimming into the bottom floor of the Seaview Villa. She used water to bind a huge conch, transporting it to the second floor. Brother, Axe has stunned the giant conch. It can't release water whirlpools anymore. His eyes shining, List took the giant conch and said, "Well done, my Axe. Hee hee. It's late, you should dress too. I'll deal with this giant conch first." Okay. Holding the giant conch, List quickly returned to the castle and began dissecting the giant conch on the open ground of the apple orchard. Taking advantage of its unconsciousness, he promptly pulled out the sky-cleaving greatsword and channeled chi to kill it. Then he extracted the conch meat, which was only a small lump considering the basin-sized conch. He carefully peeled, and soon found a hard object trapped in a membrane. Gently peeling off the outer membrane, he revealed a pink, oval-shaped pearl inside the pink pearl. Chapter 436 Snails Competing. Fisherman gains the pink pearl, roughly the size of an egg, revealed flame-like patterns on its surface after being cleaned. At first, List thought it was a pearl imbued with fire attribute mana, but the Eye of Magic observed that the magic power it radiated was a pale blue color. Like the giant conch, it belonged to the water attribute. The black pearl also contained water attribute magic power, but its effect was to disperse wind system magic power. At the moment, the egg-sized pink pearl's effect was unknown, but its magic power concentration was even denser than the largest black pearl in List's collection. I probably won't be able to figure anything out, better to hand it over to Chris for research. Now that he was sponsoring the magician Chris Truth, in addition to making magic potions, he could assign her any work related to magicians. Inside the magic workshop, Chris looked at the pink pearl and nodded solemnly. "Viscount, this is an object brimming with magic power. I need to thoroughly research its effects before I can analyze the results for you." "I appreciate it. I'm pleased to serve you." List suddenly asked, "Chris, are you confident about advancing to Grand Magician?" After thinking it over, Chris replied, "I've made some headway, but I still need more time to mull it over. If everything goes smoothly, I might be able to attempt advancing to Grand Magician within a year. If not, it could take several years before I can make the attempt. Ask for anything you need, and I wish you an early promotion to Grand Magician. When that time comes, I will build a mage tower for you on Black Horse Island for your quest for truth." Chris was truly elated. "Thank you, Viscount." Unlike second-rate peddlers like Elkerson, she genuinely enjoyed delving into magic and researching truth. Having her own mage tower would be a great honor and benefit. After a brief chat, List left the pink pearl behind and took his leave. Upon returning to the castle, Mrs. Abby had already cleaned the meat from the sea monster, the giant conch. This magical beast meat naturally belonged to List. It would be great if low-level sea monsters like the giant conch could be farmed. Unfortunately, there's no knowledge on farming sea monsters. The pearl had to be harvested by killing the creature. Still, not only did it yield a pink pearl, but it also contributed a large heap of conch meat and a beautiful conch shell. He cleaned the conch shell and drilled a hole at the tip. He blew into it. A deep, resonant horn sound boomed out, carrying far and wide, more powerful than a loudspeaker. Using the Eye of Magic, he could see magical light flickering on the shell when blowing the conch, indicating that the amplification effect was related to magic power, barely qualifying as a type of magic. I should also give this to Chris to research. She might come up with a horn that works like a large loudspeaker. With such a magic horn, it could serve as an air raid siren. In times of crisis, its blast could probably wake even those in deep sleep. Even if they couldn't create a very powerful loudspeaker. As a decorative piece placed on the curio shelf in the study, it would be a delightful sight to behold. It's just a shame there's only one giant conch, he thought. However, just as he felt the reward from a solitary giant conch wasn't very valuable, Ak brought new information. "Brother, Black Pearl Lake has been invaded by many giant conchs, and they are fighting with the Tridacnus. Loads of huge Tridacnus have also arrived at the bottom of the lake, resisting the invasion of the giant conchs." "A battle between the giant conchs and Tridacnus?" "Yes, brother. You told Ak to look for very large Tridacnus, and Ak hadn't found any until now. But many Tridacnus larger than 2 meters in diameter have appeared in Black Pearl Lake. The biggest one is twice the size of Ak's shell. Ak's shell was 3 meters in diameter, a Tridacnus shell even larger than Ak's would be at least 4 to 5 meters in diameter, truly colossal and much larger than the one they had salvaged before. What kind of black pearl could be inside, one can only look forward to finding out. Moreover, there was a large batch of low-level sea monsters and giant Tridacnus. Whether it was for the pink pearls or the meat of the Tridacnus, List would not give up on this opportunity. Ak, pay attention to coordination. and join me in sweeping up all the tridacnas and giant tridacnas causing havoc in the Black Pearl Lake in one fell swoop? Ak nodded excitedly. The once delicate, innocent, and loving little sea monster had now been influenced by darker company, becoming a grand magician who favored fighting and hunting sea monsters without a moment's hesitation. List couldn't help but feel sentimental how girls change as they grow up. The fresh flower vessel was immediately summoned by him, heading towards the coral reef. The coral reef had no clear owner, but now it belonged to List. Several flags bearing the emblem of the black tulip were planted on the rocks. Upon reaching the coral reef, the tide had just receded, leaving vast stretches of snow-white, fine sand exposed on the sea surface. The fresh flower vessel slowly entered Black Pearl Lake, while List used the eye of magic to guide the vessel on how to salvage the tridacnas and giant tridacnas. Zack was at the bottom of the lake pointing to the locations of the carcasses of both sea monsters. Tridacnas were barely considered sea monsters. This was a brutal slaughter. As the divers continuously tied the ropes, more and more tridacnas and conches were hauled up, and List's mood grew more and more excited. He had just opened a tridacna with a diameter of about 1.8 meters, finding a black pearl the size of a sea bowl inside, along with several fist-sized black pearls. These were treasures. On the other hand, a basin-sized giant conch did not yield any pink pearls. After dissecting 5 of the giant conches, no pink pearls were found. It wasn't until the 6th giant conch, the largest one, that new pink pearls were discovered. A pink pearl the size of a goose egg. The probability of giant conches yielding pink pearls is a bit low, while tridacnas have a high probability of producing black pearls, but the larger black pearls have a lower probability. He silently estimated the pearl yield rates for the tridacnas and conches. The hunt continued for 2 hours. Ak tracked the tridacnas and giant conches with great effort. Finally, the largest tridacna was killed in the center of Black Pearl Lake, along with it were 3 basin-sized giant conches. When the 4 large creatures were hauled up, the sailors on the ship cheered loudly. Captain Coster was so excited that he said, "Sir, such wonderful shells and conches, it's simply unbelievable. The glory of the night has blessed us. Under your guidance, we were able to reap such a bountiful harvest. Remember to keep this a secret. Black Pearl Lake will be the brightest ocean jewel in my territory. Anyone who dares to leak it will receive a bloody retribution." After finishing his fierce words, List patted Coster on the shoulder and said with a pleasant smile, "I will grant you the status of freeman soon, and from then on, you can claim rewards based on your service as an official. Follow me, and one day, you will become a noble." Today, he had completely revealed his talent. Wherever he pointed, there would be prey. Although Coster and others dared not inquire into List's gifts, it was inevitable that someone with a big mouth might spill the events of today. Therefore, he had wielded both the carrot and the stick to preemptively mitigate any potential risk. Half an hour later, seeing the signals made by Ak underwater, List understood that the territorial struggle between the tridacnas and the giant conches was probably over. He blew the horn in response to Ak. He then gave the order, "In the salvage, we're heading back." Chapter 437 Warehouses full of big and small pearls. The fresh flower vessel returned to Fresh Flower Port, laden with the weighty tridacna and conches. It was time to tally the harvest, and watching the workers on the dock carry off one enormous seashell after another stirred List's emotions. He had always wished to manage Coral Reef and Black Pearl Lake, but due to insufficient manpower, he had struggled to even develop Black Horse Island, let alone Black Pearl Lake. However, with the Sea Sprite take, a single voyage yielded so many shells, those which could produce black pearls and pink pearls. 2 or 3 trips a year should be essentially sufficient. The growth of tridacna and conches was very slow. There was no way to over-harvest them, and it seemed that the larger specimens all hid in the waters around Black Pearl Lake. It was rare to see them engage in fierce battles over territory in Black Pearl Lake, allowing Ake the pleasure of reaping the benefits. "My lord, how should we deal with these marine products?" asked a knight who served as a dock official, coming over to inquire. He was a former classmate of List's, born to a minor noble family's second son. List said directly, "Hand over the large conches to the castle for processing. Harvest the black pearls from the tridacna and give them to the castle. As for the meat, release it into the seafood market, half to be sold by Thorn Caravan and the other half to be sold cheaply for consumption by the residents of Fresh Flower Town and the Port Town." Whether it was Fresh Flower Town or the Port Town, except for grains such as wheat which had to be purchased from elsewhere, other items like seafood were very cheap. Even serfs could afford it and could enjoy seafood feasts every day. The reason was simple: the sea area had never been overfished, and the fishery resources were abundant. Unfortunately, these methods did not involve much technical skill, and the lords of the small seaside towns of Coral Island indulged in private fishing. They either consumed the seafood themselves or secretly sold it to surrounding towns. The seafood business of Fresh Flower Town, impacted by such conditions, found that the seafood from the beaches had become worthless. That was why he now asked the residents of Oyster Village to advance to the near sea and dive for other seafood to replace the beach seafood. Ultimately realizing a fishing industry scale that developed deep-sea seafood, shallow water seafood, and beach seafood simultaneously. Sir, there's too much meat from the large conches, and I fear it can't all be consumed, nor is it easy to store. There's not much ice left in the ice cellar, and we're unable to continue keeping the seafood fresh, Mrs. Abby said worriedly upon seeing another big batch of large conches being brought back to the castle. Just turn them into food and hand them over to me. I'll distribute them among the knights of the territory for all of us to enjoy the nourishment of the magical beast, List said casually. He had already eaten all the meat of the six-headed king serpent and turned the snakeskin into snakeskin armor, handing over the snakebone and other parts to Chris Truth to be processed into magical materials. Now, his gemstone space had very few items stored. The wealthier List no longer stored low-value items like fine steel armor there. Currently, in the gemstone space, there was only the crimson blood sword, drift bottle, soul storage vessel, a set of spare mithril armor, 2 telescopes, sapphire magic ring, goat head flag, sapphire dragon ship figurehead, soul submerged wood, and a batch of poison-coated thornwood arrows. And 5 books. Philip, descendant of the Sun's diary used for learning the Sanskrit, to His Highness Anuet Curtis the truth detailing how to make leeches and ghost ships, the Sword Saint's notes gifted by Marquis Merlin, a nameless dragon rearing manual, and the advanced Chi manual Rising Sun Blaze. The mithril mine, jade, crystal, and black pearls, he had sealed in the storerooms of the castle. Therefore, he had freed up quite a bit of space in his gemstone space, to store magical beast meat, sea monster meat, dragon breed milk, magic potions, ensuring that no matter where he went, he could enjoy the same nutrition. This batch of large conches meat could be perfectly stored in the gemstone space, to be savored slowly. Of course, he was not so stingy as to enjoy all the sea monster meat by himself. The Earth Knights of the territory could get a share, and the officials of the territory could have a bit, too. This was a fair distribution of benefits. After the inventory was completed, the number of pink pearls was not large, totaling 7 including the one Chris was studying. 2 ordinary bowl-sized pink pearls came from those bathtub-sized sea snails, one of which had no pink pearl, 2 goose egg-sized pink pearls, and 3 chicken egg-sized pink pearls. These 7 pink pearls were all irregularly shaped ovals with flame-patterned textures. The quantity of black pearls was considerable, a total of 136. The largest tridacna alone contributed 29 black pearls. Adding to List's existing stock of black pearls, there were a total of 3 basketball-sized black pearls, 11 sea basin-sized black pearls, 48 fist-sized black pearls, and many smaller ones. There were also 2 basin-sized black pearls, one from the stock and one from the largest tridacna caught today. Additionally, there was an even larger black pearl, nearly the size of a bathtub. Without a doubt, it came from the largest tridacna. So many pearls, am I rich again? List grinned as he gazed at the pile of black pearls, already envisioning future maritime domination. Previously 2 basin-sized black pearls had been made into calming sea pearls, mounted on the fresh flower vessel and thorn number. Although there were no severe storms between Black Horse Island and Coral Island, engaging the calming sea pearls during the occasional convection weather could greatly reduce the rocking of the vessels, allowing safe passage through the storm. This bathtub-sized one must be used on my future flagship. Once I get the shipbuilding technology and study the technology of square rigging, as well as the dragon bone stabilizer technique, relying on rubber and thorn wood, I will surely create a super luxurious multi-mast ship. Right, maybe I can study magic-driven technology too. Black pearls can disperse wind attribute magic power and even ordinary wind, so, by reverse engineering, could a magic array be developed that stimulates wind power? Maybe delve deeper and design a magic array that controls wind attribute magic power, turning storms into a driving force for the vessels. Thinking about it is exciting. However, to achieve all these, without substantial financial, material, and human resources, it's simply unattainable. I still need to continue biding my time on Black Horse Island, developing the land slowly. Who knows, maybe I'll become successful at dragon riding and become a dragon knight soaring through the sky before the land is developed. By then, there might be no need to study magic-powered vessels. Regardless, he immediately placed the bathtub-sized black pearl into the gemstone space, its value undoubtedly immense. The rest of the black pearls were simply stored in the warehouse. Gazing at the gleaming black pearls, inspiration suddenly struck him. I was originally planning to give Levi's a pink gemstone as a wedding gift, but now it seems unnecessary. The pink gemstone can go to Ake or Chris, as they are magicians and need a boost to their spirits. Not to give Levi's the pink gemstone. The alternative gift became clear, gift a black pearl instead, one basketball-sized. Solely based on appearance, it's definitely more shocking than a single gemstone. Initially, even a fist-sized black pearl sold to Levi's fetched hundreds of gold coins, now giving him a basketball-sized black pearl would surely make him ecstatic. Chapter 438 Braised abalone in oyster sauce. Tridacna and sea snails brought a large number of pearls, but the greatest contributor was actually sea sprite Ake. At the Sea View Villa during the night, List patiently listened to Ake's endless tales of the sights at Black Pearl Lake, how the Tridacna and sea snails fought over their territories. He first redefined a new name for the Tridacna and sea snails, Hichequan Fenhilwo, and classified both types of shells as sea monsters. The reason was simple: the largest Hicheq actually brimmed with magic power and could cast Magica Water Bullet. On its own, it battled the strongest among the three Fenhilwo, clashing water whirlpools and water bullets. The seabed rocks shattered and splashed, darkening the water hazy. In the end, when all four sea monsters were utterly exhausted, Ake effortlessly rushed out and ended their lives. On other battlefields, the Fenhilwo and Hicheq also determined a victor. Indeed, the Hicheq managed to repel the Fenhilwo's attack, but it was gravely damaged and had to cede half of Black Pearl Lake's territory to the Fenhilwo. Brother, Ake discovered that Hicheq and Fenhilwo are very smart. When they saw Ake hunting many large Hicheq and Fenhilwo, they stopped fighting voluntarily. The Hicheq left behind many small Hicheq, and the Fenhilwo left behind many small Fenhilwo, then they both retreated. The young Hicheq and Fenhilwo had little value when harvested. So, Black Pearl Lake is actually more like a nursery for young shells? List was curious about this behavior. The large Hicheq and Fenhilwo obviously didn't live in Black Pearl Lake, they survived in the surrounding deep sea, leaving their offspring to breed in Black Pearl Lake. The place was once the Hicheq's breeding ground, but now it had obviously lost half to the Fenhilwo. Thus, continuing to call it Black Pearl Lake was no longer suitable. Ake, what do you think we should call this marine lake, Fen Lake or Pearl Lake? List inquired. Ake tilted her head and thought about it. Brother, Fen sounds so unpleasant. Let's call it Pearl Lake. Both Hicheq and Fenhilwo can produce beautiful pearls. She held a black pearl as big as a sea bowl and a pink pearl as big as an egg, with stars twinkling in her eyes. Women always seem to have no resistance to pearls and gemstones, even though they were just materials List provided for her to study magic arrays. As a grand magician, studying magic had become secondary, but researching magic arrays was the real deal. After confirming the name of the marine lake formed by the coral reef as Pearl Lake, List took his leave, reminding Ake to frequently check on the situation at Pearl Lake regarding the Hicheq and Fenhilwo. One was to determine the breeding times of the two shell sea monsters, and the other was to await their next battle. The territory conflict was far from over, and the next time, it might be another brilliant harvest. The story of the shell sea monsters at the coral reef and Pearl Lake comes to an end. But the work related to seafood was not over yet, as List visited Oyster Village every day, identifying the shallow water seafood that the fishermen brought up. The species of shallow water seafood were obviously richer than those of the beach. Not only were there more shellfish, shrimps, and crabs, but there were also many novel creatures. There was a strange fish with a very good texture, which List named Zaya-chan, and it had already become one of the castle's daily dishes. A strange black bump covered with soft spikes, named sea cucumber, also became a daily dish, and a squishy, eight-legged little thing with its legs and head joined together, named squid, became yet another daily dish. Mrs. Abby was now busy figuring out how to cook these seafood delicacies every day. And the fishermen of Oyster Village were figuring out how to quickly catch these shallow water seafood. Unfortunately, List called for the smoke mission several times but did not see it completed. It was still the original Serpent script content, mission. The fishermen of Oyster Village are no longer afraid of the shallow waters near the shore and dare to dive into the seabed to gather seafood. However, they do not recognize all the seafood. As a seafood enthusiast, why not guide the fishermen in identifying the delicacies of the sea? Reward: mutated rubber tree. Until today. On September 5th, right after a torrential rain, the fishermen of Oyster Village couldn't wait to go out to sea to fish. At dusk, they brought back new seafood. They came to the castle to have List identify it. List saw an ugly shell. At first glance, the shell seemed like just a shell with flesh attached to it, very unattractive. Yet, he was excited, for he had seen and eaten this kind of seafood on Earth. It is a very precious delicacy, known as the gold on the table, the crown of sea treasures. To put it plainly, it is abalone. The value of abalone on Earth is indescribable. As for whether the abalone in this world has such rich nutritional value, one only needs to taste it a few times to find out. After completing the toxicity test for the abalone, List immediately had Mrs. Abby focus on cooking abalone. He roughly provided some ideas, such as frying the abalone with oyster sauce and seasonings, and mixing it all to cook. Soon, a fragrant dish of oyster sauce braised abalone was freshly prepared. The butler served the oyster sauce braised abalone on the table, and the butler poured List a glass of wine from the estate's brewing workshop. Then, he could start eating. His utensil was a pair of chopsticks. He always used chopsticks when eating privately. He disliked using a knife and fork. Picking up a tender piece of abalone meat, he placed it in his mouth and chewed for a moment. Not bad, the texture is smooth and delicate, although the oyster sauce flavor is a bit strong. Next time, we should use less to let the natural flavor of the abalone come through. After consuming several pieces of abalone, he announced with lingering enjoyment that abalone would become a regular dish at the castle. Lobster, crab, clams, mantis shrimp, razor clams, oysters, sea cucumbers, squid, prawn, conch, abalone, dried fish and occasionally soft-shelled turtles and geoducks, these had all been added to the castle's menu. Currently, the estate could essentially rely on the sea for sustenance. When abalone officially made it onto the dining table, the long-awaited smoke mission finally changed. Mission completed, reward, fruiting mutated rubber tree. The new mission was also promptly released. Mission: 2 second-hand sailboats will soon join the estate's fleet, taking on the cargo transport task between Black Horse Island and Freshflower Town. Consultant Galtai, who purchased the sailboats, seems to have brought some very good news. Please seize this information. Reward: mutated variety corngrass. The fruiting mutated variety of the rubber tree, if things go as expected, should be a rubber tree bred by the new cordyceps, a rubber tree that bears fruit, the rubber fruit tree. List speculated in his mind. As for the mutated variety of corngrass, this time, it should be the turn of the corn cobs, right? First, there was the corn similar to sorghum, followed by the oil-rich corn. The direction of the evolution of corngrass obviously still includes corn cobs. Actually, I suspect this is a chain mission about the corngrass elf bug. Could it be that the corngrass elf bug is about to evolve? He suddenly thought but then quickly denied himself. It probably isn't. The corngrass elf bug hasn't been around for long, and there is no restlessness. What's restless are the rubber bug triplets. Conveniently, this time's fruiting mutated rubber tree also seemed to be a part of a chain mission. Could it be that what's really about to evolve is the rubber bug triplets? Chapter 439 must have both bugs regardless of whether the corngrass bug or the rubber bug can evolve into little minor elves. The smoke mission must be completed. List had no time to go to Black Horse Island again to observe the mutated rubber trees bearing fruit. He delegated the task to Captain Coster to complete it. If mature rubber trees bearing fruit were found, that would be great. If not, the rubber trees were definitely just sprouting near the new cordyceps. In any case, these newly sprouted rubber trees are worth promoting vigorously. Levi's wedding is on September 12th, and there is only 1 week left. I must go to Tulip Castle to help out, or else people will talk. He ordered his servants to pack his bags, preparing to head to Tulip Castle first thing tomorrow morning. Nightfall. Freshflower Port finally welcomed 2 old 2-masted cargo sailing ships, and Galtai returned with them. My lord, the 2 cargo ships have been purchased. One was phased out by the Tulip fleet, the other by the Beer Castle fleet. However, they're quite damaged and require us to refurbish them. The 2 old ships cost a total of 652 gold coins, and here are the remaining coins, he said. After taking the gold coins, List handed them to Butler Carter to count and said, the task of repairing the cargo ships is also yours. With rubber and thorn ironwood, it won't be very difficult. Try to refurbish them to the best possible condition. Moreover, one is called Mangrove Number, and the other Pearl. The names of the ships were just simple codes. He didn't bother to think too hard about them. After that, he began to inquire, Consultant Jaotai, during this purchase of the ships, have you gathered any interesting information or experiences outside? Galtai suddenly said, my lord, I almost forgot, there's some good news you'll definitely like. The contents of the smoke mission arrived. List smiled and asked, what good news? Viscount Jonas of Shattered Stone Castle has discovered 2 newly born elf bugs in his territory. One is a dragon-coup elf bug, the other is a Venus flytrap spirit worm. He plans to sell them to offset the losses from the Ironhoof Island campaign, Galtai said excitedly. These 2 elf bugs, one costs 1,500 gold coins, the other 1,200 gold coins. My lord, do you need them? Dragon-coup bug? Venus flytrap worm? List's eyebrows lifted. He was determined to get the dragon-coup bug. The recent batch of auxiliary magic medicine dragon hollyhocks were about to mature, and although their effects were not yet clear, it was a magic potion and was bound to have substantial value. The territory had only 1 dragon-coup bug, tending a little over 100 acres of land. Another dragon-coup bug meant another 100 acres could be cultivated. No matter how much magic potion was grown, it would always seem too little, so the greatest value of an elf bug is reflected in whether there is a magic potion to cultivate. 1,500 gold coins for a dragon kua bug is a bit expensive. Teacher Galtai, you set aside the repair work on mangrove number and pearl for now and focus entirely on this dragon kua bug. I want to buy it. My bottom line is 1,200 gold coins. Every time you cut down 10 gold coins from the price, you may take 1 gold coin as a commission, he said. After hearing this, Galtai's eyes gleamed. My lord, please rest assured, I am best at these matters. I can definitely secure the dragon kua bug for 1,200 gold coins. I look forward to you bringing the dragon kua bug back. By the way, my lord, do you need the Venus flytrap worm? If I can buy it for 800 gold coins, then I'll take it, otherwise forget it. Similarly, for every 10 gold coins you cut down, you may take 1 as a commission, said List after a moment's thought, knowing what Venus flytraps were. Some nobles would place a pot or 2 of Venus flytraps in their bedrooms to catch mosquitoes. But in fact, the Venus flytraps' catching efficiency had no real effect on clearing mosquitoes, at most it was merely a curiosity. Indeed, all elf bugs are beautiful little creatures, but such a useless elf bug, costing more than 800 gold coins, still felt like poor value to him. For the completion of the smoke mission, he was willing to spend gold coins and buy this Venus flytrap worm as well. However, once he had made the decision, he quickly massaged his temples. Dragon kua bugs will be 1,200 gold coins, Venus flytrap worms will be 800 gold coins, that's 2,000 gold coins altogether. Where am I supposed to get that much money? Could it really be that I must borrow from my grandmother? Borrowing money was not something that came easily. Had it not been for Levira taking the initiative to offer him a loan, he would have decided to sell the Crimson Blood Sword. Even with Tulip Castle being wealthy, he was merely using the income from his properties as collateral to obtain gold coins in advance, not actually borrowing money. Deep down, he was not used to asking others for money. But he could not afford to miss out on the dragon kua bugs and Venus flytrap worms. Huff, he exhaled a breath of turbid air and instructed Butler Carter, Mr. Carter, please prepare some Fenhilwo meat. Send 1 portion to the Earl and Earless, and another to my grandmother. Sir, what amount do you think is appropriate? 5 pounds. No, make it 10 pounds each. 10 pounds was almost equivalent to the size of a basin full of Fenhilwo meat, and it hurt to give away a whole basin-sized Fenhilwo at once. But he was embarrassed to repeat what he had done back then, only giving 5 pounds of the 6-headed king serpent, which weighed several tons, to the Earl. The Earl had made fun of him for that several times. Also, pick out the smallest black pearls and string them into a necklace as a gift for my grandmother, to thank her for providing me with fig bugs, he added. Carter bowed and left. As you wish, sir. The task of finding the rubber tree was given to Coster, negotiating for the dragon kua bugs and Venus flytrap worms was assigned to Galtai, the repair work for mangrove number and pearl was handed over to Isaiah. List did this the next morning. Carrying the 2 gifts, he headed towards Tulip Castle. After the Earl received him in his study, he teased in a bantering tone, how many pounds of magical beast meat have you brought me this time? 10 pounds. But not magical beast meat, it's sea monster meat, from a low-level sea monster called Fenhilwo. These 10 pounds are all the meat from the largest Fenhilwo, he replied with a well-intentioned lie. In fact, the largest ones were 3 Fenhilwo the size of bathing tubs. The Earl didn't lack for eating low-level magical beast meat, he just wanted a taste. It seems that you've had quite some gains recently, the Earl remarked, sounding quite satisfied with the 10 pounds of Fenhilwo meat. I haven't had much in the way of gains recently, not 1 elf bug, and what's more, I even borrowed 800 gold coins from my sister. You think elf bugs are as common as wheat, that they're found everywhere? Actually, I believe that elf bugs are not as rare as all that. Father, based on my observations over this past year, I've found that the birth rate of elf bugs can be influenced. List decided to share some information with his father, to bring more elf bugs to the family. As the family grew stronger, he would gain better protection, therefore, his mindset was continually changing. Learning to share some not-so-important experiences to help develop the family. How can it be influenced? The Earl was clearly interested, sitting up straight with an eager, attentive posture. The importance of elf bugs to the territory was something every landlord deeply understood. List didn't mince his words. He went straight to the point. I'm not sure about the gestation rate of elf bugs, but I know most elf bugs actually die from miscarriage. What we need to do is to detect any abnormalities in plants as early as possible and then increase the nutrition supply. Chapter 440 No one visits a temple without a cause. Increase the supply of nutrients. Just like you do in your fief, collecting dung and then using it to water the plants. Sorry, List, Many people don't understand your practices in the territory, the Earl said with a frown. List calmly stated, I've heard people call me the barren feces vegetable behind my back, and even refer to Fresh Flower Town as Dung Town. This is just their ignorance. You know the triangle theory of magicians, which posits that matter, magic power, and spirit are a cycle. In fact, nature itself is the biggest cycle. Explain in detail. Let me give you an example. A blade of grass sprouts from the ground and is eaten by a sheep. After digesting the food, the sheep produces dung, and where there is dung, grass often grows lushly. That's because the invisible microorganisms break down the dung, and it becomes nutrients for plants. In this way, a complete biological chain is formed. Next. List had to recall the biology knowledge he learned in high school and junior high school to answer the Earl's bizarre questions. Answering questions such as why does grass rely on dung to grow, sheep are consumers, so did they pay any money, what does photosynthesis mean, the sun is very hot now, am I also photosynthesizing, how can you ensure that sheep must defecate for grass, they could just as well do it for trees, and so on. In the end, there was no need for List to summarize. The Earl had already concluded, so, the vegetables grown from dung are the most delicious? Yes, father, you could try it on your own land. The flourishing development of Fresh Flower Town speaks for itself. Others might call me barren feces vegetable, but now I am the young Viscount and an elite Earth Knight, and my territory has more than 20 elf bugs and 2 little minor elves. You are indeed favored by knightly glory. I am certainly favored by knightly glory, but as you can see, aside from knightly glory, scientific farming methods are very beneficial as well, List asserted. The Earl pondered for a moment and said, you make some sense. I will try farming with dung on my land, the food that the serfs eat can all be tried out. However, for the food eaten at Tulip Castle, I will only choose food farmed by the elves, which is the truly reassuring choice. With that said, whether the Earl believed him or not, List didn't say more. After all, they were not real family, and he still had a barrier in his heart towards the Earl and the others. Not seeing Levi's, who had already gone out to invite guests, List left the study and went straight to the small castle next to Coral City to give a gift to his grandmother. Levira was also there. She was almost always either at Tulip Castle or the small castle and seldom returned to her own fief. Sister, you're here too. Just in time. I brought some freshly caught low-level sea monster meat for grandmother, a full 10 pounds of it. You and grandmother can taste it together, List instructed the servants to deliver the Fenhilwo meat to the kitchen of the small castle. Have you come to Tulip Castle to help? Levira asked. Yes. Lady Penelope was delighted to see her grandson, the son of glory in our family has brought me meat, and it's from a low-level sea monster at that, which warms this old lady's heart. If your mother had shown such gestures, I think she could have been counted as a qualified earless. In fact, I've not only brought sea monster meat for you, grandmother, but also a black pearl necklace that can calm and soothe the mind. He took a box from a servant, from which he retrieved a necklace that resembled prayer beads made of black pearls. Is this the black pearl, the kind that can disperse wind attribute magic power? Levira exclaimed, it's truly beautiful, such a bright shade of black. Although it's not a gemstone, it's rounder than ordinary jade or crystal. Such a necklace is simply stunning. List placed the black pearl necklace around Lady Penelope's neck. It really suits your temperament, grandmother. I'm over 70 years old, what temperament do I have left? Although she said this, Lady Penelope still rose and went to stand in front of a mirror. He looked carefully in the mirror, contentedly admiring the black pearl necklace around his neck. Meanwhile, Levira was pulling List and asking, do you have any more black pearl necklaces? I'm sorry, sister, gathering so many black pearls is not easy. I believe that by your birthday next year, I will surely have assembled a new black pearl necklace to give you as a gift, he said. Levira revealed a satisfied smile. Very soon. Lady Penelope had already admired the black pearl necklace and hung it around her neck, opting not to take it off again, perhaps out of fear that her granddaughter might take it from her. She sat down, smiling, and said, tell me, List, what are you planning to take from your grandmother? I simply came to give you a gift, he claimed. If you had only brought me the meat of a low-level sea monster, I would believe you had no ulterior motive, but such a necklace clearly has more than just a simple purpose. Alright, nothing gets past you, grandmother, List coughed. I wonder if you've heard about Viscount Jonas planning to sell 2 elf bugs to relieve the financial pressures of his domain. One is a dragon hollyhock bug, the other, a Venus flytrap worm. I wish to buy them, but I am short on money. The meaning was clear. Lady Penelope directly asked, how much do you need? I estimate that around 2,000 gold coins should suffice to acquire these 2 elf bugs, so, grandmother, if you could lend me 2,000 gold coins, that would be enough, he responded. 2,000 gold coins is no small sum. Are you really intending to buy these 2 elf bugs? The dragon hollyhock bug is at least somewhat useful, its fruit is edible. But the Venus flytrap worm is utterly useless, only serving as a decorative pot plant, Lady Penelope remarked. The medicinal varieties of dragon hollyhock were still a secret. Nobody knew the dragon hollyhock also gave birth to magic potions. Therefore, the value of dragon hollyhock bugs remained low. I need them, and to me, every elf bug can be of great value if utilized properly. Just like my thorn miner elf Jayla, it used to be a mere thorn bug but now has become the brightest gem of my domain. Since you've made up your mind, very well, I will arrange the 2,000 gold coins as soon as possible. Lady Penelope agreed to lend the coins, then added, the interest on 2,000 gold coins can't match this black pearl necklace, which is more precious than white pearls. So, you should take another potted plant as well. Every time he visited his grandmother, he never left empty-handed. Taking a potted plant was a must. With hopeful anticipation, List walked out to the balcony and, using his eye of magic, carefully inspected the potted plants. However, he was disappointed to find not a single plant showed any signs of magic power. So, he accepted the situation and chose a healthy-looking blueberry plant that seemed somewhat useful. Blueberries were quite common and tasty. This particular blueberry plant was laden with fruit, and he planned to try planting some on Black Horse Island. I will take this potted plant with me when I return to Fresh Flower Town. For now, I will trouble you to continue taking care of it, grandmother, he said. With that, the gold coins had been borrowed, and he only had to wait to get his hands on the 2 elf bugs. Chapter 441 The Water Attribute Calming Sea Pearl at Tulip Castle. List quickly immersed himself in preparing for the wedding. However, he didn't have much work to do, as Tulip Castle had hundreds of servants who could manage tasks smoothly. Besides the Earl, Lady Marie also held decision-making power. There was no need for family members with their own fiefs to come and make decisions. List didn't want to compete with Lady Marie for power in the castle either. He just occasionally supervised the progress of the wedding preparations to ensure everything was in order for his brother Levi's. Most of the time, he was remotely directing the development of his territory. Knights traveling between Fresh Flower Town and Tulip Castle reported to him the progress of the territorial development every day. They also brought fresh foods such as dragon breed milk. The Mangrove and Pearl were undergoing major repairs at Fresh Flower Port. The process mainly involved removing the damaged wooden planks and replacing them with new thorn ironwood, then using rubber tree wood to glue them together. This repair method was low-tech but highly effective, as the adhesive strength of rubber was formidable. Even without removing the old wood and simply using rubber and wood to fill the holes, the 2 old sailboats could be as good as new. In fact, with the reinforcement from rubber, the performance of the former Fresh Flower vessel and thorn number had already surpassed that of new ships, with no wear and tear. News about the rubber trees arrived 3 days later. After Captain Coster returned to Black Horse Island, he didn't find any fruit-bearing rubber trees, but near that new cordyceps, he saw many rubber tree saplings just sprouting. Following List's previous instructions, Administrative Officer Blair organized a workforce to dig out these saplings and replanted them in rows around the cordyceps. It could be confirmed that these saplings were indeed the rubber fruit trees rewarded by the smoke mission. On another note, Chris Truth also had good news. In the letter delivered by the Knights, she explained that she had figured out the effects of the pink pearl. It could disperse the surrounding water attribute magic power. The black pearl from the hijack could disperse the surrounding wind attribute magic power. The pink pearl from the Fenhilo could disperse the surrounding water attribute magic power. Once an egg-sized pink pearl was turned into magic equipment, it could roughly disperse all water attribute magic power within a 100-meter radius. Such an effect combined with a calming sea pearl made from a black pearl could almost negate all storms and sea waves at sea, allowing ships to sail smoothly. To think it has such a powerful effect. Is this specifically prepared for my upcoming era of navigation? List, looking at the content of the letter, was overwhelmed with excitement. The calming sea pearl was already strong, suppressing all storms, and now with the pink pearl, suppressing all the sea waves as well. So, apart from sea monsters, what else could be fearsome at sea? The most crucial point is that Virginia Truth, residing within the soul storage vessel, had already described the dragon bone stabilizer technique. When this technique is used in future shipbuilding, even sea monsters need not be feared at sea. With this, the obstacles of storms, waves, and sea monsters are all eliminated. Can I lead a fleet, leave the Sea of Azure waves for the Devil Sea where devils lurk, cross the Devil Sea, and explore further worlds? What lies beyond the Devil Sea? List had a vague guess. He surmised that on the other side was where the children of the sun lived, as mentioned in the drifting bottle. It was also the world described in the diary of old Phil from the tanner shop, who was the ancestor of his friend, Philip, descendant of the Sunday. It's worth mentioning that List had already learned all of the Sun script recorded in the diary. Though complex, it contained a set of patterns, convincing him that such sophisticated and regular script could only be created by a highly developed civilization. Unfortunately, the amount of Sun script recorded by Philip was too limited, and this vocabulary was not enough for reading and writing. Once I figure out the magic power drive and how to harness the foreign daft sails, along with the dragon bone stabilizer technique, as well as the calming wind pearl and calming water pearl, nothing in the Devil's Sea will stop me. He had already decided to turn the pink pearl into a new calming sea pearl, using wind and water as suffixes to differentiate from the black pearl products. Feeling cheerful, he sent a letter back to Chris, asking her to continue the research on the pink pearl to see if she could create a calming water pearl following the calming wind pearl's example. Chris wasn't very skilled at making magic equipment, so if it didn't work out, List would still have to invite Granny Truth to do the job. The letter was handed to a knight to deliver back. List sat by the round table in the Tulip Castle garden, feeling that his transmigrated life was essentially worry-free, aside from being a bit poor. Ever since the smoke mission began, good news kept coming. He couldn't help but marvel at the mighty force of fate. With just a small nudge, he really became like the Son of Glory. However, before he could finish his reflection, another knight from Fresh Flower Town came with more good news. Lord Landlord, Consultant Jaourtai has sent a letter. He opened the letter. The contents were straightforward. After discussions with Viscount Jonas, Jaourtai had finalized the prices for the Dragon Kuabug and the Venus Flytrap Worm. He had managed to get the Dragon Kuabug's price down to 1100 gold coins and the Venus Flytrap Worm's price down to 700 gold coins, which was 200 gold coins less than List's bottom line. Of course, it was actually 180 gold coins less, since he had to give Jaourtai a commission of 20 gold coins. After reading the letter, List immediately took the 2,000 gold coins he had borrowed from his grandmother and rushed to Shattered Stone City. Upon arriving, he was promptly welcomed by Viscount Jonas into Shattered Stone Castle. If it weren't for the tight turnover of funds, I would really hate to sell these 2 elf bugs. It's rare for the knight's glory to shine upon us, spawning 2 elf bugs in a month, and yet they have to be sold for cash. After the courtesy, Viscount Jonas complained directly, it's truly heart-wrenching. With this year's Pioneer Mandate, we can go to the Eagle Kingdom to plunder resources and make up for the losses. Are you also taking part in the Pioneer Mandate? That's what I'm preparing for. Without any surprises, since you have the intermediate magic beast Dorson, you can work with the Earl to be invincible in warfare. Gaining military exploits should not be difficult for you. I can't even begin to guess how far you'll go in the future, Jonas exclaimed in amazement. List smiled, let's take it one step at a time. My territory is still in very poor shape, to tell you the truth. To buy your 2 elf bugs, I had to borrow the gold coins from my grandmother. They engaged in a brief exchange of laments about their financial woes. The transaction formally took place. After paying the agreed amount of 1,800 gold coins, Viscount Jonas took List to the Elfbug's Cordyceps site, allowing List to form contracts successfully. Once the Cordyceps were collected, he stayed at Shattered Stone Castle for lunch. In the afternoon, List hurried back to Tulip Castle. His brother Levi's had returned from the Outer Islands, and accompanying him was the eldest legitimate son of the Golden Wheat Sheaf family, Roger Golden Wheat. Chapter 442 Cousin needs help. Roger Golden Wheat Sheaf's arrival was a prelude to that of his sister, Loria Goldwheatier, but the Tulip family had already made all the necessary arrangements. The detached castle in Birch City would serve as a temporary residence for the bride. An earl's daughter marrying a viscount's son certainly couldn't match the scale of a Grand Duke's daughter's wedding. The Tulip family's financial and material resources also couldn't compare to that of the Longtaro family, but the festivities would not be lacking. As the wedding day approached, nobles on good terms with the Tulip family began to arrive in droves. Among them, the most distinguished were the Maziro couple, bringing along newlyweds cousin Miebao and Princess Angela. Tulip Castle became increasingly lively, and List was so busy he hardly had a moment to rest. He was naturally a member of the groomsmen's party and also had the responsibility of receiving guests. Moreover, he had to endure the harassment from female guests. There were always bold and spicy noblewomen who admired his looks. As a single noble, such harassment was inevitable. But these were not the sources of his worry, nor was it the awkwardness of potentially seeing Rona Sally Goldenweed, once romantically ambiguous with him, accompanying the bride back to Coral Island. His real worry was brought on by Miebao. Or to be precise, it was caused by the smoke mission, which made every encounter with his cousin exceptionally awkward, and his heart was a mess of confusion and entanglement, like a bundle of knotted yarn. List. Miebao patted his shoulder. What are you thinking about? Angela is asking you what kind of noblewoman you like. She knows many noblewomen of marriageable age and could help you find a match. Next to Miiabao, Princess Angela was looking at him with a smile on her face. List came back to his senses and with a look known only to himself, glanced at the newlywed couple in front of him and laughed. Sorry, I was just thinking that I have 2 elf bugs that I haven't had time to place with cordyceps, so I got a bit distracted. By the way, did the Grand Duke give you a greater elf? Miiabao responded grumpily, it's a note greater elf, but let's not talk about greater elves now. We're discussing what kind of noblewoman you like. Angela also spoke up, List, you're different from Miiabao and Levi's, you can't inherit a peerage. Marrying a noblewoman wouldn't just help with the development of your estate, but also with your advancement in peerage. Grandfather said you have great potential, but having a noblewoman as your wife could further ensure the realization of that potential. Let's take it as it comes. I'm still young. For now, I want to focus on my cultivation. I need to build a solid foundation so that in the future I can break free from the shackles of the earth. List gave an excuse, when the day comes that I want to find a noblewoman to expand my family, I will definitely ask for your help, Angela. Seeing the couple so concerned about his marriage, List felt even more conflicted inside. But soon, he decided within his heart to cut through the chaos quickly, forsaking the new smoke mission. Just 2 days ago, after he contracted the dragon Kua bug and Venus flytrap worm, he completed the smoke mission. Mission completed, reward mutated variety corngrass. The reward set his mind racing. A fruit mutation sounded like the corngrass really had mutated into corn cobs. He immediately ordered Blair to keep a close watch on the corngrass fields to find the new mutated variety. The subsequent updated smoke mission caused him to be conflicted for 2 whole days. Mission: continuation of the bloodline is of utmost importance for a noble family. Your older brother, Levi's, is about to enter into matrimony and spread the family's branches, but your cousin seems to have encountered some trouble. His marital relations with Angela Sapphire are not harmonious, and he may need your help. Reward: piano scores from Miiabao's collection. This time, the smoke mission contained a rich amount of information. Marital disharmony was understandable, but needing his help left List puzzled. How could he possibly help with someone else's marital issues? This was why he was conflicted. If it had been anyone else, given Angela's status and appearance, he wouldn't have been tormented and would readily have offered his help. However, Miiabao was his own cousin, and they were close. As he grew closer to the moral standards of this world, he still couldn't bring himself to engage in such scandalous and incestuous behavior, and so he decided to cut through the chaos quickly. I've been studying the piano recently, and Miiabao, I remember you have a collection of piano scores. How about giving me one? No problem, Miiabao agreed immediately. This relieved List, grateful that the task reward was merely a piano score, which he could possess to change the mission. If the reward had been a little minor elf or information related to fire dragon bones, his sense of morality might have tormented him. There would be no choice but to feed himself to the tiger. The internal conflict unraveled. List returned to his usual indifference, but he couldn't help thinking that cousin Miiabao's head would inevitably turn green. Without a harmonious life, problems would arise sooner or later. All he could do was wish the Long Taro family could maintain the purity of their bloodline as much as possible. The morning before the wedding day, the official fleet of Golden Island finally docked at Coral City Port. Marquis Roderick and his spouse, along with the nobles from Golden Island who had came to attend the wedding and their daughter about to be married, Loria Golden Wheat Sheaf, headed for the separate castle in Birch City. They would stay overnight in Birch City and come to Tulip Castle tomorrow to attend the wedding. As the second son of the Tulip family, List needed to serve as a groomsman. The group of groomsmen consisted of familiar faces: cousin Riley Pinecone from Aunt Melinda's home, the son of Viscount Trick, Aubrey Lycra, and 3 Baron's sons. Only unmarried men could serve as groomsmen. Similarly, only unmarried women could serve as bridesmaids. Rona Sally Goldenweed, Loria's sister, was among the bridesmaids. There were inevitably face-to-face encounters when they took time to practice the wedding procedures. Hi, List. Hello, Rona Sally. I heard from my brother that you have been titled Viscount for your military achievements. Congratulations. Rona Sally said with a smile. You own your own island now, is it a city? Black Horse Island, right next to Coral Island. That must be a beautiful island. Beautiful is yet to be seen, it's just an undeveloped desert island. I've built a small town on it, and then ran out of money to develop it any further. Difficulties will always pass, right? Exactly. Then there was no more conversation to follow, and the day ended just like that, with the rehearsal leaving everyone exhausted. Night. Inside a guest room at Tulip Castle, Miiabao, having bathed and changed, returned to the bedroom. Looking at Angela, who was already lying in bed, he couldn't help feeling exhilarated. Angela, in this new environment, do you feel all fired up? I believe with a bit more effort, we will have our own bundle of love. I look forward to it, Bearing an heir for the Long Taro family is my unshirkable duty, Angela replied with a smile, but her eyes showed a hint of an unusual expression. They had been trying for almost a month, and there was no sign of any movement in her stomach. And she had inquired around. Miyabuo, already 25, had many lovers in the past, but he had never impregnated any of them, let alone fathered a child out of wedlock. Chapter 443 The ambition of the four-headed dragon. The wedding was held as scheduled, with no unexpected complications. List presented his gift, a basketball-sized black pearl, which nearly made Levi's eyes pop out of his head, naturally leaving him utterly satisfied. After the banquet, the guests began to leave one after another. Miyabuo and Angela also prepared to leave. Before departing, List repeatedly reminded them, "Cousin, don't forget to send your piano scores to me. Don't worry about it." After seeing off his uncle and aunt's family, List returned to Fresh Flower Town. He hadn't been back for several days and there were many affairs waiting to be dealt with. Today was September 12th, and in 2 days, on the 14th, would be the Earl's birthday, so he would have to come back here again. In short, socializing was very time-consuming. By the time he got back to Fresh Flower Town, it was already dark. The Venus flytrap worms and the dragon kua bugs were to be taken to Black Horse Island, where cordyceps would also be settled. He had arranged for people to develop a dragon kua field and a small Venus flytrap field on Black Horse Island when he decided to buy the 2 elf bugs. "My lord, this is a newly discovered mutated corngrass. It looks very strange, its ear is very thick, resembling a stick." Isaiah showed List the new corngrass using the light from a crystal lamp held by a castle servant, clearly pointing out the differences. Originally, corngrass produced multiple ears, with each corngrass growing several of them, although they were very thin with only a few scattered seeds inside. The current ear already resembled the shape of a corn cob, about as thick as a baby's arm and as long as 2 fingers. Unfortunately, it was still not a magic potion, remaining a common plant. List directly said, "Let's call it stick corn. Like valley corn and oil corn, protect their seeds. In the future, plant these types of corn extensively on Black Horse Island. Try to cultivate all the wasteland as much as possible. No matter the growth, reaping even a little was good." After returning to the castle, he carefully observed the corngrass bug and found the little guy to be stable both emotionally and physically, with no signs of change, showing no potential for evolution. Then he checked the rubber bug triplets. Since one of them had shown restlessness once, the triplets had returned to their calm state, moving and feeling emotions in sync, as if they were one entity. They too showed no signs of wanting to evolve. "Do you want to evolve or not?" he muttered to himself. "If you're not evolving, then why are all the recent tasks related to elf bugs associated with you? And why are the related plants mutating every day? The peanut bug, alfalfa bug, tulip bug, millet bug, 2 little wheat bugs, tomato bug, fragrant coconut bug, dragon kua bug, 4 serpent blood fruit bugs, apple bug, barley bug, fig bug, blackberry bug, pea bug, and smoked grass bug, along with the green tea tree bug, were all honestly eating, drinking, and sleeping. Jayla also stayed honestly inside the castle, not going out. It was too hot outside. With both List and Egg not around, after picking on the 8 tiny ones to her heart's content, Jayla had no choice but to lay low. However, she demanded a servant bring her cold water every day so she could soak in it and enjoy the coolness. Woo-ah! It raised its head and looked at List, without moving. Elves have quirky and diverse natures, with the majority not fond of community living, and many elves are naturally not friendly towards humans. It is only after forming a contract with humans that they become emotionally close to their bonded humans. Like Jayla, it was clearly not a sociable elf kin to humans. Its temperament was irritable and domineering, and it was prone to resort to violence at slight provocation, with only List able to tame it. Mr. Elkson had delivered another batch of magic books, swindling List out of more than 10 gold coins. To provide for magicians like Chris Truth, Paris, and Ak, he genuinely spared no expense. Ordinary magicians simply didn't have the financial strength to purchase so many magic books. Nor were they willing to spend so much. It was only List who, with the belief that knowledge is power and science and technology are the primary productive forces, valued books so highly. Mr. Elkson also brought a common light system magic spell, Strong Light Bullet. There are relatively few types of light system magic, and even fewer spell schemes available. Generally, only grand magicians research light system magic. Grand magicians usually don't lack money, and magicians who lack funds generally don't have access to light system magic. Viscount, with my connections, it will be quite difficult to obtain more light system magic. A common light system magic spell for 5 gold coins, and an advanced light system magic spell for 30 gold coins. Mr. Elkson, I am very sincere in my dedication to magic, List said, greatly increasing the price from the original 2 gold coins for common magic and 20 for advanced magic. Mr. Elkson's eyes sparkled with excitement. Rest assured, Viscount, I would run my legs off if I had to, in order to find more light system magic for you. Suckers were hard to find. Willing to spend such a high price on light system magic. While there was indeed an intent to train the Black Dragon child Paris to transition into a light system mage, deep down, List couldn't help but harbor ambition for the light dragon. Not all metal and gemstone dragons, which were highly sought after and protected by various countries, were easy to find, but elemental dragons were the most convenient. He now had clues to 4 dragons. One was the elusive smoke dragon, whose whereabouts and status, alive or dead, were unknown. One was the formless dragon that had left behind a space gem and might visit Fresh Flower Town again to savor the taste of smoked grass. One was the dead fire dragon, whose bones, if revived, might give birth to a new fire dragon. The last one was the light dragon that had turned Paris into a black dragon child, living in Red Maple Mountain in Maple Leaf Duchy, yet to be hunted by dragon's lairs. There were others like the sapphire dragon and white moa iron dragon, but those were dragons with owners and were difficult to obtain. Of course, obtaining the smoke dragon, formless dragon, light dragon, and fire dragon was no less difficult than a pipe dream. At least, he had no idea how to successfully ride a dragon at the moment. The ambition for the 4 dragons was merely a precautionary measure. What difference is there between a person without dreams and salted fish? List's dream was to ride a dragon through the 9 heavens, fearless. After separating out a batch of magic books for Chris Truth, List inquired about the progress on the Pink Pearl research. Viscount, I may not be able to craft it into a magic equipment like the Calming Sea Pearl. The runes and the principle of the magic circle within it are not difficult, but the technical skills required are beyond my capability. I don't possess Mr. Grandini's exquisite crafting skills, Chris said apologetically. It doesn't matter, having Mr. Grandini craft the Calming Sea Pearl is just as well, though it will cost quite a bit more money. By the way, Viscount, I've crafted the Fenhyle Woe shells into the horns you require. Chris handed over a conch shell that looked like a large trumpet. It's quite simple to make this magic equipment, and the effect is excellent. If I blow it here, the entire town can hear it. This is a wonderful thing. If you have spare time, you can craft all the Fenhyle Woe shells into horns, 1 for each ship. We'll call it the conch horn. Chapter 444 Ack picks up an elf bug with the mangrove number and pearl being repaired and officially joining the naval fleet, along with the thorn number. These 3 twin-masted cargo sailboats were now sufficient to meet the shipping requirements between Black Horse Island and Fresh Flower Town. Thus, the Fresh Flower vessel became the exclusive sea vessel for List and the territory officers to travel between the islands, which would dock at Fresh Flower Port when not in use. When needed, it could set sail immediately without having to wait for the ships to return. Upon arriving at Black Horse Island, the port town didn't show much change. The serfs had all been arranged to go and clear fields for farming, as well as to excavate underground volcanic glass. List had required that before all the farmlands on Black Horse Island had been cleared, the extraction of volcanic glass must be completed. Otherwise, once the fields were tilled and sown with crops, it would be difficult to turn the soil over for mining again. In the rubber garden, row upon row of new tender rubber tree saplings were thriving, centered on the rubber tree cordyceps. These were all new varieties continuously propagated by the cordyceps, and the rubber tree cordyceps were still persistently breeding new rubber tree saplings, showing no signs of slowing down. Is it all set to propagate over 100 acres of rubber garden saplings at one go? List looked at the current rubber garden with satisfaction. It felt as if the land wasn't planted with rubber trees, but with fields of gold. After inspecting the rubber garden, he quickly headed to the pasture, recently named the Black Horse Ranch. In Black Horse Ranch, List changed mounts to Lightning and galloped towards the burial ground. At this time, the burial ground was heaped with a great amount of volcanic glass around the 5 revived fire dragon bones. All of them were volcanic glass that had not released fire dragon magic power. After the Earl's birthday is over, I must collect the fire dragon magic power here, and store all of it for any potential necessities, he thought. Now was not the time for this task. After touching the fire dragon bones, which seemed unchanged, he still had no clear idea what these 5 bones were brewing, so he could only leave first. He continued towards the northern part of the island to inspect the green tea garden. Since the green tea bug was introduced, the process of propagating green tea trees became simpler. Direct cuttings of the green tea tree branches were planted in the ground, and influenced by the green tea bug cordyceps, these cuttings easily sprouted and grew into new green tea trees. The reason the world's agriculture was still using the primitive slash-and-burn method was due to elf bugs restricting human exploration of farming ideas. Everyone was accustomed to planting crops rudely under the influence of cordyceps, and for landlords and serfs alike, lands without cordyceps were barren wastelands. List was determined to change all that. Yet he would not be inventing fertilizers. At most he might use some organic fertilizer, which resulted in him being nicknamed barren feces vegetable. I have absolutely no clue how to invent fertilizer, only how to compost, adding a bit of nutrients to the farmland. I know even less about how to create pesticides, and if the crops get sick, I can only wait for them to die. However, I should not overlook another aspect, irrigation, he thought while looking at the small river flowing beside the green tea garden. On Earth, China once experienced a natural disaster period where many people starved to death, but as efforts were concentrated on researching fertilizers and pesticides and constructing extensive irrigation systems, food production increased year by year. Coupled with the introduction of high-quality seeds from abroad, and improvements to seeds by agricultural experts like Li Zhensheng, the food and warmth crisis was finally overcome. Fertilizer, pesticides, irrigation, seeds, in List's view, these were the four means representing a rich harvest. Now with no possibility for fertilizer or pesticides, seed improvement completely relied on elves. The only thing left that his territory could achieve was probably the irrigation works. Once the pioneer mandate arrives, and a new batch of serfs is transported back to Black Horse Island, the first thing to do is to commence comprehensive irrigation to make rational use of the water resources on Black Horse Island, he planned. With that, another item entered his agenda. Indeed, there were so many projects he needed to push forward vigorously. Nearly every industry required a ton of effort to complete. Alas, he dabbled in each industry but did not want to give up and had no manpower to develop further, so he had to struggle to keep them barely alive. If serfs were able to move freely, he believed high welfare would attract a large number of migrants to settle. However, serfs were the private property of the landlords and forbidden to move, while those freemen often did not regard agriculture as work, they were mostly craftsmen. In many places, craftsmen lacked neither food nor drink. They would not be attracted to Fresh Flower Town. At Black Horse Island, he did not stay the night. That very night, he boarded the Fresh Flower vessel to return to Fresh Flower Town. This was because the next day was the Earl's birthday, and he must hurry to Tulip Castle to celebrate his father's birthday. Just as he was preparing to listen to the waves and sleep at sea for the night, suddenly, he heard a familiar horn sound. It was the sea sprite Ake calling him. Based on the tone and length of the horn sound, List understood that Ake had some good news to share with him. Under the current circumstances, of course, they could not meet. So he immediately picked up the horn and blew his response, "Meet tomorrow morning at the Seaview Villa." Sailing through the night, he managed to return to Fresh Flower Port just before dawn, and without going back to the castle, List went straight to the Seaview Villa. There he saw that Ake had already been waiting inside the villa. Her swimming speed was so fast that she had returned here to rest for the night. "Brother, you're back. Ake has wonderful things to share with you," she said. "What kind of wonderful things? Did you catch another pearl?" he asked. "No, not this time," Ake waved her hand from downstairs. Soon, the mangrove miner elf Nami flew up, holding a plump elf bug in her arms. And then stuffed the elf bug into List's hands. Chirp, the elf bug tilted its head, looking at List's pocket. Seeing the elf bug, List's eyes lit up and he immediately took out a peanut nougat candy and handed it to Nami. Chirp, chirp, Nami, holding the peanut nougat candy, happily flew to one side to savor her treat. As he played with the somewhat nervous and anxious dark green elf bug, List asked with surprise, "Ake, what is this elf bug?" "It's a kind of plant that's very long, right around the mangrove forest on Mangrove Island, covering a vast area. Look, brother, I even brought one back," she said, gesturing with her hands to bind a dark green, slightly yellowing long strip-shaped plant with water and sending it into List's hands. Recognizing the familiar shape, List immediately realized, "This is kelp. You actually found a kelp elf bug? Can the ocean also nurture elf bugs? Have you bonded with it already?" I originally planned to catch it for you to bond with, brother, but it sneakily bit Ake, so Ake bonded with it," she replied. "No matter, you bonding with it or me bonding with it makes no difference." Even the sea sprite Ake was considered List's private property, so naturally, he didn't mind who bonded with the kelp elf bug. He was just very surprised. Ocean plants could also give birth to elf bugs, which meant that this kelp bug lived in the ocean. After a closer inspection, he indeed noticed the kelp bug's differences, spotting two gill-like structures at the neck, probably the means by which it survived in the sea. Indeed, elves are full of wonders. List passed the kelp bug back to Ake to put away, and with a painful yet joyful thought he mused, "Kelp is delicious food, and now, my territory will have another specialty." So far, no kelp has been found in the waters surrounding Coral Island. It's just a shame that for now we must let the kelp grow and perish naturally. There's really a shortage of people. Chapter 445 Praise at the birthday banquet. There are also elf bugs in the sea, a significant discovery. List couldn't help but contemplate how to obtain the ocean's elf bug resources. He could swim but not dive, and it was very tough to approach the ocean elf bugs. Moreover, transferring cordyceps into the sea was quite troublesome. Besides, the cordyceps from the deep sea regions might not adapt to the shallow waters. Even if the cordyceps could adapt, the marine plants affected by them couldn't be relocated to coastal waters for cultivation. It would be a futile effort as these were marine plants that required certain habitats. The current situation. Even as an elite Earth Knight known for consuming potions, he could not conquer the ocean. But Sea Sprite could do it, as she was a spirit of the ocean itself. She could easily contract any elf bug in the sea and move the cordyceps at will. As for his relationship with Ake, List was never worried since they had an inseparable bond of kinship. If he had to be wary of and distrust even Ake, life would be far too exhausting. Of course. For elf bugs that List could contract, he still wanted to do it himself, Ake, to manage the elf bugs more easily. From now on, when you find elf bugs in the shallow waters, be careful not to contract them. Leave them for me to contract, to fully utilize the elf bug's potential. Ake understands. Also, when you play in the ocean, remember to pay extra attention to the various seaweeds. If you spot elf bugs, you must not let them slip away. Since discovering the elf bugs in the ocean, List had decided to heavily invest in Ake's development. In the future, he could rule the skies and the earth of his domain, and Ake would assist him in dominating the ocean. For the Earl's birthday, List also gifted a black pearl, though it was only the size of a sea bowl. With the discovery of the black tridacna and Fenhilwo colonies, black pearls and pink pearls were no longer rare items. In fact, the black pearl, due to its abundant numbers, had significantly depreciated in List size. Now, he was only interested in black pearls larger than a basketball. Because a basketball-sized black pearl, when made into a calming wind pearl, could disperse all wind attribute magic power within a 100-meter radius, perfectly sheltering a sea vessel. Smaller, and it wouldn't cover a ship sufficiently, naturally decreasing its value. Hence, aside from giving the Levi's couple a basketball-sized black pearl for their wedding, he chose to give black pearls of sea bowl size or smaller for other festive gifts. Even more so, he had decided to recognize the black pearl as a commodity for external sale, to increase his domain's financial revenue. Smaller black pearls and pink pearls can be sold. The pearls capable of making calming wind pearls and calming water pearls must be kept as strategic resources. But the names calming wind pearl and calming water pearl seem a bit lengthy. It might be better to simply call them calming wind pearl and water calming pearl. A calming wind pearl and a water calming pearl, along with a dragon bone stabilizer, together composed the calming sea set. Noon was time for a family banquet. So no followers came. The Earl sat at the head of the table, with Lady Marie on his right side. Lady Penelope sat in the middle of the long table, with Levi's and Loria sitting in the center on the other side. Next to them was Loria's sister, Rona Sally, who would spend some time at Tulip Castle with her sister and was not in a hurry to return. Levira and List sat at the other end of the long table. The noble banquet did not have a strict seating arrangement, aside from the host taking the seat of honor and nobles of equal rank sitting at the same table. Other than that, there weren't many particularities. In fact, at a buffet, there weren't even designated seats. Everyone ate wherever they felt comfortable. After all, everyone was a landlord with only a nominal colleague relationship. In most countries, including the Duchy of Sapphire, there wasn't centralized power but rather a feudal distribution of territory. Regardless of the size of the territory, unless it was a relationship between a lord and his followers, there were no entanglements between them, hence there was no need to be too concerned about the disparities in their statuses. For instance, Marquis Roderick of Golden Island, one of the 6 marquises of the Grand Duchy, would be greeted by List, but nothing more than a nod was necessary. He owed his allegiance solely to Earl Lee William. As List attended more banquets, he became increasingly accustomed to this system and its rules, gradually shedding his bureaucratic mindset. He wouldn't go weak at the knees just because the other party was a marquis, nor would he think he could boss someone around just because they were merely an honored knight. The rights of nobles were confined to their own territories. Having been busy with overseas endeavors for many years, birthdays were seldom celebrated, and since Lytton's birth, the family hadn't added any new tableware. The Earl raised his glass and said with a smile, "Now that Levi's has married Loria, the Tulip family's dining table can finally be adorned with a new set of tableware. My hope is to add a second set as soon as possible. In fact, I wish to have more tableware each year than the year before." The second set of tableware naturally meant for Levi's and Loria to hurry and have children. Even though the monogamy limited the number of nobles' offspring, the nobles still hoped to have numerous descendants to carry on the family lineage. "Father, Loria and I will work hard to provide the family with more children," Levi's raised his glass and casually responded. "It is your duty, not just to be taken lightly but to be treated as something even more important than seizing glory on the battlefield. After advising the Levi's couple, the Earl turned to Livia. "My daughter, you are already 20 years old. You have your own thoughts, and I shall not interfere. However, I hope that you will take action soon, attend more social balls, meet more young nobles, and select a suitable partner." "Of course, I understand," Livia replied. Having spoken to Livia, it was then List's turn. The Earl picked up his glass but pondered for a long time before saying, "List, I am quite satisfied with everything about you. You are the son of glory of the Tulip family, steady, smart, brave, with great vision. All the virtues of a knight can be found in you. I am just a bit luckier than others and a bit more thoughtful," List said modestly. "Luck is part of a knight's strength in itself. Let's drink to that." The Earl tilted his head back and finished the wine in his glass. List also finished the wine in his glass. Finally, the Earl's gaze fell upon his youngest son Lidon and he gave him a series of wishes. As the half-brother of the three siblings from different mothers, Lidon had grown up under the protection of the Earl and Lady Marie. Gifted and at the age of 13 this year, he looked set to break through to become an Earth Knight soon. Such talent posed a pressure on the three siblings. Especially Levi's, who felt the greatest pressure. Many resources of the Tulip family were devoted to Lidon, which made Levi's, the legitimate eldest son and heir of the family, quite dissatisfied. List's predecessor had once been very jealous of Lidon's talents. But the current List was rather indifferent to Lidon. He harbored a hidden estrangement even towards his full siblings, Levi's and Livia, let alone Lidon, a half-brother. He maintained a relationship where they did not encroach on each other's affairs. He neither suppressed nor paid much attention to him. His gaze was fixed on the vast future, with no place for Lidon in his vision. Chapter 446 The Dawn of Glassmaking at the Earl's birthday party. The most unexpected thing for Lee was the restoration of a tepid relationship with Rona Sally Goldenwheat. Perhaps this is the instinctive way of behaving for nobles, passions having faded, returning to their respective life tracks. Without interference with each other. Apart from some reflections, he didn't have many other thoughts, and took a short rest in the afternoon before returning to Freshflower Town. With myriad duties on his land, the absence of its backbone always instilled unease. However, upon returning to his territory, he found no urgent matters awaiting him. So he went straight to the burial ground on Black Horse Island to extract Fire Dragon magic power. Filling Fire Dragon bones with magic power could be helped by his knights, but extracting Fire Dragon magic power and infusing it into Fire Dragon jars had to be done by him alone, as only he possessed the G-secret technique, the Eye of Magic. Once he became skilled at the craft, the speed at which he could fill jars with Fire Dragon magic power increased. He could extract about 4 tons of volcanic glass a day, filling nearly 8 Fire Dragon jars. After extracting the Fire Dragon magic power, the volcanic glass was immediately sent to the newly built crystal workshop in the port town, where the crystal craftsman Brad carved vessels. Volcanic glass is not as hard as crystal, but it is much harder than glass, and its translucency is not bad, making it suitable for making glass vessels. Water glasses, wine glasses, teacups, teapots, wine bottles, glassware, test tubes, and small bottles for storing magic potions, all these vessels were not for sale. The reason is simple: volcanic glass has a blocking effect on Fire Dragon magic power, which led him to guess that this material might also block other dragons' magic power. Then its value would be incalculable. In his spare time, Lee also went to the smithy to fetch a blacksmith's furnace, bellows, and charcoal for high-temperature experiments. As he remembered, glass could be melted and blown repeatedly. So he wanted to melt down the remnants produced when Brad carved the volcanic glass to reuse them by shaping into other forms. Charcoal burned in the blacksmith's furnace, with servants continuously pumping the bellows to stoke the coals into a roaring flame. The volcanic glass was placed inside the furnace in an iron container and heated. He was not sure about the melting point or softening point of glass, but if it was higher than that of iron, the experiment would certainly fail. Fortunately, the volcanic glass began to melt as soon as the iron container started to glow red. It quickly melted into a bright, soft substance. Lee instructed the servant operating the furnace to pour this mass of volcanic glass onto another red-hot iron plate. He then had one of the retainer knights insert an iron tube into the soft glass and blow hard. The knight had strong lungs, and with a gentle blow, the soft glass began to expand. Once it expanded into a sphere shape, Lee asked him to stop and pull out the iron tube. After slightly processing the bottle's mouth, an ugly glass bottle was freshly made. Then a master from the Fire Dragon brick factory came to help complete the annealing process. Annealing was a technique discovered by the workers of Fire Dragon brick factory, who had used water spraying after brick firing for faster cooling in the past. However, bricks splashed with water tended to shatter. Encouraged by the rewards from Lord Landlord, The workers, after much trial and error, found the proper annealing procedure, greatly reducing the fragility of the fired products. 10 workers were awarded 10 silver coins each for this discovery and became the first masters of the Fire Dragon brick factory. They were upgraded from mere workers to qualified craftsmen. Since volcanic glass was a new product, the master did not know the appropriate temperature for annealing and had to explore slowly. After the cooling of the volcanic glass, he took the initiative to report to List. "Lord Landlord, there is something I wonder if you'd like to know." "Speak." List always encouraged his people to discover new things. The master craftsman was not old, around 20 years of age, and his name was Test, a serf from the Eagle Kingdom. "You know that the Fire Dragon brick factory is always looking for new materials to calcine. Once, a serf from the Thorn Caravan brought a kind of yellowish-white rock that felt a bit transparent when held up to the light." Seeing that List was listening earnestly, Test said, both nervous and hopeful, "So I threw this type of rock into the kiln to calcine, but it was very strange. It melted into a puddle very quickly, and when I took it out, it had changed into something else. Just like the volcanic glass you asked me to anneal, only much cloudier." List's eyebrows raised. "Like volcanic glass?" "Yes, it was also soft and soon solidified, and it was somewhat transparent. I showed it to the master craftsman at the brick factory, and nobody could figure out what use it had, and it broke apart quite soon after, so we assessed it was not suitable for calcination and abandoned this type of rock," Test explained. His words greatly stirred List. If he was not mistaken, the substance that Test had calcined was the glass he had long anticipated, primitive glass made from quartz. The stone brought by the serf from the Thorn Caravan was definitely the raw material for glass, quartz. List had once searched for quartz and had tried calcining all sorts of stones and soil from his territory in the kilns of the Fire Dragon brick factory, but never succeeded in making glass. He vaguely remembered that seaside sand could be used to make glass, but the results had been disappointing. Glass did not emerge from the sand after calcination. The beach's sand here seemed to be the remains of ancient coral reefs weathered over time. Unexpectedly, the rock brought from foreign lands could potentially be quartz ore, and List immediately issued an order for Galtai to take charge. "Consultant Galtai, what you need to do is to purchase a batch of the type of rock mentioned by Test, then cooperate with the forging glass experiment. Remember confidentiality." "Lord, can this kind of stone really be calcined into glass, just like the cups you made from volcanic glass?" Galtai was very skeptical. "Whether it is or isn't, we will decide after the experiment." The potential discovery of quartz filled List with great joy. He could already imagine how glass, as the specialty of Black Horse Island, would amass fortune in the future. In an era where crystals were expensive, minor nobles would definitely find it hard to resist the allure of glassware. Of course. Before confirming that the rock was indeed quartz, List did not get carried away. He continued his volcanic glass experiment. He needed to verify that the volcanic glass, once recalcitrant, still had the effect of blocking the magic power of the Fire Dragon. The Dragon Fire syringe drew a little bit of Fire Dragon magic power. Injected into the new Fire Dragon bottle, he quickly found that the Fire Dragon magic power still assumed a magic form, flowing quietly within the Fire Dragon bottle without any leak. This proved that the volcanic glass's ability to block the magic power of dragons did not change with the melting and reshaping process. So it seems the volcanic glass from Black Horse Island indeed has significant strategic value and is very likely to help me subdue dragons, thereby achieving the great endeavor of dragon riding, he thought to himself, pleased. Chapter 447 The Powerful Effects of Dragon Coup Auxiliary Medicine. He allocated a ton of volcanic glass and handed it over to the master craftsman at the Fire Dragon brick factory to conduct glass blowing experiments. This was a highly technical craft that required constant exploration and refinement to blow suitable glassware. At the same time, the skill of glass blowing also required repeated practice to cultivate truly qualified glass craftsmen. Moreover, glass manufacturing might sound simple, but producing flawless and transparent glass was not an easy task, and it was likely to require a long period of exploration. At least in the short term, glass would not be able to compete with crystal, even crystal that had been drained of magic power. List himself stayed on Black Horse Island, extracting Fire Dragon magic power. The master craftsman at the Fire Dragon brick factory blew a very large volcanic glass bottle, which was translucent and had an apparent quality of real glass. Of course, there was still a fundamental difference between volcanic glass and regular glass. This was just a glass-like substance. Glass is fragile, but volcanic glass is not easily broken, and its stress tolerance is much greater than that of ordinary glass. With this large volcanic glass bottle, his efficiency in extracting Fire Dragon magic power was further accelerated. He fixed the volcanic glass bottle in place, inserted a volcanic glass tube into its mouth, broke the bubbles in the volcanic glass ore, and immediately fitted it onto the volcanic glass tube. With a gentle blow, the fire dragon magic power naturally squeezed into the volcanic glass bottle. Once overflowing with fire dragon magic power, he would then extract it into fire dragon jars. The efficiency improved more than twofold. While he was happily harvesting fire dragon magic power on Black Horse Island, Chris sent a letter from Fresh Flower Town, accompanied by a batch of magic potions. Upon opening the letter and reading it, he quickly lit up. Because among these magic potions, there finally appeared a magic potion made from the auxiliary medicine variety Dragon Hollyhock, Dragon Ku Auxiliary Medicine. This was the 5th type of magic power potion produced on the estate, following the Flame Magic Potion, Thorn Magic Potion, Ice Fire Magic Potion, Ice Snow Flame Mushrooms, and Dark Magic Medicine, Black Tulip. Of course. Currently, Ice Snow Flame Mushrooms could not be cultivated, so the Ice Fire Magic Potion could not be used for the time being. Black Tulip was supplied to Levi's, and production of the Dark Magic Medicine had also ceased. Only the Flame Magic Potion and Thorn Magic Potion were essential for List's regular potion consumption. There were only 5 vials of Dragon Ku Auxiliary Medicine. The auxiliary medicine variety Dragon Hollyhock had not yet fully matured, and currently, only some fully matured auxiliary medicine Dragon Mallow was harvested, leaving seeds to be sown in the Dragon Ku field on Black Horse Island. The rest of the plants were all used to extract Dragon Ku auxiliary medicine, barely yielding 5 vials of it. He adjusted his mental state and took out paper and pen. List began his potion consumption, first tasting the effects of the Dragon Ku auxiliary medicine alone. After the magic potion was ingested, he could soon feel a surge of magic power rising from within his body. However, compared to any other magic potion, the rise of magic power from Dragon Ku auxiliary medicine was slower. It was like a small stream, flowing gently and persistently. It moistened the meridians where chi circulated, bit by bit, and felt very comfortable. However, it could not help List to break through and expand the total volume of chi within his body. It was too soft and only made one feel drowsy, without the ability to muster the strength for a breakthrough. A very strange magic potion. If taken alone, it basically has no effect. Perhaps the meaning of auxiliary is that it must be combined with other magic potions to explode with effect, and cannot be chosen as a standalone option for consumption? This situation had not exceeded List's expectations. The smoke mission had already suggested that Dragon Hollyhock was an auxiliary magic potion variety. After carefully experiencing the effect of the Dragon Ku auxiliary medicine, he quickly took out a vial of flame magic potion and drank it down swiftly. In an instant, fierce flames ignited in his abdomen, and violent chi charged towards his limbs and bones, increasing the total amount of chi in his body. This was the expected behavior of the flame magic potion. However, the next moment he suddenly understood why Dragon Ku auxiliary medicine belonged to the category of auxiliary magic potions. The flame magic potion, which should have ceased its violent reactions at this point, seemed to undergo some kind of combination reaction with the Dragon Ku auxiliary medicine, causing the flame magic potion to explode with even more ferocity. Wave after wave surged through List's chi meridians. This sensation was just like the first time he consumed the flame magic potion, an uncontrollable upheaval, heat welling up in his body. Only by executing a rigorous set of fire dragon drill was he able to settle the tumultuous chi within himself. Afterward, he gained new insights into the Dragon Ku auxiliary medicine. It hadn't been completely consumed, even after the flame magic potion had fully integrated into his body. The Dragon Ku auxiliary medicine continued to release a steady stream, repairing the minor damage to the meridians caused by the earlier chi impacts. It felt as if he was soaking in a hot spring. So comfortable that he wanted to moan out loud. After approximately 20 minutes, the effects of the Dragon Ku auxiliary medicine finally subsided. He closed his eyes to carefully savor his body's current state and came to a conclusion. The Dragon Ku auxiliary medicine had tripled the effects of the flame magic potion and had reduced the side effects to virtually negligible levels. Very strong. The value of the Dragon Ku auxiliary medicine exceeds that of these magic potions by a large margin, List exclaimed with excitement, clenching his fist. If the value of the Dragon Ku auxiliary medicine was 1 gold coin, and the value of the flame magic potion was also 1 gold coin, then the combination of the Dragon Ku auxiliary medicine with the flame magic potion equated to the effects of 3 flame magic potions. In other words, spending 2 gold coins yielded the value of 3 gold coins. Considering that consuming 3 flame magic potions would damage the meridians, while the auxiliary magic medicine concurrently repaired them, the total value was even equivalent to 4 gold coins. The value could be roughly calculated as such. In short, the value of the Dragon Ku auxiliary medicine was 3 times that of the flame magic potion, so naturally, its price could be set at 3 times higher, or even 10 times as much. And the knights in need of magic potions would flock to it. Everyone would appreciate the effects of combining the Dragon Ku auxiliary medicine with a regular magic potion, as it could significantly save time, Using the combination 1 equaled using the flame magic potion alone 4 times. Of course, I won't be selling the Dragon Ku auxiliary medicine for now, it needs to serve me first. With a radiant smile, List said, taking over Viscount Jonas's Dragon Ku bugs was indeed a wise decision. Who would have thought the Dragon Ku auxiliary medicine could be so potent? Subsequently, he continued testing the effects of combining the Dragon Ku auxiliary medicine with the Thorn magic potion and reached a similar conclusion. It could also enhance the effect by 3 times and continue to repair meridians. Given my current physical condition, I could probably withstand a combination of Dragon Ku auxiliary medicine and flame magic potion once, as well as 2 combinations of Dragon Ku auxiliary medicine and Thorn magic potion. Before, I could only drink 1 flame magic potion and 1 Thorn magic potion per day. This is 4.5 times more efficient than my previous drug-taking routine. Now, taking drugs for 1 day was equivalent to 4.5 days before. Once I find the optimal method for drug taking, I fear this efficiency could increase to the point where 1 day now surpasses 5 or even 6 days before, a truly meteoric ascent. Continuing to consume drugs in such an unbroken manner, he had a premonition that he might become a Sky Knight within the year. Originally, he had set his goal to reach the skies by the age of 20, he was 17 now, with less than 3 years until 20. If the efficiency of taking drugs increased by 5 to 6 times, naturally, the time required would shorten to within a year, or even half a year, making him a Sky Knight before the age of 18. Phew. I must plant auxiliary medicine dragon mallow over more than 200 acres, and moreover, I need to continue purchasing Dragon Ku bugs from outside. Not only do the elite Earth Knights need to consume drugs, but the Sky Knights do as well. As long as there's training day by day, there is no escaping from drug consumption. The more auxiliary medicine dragon mallow, the better. Chapter 448 Collapsed Sinkhole at the Burial Ground September 21st. It had been 9 days since Levi's wedding. After extracting all the fire dragon magic power on Black Horse Island, List took a ship back to Fresh Flower Town, preparing to spend a leisurely life in Fresh Flower Town. It was mostly to prepare for the upcoming Pioneer Mandate. Soon after the Earl's birthday, he would head to the court to attend the Grand Duke's followers' meeting to officially discuss this year's Pioneer Mandate. The footsteps of war were approaching. List, who had already decided to go to battle for the 2nd time, was not nervous, only excited. He was excited for the impending military achievements, for setting foot in new lands, and for the plunder of population and resources. It was hard to imagine that he, who once loved peace, would become someone yearning for war. Perhaps he was also scared of poverty. Not long after returning to Fresh Flower Town, a knight from Tulip Castle galloped over and delivered a package. The package, which had been sent from Red Crab Island, contained several piano scores. Miyabuo had indeed sent his treasured piano scores that he had collected over the years to List, along with a book on his own experience of playing the piano. When he received the piano scores, the smoke mission also immediately changed. The mission has changed. As expected, after receiving the reward in advance, the smoke mission automatically changed. The new Serpent script quickly coalesced. Mission: the Craftsman A test from the Fire Dragon Brick Factory has revealed clues to quartz mines, showing you a glimmer of hope in glassmaking. Please explore how quartz mines can be used to make glass, and successfully craft an ordinary glass product. Reward: collapsed sinkhole. Collapsed sinkhole. What kind of reward is this? List looked at the Smoke Serpent script's reward content, puzzled. It seemed that a sinkhole was about to collapse and reveal itself in a corner of his domain. Speaking of sinkholes, there are many sinkholes on Earth, often appearing very mysterious. List had watched a documentary where they talked about the formation of sinkholes, usually related to underground rivers. In karst areas, the underground rivers continuously erode the surface to form caves, and after multiple collapses of the cave ceiling, sinkholes form. It seems that Fresh Flower Town has no connection to karst landforms, and Black Horse Island is irrelevant to karst landforms as well. List's geographic knowledge was not good. He only knew that karst landforms, also known as karst topography, are related to caves, underground rivers, stalactites, and sinkholes. But these landforms were not present on Coral Island or Black Horse Island. So he couldn't figure out how this collapsed sinkhole was going to appear on his land, and he could only wait. Fortunately, the wait was not long. The Thorn caravan had already brought in a large number of yellow-white stones. These stones came from the Viscount Jonas's territory of Serpent Spear City. There was a low hill around Serpent Spear City, all made of this kind of stone. Whether or not it was quartz, a test would tell. List, having nothing else to do at the time, went back to Black Horse Island by ship and observed the workers at the Fire Dragon Brick Factory burning these stones. Through the eye of Magic's vision, the magic little fire dragon continuously blasted onto the stones, quickly burning away the impurities within them. Then the remaining part began to soften and melt, eventually forming blobs of liquid resembling sunlight. Calling it a liquid wasn't quite accurate, it was a soft semi-fluid, like a piece of Play-Doh. When the temperature is not too high, this kind of stone only softens, then melts, and finally becomes a true liquid, a test explained. However, liquid isn't suitable for blowing glass objects, so we start blowing them when they become soft. They had already been using volcanic glass, painstakingly forging the craft of glass blowing. Seeing the stones melt into a fiery mass, they immediately scooped out this semi-fluid, inserted it into an iron pipe, and began to blow air into it. They even used special high-temperature resistant beast skin gloves to knead the glowing mass of molten glass. A world filled with magic power often imparted unique properties to many materials. The gloves that List distributed to the craftsmen were made from the hide of a magical beast, able to withstand temperatures of several hundred degrees. Originally they were intended to prevent burns during brick firing, but now they were being used to make glass. As the craftsmen kneaded and worked the material, the blob that had initially been blown into a ball gradually turned into a cylindrical jar. With the help of a bellows to blow and cool it down, a glass jar with some colorful patterns quickly came into being, not entirely pure, but very clear. Indeed, this ore is quartz, capable of being made into glass. The quality isn't very high, both the craftsmanship and the raw materials need to be improved. The glass jars were uneven in thickness, asymmetrical in shape, and their colors were messy, and even their hardness could not be guaranteed. List only played with a glass jar for a little while before accidentally breaking it, probably due to uneven stress distribution during cooling. Regardless, glass had been born in his hands, and that exquisite clarity was sure to set off a trend in this world, bringing a steady stream of wealth to the territory. But before selling glass products abroad, they would need further improvements in the process and mass training of the workers. The process of making a finished glass product was complicated, and relying on just the few craftsmen from the Fire Dragon brick factory was severely insufficient. Just as he was about to personally blow a presentable glass piece, a retainer knight hurried over to report, "My lord, an accident has occurred at the burial ground. Serfs were stacking volcanic glass ore when the ground in the center of those 5 large bones suddenly collapsed, revealing a huge pit. 4 serfs have fallen into the hole." A pit? List had to interrupt his plan to blow glass himself and head to the burial ground. He had already understood that this was a reward from the smoke mission, the collapsed sinkhole. On the way, he summoned the smoke mission, complete the mission, reward collapsed sinkhole. Then, a new mission was released. Mission: the collapsed sinkhole has exposed the bases of 5 reviving dragon bones, and something seems to be brewing. As a member of the magic goat family, Virginia Truth may have the clues you need. Reward: a fire seed composed of magic power. The collapsed sinkhole exposes the bases of 5 dragon bones. It seems that this is another part of a series of connected missions about fire dragons. Virginia Truth. I'll ask her later. But what is this reward, a fire seed composed of magic power? What does it mean, or what is it? In the midst of his thoughts, he had arrived at the burial ground. Many people were gathered around the 5 fire dragon bones, discussing animatedly. When they saw List arrive, the official overseeing the work immediately dispersed the serfs and welcomed List. What happened? What's down in the pit? Have the fallen serfs been rescued? List asked as he walked. My lord, 4 serfs fell down, 3 are dead, only Sean is still alive. But his leg is broken, and he lies on a pile of stones at the bottom of the pit. We are looking for ropes to get him out. As for what's down there, we're not yet sure, the pit is very dark. Soon. Approaching the edge of the collapsed sinkhole, List looked carefully. The opening was not very large, at most 100 square meters in a circle. Standing at the edge of the hole and peering down, it was pitch black and hard to see, but he could hear the serfs' cries and Sean's moaning from below. Chapter 449 Dragon Bone Magic Array. While waiting for the rope, List carefully inquired about the situation at the bottom of the collapsed sinkhole from the serf Sean. Serf Sean had already grown accustomed to the dark environment, claiming that the bottom of the pit was spacious without any underground rivers and seemed to have large pillars around it. There were no wild beasts or poisonous gases. From List's visual estimate, the bottom of the pit was about 30 meters deep. Because the sun could not shine directly, the light was very dim. It didn't take long for someone to bring the rope, and after piecing it together, it was finally long enough to reach the bottom of the pit. 2 retainer knights were sent down first, carrying crystal lamps. By the time they hauled up the serf Sean, tethered to the rope, the 2 retainer knights had already reported back about the bottom of the pit. My lord, the pit is strange, with many passages that lead outward in all directions. At the bottom of this hole, there seem to be the lower halves of 5 big bones, sticking into the hole. Danger ruled out. Unable to hear the retainer knight's description clearly, List personally went down to investigate. Upon reaching the sinkhole's bottom, with the aid of the light from the crystal lamps, He finally saw the pit's structure, a typical lava cave and tunnel formation, with a massive cavern at the bottom surrounded by countless tunnels leading deeper underground. At the top of the cavern, 5 fire dragon bones were embedded. These 5 fire dragon bones formed an irregular bladed shape on the surface above. List had thought that dragon bones were straight, but the bones piercing into the cavern delineated the complete shape of the dragon skeleton, the structure of curved ribs. These 5 dragon bones must be the ribs of a fire dragon, and the tips of the ribs seem to point towards a central point. The distance between them is more or less the same, about 10 meters apart on average, he surmised. He moved around the cavern, walking to the middle of where the tips of the 5 dragon bones converged. The Eye of Magic revealed no trace of magic power. Where went the fire dragon magic power eye infused before? Could it be stored within the dragon bones? He touched the dragon bone. The dragon bones in the cavern seemed fresher than those on the surface, more like bone than rock. With no clear idea in hand, he began to explore the surrounding lava tunnels. However, these tunnels were impassable, becoming narrower and narrower until they closed off. It feels as if Black Horse Island's original volcano specifically created this cavern during an eruption of magma. He returned to the center of the cavern and instructed the 2 retainer knights to leave, return to the surface and disperse all the onlookers around here, seal off the burial ground. I want to continue my research down here for a while. Yes, my lord. The retainer knights left. List quickly took out the soul storage vessel and poured out the soul state of Virginia Truth. Ah, I've had a long nap. Hello, Viscount List, I am pleased to meet you again. Virginia stretched and greeted before realizing she wasn't in the library. Huh, where is this? A cavern underground. And what are those 5 pillars? She squinted her eyes. In his heart, List was weighing his options. Following the instructions of the smoke mission, Virginia seemed to hold clues about the dragon, and he didn't know whether he should share the secrets of the fire dragon bones with her. After a moment, he decided to reveal the truth. After all, Virginia was completely under his control. Virginia, what you see are not mere stone pillars, but the remnants of fire dragon bones. Ah! Virginia exclaimed in surprise, the remnants of fire dragon bones? Yes, this is a secret I have discovered. Countless years ago, a fire dragon fell here, and its carcass decayed, leaving only these 5 bones. They form a formation that seems to contain a special power. Do you have any insights or ideas on this? I have too little information, Viscount List. Would you be able to help me examine these dragon bones closely? What do you wish to observe? Virginia, in the form of smoke and light, slowly entwined one of the dragon bones, trying to touch it, but was unable to. I want to know if these dragon bones still retain the fire dragon's magic power. My family's generations of magicians all like to study dragons and dragon beasts, and they believe that dragons do not decay. But this fire dragon has clearly decayed, leaving only 5 bones behind, probably 5 ribs that still exist. I don't know, maybe, the dragon has laid down the secret of reincarnation? Virginia shook her head and said, some believe that the Valley of Dragons is where dragons die and become reborn, where they complete a cycle of reincarnation. But I don't know what dragons that die outside of the Valley of Dragons are like. Reincarnation. List wanted to reject this notion, but in his heart, he was very eager. Wouldn't it be wonderful for the fire dragon to reincarnate as a little fire dragon after its death? So, do you think these 5 dragon bones are the dot props for the fire dragon's prepared reincarnation? I don't know, it's just speculation. Wait a moment. Liz turned and walked to the entrance of the pit, calling out, Philip, has the burial ground been cleared of all unrelated personnel? They have all been expelled, sir. If there's any commotion next, you don't need to be alarmed. Yes, sir. After giving instructions to his retainer knights, he took out a bone hammer and began to strike the dragon bone. With the rhythm of the hammering, blood-red magic power patterns quickly flashed across the surface of the dragon bone as seen through the Eye of Magic. In normal vision, the dragon bones didn't change much, but any knight or magician would likely sense the magic power rippling over them. Although Virginia was in a soul state, she could still feel the presence of magic power. She looked at the dragon bones in amazement, closely examining the position of the 5 dragon bones. Something seemed to stir in her gaze. How about it, Virginia, do you see anything? List had been watching her expression and asked at the first moment. Viscount List, I don't know if my speculation is correct, but I feel that these 5 dragon bones seem to be arranged into a magic array. Magic array? Magicians need great talent to practice, and our magic goat family cannot produce a genius every generation. But the reason we can pass on the magic through generations relies more on using a special magic power convergence magic array to assist mediocre apprentices in learning magic. I became a magician by relying on this convergence of magic power. In her life, Virginia was just an ordinary magician. Her talent was average, understandable. List asked, then, What kind of magic array are these 5 dragon bones arranged into? It's the magic power convergence magic array I mentioned. Its principle is somewhat similar, but I don't know the specific situation as I can no longer observe the arrangement of runes within the magic array. I speculate that the part of the dragon bone exposed on the ground surface can absorb free-floating magic power, and then converge it together through the dragon bones inside the pit. Can it be started again? Based on the information you've provided, the dragon bones have existed for thousands or tens of thousands of years, and they probably lost the possibility of starting long ago. However, the emergence of magic power on the surface of the dragon bone just now proves that it still has a trace of vitality. Perhaps one day, it can indeed gather enough magic power to once again coalesce into a fire dragon. Can dragons reincarnate? It's hard to say. Are dragons made of magic power? Difficult to ascertain. Can the dragon bone magic array still be used? There's no guarantee. But List, trusting his belief in the smoke mission, felt he should try once more. I have collected a great deal of fire dragon magic power, perhaps I should pour it all into the dragon bones, allowing them to converge and incubate. In case of failure, I shall find a way to shatter the dragon bones and reclaim the fire dragon magic power. Chapter 450 The Burning Heart. Many times, List was an ordinary person who liked to dream about the future but had no long-term plan. He was a bit like the monkey in primary school language textbooks, picking up sesame seeds while losing the watermelon. Of course, he wouldn't actually do something as foolish as losing a watermelon, but he continuously picked up things along the way, wanting to collect everything. The number of projects underway in his territory was incredibly large, almost more than those of the Earl's Coral Island domain, but the problem was that none of the industries were seriously developed. They all started off well but were then left to the side, maintaining a state just above decline. Admittedly, this was because he was poor and didn't have the manpower to develop them, and it also had to do with his lack of long-term planning and not knowing how to prioritize the distribution of industries. Plus, he liked to find new projects but lacked the patience to perfect them, leading to the current situation. Despite holding good cards in his hand, he couldn't put together a winning combination. However, List also had virtues in his character, being content with his lot and able to quickly adapt to new environments, diligent and hardworking, mainly when it came to practicing Qi and taking medicine, standing by his convictions, never turning back until he hit a wall, and bravely moving forward, immediately acting once he'd made up his mind. For instance, right now, he fully exhibited his character of bravely moving forward and standing by his convictions. He released all of the recently extracted large quantity of fire dragon magic power, watching them being continuously devoured by the fire dragon bones. Even though his heart was bleeding, there was no hesitation in his actions. Just do it. I refuse to believe I can't conjure a little fire dragon. With each jar of fire dragon magic power poured out, the fire dragon bones seemed to be bottomless pits, endlessly consuming the fire dragon magic power. On the ground, the retainer knights broke open bubbles in the newly mined volcanic glass, also releasing fire dragon magic power, allowing the 5 dragon bones to greedily absorb it. The collection took nearly a week. The release took only a short 2 hours. All the fire dragon magic power was depleted. The so-called dragon bone magic array still had not condensed the seed of magic that he had imagined. This was part of the smoke mission reward content, and List believed it had a significant connection to the little fire dragon, likely being the seed that nurtured the little fire dragon. The function of the dragon bone magic array was probably to condense such a kind of fire seed. The smoke mission is not yet complete, which indicates the fire dragon magic power is still insufficient, List said, taking out a bone hammer and forcefully striking the fire dragon bones. Nearly every hit made the crimson magical filaments densely appear. The fire dragon bones seemed to catch fire, becoming 5 towering pillars of flames, a magnificent sight. However, the flame never rose, and the magic filaments remained just that. But, it's still missing something. Keep mining the volcanic glass. List, while commanding his subordinates to continue mining the volcanic glass, called upon Virginia Truth and explained his actions in detail, handing over almost all the fire dragon magic power in hopes of getting useful clues, since the smoke mission hinted that Virginia held the clues. Virginia walked around the dragon bones, pondering deeply, and she too could not come up with any explanations. Viscount List, when I was alive, I was just an ordinary magician, working in the family on dragon bone stabilizers, mainly following the orders of the Grand Magician. List was not satisfied. Think harder. She sighed. I don't want to bring it up, but if my sister, Curtis Truth, were still here, she would definitely know what's going on with these 5 dragon bones, as she was most passionate about researching dragons. Curtis? An idea flashed sharply through List's mind. Curtis has passed away, but she left behind a relic. Yes, she left behind a book, to Prince Anuet, Curtis Truth. He dismissed Virginia. Quickly, he took out this book of magic notes and began flipping through it, trying to find useful information. However, the entire book documented a large number of experiments for creating liches and researching ghost ships, but did not mention any information about dragons. He closed the notebook. List furrowed his brow. There is no information about dragons in the book, and Virginia has no further clues. Is there really no other way than to keep adding fire dragon magic power? I always feel that there's already enough magic power within the fire dragon bones, it just lacks a little something. What was missing? As his gaze swept over the cover of the magic notes, suddenly, a flash of insight struck him, a realization dawned on him. I know. What's missing is a soul. The magic array can no doubt gather fire dragon magic power and use it as fuel to condense the magic fire seed, even nurture a little fire dragon. But it lacked a soul. Matter, spirit, magic power, these are the three foundations that make up the world in the magician's cognition. Now the dragon bone magic array had magic power and the dragon bones as a material basis, only lacking spiritual support. Legend has it that a dragon's soul resides in its teeth, but List couldn't find any fire dragon's teeth. But he remembered. In his gemstone space, he had several items related to souls, the sapphire dragon ship figurehead, the goat head flag, and the soul-submerged wood. All existed between reality and illusion. Can these things, through the dragon bone magic array, condense out a soul? He decided to give it a try, taking out a piece of soul-submerged wood first. The soul-submerged wood was intact in the gemstone space. As soon as it was taken out, it immediately began to tremble and collapse as though it had never existed. However, after List activated his eye of magic, he noticed a faint stream of magic power flowing through the air into the fire dragon bones. It really works. The dragon bone magic array can absorb this kind of material. The soul-submerged wood is a material made from the souls of an entire ship's crew sacrificed by Curtis the Truth, and it is closely related to the soul. Next. He kept taking out soul-submerged wood. All materials were devoured by the fire dragon bones. When he hammered the bones again, he felt clearly that when the magic silk threads appeared, they seemed to have an added liveliness, but they were still not at their limit. They couldn't converge into a magical fire seed. At this point, only the goat head flag and the sapphire dragon ship figurehead remained. He took out the goat head flag first, which quickly collapsed and was absorbed. Still not enough, but it felt like it had reached a critical point. Finally, he took out the sapphire dragon ship figurehead, and as it collapsed, the dragon bone absorbed it. List took a deep breath, raised a bone hammer, and struck hard on the dragon bone. With each hammer blow, with each strike, the magic became more spirited, no longer fleeting, but remaining on the surface of the fire dragon bones, forming complicated fiery red patterns. This change filled List with great joy, and as he continued to hammer, the fiery red patterns kept accumulating on the surface of the dragon bone. Eventually, on the 24th hammer stroke, boom! A loud explosion. The fire dragon bones blazed up in a fierce inferno, with the flames from the tips of the 5 bones quickly converging to form a bright little fireball. Then, the flames on the dragon bones all moved toward the small fireball. Below the collapsed sinkhole, the temperature of the cavern shot up suddenly. List had to dodge to the side. He then saw the originally thick dragon bone shrink as if scorched, as though it had turned into flame and burned away, ultimately converging into the small fireball. The flame came quickly. And it dissipated just as quickly. In less than half a minute, the roaring fire was extinguished. The 5 dragon bones had vanished, leaving only 5 barely visible light passages leading straight to the ground. At where the tips of the dragon bones once were, a small magic fire seed hovered, emitting a flame about the size of a candle flame. Is this a magic fire seed made of magic power? List approached cautiously. He couldn't feel any heat, and the temperature from the previous burning had also rapidly decreased. The cavern quickly returned to its normal temperature. He wasn't concerned about where the dragon bones had gone but circled around the tiny magic fire seed, observing it continuously. From every angle, it looked like an ordinary flame. Bright inside like sunlight, fiery red outside like fresh blood. Is it really nurturing a little fire dragon? Wondered List, increasingly curious. He knew this magic fire seed was extraordinary, but it looked the same even when he used the eye of magic, just a simple flame resembling that of a candle. He cautiously extended the handle of the bone hammer to let the fire seed scorch it. But, after the flame's scorching, the handle of the bone hammer remained undamaged as if the flame had no power at all. List also tested other concentrated materials, likewise bringing no harm, not even singeing thick parchment. He even touched the flame with volcanic glass, and saw it wasn't dispersed. This was utterly different from the previous fire dragon magic power. With no temperature and no ability to scorch, what exactly is it? After repeated experimentation and confirming it was almost harmless, List couldn't suppress the impulse to touch it himself. He really couldn't control his curiosity. So he carefully extended his finger, And just as the fingertip touched the fire, his vision blurred for a moment, and the magic fire seed had already penetrated his finger. Frightened, List hurriedly shook his hand, trying to throw the fire seed out. But the fire seed moved rapidly through the channels of chi within his body, and in the blink of an eye, he could feel it in his heart. Then, searing pain struck him as if his heart was ablaze. His head buzzed. And he lost consciousness. Before passing out, his mind lingered on a single thought: it's over, I'm finished, my heart has been burned away. Chapter 451. Facing the fire dragon's head, the flames blazed furiously. List awoke from a coma and shockingly found himself in an underground lava cave, standing on a stone floating in the magma. The scorching temperature made him sweat profusely. The bubbling magma combined with the endless flames gave him a sense of falling into the abyss of hell. He tried to circulate his chi within his body to resist the hot air, but he couldn't muster any strength. Even the sky-cleaving greatsword on his back couldn't be drawn. What's going on? List's heart raced with panic, his head buzzing and blank. Just then, the flames in front of him parted, and a huge head emerged from the fire. It was as big as a room, with reddish-brown skin stained with clumps of flames, shaped like a triangle and sporting 5 curved horns. The scales were clearly visible, and there were a pair of eyes flickering with golden flames, along with a slightly open mouth gaping wide. Sharp teeth lined up in rows, and although the tongue couldn't be seen, flames could be observed flickering within. This head remained less than 10 meters in front of List, the golden flames in its eyes almost humanely sizing him up. The neck and everything below it were engulfed in flames, obscuring them from sight. But List recognized it at a glance. It was a dragon's head, the head of a fire dragon. At first glance it was ugly and fierce, but a closer look revealed rhythm in every line, filled with an unusual beauty of power that no other creature possessed. It could only be found on a dragon. Shivering was not enough to describe List's emotion at that moment. Facing the fire dragon's head, all he wanted was to turn around and escape, far from his usual ambitions of dragon riding. But at the critical moment, his legs weakened, unable to move, as if he'd been hit with a paralyzing spell, or as though his legs weren't his own. He was extremely frightened. Apart from the dragon knights and archmages, perhaps nobody could overcome fear when facing a dragon. However, apart from fear, his mind was more blank, and his thoughts weren't working flexibly. He didn't feel the pressure of the dragon might, but his body reacted just like those animals paralyzed by fear. The dragon's head just stared at him. And he just stood there on the stone, too scared to move. The surrounding flames continued to burn, and the magma still bubbled. But soon, List's mind gradually cleared, and he began to remember he had woken up from a coma. But the place he had passed out was not here, it was in a collapsed sinkhole. That's it. I activated the Dragon Bone magic array, condensed a magic fire seed made of magic power, and then the fire seed burrowed into my body, went to the position of my heart. It seemed to have burned away my heart. That's not right. Am I dead or alive right now? His thoughts were still a bit chaotic. But as he took a few deep breaths and carefully sorted through the fleeting thoughts, he finally pieced together the current situation: either I'm dead, and this is a posthumous scene from hell, or the magic fire seed triggered volcanic eruption, filling up the collapsed sinkhole, or all of this is just a hallucination while I'm in a coma, affected by the magic fire seed. After death, without surprises, one would probably be left with nothing. Only in rare cases might one become a soul. This world doesn't have the concept of hell. A soul either exists as Virginia does or goes to the exiled lands. Therefore, the current scene doesn't match any posthumous visuals. As for a magic fire seed triggering a volcanic eruption and even bringing forth a fire dragon, it's even more logical. Black Horse Island is indeed a volcanic island, but the volcano has been dead for who knows how many years, and the fire dragon has long been reduced to a few remains. It makes no sense for such a massive fire dragon to be reborn. So the current scene is just a dream sequence while I'm in a coma? With this thought, List suddenly felt the fear that had been binding him dissipate abruptly. He regained control over his body. He stood up straight. He drew out the sky-cleaving greatsword, and with a piercing voice, said to the still glaring fire dragon's head, "So you are the projection of the magic fire seed. It's a strange state, my body is still unconscious, yet my mind exists in such a vivid environment. Even this phantom body feels so real." The fire dragon's head swayed slightly, its golden fiery eyes flickering with a dangerous light. Its mouth gradually opened, revealing flames as hot as the sun brewing within, seemingly ready at any moment to unleash the dragon breath and reduce List to ashes. But List felt no fear. From another aspect, he confirmed his speculation: the fire dragon lacked any dragon might, it was merely a facade. He had personally experienced the dragon might of the formless dragon, that overwhelming force that made his scalp tingle and left him breathless, an unforgettable memory. The fire dragon before him, however, lacked the straight roar. The fire dragon did not release its dragon breath, instead, it let out a shrill, peculiar dragon roar that was indescribable. List did not cover his ears but raised the sky cleaving greatsword, ready for any impending danger. Even having guessed that he was in a dream affected by the magic fire seed, he remained cautious. To not leave meant danger could strike at any time. Fortunately, the danger did not materialize. After the roar, the eyes of the fire dragon's head reflected a vibrant, indescribable meaning. Then, it slowly retracted back into the flames and vanished without a trace. Following that, the surrounding flames began to die down, the molten rock around him dulled, and everything suddenly plunged into darkness. The high temperature disappeared. List felt waves of exhaustion wash over him, and he closed his eyes, dozing off. Hunger. An immense hunger. There was an irresistible urge to eat anything, even himself, to relieve the hunger. List abruptly opened his eyes, awakened by the driving hunger, his mind foggy with nothing but thoughts of food. He resisted the growling protest from his stomach and looked around. A crystal lamp cast a faint light, barely illuminating his surroundings. He was still in the cavern of the collapsed sinkhole. Only, the 5 dragon bones that had originally pierced through were now gone, leaving behind 5 passages leading up to the surface, with faint light seeping in. Sigh. He let out a long breath of relief. It was indeed just a dream influenced by the magic fire seed. I'm so hungry, I can't stand it, I need to eat something. Unable to wait, he took out magical beast meat and dragon breed milk from the gemstone space and started devouring them wildly, both eating and drinking voraciously. It took him about 5 pounds of magical beast meat and 3 large cups of dragon breed milk before the hunger finally started to recede and his mind became completely clear. What's happened to me? The amount I've just consumed is probably equivalent to my usual food intake for 2 meals. He rubbed his swollen stomach, surprised. His appetite was naturally large, he usually ate in 1 meal what others did in 2 or 3. After all, the chi generated by a night required transformation from the food consumed. Even though his practice of the chi secret technique breath decay had some success in effectively controlling the loss of chi, his appetite remained large. However, he paid close attention to eating healthily and rarely overindulged. He tried to increase the number of meals rather than eating too much at one time. Rarely did he experience such pangs of hunger. How many days have I been unconscious to be this hungry? Right, why haven't my retainer knights come to rescue me after being unconscious for so long? And what about that seed of magic fire that entered my body? Chapter 452 Fire Dragon Chain Quest. Thinking of the magic fire seed, his chest suddenly grew hot, and he could clearly feel that something had been added to the position of his heart. He exerted his inner chi to the fullest, attempting to guide this thing at his heart out, but after several attempts, all ended in failure. The magic fire seed just like that lodged itself in his heart and was not prepared to leave. List's expression was grave. His body had been invaded by the magic fire seed, and although he had regained consciousness from the coma, it obviously did not put his mind at ease. What exactly have I smashed open? Can this magic fire seed really hatch a little fire dragon? It's in my heart, does it have any negative effects? Unable to drive it away, List could only try to console himself. He quickly summoned a smoke mission. Complete the mission, reward 1 magic fire seed. The mission was already completed, and the magic fire seed indeed was the reward from the smoke mission, just that the method of reward was somewhat unexpected. If it is obtained through the guidance of the smoke mission, the magic fire seed should not cause harm to my body, right? List pondered in his heart. Thus far, the rewards from the smoke missions have all been beneficial, without any adverse effects. It can be seen, then, that the magic fire seed is also a benefit, it's just that how to utilize this benefit is something he currently cannot comprehend. In a moment, the smoke transformed into new serpent's script. Mission: the magic fire seed has been obtained. The most valuable existence on Black Horse Island has been acquired by you. The collapsed sinkhole has become a huge hidden danger on your territory, liable to collapse at any moment, and threatening the safety of your subjects. Please resolve the safety hazard of the collapsed sinkhole. Reward: the restlessness of rubber bugs. Upon seeing the new mission, List's eyes brightened. The magic fire seed is the most valuable existence on Black Horse Island, so it could really be connected to the fire dragon. Just as Virginia said, it's the key to the fire dragon's cycle of reincarnation. Does that mean that inside my body, there might live a fire dragon that will one day come to be? The thought alone was very exciting. But after the initial thrill had subsided, he couldn't help but feel a headache. Just to condense a magic fire seed took such a great cost. Nearly half of Black Horse Island's volcanic glass ore had to be mined, just barely gathering enough fire dragon magic power required. Additionally, a special soul item from the ghost ship was used. If he was to nurture the fire dragon to life, he might have massive expenses awaiting him afterward. Strictly speaking, The magic fire seed should only be one link in the fire dragon chain mission. Let me calculate it. Standing in the pit, List was not in a hurry to leave. He began to tally the smoke missions he had completed. Including the completed and changed ones, a total of 83 missions in 1.5 years. Among them, the missions related to the fire dragon started with the 36th mission, relocating 100 serfs to settle on Black Horse Island, reward 5 decaying dragon bones. Next was the 38th mission, raising over 1,000 chickens in Fresh Flower Town, reward a fire attribute condensation core vein, also known as volcanic glass. Then came the 71st mission, waiting for the Iron Hoof Island battle to end, reward the revival of decaying dragon bones. After that, the 77th mission, mine 10 tons of volcanic glass, reward the restlessness of rubber bugs. The 78th mission, infuse fire dragon magic power into dragon bones, reward pink pearls from Fen Haiwo. The 82nd mission, produce glass products, reward the collapsed sinkhole. The 83rd mission, secure a clue from Virginia Truth, reward the magic fire seed. These 7 missions are all related to the fire dragon, either in content or in rewards, and can generally be considered as part of the interconnected fire dragon quests. If one were to seriously investigate, further quests could probably be linked to the fire dragon, like the several related to Virginia. The 27th quest, discover the reason behind the coldness of the sunken wreck, reward, Dragon Bone Stabilizer, which hit a 36D ghost. The 57th quest, collect the black pearls of the coral reef, with the reward being a soul storage vessel, allowing the 36D ghost to successfully regain its memory, becoming Virginia Truth. The 65th quest, set foot on Iron Hoof Island, reward, the awakening of Virginia. So many tasks, obviously not existing in isolation, with many interlinked with other chain quests, forming complex threads of destiny. If List had not mastered the smoke mission, gaining the golden finger to manipulate the threads of destiny, he would have likely missed many rewards. It was precisely the pull of the threads of destiny that made a reward, seemingly unrelated at first, gradually accumulate, eventually leading to a greater reward. A fire dragon. I am definitely undertaking the interconnected fire dragon quests, it's just that there are many steps, and I can't complete them all in one go. Now, the 84th smoke mission, the reward has changed to the restlessness of the rubber bug. Which means, this magic fire seed will probably have to stay inside me a bit longer. Calm contemplation helped him soothe his restless emotions. Since it has come to this, as long as the magic fire seed isn't causing harm, he would let it reside in his heart. In the future, he would slowly figure out how to interact with the magic fire seed, or wait for a new fire dragon chain quest to emerge to resolve the issue with the magic fire seed. He pulled on the dangling rope and shouted upwards towards the collapsed sinkhole, "Philip, Xavier. My lord, we are here." The voices of the retainer knights came from the opening. They had been guarding the burial ground all this while. "Pull me up." Back on the surface, after making inquiries, he realized that he hadn't stayed too long in the pit, which meant he was unconscious for about a quarter of an hour. A quarter of an hour, starving to the point of dizziness, even considering devouring himself. Clearly, it was the doing of the magic fire seed. Fortunately, it was just hunger, with no other changes to the body, and his chi was functioning as usual. "Lord, how is the situation at the burial ground?" Marcus, who had come from the training grounds, asked. The 5 iconic bones once at the burial ground had vanished, leading anyone to wonder. It seems that the bones have decayed, triggering a collapse of the surface, leaving nothing inside the sinkhole, List said casually. What needs to be done now is to fill the sinkhole to prevent further collapses that could endanger the safety of the citizens in the territory. 3 deaths and 1 injury have already caused significant loss. Every serf in the territory is an important labor force. Apart from death due to age or illness, forces beyond control, List hoped to minimize other casualties. "We could transport rocks produced by the blizzard beast to fill in this sinkhole," Administrative Officer Blair suggested. Training the blizzard beast was also taking place nearby, where every session ended with a large number of rocks left behind from the unleashed rock spikes. After some thought, List said, "The terrain of the burial ground isn't high, it's quite low-lying, and the absence of accumulated water in the past was actually a bit abnormal. You can fill it halfway with rocks and sand, then the other half should be somehow filled with fresh water. For farming or grazing, we'll need fresh water." He guessed the absence of water in the sinkhole was probably related to the fire dragon bones, which had evaporated all accumulated water. Now that the bones had decayed, it might be possible to retain water. Blair nodded. "Lord, there isn't an abundance of fresh water on the island, perhaps we can hope for a heavy rain." Chapter 453 Eating a Fire Dragon. The rain came faster than expected. The climate on the island is like this, with clear skies in the morning possibly turning into a storm in the afternoon. The collapsed sinkhole had barely been filled with a layer of rocks and sea sand at the bottom when a sudden downpour came pouring down, The time was around 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Meanwhile, List was in his room in the port town, feasting on his meal. The roasted magical beast meat sprinkled with seasoning, no need for drink accompaniments, was still delicious. This was already his fourth meal of the day. One in the morning, one mid-morning, one at noon, and one in the afternoon. And he would still need one in the evening, another at night, and yet another in the middle of the night. 7 meals a day, each more than he used to eat. He also had to visit the bathroom twice, to expel the residues of the digested food. So now, am I sharing a mouth with a dragon just to eat? List pondered after finishing the roasted meat and taking out a cup of dragon breed milk, drinking it down in one gulp. A complex look of worry appeared between his brows. Despite eating 7 meals a day, not only did he show no signs of obesity, he even felt a bit leaner day by day. The magic fire seed's need for nutrient absorption compels me to shoulder the burden of more magical beast meat and dragon breed milk, rich in nutrients. The amount I'm spending on eating now probably rivals Dowson's. Dowson and other blizzard beasts are intermediate magical beasts that consume a massive amount of food every day. List had caught up and even showed signs of surpassing them, and judging by the value of the food, what he consumed was more costly, since he couldn't go without magical beast meat or dragon breed milk. Skipping one meal of magical beast meat or not drinking dragon breed milk for one meal made him feel weak. This magic fire seed, I don't know how long I'll need to nourish it, but if this goes on, I will eventually be eaten out of house and home. The only consolation is that the magic fire seed doesn't require expending magic power, otherwise, I really couldn't even afford to take potions. He had been eating ravenously for the past 2 days. Yet, he did not feel the slightest change at the location of his heart, where the magic fire seed occasionally emitted a warm sensation but showed no other signs of activity. No matter how List operated his chi, he couldn't draw it out or stimulate it. He couldn't even utilize the magic power of the magic fire seed itself. His guess was that the magic power constituting the magic fire seed was highly concentrated dragon magic power, otherwise, he couldn't explain where all the fire dragon magic power went after being transformed through the dragon bone magic ray. Now the territory continued to mine volcanic glass. About 10 or so more tons of volcanic glass could be mined from the surface. Shallow volcanic glass was very easy to mine as the soil was quite loose. But when it comes to the deep volcanic glass, it becomes hard to mine. Due to the lack of surfs at the moment, they were only choosing to mine shallow deposits. Based on the size of Black Horse Island, the total reserve of volcanic glass is estimated to exceed 50 tons. He used about 20 tons of volcanic glass's fire dragon magic power to condense into the tiny magic fire seed he now possessed. With such a compression ratio, able to compress gas into liquid, why did the transformation of fire dragon magic power only condense into a flame slightly bigger than a candle flame? The transformation of magic power is hard to guess. List did not know how much resources it took to raise a dragon, but nurturing a magic fire seed was already accelerating the financial strain on his hands. I must speed up the cultivation of breath decay. At present, utilizing this chi secret technique only slows down 1/3 of my body's chi loss rate. According to Steve Vulture's introduction to chi secret techniques, at the elite Earth Knight level, it can slow down 3/4 of the chi loss rate. Slowing down the chi loss rate means increasing the efficiency of nutrient utilization, which means less food intake. When breath decay is mastered, the 3/4 rate of deceleration will at least allow me to save 2 meals, and eating only 5 meals a day will probably be enough. Moreover, after mastering breath decay, the consumption when taking potions will also decrease, undoubtedly a very cost-effective chi secret technique. I must master it as quickly as possible. Just after eating, he entered a state of cultivation, striving to operate chi in the way taught by breath decay. With the pressure provided by the magic fire seed, he cultivated with utmost focus, fully concentrating on the details of the chi secret technique. Hoping to master it soon and save some money on food. Suddenly, his heart skipped a beat, and he felt a connection to the rubber elf bug, receiving a blur of restless sensations. Immediately his eyebrows raised, understanding dawned, and he called forth the smoke mission. Mission completed, reward is the restlessness of the rubber bug. Task completed, which meant the collapsed sinkhole had been filled with rain, turning into a lake and 5 tunnel openings. With water to support the pressure on the surface, the rocks around the sinkhole should not collapse easily. However, fences would need to be set up around it in the future to prevent falling in. That was a nearly 30-meter deep lake in the sinkhole. He stood up, ready to take the rubber elf bug to plant new cordyceps. Without saying much, he already sensed the restless rubber elf bug, knowing what it wanted to do. Just like the previous rubber elf bug, it wanted to spit out the new cordyceps it had nurtured inside its body. By the way, pay attention to the new smoke mission. The new season of autumn harvest is about to begin. Fresh Flower Town and Black Horse Island have opened up many farms. Yet the food grown is still hard to meet the consumption of the territory's population, and there is also a need to support even more people in the future. Please store enough food for 10,000 people to survive the winter. Reward, 1 little minor elf. Seeing the reward, List suddenly froze. Another little minor elf? The surprise came so unexpectedly that he did not know how to express his emotions for a moment, finding it hard to think clearly, probably because of the recent troubles with the fire dragon, causing his brain to be somewhat overloaded. It took a while for his thoughts to start moving again. Is it a wild little minor elf similar to Nami, or is it a breakthrough of a domesticated elf bug like Jayla? If it's a domestic elf bug breakthrough, which one could it be, the corngrass elf bug, or the rubber elf bug triplets? It probably isn't the rubber elf bug triplets. Their evolution should yield 3 little minor elves. Therefore, his thoughts shifted to the corngrass bug, which he did not carry with him, still in the castle of Freshflower Town. As for whether it was quietly accumulating power, List was not sure, and he also couldn't be certain that the corngrass bug was about to evolve into a little minor elf. However, during this period, the only elf bug that had been active, apart from the rubber elf bug triplets, was the corngrass bug. He shook his head. He pressed down the pointless guesswork. Instead, he started thinking about the content of the mission. Storing enough food for 10,000 people to survive the winter, according to the traditional winter, is from November to February of the following year. However, in Freshflower Town, the so-called surviving the winter usually refers to the snowy season from mid-December to mid-February. Freshflower Town was located at the northeastern corner of Coral Island, with Black Horse Island to the northeast of Freshflower Town. Every year, starting in mid-December, they would be covered by a long iced snow season, during which time the serfs would usually stay at home and try to move as little as possible, to reduce heat consumption and decrease the number of meals required. Food for over 10,000 people for 2 months is no small sum. Relying on grains alone is definitely not enough. Seafood and meats must be stockpiled in large quantities, and it would be best to have a lot of salted meat and pickled vegetables. However, the smoke mission's requirement to store a winter food for 10,000 people is very interesting. The smoke mission was closely related to his own thoughts. Sometimes List would think that many of the missions are driven by his own imagination. For example, the bizarre mission to help Miebao and Angela improve their marital relationship might have come about because he often deliberately thought about Angela Sapphire's promiscuous lifestyle and projected it through the smoke mission. And recently, he had always been concerned about how to buy serfs when executing the Pioneer Mandate and transport them back to the territory. Therefore, the smoke mission had issued the task of winter food storage for 10,000 people. Perhaps I can attempt in future smoke missions to proactively guide the smoke mission by continually suggesting to myself, he mused. It feels a bit unreliable, probably affecting only the content of the mission, and it seems not to influence the reward. But trying it out isn't a bad thing. He had always relied on the rewards of the smoke mission to achieve leapfrog development for both his territory and himself. But deep down, he also had a strong desire for control, hoping to firmly grasp the smoke mission in his hands, rather than triggering it passively. Moreover, this might relate to the existence of a sacred dragon. The smoke dragon. So he never stopped pondering over the smoke mission. Having mentally prepared to guide the smoke mission, he took the rubber elf bug triplets. Mounting the Londwalker bird, which was reluctant to leave its nest, he set out in the heavy rain towards the rubber plantation. Chapter 454 The Secret of the Seed. Spit it out, little guy. List held a restless rubber bug in his palm and stepped through the muddy water to reach a pre-planned vacant rubber garden area. The rubber gardens were to be cultivated on tens of thousands of acres, so the layout of the area had all been determined in advance. As the rubber bug opened its mouth, a faint green light flew out. It was a tiny seed that took root immediately upon landing and then grew at a rate visible to the naked eye, sprouting stalks, branching out, and producing leaves, eventually becoming a huge cordyceps tree. This dynamic scene of plant growth stirred something in List. A seed can grow into a towering tree. Elf bugs nurture life in this way. Then what is the magic fire seed within me, and does it have any connection with the seeds of the elf cordyceps? Elves could be seen as being nurtured from seeds. If his guess wasn't wrong, fire dragons would also be nurtured from magic fire seeds. Thus, elves and dragons are both nurtured from seeds, and their seeds are clearly not ordinary, they are condensed from magic power. The seeds of the elf cordyceps possess the functions of ordinary plant seeds as well, but it's unlikely the magic fire seeds could be planted in the ground to sprout. I hope it doesn't sprout in my heart and consider me the soil from which it draws nutrients, draining my chi to nurture itself into a fire dragon. As the new rubber tree cordyceps grew, his thoughts were active. One moment he compared the similarities and differences between the elf seeds and the magic fire seeds, the next moment, he thought of humans developing from fertilized eggs, which could also be considered seeds, He concluded that perhaps all life originated from seeds, yet he inexplicably thought of sea sprite Ake, who seemed not to have developed from a seed. When she was born, she was already inside a shell, complete in body parts except for legs below the knees. Perhaps, Ake was originally just a shell? It was like elf bugs, which did not exist initially, sudden mutations in ordinary plants then nurtured elf bugs. Maybe sea sprites also did not exist, and a sudden mutation in a shell brought forth a sea sprite. Such thoughts were a bit strange. He didn't believe Ake was transformed from a shell. There's hardly any aesthetic in the flesh of a shell. The only thing is, how was Ake's shell formed, and where did she come from? If I can solve this mystery, perhaps I could mass cultivate new sea sprites. Although Ake was still underage and under cultivation, her role was clearly significant. Nami was discovered by her, kelp bugs were found by her, the coral reef, Pearl Lake, and the Tridacna were located by her, the Fenhyle was also found by her, Truth was rescued by her, green caterpillars, green-headed ducks were discovered by her, and even the six-headed king serpent was lured by her. Basically, all the rewards from the ocean-related smoke missions were inseparable from Ake's shadow. After all, List was not an aquatic creature. Knights could conquer the land, and in the future, the skies as well, but the ocean was perhaps beyond the reach of even dragon knights, except for those riding water dragons, for water dragons could definitely roam the sea at will. He did not drift long in the sea of thoughts. The cordyceps had been successfully placed. List put away the rubber bug that had come down and began to examine the new rubber tree cordyceps. He noticed that this cordyceps was completely different from the previous two. It was much larger, with a thicker trunk and more branches. Especially its leaves were extremely exaggerated, larger even than those of a banana plant. It had not borne fruit. Perhaps like a common rubber tree, rubber could be extracted from the trunk. The biggest difference with this new cordyceps might be its leaves. I'll pick one to study first. List carefully plucked a leaf imbued with magic power. The magic power quickly dissipated, turning into an ordinary leaf. From the cut at the base of the leaf, a small amount of rubber was seen to seep out, proving that the new rubber tree could still produce rubber and had not lost this ability. In List's view, the value of rubber can be compared to that of magic potions. Losing the ability to produce rubber would be an absolute failure of a mutation. Such a large leaf, and quite sturdy, too. He tugged at the leaf, but it didn't tear. It could be made into a fan, or maybe packaging bags? Like wrapping zongtsai, using its leaves to wrap delicacies? I always feel that this function doesn't quite match the worth of a rubber tree. After settling the new cordyceps rubber tree, List's next priority was to complete the new smoke mission, stockpiling enough food for 10,000 people to get through the winter. But he soon discovered a serious problem. It's not even October yet, winter is from mid-December to mid-February, so when should I stockpile enough food to consider the task completed? Should I start stockpiling now? He was unsure whether the food stockpiled now would count as winter food. Nevertheless, he had to start somewhere, and there was no way to stockpile enough food in a hurry. Under the condition of ensuring basic food and clothing, a young adult male would consume about 600 jin, approximately 300 kilograms, of grain per year. After deducting the consumption of the old, young, women, and children, and taking into account the extra consumption of knights, it was estimated that each servant needed 2 jin, approximately 1 kilogram, of food per day. 10,000 people would need 20,000 jin, approximately 10 tons, of food per day. The food required by 10,000 people for 2 months would be 600 tons. Starting now, I need to find a way to buy grain from all over Coral Island every day, storing 3 tons a day, so by December, I should be able to store about 100 tons, plus the grain produced from my own territory minus the consumption for eating, should allow storing another 100 tons. With the addition of preserved meats and seafood, another 100 tons shouldn't be an issue. But there is still a shortfall of 300 tons. This 300 tons had to be purchased from other islands. The cost would definitely not be small. As of now, fresh flower brews profits have been mortgaged until next year, and the revenue from black tulips, fresh flower soap, and rubber can barely support the development of the territory. To buy additional food, I must find a way to raise new gold coins. If there's no other way, start selling black pearls and see if the market is indeed eager for black pearls smaller than a sea bowl. He had previously sold a fist-sized one to Levi's for several hundred gold coins. Now, with black pearls becoming more plentiful, the price will surely fall, but no matter to what extent it falls, it will definitely be more valuable than the white pearls produced by the Grand Duke's pearl oyster farming at Tranquil Lake. White pearls can only calm and soothe, while black pearls not only have that effect but can also disperse wind attribute magic power. Moreover, they are larger and contain more abundant magic power. At 10 times the price, they'll definitely sell. Now, large Tridacna in Pearl Lake are hard to come by, but there is still an abundance of small ones. Just by catching a batch, I can make gold coins. I don't need to worry about the territory's finances at all. I may be out of money, but I have special products. So, after returning to Fresh Flower Town, he immediately took a few samples of black pearls and rushed to Tulip Castle to discuss the trade of black pearls with the Levi's couple. If there's no market on Coral Island, my sister-in-law Loria can take them to Golden Island to sell. I believe the ladies of Golden Island will pay a handsome price for black pearls. Chapter 455, Issuance of the Pioneer Mandate. Black pearls can now be mass-produced, so you mean they can continuously produce white pearls like the ones from the Sapphire family's pearl oysters? List asked, astonished. Sitting beside him, Loria was playfully examining several black pearls smaller than table tennis balls that List had taken out. List, the black pearl pendant you once gave me for protection, it was made from these kinds of black pearls, wasn't it? And that huge black pearl as well, is it the same variety? List nodded. That's right, Loria. List carried a faint smile on his face. The wedding gift I gave you, that black pearl which can strongly disperse the wind attribute magic power in a 2 to 300 meter radius, and the one List gave you before, as well as these black pearls, are all the same variety, produced by the sea monster checked Venus Glam. List couldn't help but complain, but when you sold me the black pearls originally, you said they couldn't be mass-produced, that they were a rare commodity. At that time, they indeed were a rare commodity. However, after my continuous exploration of the sea, I finally discovered a habitat thriving with high check, hence black pearls have become the specialty of my territory. Now, if you try to sell black pearls to me again, you're not planning to use the original price, are you? Brother, it's true that the high price of the 2 original black pearls was based on rarity, but you can't deny that their inherent value is extremely high. Moreover, even if the high check become a territorial specialty, the production is still very limited, they are still scarce commodities. What's your proposed price? Actually, I am not planning to sell them to you. Of course, if you are willing to buy, as long as the price is right, I can certainly offer a discount. List casually courted business and continued, in fact, I am planning to delegate the sales of black pearls to Loria. Are you interested by any chance? Sales agency? Loria's eyes lit up. Nobles, despite despising merchants, were not ashamed to do business. Yes, according to the different sizes of the black pearls, we will set different prices, and I can give Loria a certain commission. For example, this black pearl in your hand, I price at 50 gold coins. If you can sell it on Golden Island, I will give you a direct commission of 10%, that is, 5 gold coins. Loria was tempted. However, she glanced at List. List stroked his chin. Black pearls are indeed nice, more valuable than white pearls, we can do this business. But a 10% commission is too little, at least 20%. 20%? You might as well rob me. List exclaimed in shock. Brother, sister-in-law, the black pearls are produced by the sea monster checked Venus Glam. Hunting them costs me a lot, even the lives of fishermen. They look like black pearls, but really they are blood-stained pearls. When it came to storytelling, List was never lacking. He vividly depicted the difficulties of hunting for the high check, portraying himself as driven mad with poverty, risking life-threatening battles with sea monsters to dredge up black pearls in exchange for some gold coins. Perhaps. Since his performance was too exaggerated, List remained unmoved. Black pearls obviously aren't something minor nobles can afford, they are luxury items for the great nobles, who need channels for purchase. List, if you want us to use our channels to do business, we can't settle for less than 20% commission. List was also feeling the pinch, realizing that he might have to bleed a little to make a deal. But he quickly thought of a new way to cut his losses. My pricing for the size and quality of black pearls is fixed, and the commission stays at 10%, but if you can sell them at a higher price, then any excess over the listed price is all your profit. Really? Of course. Agreed. Levi's and Loria looked at each other and immediately made their decision. We'll take as many black pearls as you have. Though this deal is troublesome and requires Loria to use quite a few connections. But we should be able to earn a considerable amount of hard-earned money in a short time, enough to offset what I spent on my wedding. I don't have many black pearls collected, so I need to carefully check each one to agree on a satisfactory price. Plus, you'll need to pay me a deposit in advance as I am in dire need of funds for territorial development. There's not much liquid capital left in the castle. I could probably scrape together up to 3,000 gold coins, said Levi's. Suddenly, Loria interjected, Levi's, I have some personal dowry left, which could amount to about 5,000 gold coins. 3,000 plus 5,000, that's a total of 8,000 gold coins, fair enough to make the deposit. The black pearls that were put up for sale were not exceptionally large, the largest being only slightly bigger than a sea bowl, with all others being small black pearls. The large black pearls that could be used to make calming wind pearls were all retained for List's future personal use. The Levi's couple were bold. They were convinced that the black pearls could definitely be sold at a high price, so they took all the black pearl stock List had in hand. The pricing of these black pearls ranged from a high of 1,500 gold coins each to a low of 50 gold coins each, adding up to a total price of 24,550 gold coins. An initial deposit of 8,000 gold coins was paid, and the subsequent payment of 17,550 gold coins would be settled after the black pearls were sold out. Pleased to do business with you, List. Pleased to do business with you, Levi's and Loria. After the inventory check was complete, all three were satisfied. List was happy that he finally had enough funds on hand and wasn't so strapped for cash that he needed to borrow money. As for how much profit the Levi's couple could make by flipping these black pearls, that was their own skill. He had sold them for the price he wanted, and how much others could earn thanks to their channels was none of his concern, nor was there any reason for him to feel jealous or regretful. His mindset in this regard was quite positive. After all, black pearls were not a one-time business. If necessary, when the next batch had accumulated, the price could just be increased. Sea Sprite often went around Pearl Lake, collecting some black pearls. Her magic had become very skilled, allowing her to pry out the black pearls while the checked Venus clams were opening their shells. There was no need for killing, practically achieving sustainable development, and continuously harvesting black pearls. Of course. Currently, only small black pearls could be collected, as the large checked Venus clams didn't live in Pearl Lake. With the smallest black pearls available, List strung together a black pearl necklace as a gift for his sister Livira in advance. He also paid off his debt of 800 gold coins to Livira and the 2,000 gold coins he owed Lady Penelope. He didn't like the feeling of owing money to others. The rest of the money was mostly invested in the purchase of grain and production materials. With the help of the Tulip family's merchant fleet and the Beer Islands traders, they acquired a large quantity of wheat, barley, sorghum, beans, and other cereals, which were then stored in the warehouses on Black Horse Island. Time passed in this manner. Soon, it was October of the year 152 by the Sapphire calendar, and the Earl finally returned from Blue Dragon Island, bringing this year's pioneer mandate. The Steel Ridge Kingdom and the Eagle Kingdom, these eternal rivals, inevitably continued their tradition of waging war against each other after the end of autumn each year, each trying to seize the accumulated resources of the other. Chapter 456 Attacking Sardine Bay Serpent Fang City Tulip Castle. The meeting was held solemnly, with a huge thick paper map spread out on the wall. The black ink lines outlined a simple maritime map. This map was quite interesting. If one takes the top left corner and the bottom right corner as the central axis, the left is a yellow-brown base color, representing the continent, the right is a pale blue base color, representing the sea. Above the sea, islands were scattered, symbolizing the Duchy of Sapphire, and the one closest to the map's central axis was Iron Hoof Island. Taking the top right corner and the bottom left corner as the central axis, the continent is divided into by red lines. The upper part of the continent's territory belongs to the Steel Ridge Kingdom, while the lower part of the continent is the territory of the Eagle Kingdom. Following this central axis line, Iron Hoof Island was also divided in half, which means the island is equidistant from both kingdoms' mainland. It's a 6-day voyage either way. Of course, if one insists on precise measurement, actually reaching Steel Ridge Kingdom takes 6.5 days, as it is slightly off the central axis. Basically, it can be estimated that Iron Hoof Island is about 1,200 plus kilometers away from the coast of the Eagle Kingdom, roughly the distance from Beijing to Shanghai. It's about as wide as 9 Taiwan Straits. In previous years, our attacks on the hinterlands of the Eagle Kingdom focused mainly on Sardine Bay, Yellow Mud Coast, Roaring River Mouth, and Dense Corridor, these 4 coastlines. This year, we will coordinate with the Night Order of Steel Ridge Kingdom to attack the area around Sardine Bay. There are 4 major cities nearby: Serpent Fang City, Ambition City, Coldstream City, and Dragonfall City, explained Captain Mickey, standing in front of the map. These 4 major cities each belong to the territory of 4 different marquises. Our Night Order cannot conquer these large cities and castles, but the vast and flat surrounding lands are all grazing fields for battle horses. We should take away whatever resources we can. Which area is our Coral Island Knights focusing on? Asked Viscount Jonas. We're mainly targeting the area around Serpent Fang City. The development here is poor, and it has been frequently plundered in past years, making it difficult for those Eagle Kingdom nobles to develop their territories. As a result, resources are relatively sparse. However, the Grand Duke will compensate in terms of military achievements, the Earl explained from his seat. The Duchy of Sapphire assaults the coastal hinterlands of the Eagle Kingdom year after year. But the direction of attack changes every year. Sometimes it comes from Sardine Bay, sometimes from roaring river mouth, and sometimes it even lands on some unnamed coast. As a feudal state, the defense of these territories, of course, falls to the local landlords to bear. Without unified military action, they are easily raided by the Knight Orders of the Duchy of Sapphire. The coastal lords are the poorest nobles in the Eagle Kingdom. However, with constant warfare, each territory has a strong Knight Order, and they're not easily conquered. Their territories are larger and often enclaves, meaning that these landlords also have territories inland. Consequently, the development around the coastline lags behind. Sardine Bay has not been plundered for several years. This time, with the issuance of the Pioneer Mandate, the Duchy of Sapphire will start from Sardine Bay. The Coral Island Knights are assigned to focus on the area near Serpent Fang City. As for the specifics of the attack, it will be discussed upon arrival on the continent. War is not a play, there are no rehearsals here. There's equally good news and bad news. Do you want to hear the good news or the bad news first? The Earl smiled, and without waiting for his followers' response, he said, well, actually, the two pieces of news are related. Combe City will gather a group of Knight Orders, and they will join us in attacking the hinterlands of the Eagle Kingdom. Combe City is a major city in the Steel Ridge Kingdom, the fiefdom of a marquis. With such a fresh force joining, the certainty of attacking the enemy's heartland increased, but the addition of a marquis meant there were more sharers of the war achievements and resources. Indeed, it's a mix of good news and bad news. List didn't mind this. Looking at the map, he had already begun to imagine how he was going to plunder resources. Unlike the previous Knight Orders, his strength wasn't in charging, but in dismantling castles at an incredibly fast pace. Former pioneer mandates mainly focused on raiding, seldom laying siege to cities, and only competed for mines. However, with the Blizzard Beast's assistance, the interests of dismantling castles far exceeded the raids on mines. His mission had been assigned to lead the Coral Island Knights team, coordinate with the Earl, and focus on striking the major and minor castles around Serpent Fang City. The Earl also knew how to maximize benefits. With Dowson and the 8 Tiny Ones, a batch of intermediate magical beasts, as a powerful new force, it would be foolish not to use them. After the meeting, the followers each returned to their respective territories from Tulip Castle to reorganize their military forces, waiting to depart for Bullhoof City on October 6. This major city in Ironhoof Island continued to be the starting point for the Duchy of Sapphire's initiation of pioneer mandates and the expedition of Knight Orders. In Freshflower Town, List spent an entire day laying out the construction plans for his territory. He then spent a night going over the various duties of the castle with Butler Carter and also ensuring enough food was packed. The next day he entrusted Chris Truth to take over his trade with Elkerson. Subsequently, he bid farewell to Ak, reminding her to oversee the mangrove afforestation, gathering tridacna pearls, searching for elf bugs in the sea, and breeding little green-headed ducks, among other tasks. Brother, how long will you be gone for this war before you come back? Ak was reluctant to part with List. She had once lived alone at sea. But now, she had grown fond of the time spent with company. Shortest, a month and a bit, longest, 2 to 3 months, but I think I will definitely rush back before the festival. The little sea monster clenched her fist. Ak will practice magic diligently, help brother with his work, and will rest at the Seaview Villa every day, waiting for brother to return. When brother comes back, Ak will surely be stronger. No sea monsters in the ocean will be Ak's match. I believe that, List said, hugging Ak, whose magical talent was beyond doubt. The morning of October 8th. List was already fully armed and ready, leading the Black Horse Island Knight Squad, preparing to set out from Freshflower Town. He gave his final instructions to the parting Galtai, Consultant Galtai. The construction of the territory is shared by Isaiah and Blair, but you must oversee and direct the overall strategy. Pay particular attention to stockpiling food, do not skimp on spending gold coins. I'll send over a large batch of serfs, at least 10,000 people, and there must be no shortage of food for them to get through the winter. Please rest assured, I shall keep this in mind at all times. The management and arrangement of the new serfs should also be planned ahead. If problems arise, you can directly seek help from Sir Levi's at Tulip Castle. I understand, my lord. That being the case. Having made all his instructions clear and his arrangements set, List no longer lingered. Accompanied by the farewells of territory officers and servants, he took off at the break of dawn, the dim light just beginning to brighten the east. The night squad's galloping hooves kicked up dust as they rode swiftly into the distance. Chapter 457 Territory Cash Flow. The knights had already departed. Freshflower Town had returned to the tranquility of its usual mornings, yet the town's administrative office was bustling with extraordinary activity. Officials from both the port town and Freshflower Town, as well as the retainer knights left behind, all gathered here for a meeting chaired by Consultant Galtai. Isaiah, Blair, You two go first and discuss the financial situation of the two towns so we can make reasonable arrangements for the subsidy of gold coins provided by Lord Landlord, Galtai said. Isaiah spoke first. The income of Fresh Flower Town is roughly as follows. The expenses of Fresh Flower Town are roughly as follows. All in all, the town has a very high turnover, but it has to bear the consumption of the castle and Black Horse Island, losing at least 5 gold coins a day. A minimum of 150 gold coins in subsidies is needed each month. The construction in Fresh Flower Town had slightly stalled, and its various industries were mostly making money. Unfortunately, the main projects were either mortgaged or had limited capacity and could not be used as cash cows for continuous extraction. Add to this the castle's daily consumption and the support of construction materials for Black Horse Island, and indeed operations were difficult. Blair followed. The current main income of Port Town relies solely on rubber produced from rubber trees and pottery and charcoal from the brick factory. The expenses of Port Town, which need to underpin the comprehensive construction of Black Horse Island, face shortages in manpower, materials, and funds. Losing at least 15 gold coins a day. The rubber production was not yet high, and the brick factory had to meet the needs of the territory. Black Horse Island was developing various industries in parallel. Being able to maintain a loss of only 15 gold coins a day was already a sign of healthy finances. Both administrative officers reported on the situation of their respective territories. Galtai cleared his throat and said, Lord Landlord has allocated a total of 2,300 gold coins to the territory's finances. I plan to allocate a total of 500 gold coins to store food. According to his lordship's wishes, we need to store enough food for 10,000 new serfs on top of the territory's existing population, which means food for 15,000 people. Consultant, if we keep stockpiling food, the price is bound to increase significantly. I think we're lucky if we can stockpile enough food with 1,000 gold coins, Blair countered Galtai's idea from another perspective. Isaiah corroborated this. I've talked with Captain Abigan of the Fresh Flower Caravan. It's indeed becoming more and more difficult to buy food. We can't expect those lords from other places to sell us food at fair prices, just like the lords of Coral Island. Rebutted by both administrative officers. Galtai was somewhat displeased, but he nodded. Then let's set a budget of 1,000 gold coins for storing food. With this issue settled, let's move on to the next topic, the allocation of funds for various industries. A meeting was in session at the town's administrative office. There was also a small meeting in the castle involving Butler Carter, Mrs. Morrison, Mrs. Abbey, and Chris Truth, as well as Captain Abigan, Charlotte, and other caravan leaders. Carter was the first to speak. Her Excellency Chris is busy with many matters, so let's start with the purchase of magic books. The master has allocated 1,000 gold coins for book purchases, of which 400 are for buying night novels and 600 for magic books. We will mainly deal with Mr. Elkerson, and Her Excellency Chris will preside over this. Chris's demeanor stood out from that of the servants. She simply sat to the side and said lightly, Mr. Carter, the Viscount has told me that when Mr. Elkerson comes to town for the trade, you just need to notify me, and I will handle the pricing for each magic book. That would be for the best. Then, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. On her way back, she seemed somewhat preoccupied. Her thoughts were a bit scattered. I feel that I have recently touched upon cognitive barriers, and according to three-phase magic array and reality interaction theory, this is a sign of transitioning from a static magic circle to a dynamic magic array. Unfortunately, my accumulation is still insufficient, and I need more magic references. She thought back to yesterday when List came to get a magic potion. What he had said to her, Chris, I don't have the money to build you a mage tower yet, but whatever magic books you wish to buy, you may. Also, I will ask Elkerson to find a sufficient spellcasting scheme for your reference. I hope you can advance to Grand Magician soon. With these thoughts in mind, she couldn't help but breathe unevenly. The value placed on magicians is too low. I cannot let List down. I need to be promoted to Grand Magician to repay him for saving my life and for his daily smiles. I've dedicated my whole being to the truth. Various images and smiles of List flashed through her mind. Gradually, her face revealed a hopeful expression, and her eyes warmed with affection, but I still wish to see him smile every day. Out at sea. A huge white seashell opened. Ak held a small horn, gently blowing into it, his expression somewhat listless. Mangrove Miner Elf Nami held a peanut nougat candy, crunching it loudly. At Nami's feet, a dark green kelp bug swam in circles around her, its scales opening and closing at the back of its neck in a lively fashion. The kelp bug's belly, rather than being bumpy like other elf bugs' legs, was more flattened, allowing it to swim swiftly. Soon, Ak put away the small horn, touched Nami, then the kelp bug, and took a deep breath. Let's go, Nami, kelp bug. Let's catch more elf bugs so we can give Big Brother a huge surprise when he returns. Of course, List didn't know that the little sea monster was preparing a surprise for him. He was already at Coral City Port. After checking his Night Order members, he boarded the flagship Tulip of the Coral Island fleet. Once all the knights, retainer knights, and supplies had boarded their respective ships, the immense fleet set sail across the Sea of Azure Waves, heading for Iron Hoof Island once again. List was busy securing Dalson and the 8 tiny ones in the cabin, preventing them from running amok. The landwalker bird Loki was also kept in the cabin, where it enjoyed living with grains and beans. Afterward, as per tradition, all the nobles came to the Tulip to attend the meeting chaired by the Earl, where the agenda was the allocation of the battle loot. The basic principle of military merit was to allocate according to work. More work gets more, less work gets less, no work gets nothing. The principle for materials was that whoever seized them kept them, but had to donate 1/3 to the Night Order's death compensation. It was also stipulated that seized mineral resources were forbidden to be sold to mercenary corps, but must be handed over to the treasury for the Grand Duke to allocate. The main purpose of each year's pioneer mandate was to snatch mineral resources. After the battle loot allocation was clarified, the nobles dispersed and returned to their own ships. Suddenly, List thought of a question and asked the Earl, "Father, can those mercenary groups be trusted?" "From my many years of experience in campaigning, it's not about trust. As long as they can help us trade, some losses are bearable. If I were the landlord of the Eagle Kingdom, I would never allow mercenary groups to develop unchecked." "Hey," the Earl finally found a sense of superiority. "List, you are still somewhat naive. Whether it's the mercenary groups of the Eagle Kingdom or the pirates of the Duchy of Sapphire, they exist for a reason. To summarize, it's all driven by interest." Chapter 458 War and Justice. In terms of social status, the position of mercenaries belonged to the middle tier, comparable to that of master craftsmen who possessed irreplaceable skills. They were just below the upper nobility, and above the magical magicians, non-titled knight officers, and indispensable artists of high society. They ranked higher than the lower mid-servants, craftsmen, workers, merchants, rats, and the lowest tier of serfs, roles often filled by down-and-out knights. There were no mercenary corps in the Duchy of Sapphire, and consequently, no mercenaries. However, in the nations of the continent, mercenary corps were a widespread and common phenomenon, often established under the pretense of guarding trade, hunting magical beasts, or capturing elves. But in secret, mercenary corps were direct participants in the slave trade, often playing the roles of robbers and bandits. List didn't know how mercenary corps originated and developed to the extent they had today. But after a conversation with the Earl, he started to understand clearer that mercenary corps were, in fact, similar to rats, an extension of noble influence. If rats played the part of intelligence organizations, then mercenaries acted like dynamic social organizations. One of the disadvantages of the feudal system was that there were no overarching jurisdictional relationships between territories, but rather significant competition. Many landlords had various private feuds and couldn't directly dispatch knight orders to plunder each other, so mercenary corps played their roles well. Mercenary corps were also a source of substantial profit. The continent was not short of population, and during every war, the slave trade was a lucrative business. Even many local landlords were hopeful for invasions by the Duchy of Sapphire, as long as their own territories weren't the ones being raided. During such times, they would eagerly cooperate with invading knight orders to trade, exchanging easily captured serfs for the materials the knights had plundered from other places. Every war between the Eagle Kingdom and the Steel Ridge Kingdom was the busiest time for mercenary corps. These mercenary corps dared not invade the territory's castles, but they could come and go like the wind when plundering serfs. It can be said that when we invade Sardine Bay area, apart from the landlords within the area who will resist, the landlords and mercenary corps from the surrounding regions will only be brandishing their cutlery, joining us in feasting on the wealth of the Sardine Bay area. The Earl spoke fluently. This is also the reason we dare to attack the Eagle Kingdom every year. He looked at List, who was listening attentively. Finally, feeling the sentiment of a father teaching his son, he continued, "Moreover, some landlords in the Sardine Bay area, we can sit down and talk business with them at night even as we wage war by day." List was puzzled. "Why is that?" The Earl retorted, "What do you think nobles rely on to govern their territories, or rather, what do we depend on to live lives 1,000 times more comfortable than commoners? Nobles govern their territories, relying on chi cultivation. And where does chi cultivation come from? From the land." "That's right, you're smart and can see the essence of the issue," the Earl complimented before continuing. "Nobles rely on land, all resources are extracted from it. Either from one's own land or someone else's, whether by making serfs farm or by knights looting. What does this have to do with the landlords of Sardine Bay, who wage war with us on one hand and trade on the other?" Since war is inevitable, some landlords will, of course, look for opportunities to mitigate their losses. Grand landlords can transfer the losses to lesser landlords through trading with us, while smaller landlords can pass it on to commoners, or to other landlords. Undoubtedly, they have lost the noble virtue of knighthood. Do knights possess noble virtues? Liszt was already confused. After talking with the Earl and learning about the background of mercenary corps, he faintly felt the similarities with history. Although this world was completely different from Earth and the kingdom he lived in had no connection to Earth, he considered the essence of the relationship between the Duchy of Sapphire and the Eagle Kingdom from a fundamental perspective. Wasn't it just a different world's version of the Woka pirate turmoil during the Ming Dynasty? In the Ming Dynasty, the Woka pirates originated in Japan and often raided the southeastern coastal areas of China. However, by the latter part of the turmoil, true Japanese pirates had become rare. According to historical records, true Woka pirates only accounted for 1/3, and the rest were imposters, that is, rebels of the Ming Dynasty. After all, the Japanese Ronin who made up the early Woka pirates were not familiar with the southeastern coast and could not form a fighting force. Only by colluding with the locals could they land and plunder everywhere. In the Ming Dynasty's specialized anti-pirate book, Zhuhai Tu Bai'an, 14 Woka pirate leaders were listed, and they all turned out to be from the Ming Dynasty. The root cause lay in the Ming Dynasty's sea ban policy, which prevented coastal residents from making a living from the sea. When they could no longer survive, they were forced to become pirates. Moreover, merchants would turn to piracy when the sea ban was stringent, and some powerful gentry also colluded secretly, leading to centuries of turmoil from the Woka pirate raids. In this world filled with magic power, the pioneer mandate of the Duchy of Sapphire had resemblances to the Woka pirate turmoil. True, we can snatch plenty of resources from the Eagle Kingdom, but the real wealth created on the land is all plunder by the landlords of the Eagle Kingdom. Perhaps we're just grabbing some mines, buying some serfs, while the rest of the materials are transferred by the local nobles. Ultimately, it confirmed a line from the Yuan Dynasty song, when it rises, the common people suffer, when it falls, the common people suffer. Throughout the struggle of the pioneer mandate, it was still those hard-working peasants and serfs who were truly plundered. Liszt even thought, is the annual war between the Steel Ridge Kingdom and the Eagle Kingdom somewhat like the 100 Years' War between England and France on Earth? In the medieval times, England and France were at war for over a century. Nobles waged wars of knights for profit. And naturally, it was the commoners who suffered the most. As Liszt reflected on the wars, he suddenly felt dispirited, although his soul was from Earth and had nothing to do with this world. However, he quickly rallied. If I do nothing, the commoners will still be oppressed by the nobles. If I strive with all my might, and one day succeed in dragon riding, I could perhaps bring a new order to this world. He clenched his fist. His eyes became more determined. As long as I maintain justice in my heart, if I can bring a better life to the commoners, then my participation in war is a just act. This self-analysis, while somewhat of a justification for waging a war for profit, also reflected his innermost feelings. The standard of living for the commoners under his governance was definitely far superior to those in other territories. His goal was dragon riding and exploring this miraculous world. He did not intend to act like a saint, nor did he wish to become a cold-hearted, profit-driven noble. Striving for the great cause of dragon riding, bringing goodness to the world along the way, why not? His conviction was clear. He returned to his usual calm demeanor, standing at the bow of the ship, holding a glass of juice, enjoying the blue sky, white clouds, and undulating waves. 4 days passed in a flash, and the fleet had successfully arrived at Bullhoof City on Iron Hoof Island. Here, they would make the final supply replenishment. In 6 days, they would set their sights on the continent. Chapter 459 The Fear from the Deep Sea. Iron Hoof Island, Bullhoof City. Now taken over by the Sapphire family, but the scars of war had yet to be erased. The huge castle standing by the sea still bore pockmarked and cracked traces on its walls. Those had been left by the first prince when he led the Night Order to capture Bullhoof City. At the moment, the port of Bullhoof City was densely packed with various sailing ships, flying a variety of banners. The red tulip flag of the tulip family was quite inconspicuous. During the stopover for supplies, Liszt found the Red Crab Island fleet, led by his uncle, Mazuro Taro. "Uncle, I want to rent the Red Crab Island fleet to transport a batch of serfs for me," Liszt stated directly. Mazuro was quite fond of Liszt, his nephew who had the fine features of the Long Taro family. "No problem, as long as you pay the corresponding reward, the Red Crab Island fleet can be rented at any time." "How many serfs are you planning to transport to your domain?" "I'm planning to transport at least 10,000. If I can buy more, I hope to round up to 20,000. Black Horse Island is just an undeveloped barren island, isn't it? Are you sure you can support so many serfs based on your territory?" If there is a food shortage, it may cause unrest in the territory, and the death of serfs would also be a huge loss. I have already stocked enough food for 10,000 people to survive the winter. Adding another 10,000 would just tighten the food supply in the domain. I believe that I can obtain food from other channels and support us safely until the next year's harvest, List replied confidently. Live off the mountains if near the mountains, live off the sea if near the sea. If the serfs had nothing to eat, they would be sent to the sea to catch seafood, and seafood could also be purchased from the various coastal towns of Coral Island. There was absolutely no problem with filling their bellies. It was just a matter of how many gold coins it would cost. You are prepared for this, and that's enough, Maziro said with a hint of nostalgia in his eyes, speaking gently. If Melissa were still alive, seeing how you are now, she would surely have a radiant smile every day. To List, Melissa was merely a symbol. She had passed away when his former self was very young, so he had no memories or much to talk about regarding her, and thus he changed the subject. How is grandfather doing? With Miebao and Angela's marriage, Long Taro Castle must be filled with even more warmth. He is getting stronger by the day, with no need to worry about worldly affairs, but his temper lately is not good. Every day Miebao and Angela do not bring a Long Taro family heir into this world is another day he will not be satisfied. Even a princess must strive for the continuity of the Long Taro family lineage. Yes, family succession is the most important issue, List said, and then suddenly remembered the smoke mission from before. Miebao and Angela did not have a harmonious marital relationship. At that time, his first thought was the taboo scenario of cuckoldry, so he immediately changed the mission. But upon thinking it over later, he felt maybe he had overthought it, always viewing Angela, with her liberal lifestyle, through tinted lenses. The smoke mission mentioned a lack of harmony in the marital relationship, leading to an inability to continue the family line, which includes several other possibilities. It could be that Miebao had a problem with his virility, preventing Angela from becoming pregnant. It could also be that Angela had fertility issues, preventing her from conceiving. Another possibility was inactive sperm unable to reach where they were meant to go, naturally making pregnancy difficult. If it were the first two possibilities, there would be no solution, but if it were the latter, it required regulation. If it was just an ordinary level of inactivity, eating foods rich in zinc, maintaining proper rest and relaxation could improve the activity level. Oysters, also known as oysters, contain the highest amount of zinc. The zinc content in animal livers is also quite high. If Miebao and Angela cannot conceive for too long, I really should step in to help, at least by providing them with oyster food, he thought to himself. After anchoring at Bullhoof City for just one night, the fleet continued its journey. On the azure sea of azure waves, a line of sailboats sailed in formation. List specifically climbed to the crow's nest at the top of the mainmast, took out his telescope, and gazed at the surrounding fleet. The telescope he held in his hand was the second-generation model, both precision and clarity far surpassing the first generation. This stemmed from the Earl's continuous investment. He was very fond of the telescope, and after List explained the principles behind it, the Earl pushed hard to have crystal craftsmen research and refine it. Just then, through the telescope, List caught sight of a whale leaping mightily from the ocean's surface to the right of the fleet, only to crash back into the water, raising a large spray of waves. These massive creatures were a part of the scenery on the voyage. They would often accompany the fleet for a while. As long as the ships didn't attack them, they would not attack the ships, and all was well. List had even heard crew members say that when ships were attacked by sea monsters, these large whales would sometimes come to their aid, chasing away the monsters. Their immense size meant average low-level sea monsters simply couldn't cope. This could be the whales' protective behavior towards their young. Sea monsters hunt baby whales, so the adult whales try to block any hunting behavior by the monsters, not allowing them to develop peacefully and reducing the chances of the young whales being hunted, List deduced. He had watched documentaries where humpback whales would often embark on rescue missions over thousands of miles to save prey about to fall into the jaws of an orca. There was no evidence as to why they did this, but they seemed to enjoy it, showing gallant valor. During this voyage, besides witnessing a few instances of whales escorting the fleet, there were no other memorable moments. They didn't even encounter a single sea monster. Tales of attacks by sea monsters abounded in the ocean, yet the chance to actually come across one in a lifetime as a sailor was quite rare indeed. The vast ocean was simply too immense. Sea monsters had specific prey and had no reason to attack wooden ships or to munch on humans, hardly worth a snack. What really hindered humanity from setting their sights on the ocean were the constraints of their understanding, and the fact that acquiring resources in the ocean was far more difficult than on land. Indeed, if List had a large fiefdom on the continent, he wouldn't think about developing the ocean to lead the era of great maritime voyages. The profound ocean always emitted a mysterious and shadowy aura. Sometimes, as he stood at the helm, gazing into its unfathomable depths, he couldn't help but feel a tinge of fear. The merciless ocean could swallow a manhole with ease. Cultivate. 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 The monotonous 6.5-day voyage soon ended, and the fleet was already heading towards a major city of the Steel Ridge Kingdom, Comb City, where they would gather, resupply, and collect information before launching an offensive on the Sardine Bay area. The Pioneer Mandate warfare is of a different style compared to the Battle of Iron Hoof Island. List, here, defeating opponents and plundering resources is our primary task, the Earl said spiritedly as he looked towards the approaching port. The wars that take place on the continent are the true battleground for knights. Chapter 460 Wild Elf Trade Market. Comb City is located at the easternmost edge of the Steel Ridge Kingdom, serving as the central metropolis of Marquis Eiling Benedict Gubiasu's domain, known as the Rooster Pheasant Hills, which is said to be even larger than Iron Hoof Island. Of course. The land is indeed so vast that the size of a territory doesn't mean much, as most of it is covered by primeval jungles, home to numerous magical beasts. Many of these jungles are no-go zones for humans, where not even Sky Knights dare to set foot lightly for fear of being attacked by advanced magical beasts. Human societies on the continent are more likely to build large cities on flat plains and gather towns along roads between cities to ensure safety in living and communication. Many long-distance trades require the escort of night orders. Ordinary merchants who cannot afford to hire formal night orders will employ mercenary corps for protection. Therefore, the existence of mercenary corps is always legal. Gubiasu is a kind of fruit magic potion that tastes like a mix of chocolate and pineapple, an expensive specialty of the Gubiasu family. It's said to be a variant of the cocoa fruit, which is used to make chocolate, and all the chocolate in our country is imported from Comb City. The one introducing this to List was Captain Layden, who was once again assigned to the Night Order under List's command. The Earl had already gone to Rooster Pheasant Castle to attend the welcome feast hosted by Marquis Eiling and to hold a war council on the side. He decided to take a tour around Comb City and buy some local specialties. Chocolate has a high sales volume. Why isn't there a landlord in our country growing cocoa trees? Probably because the climate isn't suitable, or maybe there are no elf bugs for cocoa. Comb City is much larger than Coral City, with 7-story wooden buildings on both sides of the street and residents ranging from superbly dressed nobles to ragged serfs, all mixed together. There are also many knights dressed like them, probably those participating in the Pioneer Mandate. Hey, Viscount List. Soon someone took the initiative to greet List. He was a young viscount from Golden Island who had attended a wedding on Coral Island. List recognized the man, having personally received him before. Viscount Cyril, are you also visiting Comb City? Haha, I'm not really interested in Comb City. I'm planning to go to the elf market to see if there are any suitable elf bugs. I intend to buy a few. Elf market? List became interested. I plan to take a look there too. Then let's go together. Following Viscount Cyril, the group soon arrived at the elf market located in a corner of Comb City. It's a small wild elf market, selling not many elf bugs. List owns a magic book called Wild Elf Bug Market Sale Prices, which includes information about the elf market. In the capital city of Steel of the Steel Ridge Kingdom, there is a large-scale wild elf market, where the trading prices of elves are clearly recorded in the book. For example, a Venus flytrap spirit worm sells for 3,600 gold coins. It had cost him only 700 gold coins to purchase from Viscount Jonas. However, in the city of Steel, mosquitoes are rampant, and every household likes to buy and breed Venus flytraps at home, even though Venus flytraps have very limited insect-catching abilities. As long as the cultivation scale is increased, they still have a decent effect on catching mosquitoes and flies. On Coral Island, Venus flytrap has almost no use. There are not many mosquitoes, and the commoners can't afford them while nobles have other means to repel them. Walking through, List gradually gained a clear understanding of the prices in this small elf market. They were similar to those in the City of Steel, generally around 1,000 to 2,000 gold coins. Elf bugs of little use were priced at several hundred gold coins. Those linked to magic potions had prices starting from 2,000 gold coins. The most expensive elf bug List saw was priced at 3,800 gold coins, a mysterious fruit elf bug. The mysterious fruit is not a magic potion, but it can enhance the human sense of taste, making it an excellent accompaniment to meals. Too expensive. Buying it would not cover the cost. He shook his head, devoid of any intention to purchase. There's a sparse population on Coral Island and not many nobles, with little demand for mysterious fruit. However, he was interested in buying some grain-related elf bugs. Unfortunately, the prices for grain-related elf bugs were not cheap either, none below 2,000 gold coins. Considering the value of the increased grain production over 10 years, it just wasn't enough to offset the cost of the bugs themselves. The main hope in purchasing them was that they would evolve into little minor elves, at which point, the profits would be substantial. After all, grain is a crucial component of human food, and the increased production brought by a single little minor elf could save countless lives. List was in dire need of grain-related elf bugs. He only had 1 barley bug, 1 millet bug, and 2 little wheat bugs. Perhaps the corn grass bug could also be considered a grain-related elf, especially now that there was stick corn and grain corn. The little wheat bug is priced at 2,300 gold coins, which isn't worth it. I don't have that much money right now. Forget it, I'll just wait for my territory to breed its own. I have the smoke mission, obtaining elf bugs isn't a problem, List quietly calculated before giving up on the idea of making a purchase. He planned to continue looking around for dragon kua bugs, rubber bugs, and thorn bugs. If the prices for these 3 types of elf bugs weren't outrageous, he would undoubtedly snatch them up without hesitation. Unfortunately, after making a round, he couldn't find any. The elf market had less than 100 elf bugs for trade, most of which were useless. Elf bug trading was not very prosperous to begin with many being provided by smaller nobles unable to manage them. Nobles would buy but never sell, elves were always scarce for nobility. If Viscount Jonas hadn't encountered financial issues, he wouldn't have sold his dragon kua bug and Venus flytrap worm in the first place. Leaving the elf market, List asked Captain Layden, when does the surf trade take place? It's not happening right now, but once the war starts, it won't be long before mercenary corps come forward to make contact. All we need to do is prepare ships by the seaside, and the mercenary corps will bring a large number of serfs for trade. The entire transaction might be completed within an hour, and then everyone leaves, replied Captain Layden, who had participated in several pioneer mandates and was very familiar with serf trading. In fact, some serf trades were conducted on the same day they plundered villages, bringing the serfs for immediate exchange. Captain Layden added further, we could also contact serf traders who will buy slaves for us, they always have ways to acquire a large number of slaves. We would just wait for their ramshackle wooden boats by the seaside, and we could complete the trade without even going ashore. This kind of indirect serf trading was obviously to prevent detection by night orders during the transaction. While this increased security significantly, it would incur a fee from the serf traders, making it less profitable than dealing directly with mercenary corps. On Coral Island, do we usually trade directly, or do we contact serf traders? List inquired. Captain Layden smiled mysteriously. Looking around to ensure no one was near, he spoke in a low voice, Lord Commander, do you know how those small landlords frequently invaded by the coast survive? Their territories might not produce much, but the mercenary corps they foster are often larger than those fostered by some larger landlords. They are all secretly involved in the slave trade. He added another sentence, Rat will help us make contact with the mercenary corps, and we might even acquire a small port without having to fight. Chapter 461 The war begins like this. The war had already begun, and the Night Order of the Duchy of Sapphire participated, mainly to harass the enemy, restraining more of the Eagle Kingdom's night orders. Therefore, after resting for a day in Combe City, the fleets set sail, attacking the predetermined Sardine Bay area. Marquis Xiling also dispatched a large number of his followers to join the fleets of the Duchy of Sapphire and attack the Sardine Bay area. On the fleet of the Tulip family, Earl King Shi, one of Marquis Xiling's followers, and his associated Night Order, which included nearly 1,000 knights, were present. Herbert, this is my second son, List. He is Viscount Black Horse Island, an elite Earth Knight, Earl Lee William introduced to Earl King Shi, who had just boarded the ship. A very handsome young man, looks very young. List, how old are you? Earl King Shi, Herbert, asked. 17 years old, Earl King Shi. In the Continental Kingdom, noble titles are not named after places, but are related to the titles of their territories. For example, Marquis Xiling's title Xiling means the feathers of a wild pheasant, derived from his territory, the Rooster Pheasant Hills, and the central city of his land is also called Combe City. It was the same for Earl King Shi. His territory was King Shi Valley, which was covered with a kind of green rock. As for his full name, it was Herbert Tychilan. Tychilan is a type of flower. The surnaming convention in the Continental Kingdom is not much different from that of the Duchy of Sapphire. In the serf class among the commoners, there are basically no surnames. In the wealthier freeman class, they have lowly surnames. Some small nobles extend these lowly surnames or change to more common ones. Only the mid and high-ranking nobles can have beautiful words such as flowers, grains, or metals as their surnames. Although there are no explicit rules about surnames, commoners who dare to use nice words as surnames would be punished by their landlords. Even some small nobles who used lovely words as surnames were attacked by the high nobility and even destroyed. Earl King Shi seemed like a straightforward person and directly asked, being an elite Earth Knight at 17, you have good talent. As the second son of Earl Lee William, did you earn the title of Viscount Black Horse Island through your own achievements on the battlefield? Yes. When did you join the battlefield? This year. This year? Earl King she was surprised. Earl Lee William said indifferently, Herbert, you should know that the Duchy of Sapphire has encountered a rebellion. List made meritorious deeds in the Battle of Ironhoof Island, advancing from Baron to Viscount Black Horse Island. I've heard of the Battle of Ironhoof Island. To be promoted to Viscount after a single battle means your son must have performed exceptionally well, King Shi remarked. He has an intermediate Earth attribute magical beast as a pet, which has captured castles multiple times in battle, and displayed outstanding performance in the final decisive battle, winning the appreciation of Prince Anthony. Lee William, will he inherit your title? Herbert suddenly asked. List answered for himself, Earl King Shi, my older brother Levi's is the heir, and he is also an elite Earth Knight. It's enviable to have so many outstanding offspring in the family. After exchanging pleasantries, Herbert and Lee William entered the cabin together while List stayed at the bow. He still needed to train the 8 tiny ones and Dowson, as they were about to enter the battlefield, and he was still somewhat concerned about their obedience and discipline since they were all immature juveniles. They hadn't even reached the age of 1 year and so far could only use the rock spike magic. Just as Captain Layden had said. The Coral Island fleet had just arrived at the coastline, and without experiencing a single battle, they already possessed a small port, complete with a city and a castle that were barely larger than a small town. The lord of this territory, upon hearing of the invaders' attack, had fled his domain early on. Thus, the Knights of the Coral Island Knights and the King Shi Knight Order disembarked at the port. Using this place as a springboard, they launched their invasion into the Sardine Bay area. Soldiers value speed, and without any pause or preparation, the Knights of the Knight Order entered a state of war. Lee Ct had no time to contemplate the suddenness of the war. He mounted a landwalker bird and followed at the Earl's side. Looting towns, cities, besieging castles, and clashing with the Knight Orders that came to resist. Without much strategy, it was just primal, savage charging, and more charging. In previous Pioneer Mandate battles, the Coral Island Knights seldom attacked named castles because they were easy to defend but hard to attack. However, this time with Dowson and the 8 tiny ones aiding, they bulldozed their way through. In just a day and a half, the Coral Island Knights, now separated from the King Shi Knight Order, had penetrated 300 kilometers inland and reached a named castle by the River Bay Fort. Dowson, prepare for the siege. 8 tiny ones, follow Dowson's lead. On my command, rock spike. The Earl swept through the battlefield, and Lee Ct personally directed the Blizzard Beast, starting the dismantling of River Bay Fort. Meanwhile, the other knights from the Knight Order shot arrows relentlessly to suppress any counterattack from the fort. Moments later, a wall of River Bay Fort thunderously collapsed, and Viscount Jonas charged at the forefront towards the breach in the castle. Soon after, all knights swarmed into River Bay Fort and within less than 10 minutes, the Viscount's castle fell to the might of the Coral Island Knights' strong attack. The Viscount Lord died in battle. Take captive all the Earth Knights and tally the resources of the castle, instructed Earl Lee William, who hadn't taken part in the battle and had been strolling through the fight, now began directing the mopping up. Captain Mickey, send out the rats to contact the nearby mercenary corps, and let's proceed with the resource trade. Additionally, keep a close eye on the Knight Orders of the surrounding domains and be ready for battle at any moment. Yes, my lord. Unlike previous captures used for ransom, this time the Grand Duke allowed his followers to recruit captives themselves, so none of the Earth Knights taken in war were disabled, they were all subjects for recruitment. The Earl was only interested in elite Earth Knights, particularly those who were younger, had lower titles or had no titles at all. It wasn't List's turn to select elite Earth Knights yet. His target was the younger Earth Knights, preferably single ones. Such Earth Knights, once recruited to his own territory and arranged with marriages, would soon breed loyalty. Earl Lee William gazed at the bound Earth Knights. He spoke slowly, you are now my captives, and your lives are in my hands. Now, I grant you the right to choose. 1. Right to your families, your lords, to pay a ransom that satisfies me, and you may return. 2. If you cannot afford the ransom, you may pledge your loyalty to me and my followers. Over 40 uninjured Earth Knights glanced at each other, disheveled. They were familiar with the options of capture and loyalty in continental wars, but the Grand Duchy of Sapphire typically did not accept loyalty pledges from captives, leaving them pondering why this time was different. 21 knights elected to pay the ransom. The remaining 26 knights chose loyalty. First, the Earl made his selection, taking only 3 young elite Earth Knights. Then, it was the turn of 3 Viscounts to choose in turns. List had the highest military achievements, placing him in the first position to choose 1 knight. He looked over the remaining Earth Knights. Among them, there were only 2 elites, 1 old and 1 middle-aged. Without a doubt, he chose the middle-aged elite Earth Knight. Tell me your name, List commanded, clad in a resplendent suit of mithril armor, his demeanor authoritative. Despite his youth, during the battle, these knights had clearly seen that he was surrounded by a host of powerful magical beasts. Thus, the excitement was evident in the middle-aged elite Earth Knight's eyes. "My lord, my name is Vedri Woodkindle, 37 years old. I have been an elite Earth Knight for 8 years and hold no titles." Chapter 462 Nobles Plundering Game. Apart from elite Earth Knight Vedri Woodkindle, List had also selected 4 other Earth Knights, including the 3 chosen by the Earl and the 15 selected by the Viscount. That left 8 other old and weak Earth Knights for the Barons to choose from. Thus, his first recruitment of knights was complete. The loyalty of these knights could not yet be guaranteed, it had to be determined by their performance. As for the knights who chose to pay a ransom, they were simply bound. But there was no need to worry, for knights are a rather trustworthy group on the battlefield. Being captive wasn't a big deal. One could still eat, drink, sleep, and even attend banquets, just pay the sufficient ransom when the time came. In this era, nationalism hadn't taken root, and the feudal system meant that national identities were not very strong, so the most fervent ideologies of nationalism and patriotism had not emerged. The wars of the knights were for mutual benefit, a struggle among nobles. Similar to an arm wrestling match. The victorious side would not mistreat the captives, who thus did not need to plot escapes but could eat, drink, and wait for their families or landlords to deliver the ransom so they could return home happily. Just as long as they didn't die in battle. The battlefield was as leisurely as a vacation, of course. Once defeated and captured, one had to bleed a great deal of money for their ransom. Watching in the castle, as the 5 Earth Knights who had just sworn loyalty quickly mingled with the knights of the Fresh Flower Squad, raising their cups together, List still found it absurd how the serious matter of war seemed like mere play to these knights. Perhaps it really is just a game of plundering. Attacking the Sardine Bay area is inherently to plunder resources, not to occupy the land, he thought as he lifted his cup and took a sip, responding to a newly loyal Earth Knight who had toasted him. Suddenly, he felt this was also good. Should he ever be defeated, he could also pay a ransom to release himself. Survival was the best outcome. "My lord, Vedri has a request, and I wonder whether you would permit it," Vedri Woodkindle suddenly said formally, speaking in serpent script. The Sardine Bay area was near the Steel Ridge Kingdom and bordered the Rooster Pheasant Hills, so many knights were fluent in both wind language and serpent script. "Speak, Knight Vedri. On the eve of war, my family had just moved. I had them hide in the village of a nearby small town. I ask for your permission, my lord, to bring them here and, after the war, to return with you to the Duchy of Sapphire." The families of loyal knights. Of course, he had to permit it. With family ties, their loyalty would not be too low. At least when knights were defeated, they were very likely to choose to pay a ransom, provided they had enough money for it. It was precisely because the local viscounts had died in battle, and there were no landlords to pay their ransom, that these landless commoner Earth Knights readily chose loyalty over stubbornly awaiting death. "Teacher Marcus, I need you to take a trip. Have Vedri write a letter to fetch them, then have them leave this place by ship with the serfs, returning to the domain," List decided, not trusting Vedri enough to let him fetch his family himself. He planned to take their families to Black Horse Island first. This way, Vedri, free from worries, could quickly integrate into the Knight Squad. Then he turned to the 4 Earth Knights. "What about your families? Do you need them taken as well?" 3 Earth Knights disclosed their families' hiding places, but one hesitated. "My lord, I am a bastard and not held in high regard within my family, they're just strangers to me. My mother was a serf and has passed away. In my domain, being a bastard does not serve as an obstacle." List raised an eyebrow. "You're still young. Following me, you will see plenty of opportunities to change your fate." The Earth Knight immediately knelt on one knee. "I will serve you, my lord." His expression was extremely excited. Once, as a second son of a noble, he was not valued, even suppressed, and the landlord he followed also did not take him seriously. Changing his fate seemed almost hopeless. After losing the battle, he couldn't even afford the ransom and thought he would be sent to work in the mines or workshops until death. Unexpectedly, he could now choose to pledge his allegiance anew. This was practically great news. The former Duchy of Sapphire did not allow the recruitment of captives. Either ransom was paid, or captives were sent to toil as laborers. What was even more important was, the landlord did not care about his illegitimate status. Weapons, armor, equipment, food. The collected resources were immediately apportioned to each knight according to their military achievements after being tallied. Of course, these resources wouldn't be distributed right away but were all transported to a small port city by the sea. There, numerous mercenary corps and second-hand dealers would come to trade. Gemstones, crystals, jade, metals were all part of the trade, and of course, serf trading was also included. "Father, I don't need other materials, I only want serfs, List stated his intention clearly. I will have Captain Mickey convert your portion of the spoils entirely into serfs. The merchant ships brought along will also be reallocated to transport the serfs for you. Thank you, Father. Don't forget to pay the rental fee. You have to give me a discount, at least 20% cheaper than if I were to rent my uncle's merchant ships. 10%, and not a penny more. If you were not my son, I would charge a premium of 3 times the fee. All right then. Negotiating business deals between father and son was also a common practice among the nobility. After all, List had been influenced and was an independent entity. He tasked Marcus to handle the serf trading separately from his knight squad. Teacher Marcus, accept all serfs delivered by the mercenary corps, as long as they are not ill. Even if a serf is disabled, as long as they have some skill, they can be sent to Black Horse Island. My lord, I understand. The serf trade had already begun. And the pace of the war advanced rapidly as well, maintaining contact with other knight orders. After resting for a night at River Bay Fort, the Coral Island Knights set off again, attacking a broader territory, plundering every wealth from the earth. The knights' forces of the small landlords could not stop their offensive. Especially List, who always led 9 blizzard beasts into the charge and with a barrage of rock spikes, always managed to disrupt the enemy knights' formations and achieve a rout. He reaped one glorious victory after another. Even if those knight orders took refuge in castles, they could hardly resist the earth system magic of the blizzard beasts. For a time, they were unstoppable. With him as the arrowhead, the Coral Island Knights took down 4 small cities in succession, directly pressing towards the first major city, Falconzine City, the territory of Peregrine Count. The name of Falconzine City stems from being witnessed by the Peregrine, naturally referring to Peregrine Count, Tasker St. Cartaleaf. At this moment, within St. Cartaleaf's stronghold on the eastern hillside of Falconzine City, Peregrine Count's face was somber as he convened a meeting with his followers. We have received a warning from Rattlesnake Marquis. The disgusting flies of Sapphire are here again, this time choosing the Sardine Bay area. And the Wildfowl Marquis has come as well, so all of us landlords in Sardine Bay must unite. His followers howled in response, "We'll heed your command, my lord." Tasker's eagle-like gaze swept over all the knights, revealing a satisfied smile. "Very well, then, what follows is we defend St. Cartaleaf stronghold to the death." Chapter 463 Proficient Siege Rhythm. St. Cartaleaf stronghold was not very tall, at least not when compared to Tulip Castle. It fell short by quite a length. However, the scale of Falconzine City at the foot of the mountain far surpassed that of Coral City. The population of Coral City was around 30,000, while Falconzine City had at least a population of 40 to 50,000. My lord, if we are to plunder Falconzine City, our charge formation will inevitably be disrupted and the knights of St. Cartaleaf stronghold will be ready to charge and defeat us at any time. Viscount Trick, leading the Knight Order, returned from a patrol around Falconzine City to report. Although the city was not as fortified as a castle, it still had basic walls, as well as many apprentice knights guarding it, making it no easy task to breach under a rain of arrows. Not to mention the elite knights of St. Cartaleaf's stronghold, lying in wait hungrily. Had it been in the past, the Coral Island Knights would have directly bypassed the major cities, looting small towns and rural villages instead, and stumbling upon a mine was like striking it rich. That's when the Knight Order hiding inside the strongholds would need to consider whether to charge out for a decisive battle, or to remain holed up and resolutely not emerge, allowing the Coral Island Knights to loot and leave afterwards. However, now, Li William glanced at his increasingly steadfast second son and the black behemoth beside him, confidently saying, "Then let's crush St. Cartaleaf stronghold first, and after that plunder Falconzine City." His gaze turned to List. "Is Dowson ready?" "Dowson is always ready for siege, my lord." List patted Dowson's huge head. The almost 2-year-old Dowson had matured in every aspect of his body, and his mastery of the 4 types of magic was particularly adept, essentially reaching the pinnacle that his bloodline could attain. "Then, let's begin the siege. I'll take care of the scorching sword, St. Tasker. You guys focus on suppressing the counterattacks from St. Cartaleaf stronghold's archers. Dowson, along with the 8 blizzard beasts, will lead the main assault on the city." The order was given. Combat was imminent. The divine archers of the Coral Island Knights exchanged fire with the knights on the walls of St. Cartaleaf stronghold, while List, mounted on the landwalker bird Loki, holding the swift shadow bow, began directing the blizzard beasts in the siege. One of the 8 tiny ones was responsible for prying at the base of the wall with rock spikes, while Dowson handled bombarding it with rock grenades. The mixed chi of the knights, capable of shredding the magic cast by magicians who gathered the free-floating magic power in the air, was unable to shred the magic released by the inherent magic power within magical beasts. However, during the siege, List noticed that there were a few spells cast from within St. Cartaleaf's stronghold, which had injured several of the knights from the Coral Island Knights. There are also magical beasts in St. Cartaleaf's stronghold, but fortunately, they seem to be low level, only capable of casting wind blade spell and fireball technique. His eye of magic gazed, quickly zeroing in on the firing openings of the castle. He distinguished the non-human forms of magic radiance. He soon found the magical beasts that were constantly changing positions. As the swift shadow bow was drawn to full moon, a poisoned arrow was being readied. He had mastered multi-arrow to a proficient level, and as soon as a magical beast stuck its head out to cast a spell, he released the bowstring, sending an arrow angrily whistling through the air. Whoosh! The arrow spun through the air, following a path hard to discern with the naked eye, accurately flying into the firing hole and piercing the mouth of the magical beast. It was as if the scream of the magical beast could be heard from his ear, as the one peeking from the firing hole had already withdrawn into the fortress, not showing itself again. List's lips slightly curled upwards. His archery skills must have reached an incredibly profound level. Overseeing nearly 1,000 Earth Knights from the Coral Island, he should be the strongest archer among them, justifying his daily archery practice, coupled with his exceptional talent. In combination with the Eye of Magic, the effect was even better. The bowstring was drawn to full moon again, as he aimed at a second magical beast, awaiting for it to peek out and prepare to cast a spell before he fired another arrow, spinning it into the mouth of the magical beast. Another scream rang out. The magical beasts retreated back into the castle. It was unclear whether the two magical beasts had perished, but the arrows were dipped in a high-concentration poison from rapid-growth poison thorn. Even if they didn't die, the beasts would certainly shed a layer of skin. When shooting at people, he adhered to the knight's code and did not use poisoned arrows. But when it came to magical beasts, there weren't so many scruples. Suddenly, he bellowed, "Rock, come back!" Turned out, Rock, the blizzard beast, got carried away in the heat of the battle and charged towards the area bombarded with a hail of arrows. If List could take down a beast from St. Cartaleaf's stronghold, then the stronghold's divine archer would certainly dare to strike down his beast. Thus, he immediately called Rock back to ensure all 8 tiny ones remained outside of the arrow's range. The discipline of the 8 tiny ones still needed to be strengthened. Only Dowson required less of List's worry. It simply donned a suit of firmstone armor and charged headlong, deploying rock grenades at close range to bombard the wall, smashing it until cracks followed one after another. After depleting its magic power, the attack would pause, and the knights, like the tide, fell back, waiting for Dowson to replenish its magic power before continuing the siege. Following the previous battle at Iron Hoof Island, the Knights of Coral Island had long since learned to coordinate with Dowson's rhythm, attack wave after wave successively. "Father, do you think we can capture the Scorching Sword Saint?" List asked during a brief respite. Lee William shook his head. "It's difficult. A Sky Knight who has reached the Sword Saint level, even if their offensive power may be lacking, possesses unparalleled abilities to escape. Moreover, I'm not adept at tracking an opponent, and my G and G manuscript aren't particularly outstanding in terms of speed." He practiced the water attribute Advanced Chi from Giant Wave Breaks the Tide, excelling in endurance, stout attacks, and solid defense, but it lacked a bit in explosive power, and the speed was quite ordinary. "I wonder what kind of Advanced Chi manuscript Tasker has. It would be great if we could capture his Chi manuscript," List added expectantly. Scorching Sword Saint Tasker St. Cartaleaf. From the title of Sword Saint alone, it was evident that he utilized fire attribute Chi. List had already obtained an advanced fire attribute Chi manuscript, Rising Sun Blaze, but he wouldn't mind having another advanced Chi manuscript to compare and contrast for greater mastery. Although it was not the case that the more Chi manuscripts one studied, the better, it could even cause problems with training due to conflicting techniques. But List believed in his own ability to overcome such obstacles. The Earl spoke. "There's a good chance he carries his Chi manuscript with him. Unless we capture him, we can't obtain the manuscript." Father and son discussed the post-battle issues. They didn't regard the desperate defense of St. Cartaleaf's stronghold to be of any concern. However, before they had rested sufficiently, the alarm horn suddenly sounded. The knights from St. Cartaleaf's stronghold were pouring out of the castle, boldly charging toward the camp of the Coral Island Knights. With a telescope, the movements of St. Cartaleaf's stronghold were discovered in real time. "I thought he was a turtle hiding in his shell, but I didn't expect Tasker St. Cartaleaf to still have some valor. Well then, let me snuff out his valor." Lee William suddenly rose, his advanced Chi surging around him, giving off the pressure of a vast ocean about to unleash massive surges. List also quickly stood, rejoining his own knight order, arraying themselves to meet the enemy. He had charged many times and, with the assistance of the Blizzard Beast, had emerged victorious every time. Facing the charge of other knights, he felt no pressure, only a blazing fighting spirit. These were all feats of valor delivered right to his doorstep. Chapter 464 A Glorious Victory Charge. On the battlefield, Two streams of ironclad torrents collided. It should have been an evenly matched scene, yet there emerged an unexpected turn of events. The Night Order led by List, like a sharp dagger, swiftly pierced through the knights whose formation had been destroyed by the blizzard beasts, defeating the opponent in one battle. Then, turning direction, he charged towards another Night Order. Surrounded by blizzard beasts himself, with Dowson clad in firmstone armor sweeping the front, no Earth Knight could stand in his way. With unrestrained dominance, he inflicted a massive blow on the St. Cartaleaf Stronghold's knights, a blow that rippled throughout, causing a domino effect. The Night Order he defeated was swiftly taken over by other Coral Island knights, who madly sprinted in for the attack, preventing any new formation from being established. From the beginning, the trend of the battle had been set. Unless they were outnumbered by the Coral Island knights, or had the aid of several Sky Knights, the Coral Island knights with blizzard beasts were invincible among the Night Orders of Nurl's territory. Watching the battle from one side, Tasker St. Cartaleaf trembled with rage as he saw his knights swept away. Damn intermediate magical beast. Destroying my walls, disrupting my formation, damn it. He fiercely stimulated his chi, transforming into a flame that shot towards the sky. Falling back down, he prepared to strike at the blizzard beast. However, before he could land, a loud shout rang in his ears, "Tasker, have you asked my longsword?" Accompanied by a flash of silvery sword light. It was Lee William launching a bold attack. The natural opponent for a Sky Knight was another Sky Knight. Disengaging from the Earth Knights, they began their sword battle in the sky. "Get out of my way." Tasker swung his sword to block. Boom. Two bursts of advanced chi exploded in midair, half flame and half steam. Lee William burst forth from the steam, his momentum undiminished. "Big words, but your strength is too feeble." Humphrey. Tasker could not afford to speak further, focusing on his sword battle with Lee William. But just as he was on guard, he caught sight of 3 arrows aiming at him from the corner of his eye. The trajectories of the arrows were erratic, their speed as fast as lightning, forcing him to retract his sword moves and twist his body to dodge. Clang. However, just before the arrows could graze past, they unexpectedly collided with each other, then changed direction, heading straight for his body. The longsword returned, swiftly knocking away the strange arrows. Before Tasker could take a breath of relief, Lee William's attack had already descended upon him. A sword strike blasted him forcibly from midair, causing him to plummet to the ground, tumbling several times before coming to a stop. Then, he had to face Lee William's attacks, which came like relentless waves. Not far away, List, who was commanding the Night Order's charge, withdrew his swift shadow bow, very satisfied with the power of his chain of 3 arrows technique. Although he did not harm Tasker in the slightest, he successfully disrupted his momentum, putting him in a defensive position, proving that he had qualified to intervene in the Sky Knight's sword battle. Long-term use of drugs, both the auxiliary medicine and magic potion, his chi grew at an astoundingly fast rate. Moreover, with the breath decay slowing down the loss, he was progressing every moment, his cultivation in the elite Earth Knight phase far surpassing anyone's. If it weren't for a magic fire seed in his heart competing for nutrients, he even doubted if, in this half a month of cultivation, he would be reaching the limits of an elite Earth Knight, preparing to burst through the barrier to the next level of chi, to transform quantitatively and qualitatively, and advance to a Sky Knight. Soon. Chris, before I set out, extracted all the harvested auxiliary medicine Dragon Mallow into Dragon Ku auxiliary medicine, and, in combination with the Flame Magic Potion and Thorn Magic Potion, it's enough for me to last a month on the battlefield. A month's time, let's see if I can make a breakthrough. If I fail, I'll wait until I get back to try again. His thoughts converged back. He had to focus on commanding the Night Order's charge. 20 minutes later, the battle ended, and the Night Order of St. Cartaleaf Stronghold crumbled in defeat. The Scorching Sword Saint Tasker could not best the Sea Wave Sword Saint Lee William and, leading the few hundred knights that remained, fled back to St. Cartaleaf Stronghold. Without hesitation, they then abandoned the stronghold and fled into the distance without looking back. A glorious victory. The casualties of the Coral Island Knights were less than 1/10, but they captured a whole 300 Earth Knights. Without a doubt, at least half of these Earth Knights would accept Allegiance Reformation and replenish the losses of the Coral Island Knights. The Reformation process that followed indeed went as such. The Peregrine Count had already fled, and although assets including elves and other valuables had been taken from the stronghold, a considerable amount of supplies remained within the castle. This meant the Peregrine Count suffered heavy losses and might be unable to pay the ransom for the captured Earth Knights. Those knights without funds could only accept Reformation. 116 Earth Knights chose to pay ransom. 242 Earth Knights chose to accept Reformation. List added 7 elite Earth Knights and 27 Earth Knights to his ranks. along with the 3 elite Earth Knights and 16 Earth Knights he had previously recruited. Not long after receiving the Pioneer Mandate, he had already replenished 10 elite Earth Knights and 43 common Earth Knights under his command. The Knight Squad of Fresh Flower Town currently had no losses in battle, with 12 fully staffed members, and his territory also had 7 Earth Knights who had pledged allegiance. Thus, he now had a total of 12 elite Earth Knights and 60 common Earth Knights under him, enough to form 6 Knight Squads, and was not far from forming a full Knight Order. However, he did not plan to recruit any further, for the expense of a Knight Order was too great for his territory to support at the moment. You may immediately write letters to your families, and I will dispatch knights to bring them over to settle in my territory Black Horse Island. You shall stay to assist me and continue the campaign of the Pioneer Mandate, said List solemnly to the newly reformed knights. The best way to control them was to bring over their families as well. It was difficult to leave their homeland, but having been defeated and sworn new allegiance to their landlord, the knights could only write letters to fetch their families. Fetching people, reformation, and tallying the spoils took time. The Coral Island Knights were temporarily stationed in St. Cardaleaf Stronghold and did not plan to continue attacking other nobles' territories in the short term. For there was still a great city, Falconzine City, to plunder. This is a tremendous gain. In past Pioneer Mandates, we might have gone thousands of kilometers in depth, or even further, to plunder all manner of materials from the land. But conquering large strongholds and cities rarely happened. List, your blizzard beast played the biggest role. The Earl raised his glass towards List at the banquet with satisfaction. List smiled, Father, I merely did what I needed to do. I'm proud of you, my son, Li William declared, draining the glass of fine wine in one go. The food and beverages were all supplies from the castle stockpile. List likewise drained his glass in one go. The battlefield victory was splendid, and his military achievements were undoubtedly second only to the Earl's, a tremendous feat indeed. Unfortunately, no metal ores were plundered. Metal ores were the largest indicator of military achievements in the Pioneer Mandate. The Earl put down his glass. Looking around the circle, he raised his glass again. The war is far from over, and danger could strike at any moment. Everyone is limited to this last glass only. Let us raise our glasses together to celebrate this splendid victory. Everyone raised their glasses together. Knight's glory favors us, honor belongs to the Lord. The Earl nodded with satisfaction. The honor belongs to me, and I stand with you all. Chapter 465 Shipping serfs on 2 trips. In the days that followed, it was a time of reaping rewards. The Peregrine Count did not come for revenge, to reclaim his territory and castle, allowing the Coral Island Knights to plunder Falconzine City to the bone. We haven't found a single elf bug, nor have any knights willing to pay ransom offered up their elf bugs. Before the war began, the Peregrine Count and his followers were already prepared, transferring important elf bugs and other materials away, Viscount Jonas complained. Viscount Trek reflected, at least, the supplies we've gained far exceed those of the past. He reminisced, in my memory, following the Lord nearly 20 years on Pioneer Mandates, only thrice have we had a bounty surpassing this one. Once was during a 1,000-mile raid where we plundered a large iron mine, attracting the pursuit of Dragon Knights. Another was when we captured a Sky Knight and received 2 little minor elves as ransom, and yet another was when we looted a vast quantity of gemstones. Indeed, this time not only did we plunder a large amount of supplies, but we also managed to engage the surrounding territories, and our military achievements will not be few. Moreover, we can incorporate the captives, which would significantly benefit the replenishment of our knights under our command, he said. Speaking of which, if not for Viscount List's unexpected rise, achieving such a splendid victory would not have been easy, Trek said. Without Dowson's siege deterrent, forcing the Scorching Sword Saint to charge, we would never have had the chance to breach St. Cardaleaf Stronghold. He has not just one Dowson, but also 8 blizzard beasts. No wonder everyone calls him the Son of Glory. This time his gains are second only to the Earl's, and he has chosen to purchase serfs. With his spoils, he can probably buy more than 10,000 serfs. His territory will quickly surpass ours, he added. Trek suddenly asked, Jonas, where do you see the future of Viscount List lying? Jonas frowned in thought before shaking his head. I don't know, but I believe that if Earl William Lee advances further to become the new Marquis of the Grand Duchy, then Viscount List would deserve an Earl's title in the future. I feel the same. Who would have known that the once inconspicuous second son of the Tulip family would become such a dazzling figure, with all the glories of knighthood showering upon him? It's not just the favor of knightly glory, his strength is equally outstanding. I feel that the power he has shown this time has already surpassed mine, especially his archery. He is now able to interfere in battles between Sky Knights, and if he and Dowson work together, I wouldn't doubt his ability to defeat a Sky Knight. Really, he's become that powerful? Wasn't he just an apprentice knight before he came of age? I don't know how he's been training, but it won't be long before he becomes a Sky Knight, Jonas said as he recalled his interactions with List, making such a prediction. Trek was somewhat skeptical. I haven't felt that his aura has grown stronger than it was during the Ironhoof Island campaign. I've noticed this as well, but his strength has indeed become greater, Jonas shrugged. As for whether this is the case or not, perhaps it won't take long for us to understand. Perhaps. Others were discussing List's strength. Over the past 1 or 2 years, his prominence was too overwhelming on Coral Island, with no equal. The birth of a little minor elf, rearing of an intermediate magical beast, promotion to a viscount, acquisition of a fiefdom island, coupled with a strength that even surpassed the veteran potion-consuming elite Earth Knights, the change was drastic. On the monotonous Coral Island, calling List the Son of Glory went unquestioned. In the past, List was very much against such high-profile labels. However, after a conversation with Marquis Merlin, he came to understand that being unassuming was not always the best choice. As the son of an earl with Marquis lineage, he was born to stand above others. Displaying his talent, as long as it wasn't extraordinarily shocking, was all to his benefit, and not at all harmful. If he had hidden his abilities during the Ironhoof Island campaign, how could he have been ennobled with Black Horse Island? If he played dumb on this pioneer mandate, how could he grab a ton of military merits and spoils of war, buy a large number of serfs, and snatch away a large number of craftsmen from Falconzine City? My lord, after negotiations, we have convinced 110 craftsmen, along with their families, to settle on Black Horse Island, Marcus excitedly said. Very good. After these craftsmen board the ship, make sure to instruct the accompanying retainer knights to take good care of them and not let them die needlessly. Understood, my lord. By the way, Teacher Marcus, how did the negotiations with the mercenary corps for the serf trade go? We have submitted sufficient spoils of war, and the mercenary corps is gradually driving the serfs to the port to trade with us. The fleet from Red Crab Island has also rented 20 merchant ships to us for transporting the serfs. Combined with the merchant ships from Coral Island, we have 30 ships at our disposal for the transport. A 2-masted merchant ship, ensuring that the serfs could ride in health, could carry 300 people. 30 ships would be 9,000 people. The spoils of war we have should be enough to transport 2 batches of serfs, right? List asked again. He was primarily responsible for the military campaigns, while Marcus had become an indispensable assistant in the serf trade. Marcus shook his head. The mercenary corps is driving a hard bargain. The goods here are on average a third to a fifth cheaper than those on Coral Island. After saving the expenses of renting the merchant ships, we can probably buy 13,000 serfs. 13,000 serfs. This number far exceeded List's bottom line. But he was still not satisfied. I'm going to try and borrow some money, aiming to fill another ship. My lord, if we buy so many serfs, our territory's food stores might not be sufficient, Marcus advised. Before you left, storage was prepared for winter based on 10,000 people. If we ferry 18,000 serfs, the food will definitely not meet the demand. Then we'll borrow money, rent other nobles' idle merchant ships, and transport food back. The bolder the people, the greater the yield of the land. He was no longer satisfied with minor developments. What he wanted was a breakthrough. Renting merchant ships at this time will definitely require a hefty fee. Every great landlord comes to the Eagle Kingdom to loot resources to transport back to their territories. That's not necessarily the case. Not all landlords can lead a knight order, conquer castles, and loot such large amounts of resources. I remember the last pioneer mandate, the family fleet didn't fill the ships with goods, and some merchant ships returned empty. List signaled Marcus to go ahead and rent anyway. As long as you're willing to spend money, you can definitely rent empty ships, and you can definitely buy food. Borrowing money once is borrowing. Borrowing again is still borrowing. He believed he could get enough gold coins from Merle William Lee and his uncle Maziro to purchase empty ships for transporting food. He would also write to Galtai, asking him to increase the effort in buying grain, to store more food for winter. But speaking of which, Galtai's actions are too slow. The smoke mission has not yet been completed to this day. I wonder if it's because he hasn't stored enough food yet. Without the smoke mission, I always feel that the rewards from this pioneer mandate might not exceed the Ironhoof Island campaign. The rewards from the smoke mission had already whetted his appetite. Chapter 466 Corn Miner Elf on the Grasslands. If a gazelle is caught and killed, then the lion that made the kill would first enjoy the delicious parts, followed by the hyenas waiting to partake in the leftovers, then the vultures hovering ready to pick scraps from the bones, and finally the flies buzzing around the bones and remaining rotting flesh, laying maggots to partake in the final revelry. Undoubtedly. With the conquest of St. Cartaleaf stronghold and the plunder of Falconzine City, the Coral Island Knights were the predators, savoring the most delicious portions. Then came the mercenary corps and second-hand traders flocking in to share the remaining resources, and rats, thieves, and the like would came to divide whatever leaked out. So much so that when Lee Ct witnessed such a scene, he felt that the fruits of their hard-fought battle, in reality, amounted to less than one-third of what they had to their mouths. The rest was snatched away by mercenaries, traders, rats, and others. This was the ecological environment of the hinterlands along the Eagle Kingdom's coastline. How many of these mercenary corps were fostered by the local landlords of Sardine Bay was hard to say clearly. One could say that these landlords themselves were also gnawing at each other's carcasses, becoming an important part of the entire ecological chain. Without their channels, resources would be difficult to digest quickly. Only by satisfying the demands of most creatures in the ecological chain could it continue to sustain itself and not collapse easily. Without mercenary corps to pass on losses, what the Pioneer Mandate would face annually would probably be fiercely resisting night orders. Although a large part of the resources were shared out, List was still satisfied with this Pioneer Mandate. He came for the serfs, and now 30 merchant ships were carrying nearly 8,500 serfs and more than 500 knights' relatives back to Black Horse Island. Just this trip alone met his expectations before the war, the rest was all profit. At the same time, he received a verbal message. It was from a knight of the Golden Weed Sheaf family who had participated in the Pioneer Mandate. Viscount List, I bring a message from Sir Roger. Hearing that you are renting merchant ships at a high price to transport food, Sir Roger is prepared to offer you 30 idle merchant ships, and you can defer payment of the rent. Just as he was drowsy, someone brought a pillow. Although List knew that the two families had already formed an alliance, interests still had to be clarified in advance. Sir Roger is offering such a huge favor, what does he need me to do? Sir Roger hopes that you could bring your intermediate magical beast Dowson and help him conquer the castle of Count Fijian, Hans Fort. He will calculate your battle reward based on the standard merits, and ensure the safety of both you and Dowson, the knight conveyed. Wait, I need to consult with the Earl. List quickly relayed the message to his father. Roger Goldenwheat was seeking help just to utilize Dorson's siege capabilities, along with protection, which seemed like an easy battle honor to pick up. After hearing this, Lee William said, just right, I don't plan on plundering any further. The Coral Island Knight's performance in conquering St. Cartaleaf stronghold was outstanding enough. If we make another big move, it will attract the attention of Marquis Snakefang. According to exchanged intelligence, Marquis Roderick is facing off against Marquis Snakefang, who is the Lord of Peregrine Count. It's better for Roger to draw their attention instead. Count Fijian, Russell Finger Citron, was also one of Marquis Snakefang's followers. Marquis Snakefang was one of the major landlords of the Sardine Bay area, and his territory was a principal attack direction of the Duchy of Sapphire. The original battle plan was for Coral Island to restrain Peregrine Count, cutting off one of Marquis Snakefang's arms. It's just that now the cut was a bit too severe, with St. Cartaleaf stronghold falling directly. Then I shall go and support Roger. Be careful, Russell Finger Citron is known as the Swift Flying Sword Saint. He possesses wind attribute Chi and is as fast as lightning, Lee William warned. However, he might as well not have mentioned it, because as soon he did, List's eyes suddenly sparkled. A wind attribute Sword Saint? In order to increase the safety of sailing, he had brought a calming wind pearl this time. Imagine, once he took out the calming wind pearl, all wind attribute magic power within a few hundred meters would be dispersed. Even if a Sword Saint's Chi originated from within and could not be dispersed, the power of their Chi moves would definitely be greatly reduced. In that case, wouldn't that mean he could even catch the Swift Flying Sword Saint by surprise and, in cooperation with others, manage to detain him? Lee William seemed to have guessed List's thoughts and couldn't help but warn, I know you have the Black Pearl that can disperse wind attribute magic power, but I've experimented with it, and the reduction of a knight's burst of Chi is limited. The Chi of the Sky Knights is of a special nature, and the reduction will definitely be smaller than you imagine. I will proceed with caution, and if it's not feasible, I won't rashly act. Good. Once we've cleaned up the battlefield over by St. Cartaleaf's stronghold, I will lead the Coral Island Knights to meet up with Marquis Roderick, and we'll see each other there. Yes, father. With all matters clearly explained, List rode the landwalker bird Loki, and took Dorson along with 9 blizzard beasts. He also led his own night squad, which had expanded to over 50 men, and a fully staffed night order, following the knights of the Golden Weed Sheaf family towards Hans Fort. While galloping on the road, he occasionally took out his telescope to survey the surroundings. This was to ensure that he wouldn't fall into an ambush. Combined with the Eye of Magic's sensitivity to magic power, it wouldn't be easy for an enemy to ambush him. During the journey, he still called upon the smoke mission from time to time to check on the progress of the mission. It was at this moment that he noticed a sudden change in the smoke mission. Complete the mission, reward with 1 corn miner elf. His mood was immediately filled with surprise, getting a minor elf, and it's the expected corn minor elf. Such a minor elf is very valuable, representing a bountiful grain harvest. The food crisis of the land can finally take a breath, and the corn can feed more serfs. One could imagine, at this very moment, miles away, the corn grass bug is probably entering its fat pupa stage. Unable to care for it from afar, and even the connection through the contract bond becoming blurred and invisible due to the distance, he could only hope that under the influence of the smoke mission's threads of destiny, the corn grass bug could smoothly evolve into a corn miner elf. Worrying is useless. He wisely chose not to worry and began to look at the new mission. Count Fijian is hiding in Han's fort, constantly threatening the safety of the flanks of the Golden Island Knight Order and preventing Marquis Roderick from attacking Marquis Snakefang's territory with full strength. His son Roger thus requests your help. Please assist in capturing Han's fort. Reward, a sprout of a magic fire seed. List's gaze sharpened. The content of the mission was not surprising, but the promised reward set his mind racing. The magic fire seed had been residing in his heart for a long time, always competing with him for nutrients, yet not giving him any possibility to harness it. It was like growing a tumor, giving him both anticipation and a knot in his heart. He always felt that there was something uncontrolled inside his body, which was quite uncomfortable. The magic fire seed is about to sprout. Is it really going to grow into a tree, or will it suck my body dry? After pondering for a long time, he finally shook his head in silence, not entangling himself with this issue. He trusted that the smoke mission would not harm him. Perhaps after the magic fire seed sprouted, new discoveries would be made. Chapter 467 Kiting the Sprinting Sword Saint. They successfully rendezvoused with Roger Golden Wheat Sheaf. During the rest period, List learned about the overall situation of the front line from Roger. The Golden Island Knight Order needed to attack the territory of Marquis Snakefang, the great landlord of Sardine Bay area, the poisonous Snake Ridge. Marquis Snakefang had 4 Earl followers guarding the surrounding 4 territories, among which the territory of the Peregrine Count was the direction of the Coral Island Knights' attack, while the others were the target of Marquis Roderick and his followers. Roger and the newly promoted Sword Saint, yet to be Earl Fredo Curved Thorn, had their attack directed at Count Fijian's Han's fort. The swift-flying Sword Saint is very powerful. I'm at a disadvantage when facing him, said Fredo, looking straight at Dowson with a cold expression. Known as the Sprinting Sword Saint, he was a Thunder Attribute Sky Knight. Because of certain personality reasons, he hadn't been able to advance to the status of Earl over the years. Roger explained from the side, Fredo can only draw the swift-flying Sword Saint away, but Han's fort is extremely strong. We cannot capture it. This means that Count Fijian's Knight Order can break through our blockade at any time and charge into the other territories, preventing us from securely plundering resources. I can have the Blizzard Beast join the siege, but you must ensure my safety. Don't worry, List, I will accompany you to the walls of Han's fort. My Knight Order will do everything to protect us, said Roger. As a mere elite Earth Knight reliant on potions, he naturally needed the protection of a Knight Order on the battlefield. Then when do we start the siege? The sooner, the better, as long as you're ready. I can depart at any time. Thus, the siege battle unfolded quickly, with the lined-up Blizzard Beasts acting like movable turrets, constantly casting Earth system magic to strike the walls of Han's fort. With the Blizzard Beasts, Roger's Knight Order could launch organized attacks, forcing the Knight Order inside the castle to come out and fight. Because if they did not fight, the castle walls would eventually be bombarded and collapse. The swift-flying Sword Saint could not bear this situation and charged out of the castle, intending to attack the Blizzard Beast. His speed was indeed lightning fast, like a streak of light, but the sprinting Sword Saint's speed was equally fast. He thundered forward to meet the attack, blocking the swift-flying Sword Saint's assault. It turned into a sword battle between 2 Sky Knights. On the back of Landwalker Bird Loki, List, holding the calming wind pearl that he had taken out of the gemstone space, commanded the Blizzard Beast in the attack while pondering. He wondered whether he should join the battle between the Sword Saints or not. Rationality told him that it was sufficient to focus on the siege, leaving the rest to Roger's concerns, as the Golden Wheat Sheaf family would bear the casualties of the war anyway. But his confidence was soaring. He had intervened in the battle between Lee William and the Scorching Sword Saint. During the campaign on Iron Hoof Island, he had even fought alongside Lee William to slay Count Sned. As an Earth Knight, to intercept a Sky Knight, just the thought was exhilarating. Moreover, he wanted to test whether the effect of the calming wind pearl on a wind attribute Sky Knight was as significant as he expected. Roger, if I assist the Sprinting Sword Saint and intercept the Swift-Flying Sword Saint, how do you plan to calculate my combat achievements? What, intercept the Swift-Flying Sword Saint? Roger looked at List skeptically. I understand you have an intermediate magical beast, but I don't recommend you get involved in the fight between sword saints. The attack speed of the swift flying sword saint is terrifying. List, be patient, we just need to focus on the siege. He nodded his head. List couldn't deny it. He decided to observe for a while longer. The swift flying sword saint currently held a clear advantage against the sprinting sword saint, and the effect of the siege on Han's fort hadn't shown yet. It was best to keep a low profile for a while. Once the impact of the siege became evident and the swift flying sword saint had to decide whether to fight or retreat, that would be the opportune moment for an interception. Let's have Frito wear down the swift flying sword saint for a bit longer. Then, I'll make a grand entrance with my sharp archery and the calming wind pearl. This stalemate lasted for 2 days. After several sieges over 2 days, Han's fort was riddled with holes, and a wall could collapse at any moment. The swift flying sword saint Lass had fought 7 or 8 sword battles with the sprinting sword saint Frito. Although no winner had emerged, it was evident that he was pressuring Frito. However, these 7 or 8 sword battles had already allowed List to see clearly and gain an intuitive understanding of the attacking power of the swift flying sword saint. He is indeed very strong, but he still lags behind the Earl. I can intervene in their fight. The Earl he referred to was Seawave Sword Saint Lee William. So, before the next siege, he found Frito, Viscount Frito, for this siege battle. Once the swift flying sword saint is drawn out, I plan to join you in ambushing him, aiming to kill or capture him. You, joining me? Are you joking? Frito replied with a cold face, his contempt unhesitating. Ridiculous. You're just an Earth Knight, maybe in a few years, you'll barely have the chance to soar the skies. But the battle between sword saints is not a scene you can imagine. Indeed, a sword saint has a very strong attack, and I can't withstand it, but my mount is also very strong. If I want to flee, even a sword saint can't catch up with me. Is that so? You can try it if you want. List said, his expression turning cold as well, for he did not like to be mocked. List, Frito. Roger hurried over to smooth things over, not wanting the two to come to blows, but his intervention was ineffective. Frito directly scoffed with his indifferent face, even Lee William wouldn't dare claim he could escape my pursuit. Who gave you the courage to show off in front of me? Verbal aggression doesn't prove anything, Frito. List suddenly spurred his Landwalker bird, leaping out of the camp, get ready to accept my challenge. Having said that, the swift shadow bow was quickly drawn to full moon, and as soon as 3 arrows were slightly mounted to the bowstring, they immediately flew towards the sprinting sword saint. Arrogant. Frito leapt into the air, soaring towards List to unleash his attack. But List was not the least bit flustered. He drew the swift shadow bow again, scattering 3 more arrows across the sky. After one volley, he made the Landwalker bird leap high, gliding 100 meters to evade Frito's attack. At the same time, he took the chance to turn around and shoot again, with even more elusive paths for the arrows. Frito was just about to get up when the arrows already flew in front of his eyes, forcing him to wield his longsword and block them. Such scenes occurred one after the other in the time that followed. Admittedly, List's archery skills posed no real harm to the fully focused Sky Knight, but they successfully disrupted the opponent's attack rhythm. It allowed the Landwalker bird to move dexterously, circling around Frito, giving List the enjoyable feeling of kite-flying tactics. Damn it, I want to see how many arrows you can fire. Sorry, I have enough arrows to keep shooting for half an hour, List responded loudly. In reality, he could shoot for half a day since he had a large supply of arrows in the gemstone space. A quarter of an hour later, Roger arrived and stopped the two, who were at a stalemate. List was always shooting arrows, which felt too wasteful. Frito couldn't catch up with the Landwalker bird and was also vexed by the shooting. Putting away his longsword and calming his agitated advanced chi, he looked coldly at List. I admit I underestimated you. You have a fine mount, and your archery is passable. But with your ticklish fighting power, what makes you think you can participate in a battle between sword saints? My combat strength is indeed not strong, but I can disrupt a sword saint's attack rhythm. And you shouldn't forget, I have 9 blizzard beasts, and with a single whistle, they will hunt fervently. Do you think I can't leave a few transparent arrow holes or claw marks on you? The kite-flying battle with Frito Curved Thorn significantly enhanced List's air, and he had already measured that sword saints were nothing more than this. With the blizzard beast's help, he might be able to hunt and kill ordinary Sky Knights on his own. Chapter 468 The life form of day and night yearning. However, the unfortunate event that List dreaded happened. The swift-flying sword saint, who had been dominating Frito in the sword battle, didn't choose to charge and engage in a decisive death battle. Instead, he chose to break out and led the knights to flee toward Serpent Fang City. Serpent Fang City is the central large city of poisonous Snake Ridge, with the towering Snake Coil Fortress right next to it, standing between 2 mountain peaks, easy to defend but hard to attack. Clearly, Count Fijian seemed to have communicated with Marquis Snake Fang, abandoning the strategic position of Han's Fort and retreating to defend Snake Coil Fortress. Together with the earlier fleeing Peregrine Count, Snake Coil Fortress had already gathered several Sky Knights, making it very difficult to attack. Count Fijian has fled, and Han's Fort has fallen into our hands. List, thank you for your help, my mission has been perfectly accomplished. From now on, we can be entrenched in Han's Fort, threatening the safety of the Knight Order of Marquis Snake Fang, with vast territories under the threat of our Knight Order. Roger Golden Wheat was extremely excited. He hastily directed the Knight Order to rush toward Han's Fort. The resources that could be taken away had been taken, but there were still large amounts of equipment, food, and tools left in the castle. While the knights were busy tallying their gains, Roger then decided in the subsequent merit distribution meeting, your merit will be ranked alongside Viscount Fritos as first place. List. Do you have any objections? None, List calmly said, acknowledging that while Dowson played a huge role in the siege, without Frito restraining the swift-flying Sword Saint, it would have been impossible to safely attack the stronghold. Therefore, sharing the glory was acceptable. As for the distribution of the spoils of war, I know you don't have much need for ordinary resources, so let's convert all of it into food and transport it onto the 30 airships I've provided for you. How about that? A very good distribution plan, he said. He wasn't nitpicky, and Roger wasn't petty or stingy. The distribution of merits and spoils of war was quickly implemented. Knights took care of receiving everything for List, and after the merit distribution meeting ended, he returned to his own room to rest for a while. To say he rested was actually not entirely accurate due to a peculiar sensation at the location of his heart. He felt an indescribable sensation spreading from his heart, giving him an experience that was both comfortable and uncomfortable, forcing him to decline social invitations and carefully examine his body. It must be the magic fire seeds sprouting. The mission is completed, List thought as he closed the door of his room. He thus called upon the smoke mission. Complete the mission, reward, sprouting of the magic fire seed. As expected. Then came the new smoke mission. Mission, the already sprouted magic fire seed has become the brand new life form you've been longing for. Its growth requires a large amount of resources, but it can also bring you boundless benefits. Please train in coordination with the magic fire seed. Reward, a bloodline fruit. The brand new life form that I've been longing for? Train in coordination with the magic fire seed? Is its growth direction truly aimed towards becoming a fire dragon? Wondered List as he felt the changes at the location of his heart, pondering the hints given in the smoke mission. His blood was already boiling. For all signs pointed to a fire dragon indeed residing within him, waiting to emerge in the future. What was needed now was to make every effort to nurture the fire dragon. No information indicated how dragons were born, but following the hints from the smoke mission, step by step, the magic fire seed could undoubtedly breed a fire dragon. It was just unknown how it would be bred. I hope it's not me birthing a fire dragon. That would be incredibly awkward. He suppressed his excitement. His gaze lingered on the reward for the smoke mission, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Another bloodline fruit. The last bloodline fruit I got nurtured Dowson into an intermediate magical beast, and even came with the bonus of breeding 8 blizzard beasts. Now, who should I feed this bloodline fruit to? He wasn't quite sure where the bloodline fruit would grow. If it were in his own territory, it would be out of reach, and all he could do was leave it to luck to see which creature on his land would consume the bloodline fruit. If it were on the battlefield. The choices were fairly clear. Dowson and the 8 tiny ones were good candidates. The landwalker bird Loki was also a solid choice. The black blood treasured horsely dragon horse could also be nurtured with the bloodline fruit. He began to contemplate who to feed it to. After all, if I could, I'd naturally want Dowson to consume the bloodline fruit and further evolve. But since Dowson has already consumed a bloodline fruit recently, eating another so soon would probably greatly increase the odds of failure. If it were to explode and die, it would be a major blow to me. Feeding Dowson posed too much risk. It was not appropriate. The 8 tiny ones, on the other hand, were quite suitable. Even if one of them were to burst and die, it wouldn't affect the overall situation. However, considering that they were born from Dowson before it completely digested the previous bloodline fruit, there must still be a drug resistance to the bloodline fruit in their bloodline, which also poses a great danger. Feeding the lead dragon horse seems pointless. Turning it into a magical beast would just mean having another low-level dragon breed magic beast. It might actually be better to let Loki have it. Loki is basically a low-level dragon breed magic beast, and upon evolution into an intermediate dragon beast, its strength would leap qualitatively. However, just like with Dowson and the 8 tiny ones, if Loki were to explode and die, it would also be a great pity. Dragon breed magic beasts are indeed very suitable for riding, and true dragons are hard to find. The Earl searched for many years without finding an appropriate mount to ride. The difficulty of finding a goods deed is evident. Forget it, let's not think about this now. When the time comes, I'll decide whether to feed it to the 8 tiny ones or to Loki. He turned his attention back to his heart. He circulated his chi, trying to sense any changes in the sprouted magic fire seed. If the magic fire seed before was like a seed that only absorbed without giving back, then the magic fire seed he felt this time was more like a converter filter. He could still feel it constantly drawing in nutrition and magic power from his body, but at the same time, it began to emit magic power. Very unique magic power, mixed with the chi that List was circulating, causing his chi to undergo some abnormal changes. The chi, which usually followed his commands with ease, now felt slightly disobedient, especially when circulating along the complex routes of chi techniques, causing a great sense of stagnation. The more complex the circulation route, the stronger the sense of stagnation, making it almost impossible to perform chi techniques. Even when he used the Eye of Magic, he felt it wasn't as agreeable as before. This is a bit of a problem. The sprouted magic fire seed inside me seems to be excreting impure magic power, mingling with my pure chi and drastically reducing my control over chi. My combat ability now has probably dropped significantly, to less than half of what it was before. His expression was serious. Although this condition was probably due to initially not being accustomed to it, and a proper cultivation method could eventually resolve it, it still set off alarm bells in his head, making him aware of the severity of the issue. I can no longer participate in battles. With my current state, it's bound to lead to accidents on the battlefield. Hands for it has already been taken. All I need to do now is wait patiently to meet up with the Earl and just be a bystander on the battlefield. He had decided to play dead for a while. Or rather, for this period, he was just a bystander. Chapter 469 Possible Dragon Chi. A moment had passed. It was already mid-November. Since their arrival on the mainland in mid-October, the Pioneer Mandate campaign had been ongoing for a month, and the flames of war in the Sardine Bay area had stretched for thousands of miles. The Night Order of the Duchy of Sapphire had been furiously plundering everything, in coordination with the local mercenary corps, to divide the land's resource output. They transported goods and people back to the homeland without cease. List's first group of surf ships had already returned to his domain with many goods and had set sail again, with the second group of surf ships departing early. Also returning with the fleet was Zambrata, the diplomatic officer of the domain. My lord, before I departed, Consultant Galtai and administrative officers Isaiah and Blair were earnestly arranging the serfs' living conditions. The Knight families who had been taken in were also well settled. The rate of serf attrition wasn't high. We lost fewer than 400 people. A loss of 400 cannot be considered low. With more careful care, we certainly could have reduced the losses further, List sighed. His conscience was troubled. In the trade of serfs, his role was equally unglamorous. Even though he could conceal it by going with the flow, or compensate for it in the future, he still could not justify himself. He had always been a person with a healthy worldview, educated in modern civilization, and faced with the shock of a barbaric, primitive society, his thoughts were in constant turmoil. He could not possibly be a saint. When benefits lay before him, driving his instincts with desire, he could only align himself with the nobles, striving for his own share of benefit. As for revolution, he lacked both the ability and the boldness, in a world ruled by dragon knights, where he was just an ordinary person, unable to even light up technical skills. How could he preach the red theories? It would be better to proceed securely towards becoming a dragon knight and look forward to enjoying this spectacular life. Moreover, the humans of this world were not fundamentally his kindred, so he had no obligation to liberate all mankind. Zambrata, how are things in the domain? Everything in the domain is well. Oh, my lord, I almost forgot to mention a huge piece of good news. Zambrata suddenly remembered something and excitedly said, not long after you set off, the corngrass elf bug being cared for in the castle started showing some abnormalities, and after unanimous judgment by the town officials and Mr. Carter, it had entered the fat pupa stage. Really? Yes, by the time I was about to depart, it had grown quite large and was completely motionless. However, whether it can evolve successfully is hard to say, as we cannot see its internal condition. To prevent Jaila from interfering with the evolution of the corngrass bug, Mr. Carter placed it alone in a jade box, guarded in turns by the domain's knights. It's a pity I'm not by its side to see its luck, but I hope the glory of the knights will look after the domain. List sighed again. In fact, even if he returned to the domain, there wasn't much he could do. He could help the elf bug collect pheromones to increase the probability of evolution, but whether it succeeded in evolving was entirely up to the elf bug itself. Zambrata reported on the situation of the corngrass elf bug before also reviewing the various constructions in the domain. He then said, Consultant Galtai and Sir Levi's discussed and decided to use the empty ships to transport a great deal of goods for trade to the mainland. The domain also transported a batch of fresh flower soap, serpent blood fruits, high-quality charcoal, pottery, sweets, and other specialties. Additionally, Her Excellency Chris consigned a batch of magic potions. The goods were intended for trade, and every bit of profit mattered. What pleased List was this batch of magic potions. He now had to feed a man and a dragon, the latter of which had a voracious appetite, being a burgeoning magic fire seed. The burden was too great. Without a vast amount of magic potions to support him, cultivation was extremely difficult. During this idling period, he had been exploring how to cultivate in conjunction with the magic fire seed. He found that to improve his control over Qi again, he had to first nurture the budding magic fire seed and excrete a large amount of impure magic power. This kind of impure magic power had peculiar properties that could significantly alter the form of the Qi within his body, transforming it into a higher form of Qi. Initially, he suspected this transformation was the shift from intermediate Qi to advanced Qi, but it didn't seem quite right. Or rather, the change in form was another level of alteration, far surpassing the shift from intermediate to advanced Qi, which made him suspect that this might be the evolution into Dragon Qi. Unfortunately, no one could tell him what Dragon Qi was. He could only independently explore and gradually piece together some clues, gaining many insights into cultivating with a magic fire seed, and he would soon be able to start a completely new form of cultivation. Put someone else in this situation, and they might waste a year trying to figure out the change. But alas, they've come across me. Relying on scientific induction and summary, the changes in Qi cannot escape my keen observation. The taming of the brand new Qi is just around the corner. A worldview and cognition beyond this world were his greatest talents. After successively cooperating in the conquest of St. Cartaleaf Stronghold and Han's Fort, List then entered a state of idleness. In reality, the Coral Island Knights, who had been in the limelight, also started to keep a low profile, no longer capturing castles but occasionally seizing some small mines and materials from small towns. Following behind Marquis Roderick, they recruited some knights and engaged in some material trading. In the blink of an eye, it was almost December. After a long half-month of exploration, List finally discovered a brand new cultivation method, completely mastering the new Qi inside his body. This fire attribute Qi faintly possessed some properties of fire dragon magic power. It had stronger incendiary abilities, dissipated more slowly, and when deploying Qi, the power was more formidable. Moreover, with the help of medications, it was easier to break through the total amount of Qi. He genuinely suspected that his Qi was evolving into Dragon Qi, although he didn't know if Dragon Qi was indeed like this. He circulated the new Qi and unleashed a set of the much more powerful Fire Dragon drill. He summoned a smoke mission. Complete the mission, reward, 1 bloodline fruit. Phew, finally completed the mission. Next, I need to get moving and search for the bloodline fruit, List sighed with relief, eager to leave the unnamed castle where they were stationed. He then checked the new smoke mission. It has been a month since the first pioneer mandate, and with the temperature gradually decreasing, the war between the Steel Ridge Kingdom and the Eagle Kingdom is also reaching its final stages this year. You may choose to end your idleness and patiently await the end of the war. Reward, unknown. Another unknown reward. It seems that New Year's and wars always bring unknown rewards. The first New Year's unknown reward was Sea Sprite Take. The second unknown reward from the Ironhoof Island campaign was the revival of Dragon Bone. Both were important rewards, which made him look forward to this time's unknown reward. Now that he could continue to idle, he still decided to devote all his energy to the search for the bloodline fruit. Bloodline fruits were rarely found in human-cultivated areas, they were mostly in forests. Therefore, under the pretense of hunting, he rode the landwalker bird Loki, summoned the 8 tiny ones, and led a night squad, heading towards the forests surrounding the nameless castle. Chapter 470 Loki's Battle of Destiny. After hunting for 2 consecutive days, with the Eye of Magic power almost constantly active for 24 hours, List still hadn't found the bloodline fruit, which left him feeling deeply frustrated. The reward has already been 2 days past, and the bloodline fruit must have already been bred. It can only exist for 5 minutes. If it was bred within my territory, it might have been eaten by some animal, transforming into a magical beast. If it was bred around here, I'm afraid it would have already disappeared. The bloodline fruit has a time limit. Once ripe, it falls to the ground, and after just 5 minutes, its magic power will completely dissipate, turning it into a normal piece of fruit. Feeling disheartened, he continued to hunt. Even though hope was growing dim, he persisted without giving up. After all, the life of a salted fish didn't require busyness, just counting the days until the Grand Duke announced the end of the pioneer mandate. The Duchy of Sapphire had already made a mess of the Sardine Bay area, tying down a large number of night orders. Once the winter snows set in, the war wouldn't mean much, as charging through ice and snow was not a good choice. It was while he was somewhat distracted. In the field of vision granted by the Eye of Magic Power, a flash of magic radiance suddenly passed by. It wasn't until long after his gaze had left the area that he abruptly awoke, immediately turned Loki's head, and began searching for that pinpoint of magic radiance. Quickly, after crossing a bush, he arrived at the source of the magic radiance. Woof, woof. Woof, woof. 8 tiny ones immediately started barking furiously. Loki, too, began to click-clack, click-clack, as they all discovered the source of the magic power, something of immense value. It was a green fruit, hanging on the branch of a small bush, emitting a strong grayish-green magic radiance. Clearly, this was the bloodline fruit that List had been looking for all along. Only it wasn't ripe yet. Be on guard. List quickly reacted. Charles, have the night squad spread out and guard this bush. Protect this bounty I've discovered. Charles Trapp shouted, yes, my lord. And then led the night squad to strictly guard the surrounding shrubbery against the possibility of magical beasts appearing. He had seen that strange green fruit. A tree that shouldn't have borne fruit was sporting such a large one, undoubtedly the bloodline fruit, a bloodline fruit worth 1,000 gold coins. A fruit that could alter the bloodline of wild beasts and magical beasts. Lord List's Dowson was a magical beast that had consumed a bloodline fruit. Unfortunately, the success rate of the bloodline fruit wasn't high, otherwise, its value would be measured in dragon coins. Anyone who discovers an immature bloodline fruit and informs their lord could receive a large reward. But now that the lord himself had found one, there was no reward for them. They could only fulfill their duties loyally and protect the bloodline fruit from magical beast attacks. Woof, woof. Click clack. 8 tiny ones and Loki kept barking. List immediately ordered, Blizzard Beast, silence. Loki, quiet down. The authority he wielded in everyday life was fully demonstrated in this moment, as 8 tiny ones and Loki all quieted down, but their eyes remained parchedly fixed on the bloodline fruit. Taking advantage of the interval before the bloodline fruit ripened, List quickly pondered whom to give it to. The last time I found a bloodline fruit, it was a golden one, seemingly leaning towards the earth attribute. This time, it's a green fruit, with grayish-green magic power, seemingly leaning towards the wind attribute. The bloodline fruit doesn't have a strict attribute distinction, it is of a chaotic attribute, but judging from the color presentation, there is still some tendency. 8 tiny ones all have the earth attribute, only Loki has the wind attribute. Exhaling a breath of turbid air, he had made his decision on who would receive the bloodline fruit. Give it to Loki, then. The 8 tiny ones are a united front, favoring one means slighting another, better not to give to any. If Loki consumes the bloodline fruit and by chance turns into an intermediate dragon beast, wouldn't that be an enormous windfall? So, he directly issued an order, Blizzard Beast, forbear from eating. Woof woof. The 8 tiny ones expressed their dissatisfaction. List glared, shut up, or I'll let Dowson teach you a lesson. Only then did the 8 tiny ones whine softly, not daring to voice their complaints again. They had grown up under List's carrot and stick dog training policy and had long since learned not to challenge List's authority, especially since their most feared father, Dowson, always stood by List's side. Stepping off Loki's back, List patted its head as it seemed anxious. Once it's ripe, you can eat it. Loki seemed to understand and crowed loudly, Gada. 5 minutes later, a rich fragrance emanated from the bloodline fruit, signaling that it was close to maturation. Through the eye of magic, one could also see that the magic power inside it was becoming increasingly concentrated, almost to the point of dripping. Just at that moment, the knights on perimeter alert suddenly sent out a warning signal, magical beasts. A large pack of windblade wolves, at least 20. List raised an eyebrow, 8 tiny ones, get ready for battle. Hunt down all the windblade wolves. He had been running short on magical beast meat lately and was actually hoping for some beasts to deliver themselves as a feast. Indeed, a group of low-level magical beasts known as windblade wolves, common throughout the forests of the continent, started a benevolent act. Instantly, the fur of the 8 tiny ones bristled in readiness to attack the windblade wolves, directing the fury of being unable to eat the bloodline fruit towards the wolves. In the blink of an eye, the battle commenced, with the windblade wolves attracted by the bloodline fruit and charging ferociously. Fueled by rage, the 8 tiny ones pounced to kill. The intermediate magical beasts bullying the low-level beasts was almost like child's play. In just a brief encounter, 7 windblade wolves had their throats locked in the jaws of the blizzard beasts, with only one agile enough to escape, but it couldn't evade the rock spikes bursting from the ground. In such a scene, with the 8 tiny ones leading the charge and the Earth Knights providing support, there was no need for List to pay attention. He was waiting for the bloodline fruit to mature. Loki also circled around the bush anxiously, knowing that the bloodline fruit was about to ripen and understanding this was an opportunity to change its destiny. Suddenly, fluttering sounds came from the sky. List looked up to see a group of bats shimmering with magic radiance approaching. Damn, black bats. A group of dark attribute low-level magical beasts capable of casting the dark magic decay. This kind of dark magic seemed to work by draining the moisture from objects, accelerating their decomposition. The magic books had records of commoners encountering black bat attacks, quickly withering away into desiccated corpses. He quickly drew the swift shadow bow and aimed his arrows, launching fierce strikes at the black bats. However, the black bats were agile, seemingly equipped with ultrasonic positioning, enabling them to dodge arrows quickly. It often took List 3 volleys of 9 arrows to bring down a single black bat. It was nowhere near enough to clean up the group of more than 20 or 30 black bats in a short time. During the battle, the enticing scent of the bloodline fruit intensified to its peak, having ripened. The black bats dived madly at the bloodline fruit, vying for the precious treasure. List had reached his maximum firing speed, but still, he could not stop them. We're doomed. The bloodline fruit is going to be snatched by these beasts. As a black bat closed in on the bloodline fruit, List couldn't help but grind his teeth in anger. However, Loki, guarding nearby, suddenly flapped its wings, charging at the black bat swarm like a brave warrior. Tendrils of blue magic power swirled around it, scattering the black bats. With the speed of lightning, it caught the bloodline fruit midair, after which a leap avoided the black bat's retaliatory decay spell. God. Loki, victorious in the battle for destiny, raced towards List. List swiftly mounted Loki and drew the sky-cleaving greatsword, executing an inferno slash. A fiery rain of attacks descended upon the black bat swarm, dispersing them. In combination with Loki's perfect airborne leap, they began to clear out these black bats. They're all mine, none of you are getting away. Chapter 471 Only I can rob you. The strength of low-level magical beasts was not weak, especially the flying low-level magical beasts. They could easily take on an Earth Knight in single combat. Unfortunately for this group of black bats, they encountered List, who was one of the elite Earth Knights even among those who relied heavily on drugs. He was even a knight whose chi was transforming towards dragon chi. Furthermore, the landwalker bird he rode, when executing the light body skill, could leap to astonishing heights, scattering the group of black bats completely. One after another, they were cleaved by the sky-cleaving greatsword and fell to the ground. In a moment, 12 black bats lay dead. By then, the remaining black bats had already fled far away, beyond reach. Damn, the prey that was in my mouth slipped away. Out of the group of 20 or 30 black bats, not even half were left behind. He quickly switched to the swift shadow bow, attempting to shoot down 1 or 2 more, but the black bats, equipped with ultrasonic location, were least afraid of arrows. Not a single one was hit. Counting the 3 black bats he had shot before the bloodline fruit matured, he picked up a total of 15 black bat corpses. As large as piglets, they could provide quite a bit of magical beast meat, and many scraps suitable for magicians to create magic rays. A single one was worth at least 10 gold coins. 15 amounted to 150 gold coins, a considerable profit akin to the ransom of 5 Earth Knights. The combat in the jungle was also over. 8 juvenile blizzard beasts, with the strong bloodline and bodies of intermediate magical beasts, had nearly annihilated the 20-odd windblade wolves that had invaded. Only 3 windblade wolves managed to escape, with the remaining 18 left behind. This was close to 200 gold coins in earnings. Gather all the black bats and windblade wolves' corpses, and allocate 1 black bat and 2 windblade wolves for tonight's extra meal for the night squad. Thank you, my lord. Charles and the other knights replied with great excitement. Having not exerted much effort, they were indeed happy to enjoy delicious magical beast meat. The group quickly returned, laden with spoils, busying themselves in sorting out the non-edible materials and the edible magical beast meat, preparing for the evening feast. Lee Ct did not participate. He was observing Loki, who had eaten the bloodline fruit. This landwalker bird was extremely excited, and unlike Dawson, who had fallen straight to sleep after ingesting the bloodline fruit, it had no intention of sleeping but kept hopping excitedly. Using the eye of magic, he could see that the magic power within it was boiling. Like water awaiting the boil. Loki needs to release some energy, so I might as well make the effort and go a little wild with it to help process the powerful effect of the bloodline fruit, List decided. He mounted the landwalker bird and began to race and leap across the wilderness. Loki was too excited to stop its feet. List just gripped its neck, but his thoughts drifted elsewhere. The 5-minute maturation time of the bloodline fruit is indeed too brief. Once contested by magical beasts, there's no time to organize a hunting operation properly. I should have stayed by the bloodline fruit myself, ready to pick it as soon as it matured. Then he could distribute it to his own pets and mounts, which would be safer than letting Loki eat the bloodline fruit on its own. Right, although the bloodline fruit starts to lose magic power once it matures, There's still a 5-minute window. If I can store it in the gemstone space the moment it's ripe, could I preserve its medicinal effect? Then I can calmly allocate it to the one I most want to give it to, he thought. The one he most wanted to give it to had an excellent candidate, Earth Matron. Once Earth Matron broke through the restrictions of her bloodline and became a Blizzard Beast, he would have a complete Blizzard Beast Legion. Dowson and Earth Matron could continuously produce offspring, and even if the offspring weren't as exceptional as them, they would definitely be stronger than the low-level magical beasts, the fierce Earth Dogs, from before. Thinking of this, he immediately felt regret so strong it was like a toothache. I thought I was so cunning, why did I forget about my space gem at such a critical moment? A single, small bloodline fruit could potentially represent the loss of an entire Blizzard Beast Legion. Next time I get a bloodline fruit, I must store it in the gemstone space to see if it continues to lose magic power. Logically, it shouldn't, as the gemstone space is formed by the magic power of the formless dragon, definitely the most miraculous and incredible gemstone. What was done, and regrets were useless now. He could only hope that the next smoke mission would continue to reward bloodline fruits or that he could obtain them through other channels. The price of 1,000 gold coins was still acceptable compared to the Blizzard Beast Legion. His thoughts were still soaring. Loki was still excitedly hopping around. After more than an hour of continuous bouncing that almost made List vomit, Loki finally exhausted all its strength and returned to its nest in Nameless Castle to rest. Feet on the ground. List steadied his still wobbling body and used the Eye of Magic to observe the magic power within Loki's body once more. The blue magic power was a bit thicker, no longer boiling, but slowly seeping into its body. This was the medicinal effect of the bloodline fruit settling, which would continuously improve its bloodline over the coming period. I hope you can become an intermediate dragon beast soon. After personally feeding it grains and fruits, List then left. The banquet. The magical beast meat from black bats and windblade wolves made the knights eat with passionate exuberance. This period of leisure was nothing like being on the battlefield. Only the knights of Coral Island, relying on the supplies captured from St. Cartaleaf's stronghold, could enjoy such a delightful life. Other knight orders were still constantly plundering, trying to obtain more wartime merit and supplies through the Pioneer Mandate. The Grand Duke has ridden the Sapphire Dragon to the warfront to discuss a retreat with the Dragon Knights of the Steel Ridge Kingdom, Viscount Jonas mentioned in passing when he stopped by Nameless Castle after raiding a small city. Among the Knights of Coral Island, only Viscount Jonas and his Knight Order were still fervently on the move. Having suffered heavy losses in the Battle of Iron Hoof Island, he took this opportunity to make up for the loss. The Grand Duke riding a dragon? Has he really become a Dragon Knight? I don't know, that's what I heard from others. Jonas wasn't sure? List left Nameless Castle and went to ask his father. Lee William's answer was also somewhat vague. There is a very good chance, yes, but the Grand Duke has not revealed his current status to us. His Sapphire Dragon is also somewhat different. The broken parts of its body have not healed and still look quite ferocious. Half rotten, half intact. This was the deep impression left on List when he first saw the Sapphire Dragon. He didn't expect that after so long, the Sapphire was still in such dire straits. It seemed a surprise attack from the Goat Assembly had left the Sapphire Dragon with irreparable injuries. Lee William quickly added another conjecture. Now that the Grand Duke dares to ride the Sapphire Dragon out, it indicates the dragon should be alright. Those continental landlords who want to take advantage of the turmoil within our kingdom probably need to extinguish their thoughts. We can rob them, but they can't rob us. A Grand Duchy protected by Dragon Knights was indeed difficult to conquer. The Dragon Knights of all countries, as the ultimate deterrent force, were monitored by enemy forces, making it hard to go on an expedition easily. Moreover, mainland countries generally did not manufacture large sailing ships, leaving knight orders without the capability to sail the high seas. Still, List was a bit speechless. Was it really okay to bluntly state, I can rob you, but you cannot rob me like this? Regardless. 3 days later, on December 6, the Grand Duke returned from the front-line meeting and officially announced the end of this year's Pioneer Mandate. It was time to go home. Chapter 472 The Rebirth of Uchiha. Arriving with nearly 1,000 knights, and leaving with 1,500, the scale of the Coral Island Knights had grown like this for the first time during the Pioneer Mandate War. List himself had incorporated nearly 60 Earth Knights, including 10 elite Earth Knights. The total number of Earth Knights in the territory had increased to 79, enough to form 6 Knight squads with some to spare. Supporting so many Knights was a significant burden for Black Horse Island, which was still in its development phase, but the construction of the territory also inevitably depended on the Knights, since they were the class that held knowledge. Although List was vigorously training Knights from within his own territory, he still relied on the help of Knights who had come over during the transition period. The development and construction were never things that could be achieved with just a snap of the fingers. When the last batch of supplies and serfs were loaded onto the ships, and the knights began to lead their horses on board in succession, List, after guiding Dowson and the 8 tiny ones into the ship's cabin, also led the landwalker bird Loki aboard, its breathing unsteady and its expression listless. The effects of the bloodline fruit were showing, transforming its bloodline. Half an hour later, the last sailboat left the harbor and headed towards the Azure Sea. The pioneer mandate of the year 152 officially ended. Standing at the bow and watching the coastline gradually fade away, List was full of anticipation, waiting to return to his territory to flex his muscles and build a new outlook. At this moment, he summoned the smoke mission. With the war over, the serpent script changed: complete the mission, reward, the rebirth of G. List's gaze sharpened, surprised by the content of the reward, the rebirth of G. What does that mean? I remember that the rewards about G included the sublimation of G, which helped me advance to Earth Knight, and the bottleneck of G, which helped me reach Elite Earth Knight. Now, the rebirth of G was also awarded. Is it saying that my G, because of the germination of the magic fire seed, is gradually transitioning to Dragon Chi, or does it mean that in the process of cultivating with the magic fire seed, I've undergone a quantitative change leading to a qualitative leap, advancing towards advanced Chi? He pondered, sensing the abundant Chi within him. No matter which result it was, this was a significant breakthrough in his personal strength. As a noble scion, he had gained considerable cultivation experience, whether from his father Li William or his maternal grandfather Marquis Merlin. He had a deep understanding of the process of ascending from intermediate Chi to advanced Chi. Chi, as a form of magic power, is referred to as Chi precisely because of its nature at the stage of advanced Chi. Low-level Chi is an aggregation of nutrients within the body, chaotic with no attribute, and after cultivation, one only becomes an apprentice knight with no significant breakthrough in strength. Intermediate Chi is Chi that displays a change in properties, and with it, one can traverse the earth, hence the title of Earth Knight. Similarly, the reason why a Sky Knight is called a Sky Knight is that they can soar into the sky. What they rely on is the nature of advanced Chi, light as air, which can support the body, almost as if merging with the sky. At the stage of advanced Chi, it truly demonstrates the properties of Chi, distinctly set apart from magic power and showing even more significant changes in properties. High-level water attributed Chi is like a stream of water flowing through the meridians. High-level wind attribute Chi is like a mass of wind constantly cleansing the meridians. Similarly, high-level fire attribute Chi should be like a flame that continuously spreads throughout the meridians. Paired with an advanced Chi manual, one can fully unleash the entire power of advanced Chi, and even cause changes in the weather during battles. A battle between a water attribute Sky Knight and a thunder attribute Sky Knight would definitely bring thunder, lightning, and pouring rain in that area. No matter whether this rebirth of Chi turns out to be Dragon Chi or becomes advanced Chi, I am filled with anticipation. Let's get started quickly. Amid anticipation, the smoke before his eyes transformed. New serpent script emerged. Mission: 17,000 new serfs have arrived. Your territory now has 22,300 citizens. The existing Fresh Flower Town and Harbor Town can no longer accommodate them. Please plan new towns for the resettlement of your citizens. Reward: peas that produce rhizobia. The number of serfs had soared. Setting up new towns was a necessary step. Lee CT would have planned this way even without the smoke mission's reminder, and he was delighted at the reward, the peas that produce rhizobia. Rhizobia, undoubtedly, were important agricultural auxiliary microorganisms. After forming nodules with leguminous plants, they could symbiotically fix nitrogen, greatly enhancing the nitrogen fertilizer required by plants and aiding in increased crop yields. Lee CT had planted many soybeans and peas on Black Horse Island, hoping to use them to produce rhizobia to improve soil fertility. However, the results seemed to be underwhelming. Many of the sprouting soybeans and peas grew weakly. When pulled out, their roots had few nodules. Clearly, most leguminous plants had not been infected with rhizobia. Lee CT remembered that on Earth, the cultivation of leguminous crops required artificial inoculation with rhizobia. What he could do was collect a small amount of rhizobia and mix it with the bin seeds. It was hard to guarantee that inoculation would occur, and the outcome proved they had hardly been inoculated. The rhizobia in the natural ecosystem were still too scarce. With peas capable of producing rhizobia, I believe we can gather enough rhizobia strains, and then promote artificial inoculation throughout the territory. Returning to Coral Island from the mainland required about 10 days of sailing. During this time, Lee CT kept taking potions and eating meat, tirelessly training. Finally, on the third day of the voyage, he sensed a brand new change in his chi. Previously, because it had been contaminated by the impure magic power excreted by the magic fire seed, his chi had already undergone one evolution, becoming a new intermediate fire attribute chi, more powerful, less dissipative, with deeper qualities, allowing for faster breakthroughs. He thought he had already attained Dragon Chi. But he felt that was unlikely. The power of Dragon Chi should not be limited to this. Moreover, since the magic fire seed had not yet nurtured a fire dragon, how could he have Dragon Chi already? It could only be considered special intermediate Chi. And now, the special intermediate Chi was undergoing another change, as if it was a liquid sublimating into gas. Yet, the Chi didn't expand, instead, it became lighter and more agile. As it circulated through his meridians, it gave him the sensation that he was beginning to ride the clouds and mist. It was as if the Chi had become a flame. Burning along his meridians, there was no sensation of scorching pain, only relief and comfort. This is the process of intermediate Chi gradually evolving into advanced Chi. It looks like I'm beginning to break away from the constraints of an Earth Knight, advancing towards becoming a Sky Knight. It should have been a moment to tremble with excitement, but he had anticipated this. So at this moment, his mind was incredibly calm. He continued to focus on his training, constantly circulating his Chi to accelerate this transformation. For many elite Earth Knights, evolving from intermediate Chi to advanced Chi required a high unity of body, energy, and spirit, constantly striking, breaking through for a glimmer of a chance to touch the sky. However, as he calmly trained, the transformation of his Chi naturally took its course, encountering no resistance whatsoever. Is my talent so exceptional that no barriers to advancement exist? It's a bit too self-congratulatory. A more likely possibility is that my Chi was changed by the magic fire seed, resulting in the disappearance of barriers to advancement. After all, I can now be considered a reserve Dragon Knight. He opened his eyes abruptly, his body slightly undulating with the rocking of the ship. He felt that by merely circulating the Chi that was changing, his body could take flight, a wondrous sensation. Once the voyage ends, this change will also be complete. By then, I will have truly become a Sky Knight. A 17-year-old Sky Knight, everyone will be astonished. Although there is still a gap from the 16-year-old Sky Knight candidate for Dragon Knight, it's not far off. With that thought, he could no longer contain himself. All his joy and pride were released with his laughter. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 473 The sword challenge between father and son. The joyful laughter startled the Earl. He walked over and knocked on List's door. What are you laughing at? I'll be flying soon, father. List did not intend to hide anything. As a Sky Knight, he need not be too cautious. Even if envied by others, he had enough strength to protect himself. In the Duchy of Sapphire, unless the Grand Duke himself took action against him riding a dragon, being a Sky Knight as well, if he couldn't win, couldn't he still escape, fleeing into the sea and letting the sea sprite take provide cover? No one could catch him. Flying? The Earl was momentarily at a loss. Yes, aerial flying. You mean a Sky Knight? Then. There was a long silence. Eventually, the Earl spoke first. List, are you sure you have already started advancing to Sky Knight? You became an Earth Knight only after coming of age, an elite Earth Knight 6 months later, and now, not even a year has passed, you want to advance to Sky Knight? I hope you're not joking. Father, although I am not serious, I am not one to joke. List smiled slightly. I have the Sky Knight training experience from you and Grandpa, always carrying Grandpa's sword Saints Chronicles. I know my current state. What does it feel like, tell me? My Chi is changing, as if it sublimates from liquid to gas, as if the calm Chi suddenly began to burn, enveloping me with strength, and greatly enhancing the power of my combat skills. Come with me, to the deck, I will personally test your fighting ability. The Earl was still somewhat incredulous, preparing to personally probe. I haven't felt the pressure that a Sky Knight should have from you, and the rate at which your Chi dissipates is far from the Sky Knight standard. Of course, it did not reach that standard. One reason was that List had made some progress practicing breath decay, at least having the Chi depletion rate. Another reason was that his Chi had been changed by the magic fire seed, further slowing down the rate of dissipation. Even the speed at which the released Chi techniques dissipated was greatly reduced. Of course, it was still too far from the nearly permanent etching of fire dragon magic power. At this point it could at best be called primary dragon Chi. Perhaps with the continuous nurturing of the magic fire seed, it could evolve into low-level, intermediate, advanced, super, and ultimate dragon Chi, and so on. Therefore, in terms of aura, List gave off a harmless impression, but he harbored a ferocious Chi within his body that only he knew about. The primary dragon Chi that imbued the fire attribute Chi was restrained like magma waiting to erupt. Standing on the deck, List held his sword in both hands, gazing straight ahead with a serious expression. Father, don't underestimate me. When I unleash my strength, even I cannot measure it. Facing a Sky Knight of the Sword Saint level, he didn't plan on holding back any strength and was ready to unleash it all. I should be admonishing you not to be too arrogant, but without absolute pressure, You probably can't comprehend, so let's fight it out. Li Huiliang drew his long sword. The battle was on the verge of erupting. On the tulip, the nobles who heard the commotion came out of their cabins one after another, watching the fight. They were somewhat confused and didn't understand why the Earl and List were about to fight. What's going on? It seems that Viscount List has challenged the Earl. Is the Earl probably intending to teach Viscount List about draining? Viscount Jonas raised his eyebrows and whispered to Viscount Trick, who had arrived, "My hunch wasn't wrong. Viscount List's strength has improved rapidly, and he dares to challenge the Earl now. The gap between an elite Earth Knight and a Sky Knight seems hard to bridge. I heard that in the battle at Hans Fort, Viscount List once crossed swords with Viscount Frito, known as the Sprinting Sword Saint. It seems that the fight ended in a draw. The Sprinting Sword Saint simply couldn't keep up with Viscount List riding a landwalker bird. But this time it's a sword fight." Li Ct paid no attention to the whispers of the crowd around him. His body was extremely excited, as this was his first time engaging in a sword fight with a Sky Knight. Knights preferred to use long swords in close combat, hence such encounters were known as sword fights. He had crossed swords with various Earth Knights and with the Sky-cleaving Greatsword had killed several elite Earth Knights. But when it came to Sky Knights, he had only ever engaged in archery sneak attacks and long-range kiting, never daring to face them head-on. Now, a breakthrough was imminent. Finally, he could face a Sky Knight head-on. Flame-like chi thrummed through his body, circulating through his meridians. By now, his chi should be referred to as Intermediate Fire Attribute Primary Dragon Chi. Suddenly, he raised the Sky-cleaving Greatsword and executed a Fire Dragon Assault out of nowhere. The attack targeted Li Huiliang. Li Huiliang looked relaxed as he raised his sword to meet the attack. His long sword, imbued with advanced Water Attribute Chi, effortlessly blocked List's sword move. And with ease, he counter-thrust, the Chi exploding forth, setting off a cascade of water vapor. Facing Li Huiliang's formidable counterattack, List, who had taken the initiative to strike, had to quickly switch to defensive mode. His long sword danced swiftly, furious chi continuously pouring in, dissipating the water attribute chi that was assailing him. His actions were slightly frantic, and it took several strokes before he managed to barely neutralize Li Huiliang's casual counterattack. Just this one round of testing made him realize the vast gap between himself and a Sky Knight, and it wasn't surprising since Li Huiliang was one of the strongest Sky Knights at the Sword Saint level. He composed his flustered emotions. His mind rapidly cooled, casting aside all extraneous thoughts, and he attacked the Earl with all his might. His chi, which seemed to cost him nothing, gushed forth, aligning with sword techniques from the Chi manuscript and launching a frenzied attack. Such aggressive offensive maneuvers practically abandoned his own defense, which was unnecessary against Li Huiliang. After all, this was a trial of strength, not a true combat exercise. Li Huiliang remained on the defensive, not taking the offensive. List became more unleashed as the battle progressed, his chi beginning to weave together cohesively, making rapid progress in his sword-fighting skills. Moreover, his attacking stamina far exceeded that of your average elite Earth Knight, and the speed at which his chi dissipated was very slow. The aura he created was gradually matching the Earl's surging water attribute chi. Heart of the Fire Dragon Drill. With a sudden inspiration, he transformed into a fire dragon and surged forward. His chi erupted all around him, forming a whirlwind-like flame drill head, bombarding Li Huiliang. The Earl, who had been as stable as Mount High, couldn't help but flash a look of surprise at such a move and then retreated to dodge. But before he could clear the path, the fiercely attacking List made a swift turn, charging at him again. The chi transformed into roaring flames, not falling behind at all. This spurred amazement in him yet again. Intermediate chi was actually clashing with advanced chi. And as the fight went on, he noticed that List's condition hardly diminished, a level of endurance that was difficult to find among Earth Knights. Is he really about to advance to Sky Knight? Caught off guard for a split second, when he snapped back to attention, List was unleashing another ultimate mystery strike, turning his sword into a sky full of fire rain, assailing him. With such a wide area of attack, there was virtually no space to dodge, and likewise, this rain of fire, created from his chi, was not dispersed by his water attribute chi. It was a confrontation befitting advanced chi. Forced to fight back with full force, he unleashed a fierce advanced chi secret technique, his chi transforming into a devastating tidal wave to meet the sky of fire rain. PFFFT. Whoosh. In a matter of moments, flame and mist created a dynamic balance, a clear delineation of red and blue between the two of them. At this moment, List, the elite Earth Knight fueled by potions, stood up against Li Huiliang, a Sky Knight of the Sword Saint level. Chapter 474. The journey is the stars and the sea. Red and blue chi. Continuously striking. The onlookers were left agape. This was clearly a duel between two Sky Knights, rather than the expected situation between an Earth Knight and a Sky Knight. Am I seeing things? The sword combat strength of Viscount List is terrifying to this extent. With such fierce attacking power, can an Earth Knight achieve this? Such surging fire attribute chi, inconceivable. Formidable. Everyone exclaimed at that moment, all knights seasoned with broad experience, having fought countless battles on the battlefield, they were well aware of the gap between the sky and the earth. It was an absolutely insurmountable ravine. But List forged a bridge across it with sheer force, transforming the impassable gulf into a thoroughfare, achieving an unexpected stance of equal confrontation. Unfortunately, no sooner had the cries of astonishment fallen silent than the scene drastically changed in an instant. The balance that had been maintained for less than 10 seconds collapsed as List's chi could no longer hold up and was engulfed by a blue and white mist of vapor. There was a clang of metal against metal. An overwhelming force struck, involuntarily making him release his long sword, stepping back 6 paces, nearly tumbling over the ship's railing into the sea. By grasping the railing just in time, he stabilized his body. Huff. After exhaling a breath of turbid air and wiping the sweat from his forehead, he deeply understood the gap between himself and the sword saint. If Li William got serious, his burst of combat power was something he couldn't even withstand a single move against. But for the sword saint to kill him in one move was almost impossible. He could still hold out for 2 or 3 more moves before being slain. If it were an average level Sky Knight, he might be able to resist head-on, sustaining about a dozen or 20 rounds, without ascending to a Sky Knight and the ability of Soaring Flash. It's very difficult to contend with a Sky Knight. Intermediate fire attribute primary dragon chi, no matter how resounding the name, is still just intermediate chi. He felt some disappointment in his current strength. The dragon chi offered only a limited boost to his power. However, unbeknownst to him, his performance had already astonished the onlookers. Even Li William, who was retracting his long sword, looked at him with a highly complex expression. As an almost 2-decade-old veteran Sky Knight, he was undoubtedly clear about his own strength. Yet today, an Earth Knight had given him a feeling of meeting an equal. And it was his own 17-year-old son. Even if it was just a temporary moment of equal footing, it was enough to astonish him, almost to the point of disbelief. He turned and addressed the surrounding onlookers. "All right, disperse now, everyone go back. Don't crowd the deck, let the workers repair the damaged planking." The battle wasn't heart-stopping, but it had still caused extensive damage to the deck. The deck, crafted from rockwood, couldn't withstand the aftermath of their exchange. He dismissed the crowd. Li William turned to List, who seemed a bit disheartened, and said, "Come with me to the cabin." In the cabin, the retainer knights brought 2 cups of coffee. Li William took a sip and then scrutinized List. "You're right, your strength truly cannot be underestimated. If it had been me 20 years ago, just after being promoted to a Sky Knight, a moment of carelessness might even have resulted in my defeat by you. I thought I was strong, but I didn't expect there to be such a big difference between me and the Sky Knight." List shook his head. What he meant was actually his dissatisfaction with the dragon chi. However, to Li William's ears, it sounded different. "You shouldn't think that way. You are in the process of being promoted, but you haven't succeeded yet. You are still just an elite Earth Knight. Being able to wield such powerful combat ability is already an impressive feat." "I understand," List replied. "I just thought I would be a bit more of a genius." The Earl was taken aback. There was an illusion of being blindsided. "How much more of a genius do you want to be?" "Being promoted to a Sky Knight at the age of 16 and becoming a candidate for the Dragon Knight of the Continental Kingdom? In fact, your performance doesn't fall short of those candidates at all. The leap from an Earth Knight to a Sky Knight has taken you less than 2 years." He seemed indignant. "Do you know that in over 40 years of my life, I have never heard of such a feat?" List wanted to say something, but the Earl gave him no chance to interject. "Even a 17-year-old Sky Knight, I have not heard of such a case in the history of the Duchy of Sapphire. Actually, geniuses do exist. The grandson of Marquis of the Bull is one such genius." "Oh?" "The grandson of Marquis of the Bull, Andre Sapphire, could forge mithril armor at the age of 12, which shows his cultivation in chi is very strong. If his talent continues, becoming a Sky Knight by 16 will not be difficult, and he might even become a candidate for Dragon Knight." Praised so highly by the Earl, List felt somewhat embarrassed and shifted the topic to the Marquis of Bull. The Marquis of Bull had been taken by the Grand Duke, and his fate was unknown. His son had died in battle, but his grandson and his close confidants had left Ironhoof Island early and disappeared without a trace. Even the Grand Magicians of the Goat Assembly were now clueless about their whereabouts. The assassination incident involving the Sapphire Dragon came suddenly, escalated quickly, but its conclusion remained a mystery. "How do you know this?" "I once took a set of mithril armor from the study of Marquis of the Bull at Juniper Castle. It was engraved with the phrase, 'Iron Knight Andre Sapphire,' in the autumn of the year 149, completed the creation of the first set of mithril armor, a gift to my grandfather. The Earl paused to ponder. I know about Andre, indeed he was 12 in the year 149. A 12-year-old Iron Knight is indeed a genius, nearly equal in performance to you. Perhaps one day he will pose a threat to the Sapphire family, but with the Grand Duke riding the dragon to protect us, there is no need for us to worry. I am not worried. No matter what happens in the Duchy of Sapphire, the strength I cultivate on my own is the foundation for standing in this world, List responded. The fact that you can think this way proves you have indeed matured, the Earl commented. The subject did not linger on the Marquis of Bull for long, and soon the attention returned to List, with the Earl making a detailed inquiry into the state of List's chi. They reached the same conclusion that List indeed was in the process of being promoted to a Sky Knight, and there were indeed no barriers in his way. Such a smooth promotion process, List, even I'm starting to be envious. When I was promoted to Sky Knight, it took a whole month, and I don't know how many magic potions and much effort it took to break through the barriers between intermediate and advanced chi to achieve success, said the Earl. Perhaps I'm standing on the shoulders of giants, with your cultivation experiences making it more comfortable for me, List stated. I prefer to believe it's the favor of Knight's glory. Indeed, you are the son of glory, the pride of the Tulip family, the Earl patted his shoulder with an increasingly gentle tone. Your future is destined to be more splendid than I imagined, and I hope to see the day you surpass me. Such an emotional, warm moment made List somewhat uncomfortable as he found it hard to immerse himself in father-son affection. So after struggling for a while, he simply uttered, "It won't be long, after all, my quest lies in the stars and the sea." Chapter 475. Soaring into the blue sky and white clouds. After his battle with the Earl, the news that List was soon to be promoted to a Sky Knight quickly spread among the Tulip fleet. Jonas, Trick, and others also directly inquired with List and received an affirmative response. It's incredible, Viscount List, you are ahead of all of us. I am merely one step ahead, replied List. Viscount List, I am destined never to become a Sky Knight in this lifetime. Perhaps this is the difference in our bloodlines. You have inherited the noble lineage of both the Earl and Marquis Merlin. I believe so too. The family has provided me with a foundation, and I have utilized all my talents, he said. The flattery was dealt with in such a manner. Putting aside his pride, List continued to immerse himself in his training. The reserves of magic potions were running low, but fortunately, the Earl understood his predicament and sent him a batch of magic potions made from the black tulip. Of course, this was not for free, they were not given as gifts. Now, he was not one to refuse anything. Possessing the burgeoning magic fire seed, any amount of magic potion could be drained by the magic fire seed located at his heart. The meat of the hunted windblade wolves and the black bat beasts was also consumed in large quantities. Together with the milk powder brewed in the not-so-abundant food left in the gemstone space, it was just enough to keep up with his nutritional needs. The amount of food he consumed now was more than what 2 Delsons would eat. In terms of quality, he ate better than the entire Blizzard Beast squad. Maintaining a Sky Knight isn't difficult, but to sustain a dragon. I cannot even imagine how much nutrition will be needed once the magic fire seed further germinates. Fortunately, those were problems to be considered later. For now, he could still afford to sustain himself. As his chi continued to change, and while sailing to Ironhoof Island to resupply, he was on the verge of completing the transformation, with his intermediate chi about to become advanced chi. Every time he trained on the deck, he felt as if he were about to take flight, ready to soar into the high skies at any moment. But he was still one step shy. What exactly does being a Sky Knight feel like? His personal guard, the Black Dragon Wraith, and the light system Mage Paris, were very curious. I haven't reached it yet, so I cannot fully elucidate the realm of a Sky Knight. But the feeling of being able to fly as a Sky Knight is very wonderful, List said as he stepped onto the ground of the port of Bullhoof City, feeling a sense of homecoming. He had set off at the beginning of October and was returning home in mid-December. The war that lasted over 2 months brought about many sentiments of missed times and changed people. I truly wish I could cultivate chi. I also aspire to the sky, Paris said, echoing List's sentiment with many feelings of her own. Find a magical beast that can fly, tame it, and then you can experience the thrill of soaring through the sky, he suggested. Will your mount, the landwalker bird Loki, evolve to the point where it can fly? Paris suddenly asked. It's getting bigger and bigger, and its wings are getting longer, almost as if it were about to fly. I am also looking forward to the moment it can fly, he replied. As they continued to chat, Paris said somewhat wistfully, your cultivation speed is so fast, I fear that not even in my Black Dragon Wraith form would I be a match for you. My role as a personal guard seems to have lost much of its significance. It's still significant. You can use the invisibility technique to steal a lot of information on the battlefield. However, as a woman, residing on the battlefield with us knights really isn't convenient. List turned to look at Paris and said seriously, from now on, stay in the territory, patiently study light system magic, and by the way, serve as the guardian of Black Horse Island, ensuring the safety of our land. Are you asking me to guard Black Horse Island? Yes, I intend to establish a patrol knights stationed on Black Horse Island, and I want you to serve as the leader. In the future, you could pursue a career as an official, both for your sake and for your sisters. You should strive to rise within the nobility. Nobility. Paris fell silent for a moment but finally nodded. Do I need to pledge my loyalty to you? Liz nodded. If you wish to integrate into Black Horse Island, pledging allegiance to me is the most appropriate way. Alright, she decided after serious contemplation. I never thought that one day I would become not only a magician, which I once loathed, but am now preparing to strive towards becoming a noble. Viscount, I shall pledge my allegiance to you once I return to Fresh Flower Town. We have known each other for so long, there is no need for such courtesy between us. You pledge allegiance to me whenever you are ready. Making such a decision signified a transformation of identity. What was once a relationship of employer and employee, now would become that of a follower and a landlord, signifying that she, who once resisted the will of the world, eventually succumbed to the world's rigid knight system. Having replenished their supplies, they set sail once again. On the third day of sailing, List, who was sitting in meditation, suddenly opened his eyes. Just a second before, the chi within his body had finally undergone a complete transformation. In that instant, he sensed all his chi ignite and burn along his meridians, spreading from his pores to the nuclei of his cells. The flames connected as one, and the chi became one with it. With just a minor circulation, he felt as light as a feather. He abruptly stepped out of the cabin and under the watchful eyes of Dowson and the 8 tiny ones, he forcefully stamped on the deck. The next second, his body shot up into the sky like a rocket, the chi bursting from within him, allowing his body to overcome the pull of gravity and continue climbing higher. The wind screamed by his ears, and he slightly lowered his head only to see the tulip, which before was grand, now seemed tiny, and so did many other ships in its vicinity. Good thing I'm not afraid of heights. If there was a sky knight with acrophobia, he would probably be incapacitated, List mused as he flew, still circulating his chi. He had read the advanced chi manual Ascension of the Red Sun Fire Burning and could recite it backwards and forwards. This kind of advanced chi manual not only instructed one on how to circulate chi, but also how to use advanced chi to ascend to the skies and release sword techniques while airborne. He simply needed to follow the manual's special circulation paths for chi and he could glide steadily through the air. When the continuous circulation of chi reached its limit, he immediately ceased the circulation and entered free fall, then began to circulate a new path of chi. His body halted the descent and drifted towards another sail, landing. Boom. Upon touching down, his chi converged in his feet, allowing him to firmly stand on the deck. However, he did not manage the immense impact force well, resulting in the deck being crushed underfoot and the sailboat rocking violently. Viscount. The knights on the ship rushed to the deck at the bow, exclaiming in alarm. There's no need for panic, I was merely practicing. Carry on with your duties, he said with a light smile, calmly leaping and soaring into the sky again. He left a group of knights gaping in awe. My God, Viscount List has truly advanced to a sky knight. A 17-year-old sky knight, the bloodline of the Tulip family shines brightly. Powerful, handsome, blessed with the glory of knighthood, no one is more noble than Viscount List, the son of glory I witness with my own eyes. The second sky knight of Coral Island. Who would have thought this would happen 2 years ago? This is a true noble, a true genius. Chapter 476 Name shakes Coral Island once again soaring, List gently landed on the deck of the Tulip, having mastered the control of his descent's impact force, and did not damage the newly repaired deck. The Earl had already been waiting at the bow. Upon seeing List land, he took a deep breath and exclaimed, I am proud of you, my son. After saying this, he suddenly realized that he had told List something similar several times during this period. The pride List brought was one event after another. Thank you, father. When we return to Tulip Castle, I will hold a grand banquet for you to announce this good news to all the nobles and commoners of Coral Island. As you wish. List readily agreed. Afterward, he received congratulations from all the nobles on board, and everyone was aware that a new noble star was rising within the Duchy of Sapphire. At this moment, no one doubted List's future or whether he could achieve what Earl William Lee had now. He was always on the verge of establishing a new family. Establishing a family, to carry on and glorify the bloodline, was an extraordinarily proud matter for the nobles of this world. List did not understand this at first, but after communicating with the Earl, he came to realize that the Earl was very much looking forward to such an event. It meant that the Tulip family was growing stronger and achieving new accomplishments, Just as the Earl had changed the family name to Tulip in the past, it was a moment of glory. And then, the sailboat carrying his followers quickly approached, and Marcus and the others filed onto the Tulip and offered List a song of loyalty. The noise continued for half a day. Despite the ship's simplicity, a feast was held. The cups clinked as everybody drank themselves into a stupor. List was no exception. He was already exhilarated, and with the nobles constantly urging him to drink, he kept downing one glass after another. In the end, he simply collapsed on the table and fell into a deep sleep. A night passed. Still, he woke up early in the morning, fresh as dawn. As an ordinary sky knight, his robust recovery allowed him no hint of a hangover. He was in high spirits, watching the sailboat head towards the port of Coral City. He was eager to fly there directly and flaunt his new status, but he controlled the impulse. A noble's image needed to be maintained. He couldn't afford to get carried away. After disembarking, he immediately mounted the landwalker bird Loki, which had grown considerably larger, and followed behind Earl William Lee. All along the way, without a doubt, he received more saluting glances than the Earl. Not only was he handsome with an outstanding demeanor, it was more because of how majestic Loki looked beneath him. The creature had grown considerably, almost reaching 4 meters in height with legs nearly 1.7 meters long, a neck of 1.5 meters, and a body length of less than 1 meter. Slimmer than before, its body was closer to an oval streamlined shape. The biggest change was its wings, which had grown longer and longer, with a wingspan that could stretch to 6 or 7 meters. Since these changes had all occurred during the voyage, he hadn't yet been able to measure Loki's current physical condition, but from the outside, it captivated everyone's attention. In the past, Loki, when walking beside Dowson, seemed somewhat less imposing. But now, walking side by side with Dowson, the average person would be hard-pressed to discern which of the two was the intermediate magical beast. Dowson had a larger tonnage and area, while Loki boasted greater height and length. They were both impressive in their own right, and it was hard to declare a winner. However, Loki's bloodline evolution was clearly not yet complete. There was still room for growth, and surpassing Dowson in terms of aura was only a matter of time. After all, its future would be as an intermediate dragon beast, and fortunately, 2 bloodline fruits in succession had successfully evolved the magical beasts that consumed them without exploding from within. Perhaps it was the smoke mission stirring the threads of fate, altering the destinies of Dowson and Loki. List could only understand it this way. Encircled by civilians on both sides of the road, the triumphant knights rode their tall horses, heads held high and chests puffed out as they slowly galloped towards Tulip Castle. Every triumph was a perfect opportunity to proclaim the prestige of the knight, and in such traditions, the stratification between nobles and commoners was continuously reinforced. Despite his inner denial, List still greatly enjoyed the feeling of parading through the streets on horseback. What people pursue in life is nothing more than fame, wealth, and beauty, and wasn't this moment the best accolade to fame? Everyone wants to be the center of attention, the difference lies in whether one can become it. Now he had the chance to become the center, and indeed, he had become it. The whispers of the commoners always revolved around him and his mount, Loki, and many children, whose envious gazes followed him everywhere. "When I grow up, I want to be as impressive as that knight and ride a big bird," a child loudly declared. This led to laughter from the older children in the group. "Haha, you might as well ride the chickens you raise at home. Maybe you can ride a big bird in your dreams. That's a magical beast bird that could eat you in one bite." An older boy, clearly more informed, boasted, "You might as well give up. He is the great lord of the Tulip family bloodline, the ruler of Black Horse Island. He is the son of glory from Coral Island, none are more favored by the glory of the knights." The child let out an ah and fell silent. During the ignorance of youth, everyone has dreams too grand for their reach, yet growing up means compromising. With constant compromising, one gradually strays from their dreams and can no longer become the person they wished to be. Fate doesn't need to strike a blow, just slowly erode the fighting spirit. In the end, the lowered head will declare that not everyone can grasp the throat of fate. Of course, as long as one doesn't give up, hope will not fade, and this world ultimately leaves a sliver of hope for progress even for the commoners. This hope drives countless commoner knights to march towards the battlefield, one after the other. Some remain forever on the battlefield, wrapped in hide, while others return home draped in glory. List was undoubtedly one of those draped in glory. When they arrived at the crossroads between Tulip Castle and Coral City, the welcoming party was already assembled at the junction. Just like the triumphant return from the Ironhoof Island campaign, Lady Penelope, Lady Marie, Levira, Levi's, and the Loria couple all stood at the front of the group. "Mother, I've caused you concern," said Earl William Lee as he dismounted and bowed to Lady Penelope. Every time he saw his mother come to welcome him, he would bow like this. Nobility is full of exchanges of interest. But there is also affection. Lady Penelope smiled and said, I'm not worried about you. You always stand on the side of victory, and you've never disappointed me, from past to present. Following closely behind the Earl, List dismounted from the bird and quickly approached. Grandmother. Strong boy, List, you've grown taller and more handsome. Lady Penelope was very pleased, took List's hand, and prattled on. When William would go to battle alone, I wasn't worried about his safety, but I worried about his loneliness. Now that he has his sons with him, battling side by side with his father, he will no longer be lonely. Earl William Lee smiled gently. Mother, List can truly fight alongside me now. You can't imagine the surprise he brought to us. Stop beating around the bush and just say it, Lady Penelope chided impatiently. The others watched closely, waiting for the Earl to finish his statement. The Earl, long used to Lady Penelope's attitude, maintained his smile, unchanging. List has been promoted to a Sky Knight. Boom. The ranks of those gathered for the triumphant return suddenly stirred. List, on the other hand, stood quietly to the side, his expression as if untouched by clouds or wind, as if the person the Earl was speaking about wasn't himself. Chapter 477 Status brought by strength Sky Knight? Levi's mouth fell open in disbelief. Father, are you saying that List has been promoted to a Sky Knight? Loria clutched his arm, equally agape with astonishment. As the future lady of Tulip Castle, she had always believed that Levi's was the most talented member of the Tulip family, and that the promotion to Sky Knight would be led by him. Unexpectedly, it was List, who had once been entangled with her sister, who suddenly erupted. Lady Marie's eyes widened, and though she made no sound, her eyes were filled with distrust. Her son Lyddon could hardly hide his own terror, despite Lady Marie's teachings that he must respect his second brother. His talent, which had earned the Earl's favor, had always made him believe he was the true genius. Without a doubt, in his eyes, Levi's was merely mediocre, and List was once considered a good-for-nothing. Yet at this moment, he heard the terrifying news: the once useless second son of the Tulip family had become an exalted Sky Knight. This was a lofty height many knights dreamt of but could never reach. Even those with talent struggled to attempt this level without ample resources. Why is this happening? Why is this happening? Why is this happening? Lyddon's head felt dizzy, echoing the question. He felt as if all his strength had dissipated, barely able to stand still, anxious and choked, deeply uncomfortable. However, no one cared about how he felt at that moment, not even his mother, Lady Marie, who was tensely watching List, eager to hear him say Sky Knight himself. Lady Penelope held on to List's hand tightly. My boy, is what your father said true? Livira rushed over as well, seizing List's other hand. My dear brother, are you truly a Sky Knight now, a mighty knight who can soar through the skies? Faced with everyone's concern and anticipation, List wanted to wipe the non-existent sweat from his forehead. He was a bit overwhelmed by his family's enthusiasm. He preferred quiet adulation to warm inquiries. Nevertheless, he maintained his usual demeanor, showing just the right amount of standard noble smile. Yes, grandmother, I have been promoted to Sky Knight, having completed it during my recent voyage. Now I am a common tier Sky Knight who can ascend to the heavens and wield advanced chi. His answer relieved those who were expectant, hit those who were jealous like a hammer, but regardless, the scene instantly erupted into ecstatic cheers. His family, no matter who they were, kept sending blessings, with Lady Penelope particularly embracing him and vigorously patting his shoulders. He was tall and had to bend down so Lady Penelope could embrace him. It was a while before Lady Penelope let go, her eyes shimmering with tears. Knightly glory has looked upon us. Our Tulip family has finally given birth to a new Sky Knight. Our family's brilliance will not fade but will flourish even more. Yes, mother, the Tulip family will grow stronger and larger. The Earl, supporting Lady Penelope, announced loudly to those around, the ceremony of the triumphal return is now concluded. Knights, disband on the spot and return to your own lands, to be reunited with your families. Everyone else, back to Tulip Castle. List straightened up, just about to mount Loki. But he was stopped by Levi's. List, I simply don't know how to address you. Sky Knight, you've achieved the height I've always dreamed of. Tonight, you must discuss with me until late. I have so much about cultivation that I need your opinion on. Clearly, he wouldn't be able to return to Fresh Flower Town today, so he could only reply, brother, if Loria doesn't mind, I would be happy to share my insights on cultivation with you. Loria came over with a smile. I don't mind, List. I hope you and your brother can have a pleasant chat. Livira also came over. I want to join in too. List smiled. No problem. Whether it was one person or two, it was still an exchange. He didn't mind sharing his successful experiences with his relatives, although he thought his successes were not worth emulating. At most he could tell them some cultivation tips he had summarized. He was adept at taking notes and used scientific methods to summarize and deduce problems that arose from cultivation. A thought crossed his mind: perhaps I could write the Earth Chronicle of List as an heirloom to provide a scientific reference for future generations' cultivation. At that time, urged by Lady Marie, a somewhat pale-faced Lyon approached, forcing a smile. "Brother List, I would like to join you too, even though I am not an Earth Knight yet, but I am eager to receive your guidance." "No problem." The Earl was not far off, and List couldn't bring himself to refuse, no matter how much he disliked the boy, Lydon. He had to consider the Earl's feelings and maintain a superficial brotherly affection. And so, he was escorted back to Tulip Castle. Using the excuse of needing to instruct his followers about some matters, he managed to extricate himself from Levi's, Levira, and Lydon's entanglement and called for Marcus, Teacher Marcus. "The planning for the territory's development, especially the planning for the new town on Black Horse Island, I mentioned it to you on the boat, you remember it all, right?" Now before List, Marcus had become increasingly cautious and careful. Back when they were both Earth Knights, Marcus hadn't felt it, but once List became a Sky Knight, he experienced tremendous pressure and boundless motivation. "Yes, my lord. I might not be able to return to Fresh Flower Town immediately these next few days. Pass my thoughts on to Officer Blair, and have him send someone to survey a suitable location for the new town. Additionally, have Captain Abigan from the Fresh Flower Caravan come here immediately. I have some questions for him." Abigan's Fresh Flower Caravan was not only engaged in trade but also involved in information exchange. It essentially acted as Fresh Flower Town's office in Coral City, and if there was anything that needed to be understood, he was the fastest way. Moments later, Abigan rushed to Tulip Castle to report the latest situations in Fresh Flower Town and Black Horse Island to List. First and foremost was the issue List was most concerned about: had the corn miner elf been born? Abigan answered, "Lord Landlord, I am unaware of the corn grass bug situation, as such information is confidential within the castle, and I dare not inquire carelessly. However, I have not heard of the castle recently having any new minor elves born. Perhaps you need to ask Mr. Carter or Consultant Galtai." Indeed, that was the case. Elves were important assets to a lord and could not simply have their information revealed carelessly. Therefore, List could only wait for Consultant Galtai, who was to be notified, to hurry to Tulip Castle and bring him news of the corn miner elf. After listening to most of the construction status of Fresh Flower Town and Black Horse Island, he sent Abigan away. He became the focus of everyone in Tulip Castle once again. It was apparent that with each visit to Tulip Castle, his treatment changed slightly. In the beginning, after he had first crossed over, he was practically invisible. After that, his significance grew once he obtained the intermediate magical beast and the thorn miner elf, and then he became a pivotal figure in the castle, having been successfully ennobled as the Lord of Black Horse Island. Now, the treatment he enjoyed was almost on par with that of the Earl. His family vied to show closeness, and the servants expressed endless respect. Holding a cup of fresh milk, he relaxed and leaned back in his chair, thinking, with a pleased mood, this is the status that comes with power. Chapter 478, List on Farm Ecology. The luncheon was quite sumptuous. Even though the food at Tulip Castle wasn't exactly to List's taste, he still devoured large amounts of magical beast meat and a variety of dairy products. During the Pioneer Mandate Wars, it felt like I was starving every day. Back here, I can finally eat my fill without reserve, he said, rubbing his belly contentedly as he put down his fork. Lady Penelope cheerily said, "From now on, we can't have a Sky Knight going hungry. The Tulip family might not be as grand as the great nobles, but we can certainly provide enough food." Lady Marie also laughed. "As for the castle's food, as long as it suits your taste, you can eat as much as you want." All eyes were on List. The Earl, feeling a bit jealous, said, "Mother, I've never had a proper meal on the battlefield either." "You're not growing anymore, but List is still growing. Look at him, every time I see him, he seems to have grown taller. Are you 1 meter 90 now?" Lady Penelope dismissed the Earl offhandedly and turned the conversation back to List. List shook his head. "About 1 meter 89, and I feel like my height has stopped increasing. I think my final height will be around 1 meter 90. Levi's enviously said, "A height of 1 meter 90 is more than enough. Too tall can be oppressive to others." He was only 1 meter 85 and was now shorter than List by a whole head. Levira chuckled and said, "In our family, List has been favored by the Knight's glory since his birth. You've inherited all the best attributes of the Tulip and Long Taro families: height, looks, talent. I was very jealous when I was little, but now, I can hardly even reach your shadow. I believe that Levi's, Levira, and Lydon have all inherited our family's talent. As long as the supply of resources keeps up, they all have the potential to advance to Sky Knight," List replied. Tossing a few words of praise cost him nothing, so he was happy to encourage his siblings in such an atmosphere. In the afternoon, Galtai arrived from Fresh Flower Town. "My lord, I was overjoyed to the point of near insanity when I heard you advance to Sky Knight," he remarked, showering exaggerated flattery upon their first meeting. "When I first followed you to Fresh Flower Town, I knew you were deeply favored by the Knight's glory, the Son of Glory." List maintained his smile. Galtai's flattery continued unabated. "In less than 2 years, you've achieved honors that many nobles couldn't in a lifetime. A Sky Knight at only 17, it's a tremendous joy for all the vassals of Black Horse Island domain." It seemed Galtai might go on for half an hour if he wasn't stopped. He had to interrupt. "Consultant Galtai, becoming a Sky Knight is indeed a cause for celebration, but right now I'm more interested in the domain's affairs. Has my corn miner elf been born during these 2 months I've been away? Is everything smooth with the various industries of the domain?" The corn miner elf hasn't been born yet, but it has reached the final stage of the fat pupa stage, motionless. We can't guess whether it has evolved successfully, but it has not decayed and vanished, so I believe the time for it to emerge successfully should be soon. That's good to hear. Relieved, List had been worrying about the corn miner elf for some time now. The elf bug's fat pupa stage is a critical point. Failure means turning to ash, success means the miner elf breaks out of the cocoon. Though the corn miner elf has yet to break out, it has not turned to ash and is diligently completing its evolution. What about the other matters? The new cordyceps on the rubber trees have spawned a large number of seedlings around their roots. Blair has already sent the serfs to cultivate them within the influence of the cordyceps before the arrival of heavy snow. It seems these seedlings, under the influence of the cordyceps, will be able to safely get through the winter. Galtai could now be considered a barely qualified domain consultant, mindful of most matters. Overall, these past 2 months, the domain had not changed much, and there were no pleasing advancements in any industries. The lack of serfs made it difficult to maintain even the key industries, let alone those that had not yet been developed. Between the 2 batches of serfs, we lost over 800 people. The actual number of serfs who arrived safely is 16,316. Currently, 8,000 are settled in Fresh Flower Town, and another 8,000 are settled in the port town, yet to be assigned work and housing. Do we have enough houses for them to live in? In accordance with your instructions before you left on the pioneer mandate, the carpentry workshop rushed to make a batch of bunk beds. This way, 8 serfs can live in a wooden house, barely accommodating everyone against the severe cold. However, we still don't have enough clothing, and many serfs are still freezing. Have the residents with spare clothes contribute their unused cotton garments first, then emergency purchase more from outside. We paid a high price to transport the serfs here, and even if some were lost during the voyage, I hope that once they are on our domain, not a single one of them will die from hunger or cold. My lord, I will try my best to arrange it. Not try your best, you must make it happen, List said sternly, shifting the responsibility of solving the problem to Galtai and other officials. The root of the problem lay in his own greed for bringing in too many serfs, resulting in a shortage of warm clothing. Galtai pondered for a moment and then said, "My lord, if we frantically purchase clothing, there's a fear that the price of all cotton clothes and blankets on Coral Island will sharply increase. Even if the price goes up, we have to buy it. Don't be afraid to spend money, Consultant Galtai. I will figure out the finances. What you need to do is to follow my orders and complete the domain's construction. The money we spend now will be repaid many times over in the future. Black Horse Island and Fresh Flower Town have too many profitable industries." "I understand." Galtai nodded. "This winter, I will get all the officials in our domain to take action and carry out your orders at all costs." As a superior, List seldom involved himself in frontline work anymore. All he needed to do was to direct the domain's officials. After a thorough discussion with Galtai, he stayed at Tulip Castle for the night, holding an all-night conversation with Levi's, Levira, and Lytton to exchange their cultivation experiences. He did not conceal his lesser abilities. He explained any issues he encountered in his practice and shared some scientific methods to aid in cultivation with his siblings. After all, their improvement in strength held no disadvantages for him. They were always bonded by the same blood. The greater the strength of the family, the more protection everyone enjoyed. There must be a method to chi cultivation, just as there must be a method to pill consumption. The reason for my rapid progression is nothing special, merely being good at summarizing and reflecting. List spoke as if he were a teacher, his words flowing smoothly. What you are most concerned about must surely be pill consumption. Tonight I'll focus on explaining how to consume pills. My knowledge of consuming pills comes from my father, grandfather, and the multitude of books I've bought. Although everyone has a different way of doing it, careful observation reveals common principles. He asked the servants to bring paper and a pen. While speaking, he scribbled notes on the table. These common principles, you can call them List's pill consumption studies, dedicated to the science of pill consumption. Always record your sensations post-consumption, understand how to flexibly design tables and draw curves to ultimately find the most suitable dosage. He spoke earnestly. Levi's and the others listened with equal seriousness, their eyes occasionally shining. Perhaps they believed that mastering List's pill consumption studies would allow them to advance to Sky Knight as rapidly as List had. They were never to know just how many treasures List possessed, and the kind of fortuitous encounters he had. The role that scientific pill consumption played in advancing to Sky Knight probably didn't even amount to 1/10 of the whole process. Chapter 479 The Future Development Direction Utilizing medicine is an indispensable method in knight training. Without the aid of magic potions, it's very difficult to break the shackles of the human body and accommodate more chi to transform one's physique. Scientifically utilizing medicine to achieve less than 1/10 of the effect is already quite impressive. Even if Levi's had not learned the science of medicine from me, he would have become a Sky Knight sooner or later. As the legitimate eldest son of the Tulip family, it's impossible for him to remain at the Earth Knight stage all his life. As for Levira, it's hard to say. She still hasn't entered the elite stage, and the possibility of breaking through to Sky Knight seems rather small. Knight training not only requires a great deal of resources but also a persistent heart. Levira's diligence in training is not outstanding. Probably being a woman has limited her pursuit of strength. She'd rather spend lots of time accompanying Lady Penelope to watch farces than practice chi cultivation every day. As for Lidun, he's still young, not even an Earth Knight yet, so it's hard to judge his future achievements. However, he's only 13 years old, and after the festive season, only 14. His talent is indeed not weaker than Levi's was. As for List, it's not good to compare. He was useless when he was young, but now he is astonishing. A 17-year-old Sky Knight, such an exact record has not been seen before in the Duchy of Sapphire. He obviously can't compare with the Dragon Knight candidates of the continental kingdoms, but within the nation, List can already be bestowed with the title Unprecedented. Basically, this is all of List's knowledge on medicine. In the near future, I'll take the time to write down my training experience into a manual to be passed down within the Tulip family, the Earth Chronicle of List. You can borrow it to read when it's available. Normally, I am very busy and do not have the time to answer your questions. Even the Earl doesn't have the time to attend to his children's training issues every day, being just a peer-granted land, he's even less obligated to teach them. To write a chronicle for the family's internal reference is already a significant act of responsibility. After an overnight discussion, List laid bare all his experiences of the elite Earth Knight stage. It wasn't until 3 o'clock in the morning that he dismissed the exchange meeting, took a bath, had a late-night snack, and then returned to his room to sleep. The next day was another busy one. The Earl had mentioned hosting a grand banquet for List to celebrate his advancement to Sky Knight, thus, countless nobles from Coral Island were called to Tulip Castle to attend the celebration. The focus of the banquet, List, was once again lauded all day long. He drank until he was utterly drunk. He didn't even carry out his evening practice. As morning sunlight spilled through the window, he woke up with his body fully recovered and his head free of any hangover discomfort. During his morning wash, he shook off the tumultuous state of the past 2 days and began to organize his life plans for the future. Becoming a Sky Knight is just the beginning. I am now a Sky Knight of the ordinary level and need to continue training to advance to the Sword Saint level, the completion level, and ultimately succeed in dragon riding to become the Dragon Knight of my dreams, he said as he washed his face with cold water, finding it more comfortable in the dead of winter. The biting cold water had no effect on him. A Sky Knight with a robust physique had a strong resistance to all kinds of temperature and weather. But the cold nonetheless sharpened his thoughts. Concerning my training, there are 3 points to consider at the moment. One is the development of Dragon Chi, and how to nurture the sprouting magic fire seed is an unavoidable subject. Another is the cultivation of the advanced Chi manual, where I must quickly catch up with flying and combat. He took a towel passed by a servant and wiped his face. He was still reflecting. Another is the issue of medicine for Sky Knights. In the elite Earth Knight stage, medicine is a necessary means of training. But as a Sky Knight, medicine remains an essential method of training, and I must formulate a new medicine plan as soon as possible. Chi cultivation could be described as rowing upstream. If you don't advance, you fall back. That's why even after becoming a Sky Knight, medicine cannot be stopped, and the dosage of medicine will be even greater. Unlike magicians, who rely on meditation to gather free magic power from the air and can afford to live in isolation to focus on studying the truth, knights produce and consume their own chi. When knights ruled the world, the consumption of chi necessitated the continual draining of resources. And so, war was born. The magic potions in my territory, obviously the quantity planted is not enough, pity that there aren't enough elves to expand the cultivation of magic potions. This expenditure will definitely be huge in the future, and the most appropriate method to cope at the moment is to expand the scale of flame mushrooms and ice snow flame mushrooms cultivation. His territory boasted 5 kinds of magic potion cultivation projects: black tulip, rapid growth magic thorn, flame mushroom, ice snow flame mushroom, and auxiliary medicine dragon mallow. However, for black tulips, rapid growth magic thorns, and auxiliary medicine dragon mallows, elf blessings are necessary, otherwise, it's impossible to cultivate these magic potions. Only flame mushrooms and ice snow flame mushrooms could have their cultivation scale continuously expanded. Taking advantage of the incoming cold current, this winter at least 500 acres of ice snow flame mushrooms and 1,000 acres of flame mushrooms should be planted. In the future, I hope that the flame mushrooms can quickly expand to a scale of 10,000 acres. There are many serfs brought in, and I have enough manpower to learn how to cultivate flame mushrooms. Cultivating flame mushrooms requires a lot of materials. But the expense of buying those materials is negligible compared to the value of the magic potions. The only constraint is the cultivation technique. Ordinary serfs have no clue about how to plant mushrooms. Fortunately, List has always been promoting the apprentice system on his territory, and the serfs of Mushroom Hamlet have begun to take on apprentices. This way, the mushroom cultivation technique gradually spread. In addition, Thorn Miner Elf Jayla should be fully assigned to plant rapid growth magic thorns, and as for rapid growth iron thorns, they should be cultivated like ordinary timber. Thanks to their rapid growth property, they still have a significant advantage over ordinary timber. Anyway, the carpenter workshops are not a very profitable business. Furniture of ironwood quality is still in high demand, but with each noble's territory having its own carpenters, it's difficult to sell furniture from the workshops at a high price. The volume of sales also couldn't expand, and the techniques were quickly learned by other carpenters. Therefore, from a cost and benefit analysis, List hoped to develop those industries with high return rates in his territory, such as fresh flower brew, fresh flower soap, and the soon-to-be produced glass. The master craftsman at the Fire Dragon Brick Factory had been researching glass technology for several months and could produce barely passable glass products. There were still a lot of impurities and color defects, but it didn't prevent them from being sold at appropriate prices. The magical beast breeding industry must also be quickly unfolded. The mangrove forest green caterpillar green-headed duck industry chain must expand its scale as soon as possible. Havak bring Nami to create more mangrove habitats. Tridacna and Fenhilwo should also best begin aquaculture, especially proactively cultivating pearls. No one knows how to cultivate the pink pearls of Fenhilwo, but black pearls can be induced by placing sand or similar impurities in small shells of Tridacna. In the end, when the washing up was complete, and he had already walked to the dining room, preparing to enjoy breakfast, List finally sorted out his territory's 3 major future target industries: the high-margin manufacturing industries that generate cash flow, like glass and spirits etc., the magic potion cultivation industry that supplies his need for taking drugs, such as various magic potions and auxiliary medicines, the breeding industry that supplies his daily consumption of food, like dragon breed cows, green-headed ducks, and Fenhilwo, etc. Everything else can wait. Only these 3 industries must be vigorously developed. Drinking the dragon breed milk sent over by the Knights of Fresh Flower Town yesterday, List thought for a moment, then decided he would first return to his territory before attending this year's Pioneer Mandate celebration and the Fofman ceremony. He missed his own castle, the elves living in the castle, and the sea sprite take. Chapter 480 Corn above the head. Now on Coral Island, List could go wherever he wanted without anyone being able to stop him, especially when it was a return to his own territory. Declining the banquet invitations from his noble colleagues, he led retainer knights directly to Fresh Flower Town at a fast pace. The significantly grown landwalker bird Loki finally had the chance to fully release itself. Take Dowson and the 8 tiny ones back to Fresh Flower Town. I'll go ahead alone, no need to follow me. He instructed the retainers and servants, then calmed the blizzard beasts and mounted Loki, who started running like the wind. Faster, Loki. Gladder. The intelligent landwalker bird understood many of List's commands. Immediately it broke into a sprint. Its approximately 1.7 meters tall legs were like stilts, exceptionally stable, and even when running so fast that only the afterimages of its legs were visible, it still remained unruffled. The wind howled past his ears. By List's estimation, Loki's speed at the moment was at least over 300 kilometers per hour because it had been only 20 minutes since they left Tulip Castle before they saw a small town on the outskirts of North Valley City, a distance of less than 100 kilometers from Tulip Castle to North Valley City. Originally, when Loki did not use magic, its top speed was 200 kilometers per hour, and it could only maintain that for 10 minutes. Now it can reach 300 kilometers per hour and sustain it for 20 minutes, List silently calculated as he watched Loki, whose speed had noticeably decreased as it reached its physical limits. He let Loki rest for a while in the small woods beside the road. Gave it some wheat grains and water. After a quarter of an hour, Loki started clattering again, announcing that its strength had been restored. List then continued to ride it to complete other data measurements. A vertical leap from a standstill measured 6 meters high and 35 meters in length. A sprinting leap reached 8.5 meters high and 90 meters long. Such data were already impeccable. However, when List permitted Loki to use the light body skill, its statistics became even more astonishing. The running speed peaked at 500 kilometers per hour. Like a flash of lightning, Loki swiftly traveled from North Valley City to Fresh Flower Town. They stopped by the edge of the thorn forest at Thorn Ridge. During the sprint leap, the height reached a staggering 20 meters, with a horizontal span exceeding 200 meters. It almost looked like low-altitude flying. Sky Knights can soar 100 meters into the sky. Loki is slightly behind, but its speed is faster. It's almost my perfect mount. If only it could fly. It's a pity those long wings still haven't learned how to fly, List thought proudly, yet with a hint of regret. The inability to fly was always a flaw. When he rode Loki onto Dowson Avenue, the patrol team quickly spotted him, and the news swiftly spread throughout the town. At the castle gates, Butler Carter was already hurriedly leading the servants to welcome the master's return. "Welcome home, master. It's been a while, Mr. Carter, Mrs. Morrison, and all you ladies and gentlemen," List greeted the servants with a smile. He handed over Loki to be led away for feeding and entered the castle while chatting with Butler Carter. Without any delay, he headed straight for the worm room. Whoa. Jayla, already aware through mind connection that List was home, flew out, shouting at List. It was unsatisfied with List's lengthy absence, though amidst the displeasure was joy for his return. "Jayla, it's been a while." He patted the small thorns on Jayla's head and settled it onto his shoulder. Then he saw the corn grass bugs in the fat pupa stage that had been carefully protected. The originally greenish-yellow bugs had now turned gray-yellow, their skins dull and motionless. But List could sense the strong vitality throbbing beneath their skin. He cast his eye of magic, and saw the chaotic magic power suddenly boil like water, continuously forming bubbles. Bubbles burst one after another, followed by indescribable changes in nature. The corn grass bug, already huge in its fat pupa stage, also swelled up in an instant. Excitement flowed from it, deeply affecting List's emotions. Butler Carter stood behind him, witnessing the transformation, and exclaimed, "Master, has it evolved successfully?" "Yes, Jayla's birth was just like this," List said with a radiant smile, truly a complete surprise. His corn grass bug had started its final evolution just as he returned. Time trickled by. The corn grass bug had grown as thick as a calf's leg. And then, as if sensing something, he suddenly widened his pupils and saw the corn grass bug's grayish-yellow skin turn pale and suddenly split open. A tender, pale yellow little hand emerged from beneath the skin, followed by an arm, and then a plump little head poked out. There was also a small corn cob on top of its head. The exquisitely beautiful minor elf had revealed its face. With curiosity about the world, it looked around and finally fixed its gaze on List, opened its little mouth, and cried out crisply, "Chirp." Its cry, different from Jayla's clearer sound, was somewhat similar to Nami's delicate voice. "Wow!" Jayla, seeing the newborn minor elf, quickly flew up, wanting to pounce towards it. But List grabbed her and placed her on a table beside him, issuing a do not move command, and she pursed her lips in disappointment. Afterward, List smiled and waved at the newborn minor elf. The corn minor elf then crawled out from the ruined skin, its chubby body wobbled, and a pair of transparent wings unfolded. It took flight, circling the room once before landing on List's palm. "Chirp." The husk the corn grass bug left behind. Before List could touch it, it turned to dust and vanished without a trace. "Such a gentle minor elf, I can feel your tranquil heart," he mused, looking at his third minor elf, his emotions brimming. "Mr. Carter, look, isn't it incredibly beautiful?" "Yes, master, it's unbelievably beautiful. I feel so fortunate to have witnessed the birth of a new minor elf in my lifetime," Mr. Carter said, his voice choked with emotion. The birth of the thorn minor elf was a surprise. The mangrove minor elf he had only heard about. Apparently, it was reared outside. Now this corn minor elf, he had witnessed its entire birth process. He regarded List as his dearest person, happy for List's growth, and he couldn't help but shed tears of joy for List having a new minor elf. "Wow!" Jayla cried out from the table. But neither List nor Carter paid attention to it, still admiring the pale yellow, incredibly beautiful corn minor elf. It should be called the corn grass minor elf, but following the successive births of stick corn, oil corn, and corn had become a large family. This year's harvest of grain corn, oil corn, and stick corn seeds had already been saved, waiting for extensive promotion and cultivation in the next spring planting season. Though their effects were yet unclear, There was no doubt that all three types of corn were excellent. Even if the variety wasn't great, the corn grass itself was high-quality forage. The corn miner elf had significant value. Carter quietly wiped the tears from the corner of his eyes and composed himself before asking, "Master, have you decided on a name for it?" Chapter 481 The cover-sliding maniac reappears. The name of the corn miner elf had not yet been decided by List. The name of thorn miner elf Jayla stemmed from Rise of the Thorns, while the name of mangrove miner elf Nami came from Tidecaller. Both were heroes from League of Legends, but it seemed there were no heroes related to corn. It's not that there are none, for the explosives expert Jigs does have a connection with corn, explosions, popcorn. However, Jigs as a name is not flashy enough, nor is it solid or vivid. Besides, I remember the steward of the Fruit Thief Monkey training ground is called Jigs, so to use that name again would be awkward. Therefore, after thinking for a long time and not finding a suitable name, he simply made a random decision: just call it Mickey. Why it was named Mickey, List did not know. He had just thought of this name and decided to use it for the corn miner elf. Generally in noble families, miner elves do not have names, and they are directly called by their cordyceps names since there are too many of them. However, the Tulip family had not yet reached such an affluent state, so every miner elf had a name. Naturally, List also named his own miner elves. "My lord, I will spread the news of Mickey's birth immediately," said Carter, somewhat eagerly. The birth of a miner elf was clearly another glorious occasion worth a grand celebration. "Go ahead." However, before Carter could leave, the officials of the town hurriedly arrived at the castle. Isaiah, leading the officials, had received the patrol member's notification and quickly rushed to the castle. "Mr. Carter, is the lord in the castle?" "Gentlemen, the lord is currently welcoming the birth of the corn miner elf Mickey. I was just about to inform you all." "What? The corn miner elf has been born?" The informed officials exclaimed in surprise. "My goodness, knightly glory has favored us, one marvelous event following another, all the glory converging upon the great lord we follow." Just at that moment, List came down from the second floor. On each shoulder was perched a miner elf. On his left shoulder sat a snow-white, pouting, and angry thorn miner elf Jayla. On his right shoulder was a pale yellow corn miner elf Mickey, with a face of curiosity about its surroundings. It was a pity Nami wasn't there, otherwise, there might have been one on top of his head as well. "Praise the Lord. Praise the Lord." The officials quickly started bowing and saluting. List said with a smile, "There is no need for such formalities. Let's save the celebrations for the banquet later. Right now, I am more concerned with the development of the estate, especially the arrival of the new serfs, and the arrangements for the knights and their families." Isaiah stepped forward. "My lord, the knights that were taken in have already been led to Black Horse Island by Captain Marcus. Except for a few Earth Knight instructors who remained in Fresh Flower Town, the other knights have gone to Black Horse Island. Consultant Galtai also went to Black Horse Island to settle the knights." "Then how are the serfs in Fresh Flower Town arranged?" "Following your instructions, Fresh Flower Town did not continue to reclaim Wasteland. Most of the cordyceps has been gradually moved to Black Horse Island, so the new serfs in Fresh Flower Town are only temporarily arranged to live there, and tasked with repairing roads and wooden houses. They will gradually move to the new town on Black Horse Island to farm once it is built. You officials must ensure the procurement of supplies, to guarantee that the serfs can survive this winter. I will find a way to handle the matter of gold coins." "Yes, my lord." After receiving compliments from everyone and discussing government affairs for half an hour, List dismissed the officials. It just so happened that the retainers and servants had already led the blizzard beasts back to Fresh Flower Town, so List arranged for the blizzard beasts to be placed in dog kennels before leaving the castle for the magic workshop. He was in dire need of magic potions and urgently required Chris-Truth to provide a new batch of them. He also came here to collect those magic books, having given Chris many gold coins to purchase magic books. The pursuit of the achievement of the cover-sliding maniac would continue. What if a new G-secret technique is hidden within the cover of one book? Sliding the cover doesn't do any harm. When he arrived at the magic workshop, Chris wasn't working, but sitting on a rocking chair in the cold wind, looking at a withering tree not far away, watching its last leaf fall. "What are you thinking about?" List's voice interrupted Chris's reverie. She hurried to her feet. "Viscount, have you returned? I heard you successfully advanced to a Sky Knight. Praise the Lord, it is an impressive achievement indeed. With both talent and hard work, becoming a Sky Knight is only natural," List said indifferently. In his own territory, he didn't need to be modest. "Viscount, are you here to take the magic potion?" "I came to see you, to check on your training progress, and incidentally to take some magic books back for viewing. Only then will I take the magic potion," he said. Of course, his goal was the magic potion. But when speaking, there was no need to be so blunt. he could adjust the order appropriately. A flash of surprise crossed Chris's face, then she replied, "Recently, I've been a bit unsettled, as if my understanding of the magic array has reached a critical point. But there are a few places that I don't quite understand, which need more careful thought. Don't be anxious. If there are any difficulties, you can tell me. I may not be a magician, but I can consult with other magicians. If I really can't solve it, I will ask for your help, Viscount." "So, how many magic books did Mr. Elkson sell?" "I spent a total of 30 gold coins to buy 3 boxes of magic books, mostly theoretical notes. I also spent 136 gold coins to purchase 4 types of advanced magic, along with 8 types of common magic. Among them was a high-level light magic, shadow projection, worth 40 gold coins. These magic books were directly handed over to a servant to carry to the castle. Only then did they start to transfer the magic potions. Chris was very fast at making magic potions, as long as the materials could keep up, and the losses during production were quite low. However, it was clear that the magic potion materials produced by the domain were still too few. The potions she had made recently accounted for only a small batch. It wouldn't be enough for even half a month's training for List. Therefore, he still needed to spend gold coins to buy potions from outside, even though it was painful. But for the sake of training, it was a necessary expenditure. Fortunately, the final payment for the sale of the black pearls would be received soon, as well as the earnings from the fresh flower brew. The production of glass was also on the agenda. Otherwise, List would really struggle to face the gold-devouring maw of his domain's construction. He took the magic potions. Returned to the castle. List immediately began the cover-sliding maniac achievement. The castle's library was now full to the brim with shelves upon shelves of books, looking like the study of a learned scholar. But in reality, besides the covers showing creases, half of all the knight's novels and magic books were brand new. 1 book, 2 books, 3 books. He was like a busy little bee, constantly slicing open covers, searching for possible hidden layers and metallic papers, hoping to find another Chi secret technique. Unfortunately, his hopes were dashed by the time he sat down for dinner, having sliced open the cover of every book with no hidden layers found. He sighed, "Without the guidance of a smoke mission, it indeed isn't reliable. It seems I must set off for Black Horse Island immediately tomorrow, outline the new town, and complete this phase of the smoke mission." Chapter 482 At and Sea Elf Bugs. The banquet was lively, although officials and knights from Black Horse Island did not appear. The officials and knights from Fresh Flower Town alone were enough to keep the castle bustling all night. However, on his own territory, List seldom drank. His dignity became ever more palpable, and when he did not wish to drink, his followers dared not urge him to do so. There was another matter worth mentioning at the banquet. His personal guard Paris formally pledged her loyalty to him, becoming one of the many followers. List personally appointed her as the captain of the Black Horse Island Patrol Knight Order. Paris's strength ensured that even if the Earth Knights envied her high position, they dared not provoke her. After all, she was one of the few in the territory with the strength of an elite Earth Knight, a force to be reckoned with even among veteran elite Earth Knights. Even though Paris was a woman, this world did not adhere to concepts such as the 3 obediences and 4 virtues. Female knights were not few in number, and women's status in society was not necessarily much worse than men's. However, in the high-end combat forces, there were few women, with most women taking on the roles of managing territories. Men charged into battle, while women managed estates. This was the standard arrangement. Paris, having become a follower, was already preparing to pack her things. She would set off early the next morning to follow List to Black Horse Island, where she would settle for a long period to come, taking up her duties. Looking at Paris, who had already adopted the form of address between superior and subordinate when speaking, List felt somewhat melancholic. The knightly system was a society with very clear distinctions between superior and inferior, and here the definition of friend was more like a partner who could bring mutual benefits. Since List arrived in this world, he had not really made a single true friend. Butler Carter was his confidant, closer than family but not a friend. Consultant Galtai was his teacher as well as an advisor to the territory, but only a follower. Captain Marcus, likewise a teacher, was also a follower. Levi's was a brother, Miabal a cousin, neither could be considered friends. C. Sprytake was his sister, but honestly, their relationship was somewhere between siblings and lovers, even carrying a twisted sense of owner and pet, yet it was certainly not friendship. Only Paris, with her initial disdain for nobles, could have developed into a friend. Alas, sometimes due to gender attraction, vague ambiguities can arise, making normal communication difficult to maintain over time. But to cross that line was not the result List desired. He had no such considerations at the moment, and so he decisively cut the Gordian knot. He did not want to become entangled in emotional affairs. Dragon riding was the focus of his life. After the banquet ended, He took Dowson and the two little minor elves with him to the Seaview Villa. The villa's lights were still on, yet Ake's figure did not appear. He blew the horn for quite some time, still without response from Ake. Ake doesn't know where she's gone off to. It seems I won't see her tonight. But just as he was about to turn back, familiar horn sounds rang out from the sea, Ake responding. Moments later, List saw the greatly missed sea sprite, still as beautiful as ever, untouched by the passage of time. Brother. Ake flung herself directly into List's arms. Her petite yet full figure sparked an inappropriate reaction in List instantaneously. Even in winter, Ake needed no clothes, her body was somewhat cool but very soft. She had already mastered the skill of manipulating water streams, avoiding getting List's clothes wet upon contact. Therefore, during the embrace, it was as if the water streams did not exist, and her body pressed tightly against List's clothes. With that thought, List felt his body about to lose control and could only recite a minimum of 3 years, up to the death penalty in his head while circulating his chi to suppress his bodily reactions. It took quite an effort before he finally managed to keep himself under control and did not reveal the restlessness in his heart. Chirp. The mangrove minor elf was flying nearby, and seeing Ake happy, it too became cheerful. However, its expression quickly froze because it saw thorn minor elf Jayla, her face full of malevolence, staring at it with her eyes wide open and fists clenched, her threatening intent unmistakable. This made Nami involuntarily recall the first time they met when Jayla had roughly slapped it, leaving behind a deeply ingrained shadow. It shrunk its neck and lay down on Ake's back, warily casting glances at Jayla. Then, it shifted its gaze towards another minor elf, Mickey the corn minor elf. Mickey was a gentle minor elf, and after chirping chirp, chirp a few times, slowly flew towards Nami. Then, the two minor elves circled each other, drawing circles in a clearly friendly first encounter. But that was limited to just a friendly greeting. Elves are not social creatures, nor do they possess abundant social emotions. They are more dependent on their contracted masters. Brother, Ake has so many things to tell you. After the embrace, they could finally have a normal conversation, and Ake quickly bounced around excitedly, taking out 5 elf bugs from a seashell as if presenting treasures. This. List was so surprised he was almost at a loss for words. The 5 elf bugs were laid out on the table, colored yellow-brown, purple-brown, pink, greenish-yellow, and dark brown. All were roughly similar, with 2 small gills behind their heads suitable for living in water. Ake, where did you get so many elf bugs? Have you contracted them all? These are all elf bugs from the deep sea, so Ake contracted them. However, Ake also found 2 more elf bugs in the mangrove forest by the sea, waiting for brother to contract them. 5 contracted. 2 uncontracted. That is to say, Ake had already brought him 7 elf bugs. Adding Nami and that kelp bug, in such a short time, Ake had brought him 1 minor elf and 8 elf bugs, practically wholesaling elves. However, List soon realized he had misunderstood one of the elf bugs. The yellow-brown one was the previous kelp bug. Ake also brought the remaining 4 elf bugs, showing what their corresponding marine plants looked like. The purple-brown elf bug originated from a wrinkled sheet-like algae which looked a bit like the seaweed List had eaten in seaweed egg soup. This elf bug could be called laver bug for now. The pink elf bug originated from a translucent, gelatinous red plant that grew on rocks, resembling red flowers blooming on the rocks, probably also a kind of algae. This elf bug could be called redstone flower bug for now. The greenish-yellow elf bug originated from a kind of algae often seen in the waters of Freshflower Town, which the fishermen of Oyster Village call horsetail algae. This elf bug could naturally be called horsetail bug. The dark brown elf bug could also be found on the rocks at the seaside when the tide was low, known to the fishermen as inkhorn algae. This elf bug should be named inkingle bug, kelp bug, laver bug, redstone flower bug, horsetail bug, inkingle bug. 5 marine elf bugs expanded List's horizons. These marine elf bugs all seem to have gills, and they all originate from algae plants. Are elf bugs born from algae plants all like this? There was no way to start the marine breeding industry for now. List then asked Ake, where are the other 2 elf bugs? One is in Nami's hometown, in the mangrove forest of Mangrove Island, a newly bred elf bug. The other is in the seas farther north of Black Horse Island, where there is also a very small island with a large mangrove forest. It was Nami who discovered that elf bug. Chapter 483 6 New Towns on Black Horse Island. They chatted until midnight. It was then that he finally understood Ake had not spent much of the past 2 months studying magic arrays, but instead, had been searching for elf bugs in the vast ocean. The ocean was much broader than the land, with depths that could reach thousands of kilometers. Ake only swam in the shallow areas about 100 meters deep, where it was hard to find plants in the deeper waters. The laver bug, the redstone flower bug, and the Inkingle bug were not discovered near Black Horse Island but found in the waters near Coral Island. Now, their cordyceps had been transferred by Ak to the waters around Black Horse Island. While the horsetail bug was found in the waters near Freshflower Town, it, too, had been moved to the vicinity of Black Horse Island by Ak. Ak, I really appreciate your hard work in searching for the elf bugs in the sea, but be careful. After all, there are many sea monsters in the ocean. You can hunt the low-level sea monsters, but the intermediate ones are very dangerous, not to mention the advanced and even the super sea monsters. Brother, Ak has become very strong and can deal with intermediate sea monsters. No matter what, don't be reckless, understand? List squeezed Ak's nose. I'd rather you seriously study magic arrays so that when the era of great sea voyages comes, you can help me navigate the seas without hindrance, or even become a water mage sooner. Ak nodded earnestly. Brother, Ak understands. Ak will definitely study hard, strive to become stronger, and help brother navigate safely on the sea. That's my good Ak. The next morning, List took the fresh flower vessel to Black Horse Island. When passing by Mangrove Island, he directly steered a sampan around the mangrove forest to observe. As Ak had ordered, the mangrove minor elves warmly received List and showed him the location of their cordyceps and elf bugs. This was Nami's first appearance in the presence of outsiders. It caused many exclamations of surprise. However, many people in the territory already knew about the existence of the mangrove minor elf, so there was no excessive shock. Soon, under Nami's guidance, List found the elf bug basking in the sun. Its cordyceps was a small tree in the mangrove forest, close to the seaside. Hanging on it were long, bar-shaped fruits. Is this a autumn range tree? List recognized it at a glance. This type of tree is a very common species in mangrove forests. In fact, most of the mangrove forests cultivated at the mouth of the Red River are planted with seeds of the autumn range tree because it is a viviparous species with seedlings developing directly on the tree. Once gathered, they could easily be transplanted elsewhere. The fruits of the autumn range tree are inedible, bitter, poisonous, and even less useful than Nami's mangroves, their only purpose being to contribute seedlings and provide material for the expansion of the mangrove forest. But no matter what, the contract still needed to be made. After sprinkling jade powder to entice the green elf bug to lick it, he extended his finger, and with a peck, the contract was successful. This became the 27th elf bug List had contracted. He had contracted a total of 29, among which the thorn bug and the corngrass bug had already evolved into minor elves. The 5 elf bugs contracted by Ak were not included in this count. Captain Coster, do not head to Black Horse Port, continue north. My mangrove minor elf told me there's another small island north of Black Horse Island that has new elf bugs. The Archmage's minor elves are truly remarkable, able to discover new elf bugs. Captain Coster exclaimed in admiration and continued sailing north. As dusk approached, following the reminders of Ak aboard the fresh flower vessel, we finally found that small island. The island was very small, even a little smaller than Mangrove Island, and its mangrove forest wasn't as large as the one on Mangrove Island. However, it was home to many birds, most of which were seagulls. We should drive the seagulls away and continue to breed green caterpillars and green-headed ducks here, said List, standing at the bow of the ship. With a casual wave of his hand, he decided the future of the island. Let's call it Seagull Island. After all, since we've taken over their habitat, we ought to leave a bit of a commemoration. My lord, you are always so generous and kind. Hey hey. List chuckled lightly. Captain Coster was seriously brown-nosing, but to his ears, it sounded somewhat ironic, taking over the seagull's habitat and only preserving a name. What does that have to do with generosity or kindness? No matter. Soon, Nami led him to the location of the elf bug, saving him the time it would have taken to use the Eye of Magic to observe. Cordyceps was also a small tree, a common species in the mangrove forest, marked as sheephorn fruit tree. Although it was a fruit tree, the seeds of its fruit were poisonous. Its main use was the leaves, which could be used as fodder to feed livestock and poultry such as cows, sheep, horses, pigs, chickens, ducks, geese, and so on. The plants of the mangrove forest were basically not of much value. Thus, he quickly spread jade powder on himself and contracted the sheephorn fruit bug, making it the 28th elf bug in List's hands. No matter if they are useful or not, at least they can expand the range of the mangrove forest, providing habitat for the breeding of green caterpillars and green-headed ducks, which is already a benefit. Finally, at night, the fresh flower vessel entered Black Horse Port. The port town officials, under the leadership of Galtai, quickly organized a grand bonfire party to welcome the arrival of List. List also took the opportunity to encourage the officials of the territory. And he inquired about the living arrangements of the knights who had been incorporated in Black Horse Island, urging them to integrate as soon as possible and to contribute their light and warmth to the construction of the territory. After the bonfire party, without resting, List immediately convened a territory meeting. All the knights holding governmental positions participated in the meeting. The main agenda of the meeting was divided into two parts. One was the officials reporting on the construction situation, and the other was the new town planning. There was nothing new in the reporting content. Galtai had already made a report once. His primary purpose was to determine a new town's plan. Blair had been in charge of this matter, so he explained the planning scheme prepared by the officials. My lord, the population of Black Horse Island is counted as 20,000. According to the capacity of a small town for 5,000 people, we need to build 3 new towns. But in order to ensure we can accommodate more residents in the future, we have planned 6 new towns. Hearing this, List couldn't help but nod his head. He had always advocated that officials should have foresight, not just focusing on the present. They needed to look to the distant future, from an overall perspective, to think about how the territory should be developed and built. Now, the new town scheme presided over by Blair was quite good. 6 new towns, along with the continuously developing port town, were enough to accommodate 40 to 50,000 people, satisfying the development needs of Black Horse Island for several years. Seeing List nodding his head, Blair was quite excited, which meant his scheme was preliminarily approved. We plan to build the second town at the northwest corner of the island, which is the location of New Harbor. The third town is planned to be located between Sheepgrass Hill and Needlegrass Hill, serving as a hub entering Black Horse Ranch. Chapter 484 Jail is furious outburst. The planning scheme for the 6 new towns went through continuous revisions and was eventually confirmed and passed by List. According to this plan, the future administrative division of Black Horse Island was already clearly defined. The southernmost town was the port town, adjacent to Black Horse Port, and it was set to be upgraded into a port city, serving as the central city on Black Horse Island, with List's new castle situated on the outskirts of the city. This city would concentrate most of the territory's industries, becoming a modern industrial city. The most northwestern town was New Harbor Town, neighboring the yet-to-be-developed New Harbor, and also had the potential to be upgraded into a city. It would serve as the starting point for List's exploration of the Sea of Azure Waves and the Devil's Sea. The southwesternmost town was Green Tea Town, located at the foot of Icegrass Hill, with vast lands planned for green tea plantations. The future development of this small town would mainly focus on the green tea business. The easternmost town was Red River Town, situated at the mouth of the Red River, with the mangrove forest nearby. The future development of this town would primarily revolve around the industry of green caterpillars and green-headed ducks. The valley between Sheepgrass Hill and Needlegrass Hill held Horse Ranching Town, neighboring Black Horse Ranch. The town's future development would mainly concentrate on ranching. The valley between Alfalfa Hill and Icegrass Hill was to be Thorn Town. In the future, Thorn Garden would move here, and naturally, the town's development would focus on thorn planting. To the west was Grain Town, situated in the valley between Alfalfa Hill and Sheepgrass Hill, with plans to open up large-scale grain farms, serving as the food base of Black Horse Island. If one more town, Fresh Flower Town, which was the main trading town with the potential to upgrade into a trading city, were to be counted, then List's territorial planning would consist of a structure with 8 small towns at its core. The knights didn't have enough merits to be granted fiefs just yet. Everything in the territory was still his property. Any future grants of small towns or villages would be to places that were impoverished and undeveloped. With the scheme set, the next step was to arrange the construction. The idle labor force of serfs would be mobilized this winter, ensuring enough food and warm clothing to make sure the projects wouldn't be delayed too much during winter. The territory officers had already accumulated construction techniques for winter and knew how to arrange work and rest reasonably. List was not stingy. He immediately decided to start by planning several baths for men and women in the port town and other towns that were ready to be constructed in winter, using the heat from Fire Dragon magic power to help the serfs drive away the chilly air from a day's work. With this settled, after the evening meeting dispersed, List summoned a smoke mission and found that the mission was already completed. Mission accomplished. Reward, a pea that produces rhizobia. Subsequently, a new mission was issued. Mission: with the successive arrivals of the Mangrove Minor Elves and the Corn Minor Elves, the Thorn Minor Elf feels its status is threatened, only able to vent its anger through inappropriate means such as violence. Please guide it to properly channel its anger. Reward: an elf bug. Vetting Jayla's anger. List's eyebrows rose, looking at the mission reward and connecting it with the content of the mission. He vaguely had an idea. Should I tell it to release its anger in farming to earn my best affection? Or perhaps influence thorns to breed a new elf bug? Whether a minor elf can affect the birth of a similar elf bug is uncertain. However, based on observations from the Tulip family, there is at least some influence. Tulip Castle not only had 1 Tulip Great Elf, but also 2 Tulip Lesser Spirits. 1 was given to Levira, and 8 Tulip Bugs, 2 were given to Livera. Additionally, there was a tulip bug given to List. That is to say, the tulip family clearly had an abnormal number of tulip elves, which was certainly related to the family's massive cultivation of tulips, but the influence of other greater and little minor elves on each other could not be discounted. Regardless, I have to guide Jayla to channel its hot temper into farming to prevent it from bothering Mickey. It would be best if it can really help bring about a new thorn bug. With one more thorn bug, I could plant more than 100 acres of rapid growth magic thorns. Jayla would plant 800 acres of rapid growth magic thorns, and a new thorn bug could plant another 100 acres. Just relying on thorn magic potions would be roughly enough for a third of what List needs for his potion consumption. Coupled with flame magic potion, ice flame potion, dark magic medicine, and dragon coup auxiliary medicine, it would make up half of what he needed. He didn't stay long on Black Horse Island. The next day, after inspecting the overcrowded dormitories of the serfs, he took a boat and left Black Horse Island to return to Fresh Flower Town. After filling his stomach and practicing magic, he continued the training of the Blizzard Beast and began to guide Jayla, instilling in it the correct moral values, and perspective on life as an elf. Jayla, I know you don't like other minor elves, but you need to understand that they are all my elves, and you can't just hurt any of them, Lee said. Jayla retorted, whoa. Its emotions made it clear that it just wanted to give Mickey and Nami a lesson. Pop. Lee flicked it on the head with finger flick magic. Whoa. Jayla made an angry face and pretended to intimidate List, but its actions were futile. Pop. Lee flicked it again with finger flick magic. Whoa. Pop. Whoa. Pop. Whoa. Finally, Jayla submitted, covering its head and daring not to cry out anymore. Having tamed Jayla's temper, Lee then began to lead gently. Jayla, do you know how to make me like you? You must cultivate your thorns well. I need the thorns, and you can cultivate them. That will make me like you. If you can find thorn bugs to help you, I'll like you even more. Whoa? Jayla seemed a bit unclear. Lee had no choice but to pull out a thorn vine, put on a happy expression, and then pointed at Jayla, and then at the thorn. Jayla paused for a moment, then waved its hand and scattered a beam of green light, which immediately made the thorn vine sprout anew. Seeing this, Lee decisively gave it a kiss with a pop. Jayla immediately laughed happily, very pleased with Lee kiss. It then applied magic more cheerfully, causing the thorn vine to sprout even more. Basically, Lee had made it understand that thorns equal kisses, and the next step was to guide it to cultivate the 800 acres of thorn garden to vent its dissatisfaction. At this moment, the cooperation of the corn miner elf, Mickey, was needed. Lee deliberately treated Mickey very well to incite Jayla's anger. Then let Jayla plant more thorns, thus treating it even better. This required some time to deeply influence it, and Lee could only stay in Fresh Flower Town for one day before having to interrupt the training to attend the celebration banquet of the Pioneer Mandate at Tulip Castle this year. The Earl reconfirmed several honored knights and one of them was conferred as a new baron. Then came the distribution of the minerals, which could only be distributed to the landlords after the Grand Duke had collected taxes on them. Even though the mineral loot this time wasn't much, List, with his achievements second only to the Earl, still managed to obtain 50,000 pounds of iron and some copper, tin, and aluminum metals. Metals could not only be used to make weapons and tools, but were also very practical magic materials, and one could never have too many. After a night of reveling, the year's first major snowfall quietly arrived in the night. Early the next morning, Lee set off through the snow to return to his territory. This time, he would stay for a long while, with no need to go out. Jayla, get ready to start over as a new elf. Chapter 485 Mutated Crops. Heavy snow was whirling in the air, swiftly enveloping Fresh Flower Town in a silver garment, with only the roads remaining clear. The officials organized the serfs who had no tasks at hand, continually clearing the accumulated snow on the roads to ensure all the pathways throughout the town were unobstructed. Meanwhile, some roads were still under construction, with rocks produced by the blizzard beasts being constantly broken into cobblestones to pave the roads. The main thoroughfare of Fresh Flower Town had already been expanded to accommodate 4 carriages driving abreast, and the roads between various settlements could also fit 2 carriages side by side. While other towns commonly had mud roads, Fresh Flower Town had already achieved modernization in transportation. Viscount List, the Lord Landlord, always remembered the slogan, if you want to be rich, build roads first. Without smooth roads, the development of Fresh Flower Town would always be limited. Although fundamental construction required the burning of a substantial amount of funds, it was absolutely a significant boost to economic development. List even had a plan to collaborate with Tulip Castle to build a gravel road from Fresh Flower Town to Coral City to further reduce the travel time between the two. However, this road would be costly, and the Earl might not agree. At least until Black Horse Island experienced an economic boom that would greatly enhance trade between the two, it was highly unlikely that the road would be built. People in this world did not yet have the concept of infrastructure development. To the nobles, it made no difference whether the serfs walked on a gravel road or a mud road, whether they trod on green pastures or through excrement and wastewater. Only Liszt would go to great lengths to build infrastructure. On Black Horse Island, he had already planned numerous future roads wide enough for 4 carriages to drive side by side, simply called 4-lane roads. Between every 2 towns, there would be a 4-lane road. In the future, as the cities of New Harbor Town and the Port Town developed and were upgraded, a direct 6-lane road would also be built. He believed that Black Horse Island's industries would need such roads for support. On this day, more good news arrived. The serf household that had discovered the cordyceps reported a miraculous change in their peas. The influence of the cordyceps allowed peas to grow even in autumn and winter. However, as the cordyceps were removed, the leftover peas at home could no longer thrive. Now that the pea shoots had withered, the serfs planned to uproot them and gather the mature peas as seeds. These peas had developed well and were excellent seeds. But when he pulled out the roots of the peas, he found nodules the size of fingernails. The serf remembered the Lord Landlord mentioning that leguminous plants had rhizobia in their roots, which could enhance crop production, so he excitedly reported his discovery. The local officials, naturally having heard Liszt explain the benefits of rhizobia for the soil and plants, immediately reported to the castle, informing Liszt. Many nodules the size of fingernails? Liszt understood at once that these were the peas that produced rhizobia from the previous smoke mission reward. He immediately led the retainer knights to the serf's home to see the peas. The roots of the peas were quite loose, indeed harboring a large number of nodules. Not only were they numerous, but also significantly larger than the artificially inoculated soybeans with nodules that Liszt had seen on Earth. He immediately ordered all the peas to be uprooted, discovering that there were more than 20 plants with rich nodules on their roots, while the rest of the peas were quite ordinary. Gather all these nodules and preserve them carefully. Next spring, when planting peas, soybeans, peanuts, and the like, remember to use soil mixed with these nodules. Also, buy up all these pea seeds for focused cultivation next year, planting them near the cordyceps, he ordered. Yes, Lord, the officials hastily noted down Liszt's instructions. The new variety of peas were named mushroom peas by Liszt, meaning they were peas that could produce rhizobia. He believed that with the continuous cultivation of the cordyceps, the rhizobia that Liszt was hoping for would be produced in large quantities, boosting the yield of all leguminous plants and enriching the fertility of the soil. The estate now has more and more new varieties of crops. On the way back, he suddenly thought that many new varieties of crops had been born in this land over the past 2 years. The black tulip was first, followed by corn grass, smoked grass. Smoked grass probably doesn't count, as it should grow in other areas too. After all, Liszt recognized it from a Knight's novel, and then the flame mushroom, the ice snow flame mushrooms, and after that came the rapid growth thorn. The rapid growth thorn set off a trend of crop mutation and led to Liszt's unique naming method. Suddenly, 5 new varieties emerged: rapid growth thorn, rapid growth poison thorn, rapid growth spiky thorn, rapid growth iron thorns, and rapid growth magic thorn. 2 new varieties of rubber tree were developed: fruit rubber and fan rubber, a new cordyceps species, its use currently unknown. Corn grass developed into 3 new varieties: grain corn, oil corn, and stick corn. Now peas have also yielded a new variety, the pea cordyceps. In addition, there's the mutated auxiliary medicine dragon mallow. These new mutant crop varieties were all named in the format of property plus original name, creating new names. These really are interesting names, distinctive and self-explanatory, simple yet expressive. He was quite satisfied with his own naming ability. The pea cordyceps was just a small episode. The chaos in the estate caused by the influx of new serfs soon settled into stability, without needing Liszt's concern. He resumed his usual schedule, living a plain but fulfilling life. Lately, his greatest pleasure was to train Thorn Minor Elf Jayla, teaching it to be an elf again. Without the prompting of the smoke mission, Liszt probably wouldn't have had any idea how to educate an elf. He would simply think of elves as straightforward farming tools, without considering ideological reformation. Now it seems, at times spiritual power should not be underestimated, as it can brainwash humans, unleashing enormous productivity in work. Similarly, why couldn't it brainwash elves? He had experience in teaching the Blizzard Beast. So, he quite enjoyed educating Jayla, continuously guiding her to channel her anger into growing thorns. After 5 days of training, Jayla finally completely adapted to the new behavior. Whenever she disliked other minor elves or got angry, she would run to the thorn garden, use her magic power to promote the growth of thorns. Good girl. Liszt would then offer loving encouragement, A rewarding word of praise, a gentle pat, or a little treat. Jayla would be instantly delighted. Afterwards, he summoned a smoke mission. Task completed, reward 1 thorn elf bug. No surprises, having spent every day recently in the thorn garden, the smoke mission's reward indeed originated there. It was a rapid growth magic thorn that had undergone a change, a large bulge had grown on its branches. Magic power gathered inside, evidently nurturing an elf bug. It looks like it has been nurturing for several days, not just recently developed, seems like it's not influenced by Jayla. List mused. Thorns are evergreen plants all year round, with slower growth in the winter. Because magic potion itself has magic power, List hadn't noticed the abnormality of this particular magic potion before. Now, judging from the degree of magic power accumulation, it had been nurturing for at least half a month. Regardless, the emergence of this thorn bug came just at the right time, alleviating the shortage of magic potion. Chapter 486 The Fall of the Sky Ship. With the thorn bug reward in hand, List turned to the new mission at hand. He had barely finished reading when he gasped in surprise, for the reward for the mission was extraordinarily unexpected. Mission: construction in the fief is booming, yet there is a lack of means of transportation, making the moving of materials costly in both manpower and resources. As a lord with a very broad vision and a rich reserve of knowledge, why not find a way to solve it by inventing a new type of car to save on transportation costs? Reward: the fallen sky ship. The content of the mission was rather common, and the so-called cost-saving means of transportation seemed straightforward to him. Cars and trains are not likely, but bicycles, tricycles, or even a pushcart with a single wheel could be made. He had an even more effortless plan in mind: a unicycle handcart. It was a means of transportation he had long wanted to invent. List had never implemented many of his inventions, always feeling that tampering too much with modern civilization's technology might backfire if learned by others. After all, he was just a minor noble, unable to protect his industry and the fruits of his labor. Now, however, he held the title of Sky Knight and had the Earl as his backer. Even in the Duchy of Sapphire, he was a force to be reckoned with and could protect his achievements. Thus, he planned to gradually develop those inventions step by step: unicycle carts, curved plows, paper, perfumes. And he even wanted to introduce entertainment industries: poker, mahjong, football, theater, and so on. As long as it could make money, anything was possible. Of course, these inventions would need time and could not be rushed since his domain was still in its early stages and didn't have the capacity to develop new industries. He shook his head. His attention was more on the surprising reward of the smoke mission. The fallen sky ship, what does this mean? Does it suggest that there is a sky ship flying in the sky that suddenly falls into my domain? Or does it mean a sky ship that had already fallen is to be found somewhere within my land? He focused on the key point of the reward. So, what is a sky ship? Memories surfaced swiftly in his mind. It was the introductory poem from Philip, Scion of the Sun's diary. The author Philip had written a passage on the first page of his diary, like a piece of prose or a poem. My grandfather had such a tattoo on his back. He said that his father bore the same tattoo on his back as well. I asked him why my father did not have it on his back, nor did I. He said our ancestors had abandoned us, and we can no longer bear the symbol of the sun. I did not understand what he meant. Grandfather explained that we were exiled to the land of sin from our homeland and wouldn't be able to return until 500 years had passed. After 500 years, a great ship sailing the skies, bathed in the sunlight, would come to take us back. 500 years have passed, but the sky ship has not come. The meaning behind this poem was not difficult to comprehend. Philip's ancestors hailed from a land outside of the Devil Sea, and they referred to themselves as the children of the sun, likely possessing advanced mastery over magic power. This could be inferred from their creation of intricate magic equipment like the drift bottle. They were exiled to Dodo Island, with the understanding that after 500 years, when their sins were cleansed, someone on a sky ship would come to take them away. But no one did. So, the sky ship is some kind of transportation crafted by the child of the sun? When they travel and sail, do they rely on the sky ship to fly? And I am about to receive a fallen sky ship. Or is it that a sky ship coming to pick up the descendants of the sun is currently flying towards me and will then accidentally fall? He instantly fantasized about various possibilities, but due to too few clues, he could not be sure. He could only rush to finish the tasks and prepare defenses. The devil knows what the sky ship really is about, whether the children of the sun actually exist, and whether they would pose a threat to his territory. He issued orders swiftly, sending a message to Marcus on Black Horse Island, telling him not to relax the training of the night squad. He also conveyed instructions to Paris to quickly form the patrol knights and begin guarding patrols on Black Horse Island. He wanted to ensure the safety of his territory and monitor everything going on within it at all times. He then went to the carpentry workshop to complete his task first. The earlier the wheelbarrow was invented, the sooner the construction of the territory could be completed. The carpentry workshop was still bustling. Carpenters and carpenter apprentices, along with carving artisans, were constantly cutting wood, smoothing edges, and carving patterns. Seeing Lord Landlord arrive, they all put down their work and paid respect to List. The steward of the carpentry workshop, smiling obsequiously like a sycophant, flattered List on his arrival. Lord Landlord, the quality of the products from our carpentry workshop has been continuously improving. The carpenters from the new serfs you've brought in provided us with many tools from the continent, and now we are assimilating these new tools and striving to create new products to increase revenue. The term revenue originated from List. He once told the stewards that generating income was the primary task of every workshop. Gesturing for the carpenters to continue working, List called over the most skillful master carpenters and started to outline his design. Gentlemen carpenters, you all know how to make carts, right? Yes, Lord Landlord. Good, today I have brought a new cart design plan. Here is a sketch. Look closely, it's called a wheelbarrow. It uses only one wheel and can be pushed along, similar to a two-wheeled cart, but it's more convenient and suitable for traversing rough terrains. The master carpenters gathered around the sketch, marveling, such a beautiful wheelbarrow, can it really stand up with just one wheel? With two handles for support, it should not fall over. Yes, it seems as stable as a cart, but even more compact. With one wheel, it can even be pushed over ridges between fields. Indeed, a marvelous design. After the carpenters had expressed their admiration, List continued, the design of the wheelbarrow can vary in form. Look at this sketch, the wheelbarrow has a bin that can hold grain, rubble, sand, etc. And if sealed properly, it can even transport water. Now look at this one, the wooden planks on the sides can stack bags, as many as you need. He had brought many sketches. After introducing one, he switched to another, and this one here, the wheelbarrow is essentially just a few sticks plus a wheel. It can be this simple. Of course, you don't have to design it with just one wheel. A two-wheeled handcart is also possible, like this kind with a bin that, when the time comes, you can just tilt the handles and flip the bin over. All sorts of wheelbarrows and handcarts. They were all part of List's designs. The master carpenters greedily eyed each and every sketch. They knew that each type of woodworking tool represented skills worth passing down. The more techniques they mastered, the greater their earnings would be. Your next task is to quickly master the creation of the wheelbarrow and handcart and to produce them as quickly as possible for use in the territory. Rest assured, Lord Landlord, we will complete the wheelbarrows and handcarts as swiftly as possible, the steward promised confidently, as he was himself a carpenter and knew that making such carts was not difficult. Remember to keep it a secret. I do not wish to hear any news of the wheelbarrow or handcart leaking out. Permanent secrecy was impossible. List merely hoped to keep it confidential for as long as possible. Eventually, when the output from the carpentry workshop increased, he could also take the opportunity to sell them externally and make a profit. Only when you run a household do you realize the value of every penny. Earning an extra gold coin is always splendid. Chapter 487 No way to salvage. In order to obtain the fallen sky ship sooner, List almost stared down the carpenters in the woodworking workshop as they made the unicycle. With thorn ironwood and rubber water, the carpenters only needed to create suitable parts and assemble them to form a unicycle. However, precision was a big issue. The first unicycle was created in 2 days, but it was extremely ugly and not agile enough when pushed. This already drew Isaiah's amazement. My lord, is this a unicycle? It's simply magical, it's more nimble than a flatbed cart, and one person can push it around anywhere. With such a unicycle, serfs would hardly need to expend much effort when transporting goods. It's too rough, not meticulous enough. Mr. Carpenter, continue making them, I want to make a qualified unicycle. List was not satisfied. There was no helping it, the smoke mission had yet to indicate the completion of the task. It meant this unicycle was a defective product, not recognized, or it could be said that in List's heart, he had not accepted it. After all, the smoke mission had a great connection with the reflection of his thoughts. He even believed that the completion of the mission and the issuance of many missions were a reflection of his inner self. The power of destiny from the smoke dragon mixed with his own spiritual power to form the smoke mission. Whether it was or wasn't the case didn't matter, what was important was that the carpenters had to remake a better unicycle. With the experience from the first unicycle, only minor adjustments were needed for the second one, along with an improvement in the precision of the parts. Thus, without a full day's time, a brand new unicycle emerged. When the carpenter pushed the unicycle running smoothly in the woodworking workshop, List called out the smoke mission, revealing a satisfied smile, complete the task, reward, the fallen sky ship. With the task complete, He hurriedly instructed the woodworking workshop to produce unicycles at full capacity, then left the place. Returning to the town's administration, he arranged for the patrol team to increase their search efforts in hopes of finding the fallen skyship. Beyond that, he didn't need any other actions. Because a new task had appeared, just like last year's New Year's mission, another year of hard work has passed, and as a landlord, you finally have the opportunity to relax, enjoy the upcoming New Year's celebration, but still contemplate the development of your lands for next year, prepare for the training of Sky Knights, and plan for the nurturing of magic fire seed. Please wait quietly for the end of the New Year's. Reward, unknown rewards. Every New Year's, after the war, there were unknown rewards, and they were always very valuable. This made him eager to get through the New Year's quickly, but it was only December 26th now, and there were 4 more days until the festivities. The patrol teams from Fresh Flower Town and Black Horse Island found no trace of the fallen skyship. The ones who actually discovered it were a group of sailors involved in the development of the new harbor. New Harbor Town, located at the northwest corner of Black Horse Island, was not yet built, but its affiliated New Harbor dock had already started exploring the waters. Even in the chilly and bone-penetrating seawater of winter, it was no more than a winter swim for the sailors accustomed to severe cold. While they were surveying the depth of the seawater, they discovered a massive sunken ship on the seabed, so they quickly relayed the news to the castle, reaching List's ears. A huge sunken ship was found in the waters of New Harbor? List kept a calm face, but inside, he was extremely excited. There was no doubt that this sunken ship was the fallen skyship. Philip and his descendants, the offspring of the Child of the Sun, haven't been forgotten. The people of the Child of the Sun civilization sent the skyship to welcome them home, only it sank. List quickly mobilized a fresh flower vessel, ready to set sail for the waters of New Harbor at Black Horse Island. At the same time, he took out the drift bottle, using a bit of old Phil's blood, opened the cap, and poured out the piece of paper written in Sanskrit. The tower has collapsed, Tree City is burning, 20 has already perished, and the Child of the Sun shall ascend with the flames. Children that are lost abroad, you are free now. Comparing the note with the Sanskrit, List speculated in his heart, if the Child of the Sun obviously dispatched the skyship, why would he send a drift bottle as well? There was no need for a drift bottle to send messages if there was a ship to pick up people, unless they knew the skyship had sunk. But there were still many logical barriers that were unexplainable. List wasn't in a hurry to guess, as the skyship was soaking in the waters of New Harbor, ready to be salvaged at any time, and secrets could be found from the relics of the ship. A brand new world was about to unfold before him. The excitement in his heart was imaginable. Before he set off, he found Sea Sprite greeting in the Seaview Villa. I've discovered a sunken ship in the waters of Black Horse Island Newport, and I'm preparing for salvage. To prevent any relics from being missed, I hope you will come with me to retrieve all the omitted items. Ake nodded decisively. She wouldn't refuse any request from List. When they sailed overnight and arrived at the waters of New Harbor in the morning of the 28th, they found Thorn Number being dispatched to salvage the sunken ship. My lord, this sunken ship is simply too large, it is like a castle has fallen into the sea. Thorn Number will have difficulty dragging it from the seabed, and our sailors are not capable of diving and cutting the ship into pieces, reported Galtai. I think we need to assemble more ships to salvage it together. Then summon the Fresh Flower vessel, Pearl, and Mangrove Number over to salvage the sunken ship together, ordered List, with a grand wave of his hand. He then added, by the way, Consultant Galtai, I recently received a sum of gold coins, about 5,000, which has been allocated for the construction of the new town. There are still 1,000 left, and I hope you take these 1,000 gold coins to exchange for 3 cargo ships to add to the Black Horse Island fleet. His gold coins came from the Levi's couple, who were selling black pearls very well and had started making money, so they were able to pay back a part of the debt before the holidays. They even planned to reserve another batch of black pearls, but unfortunately, List had no extra black pearls. With gold coins in hand, he planned to purchase ships. Trade between Black Horse Island and Fresh Flower Town was getting progressively busy, and without a large number of ships, it would be difficult to meet the demand. He also hoped to train more qualified sailors to form a sufficient number of sea vessels and take part in future Pioneer Mandate wars. Always borrowing other people's ships made him uncomfortable. By noon, the several ships all halted their cargo runs and headed to the waters of New Harbor. After the sailors dived to tie the ropes, the 4 ships sailed together, dragging the half-buried sunken ship from the seabed. However, to List's frustration, the 4 ships still couldn't pull the sunken ship out of the silt. They struggled until evening, but the sunken ship remained submerged, showing no sign of emerging. Captain Coster shook his head and sighed, my lord, the sunken ship lies in a rather deep location, and the dragging power of the ships is not enough, we need more ships involved in the salvage. After some thought, List made a decision. Forget it. Let's wait until after the holiday to salvage the sunken ship. Now let it stay in the sea a bit longer. After all, it's been submerged for who knows how many years. It's not urgent at this moment. Keep it a secret, and do not reveal the news of the sunken ship here. Understood, my lord. However, unbeknownst to everyone but List, a large white shell was searching the seabed for the fallen sky ship. The real treasure and secrets were enough for Sea Sprite to salvage. Chapter 488 Grandpa's congratulatory gift. The value of Ak's service sometimes felt so immense to List that what he could give to Ak, and what he got from Ak, were simply incomparable. It was a situation of immense profit. Nowadays, the fallen sky ship had to be salvaged by entrusting Ak with a task, and any good finds were to be sent directly to the Seaview Villa in Freshflower Town. Then he could return to Freshflower Town with peace of mind, ready to attend the annual festival dinner at Tulip Castle. Although he had been granted his own fiefdom, the family ties were still maintained, hence during the festival, all Tulip family bloodlines had to return to Tulip Castle to attend the dinner. Unless there were special arrangements, like last year when he spent the festival at Longtaro Castle. This year, at the Tulip Castle's festival banquet, there would be one more person, no, two more people. Loria Goldwheat-Ear was successfully pregnant, and List was about to have a younger family member born. He was looking forward to the birth of this little baby. Perhaps witnessing a new life would help him integrate more into the Tulip family. On the 29th, he presided over the year-end summary in the port town. On the 30th, he presided over another year-end summary in Freshflower Town. On the morning of January 1st, Sapphire Year 153, List set out for Tulip Castle, riding the still-evolving Loki, accompanied by his Blizzard Beast squad. He also took along the corn miner elf Mickey because Earl and Lady Penelope wanted to see this little elf. The birth of every miner elf was a huge honor for the Tulip family. Loki's speed was extremely fast, his retainers on horseback couldn't keep up, so he let them lead the Blizzard Beasts and walk slowly on the ground. He himself rode Loki, gliding through the low sky. Including rest time, it took merely an hour to reach Tulip Castle. The sight of List riding a big bird surprised butler Zairwa, who was directing servants to clear the snow from the streets. Good morning, young Master List. Zairwa sends his greetings. I did not expect you to arrive at Tulip Castle so early. You must have started the day very early. No, my mount is just fast. Ah. Zairwa did not understand. List did not clarify, as he was not fond of the acting butler Zairwa. He remembered that the old butler Louis was very kind to the 4 children of the Earl, but Zairwa favored Levi's. Have someone feed Loki for me. Remember, Loki likes to eat barley grains, preferably barley, and not too much at a time. 3 pounds will do. But you need to feed it again every 2 hours, it is currently growing. Also give it some fruit to eat, the juicier, the better. Certainly, young Master List, Zairwa replied respectfully. I will go and inform the lord, lady, the young master, and the young mistress of your arrival. Zairwa, where is Grandpa Louis? He used to come out to greet me. Butler Louis is recuperating from an illness, and the Earl has permitted him to retire. I am now serving as the butler of Tulip Castle. Young Master List, if there is anything you need, just command me. Louis had fallen ill and Zairwa had become permanent. List furrowed his brow and decided to visit Louis. He had liked how Louis always greeted him with welcome home whenever he arrived at Tulip Castle. It made him feel not like a guest, but as if he were the true owner of Tulip Castle, with a more homely feeling. Now, Zairwa had not used the term home, showing that in his eyes, List was just a guest. Of course, from the standpoint of a fiefdom, List was indeed a guest of Tulip Castle. He did not reside at Tulip Castle anymore, but it still felt somewhat uncomfortable. The old butler Louis, after retiring, had moved out of Tulip Castle and into a manor log cabin beside the castle. He could still help with looking after the manor. Seeing List tread through the snow, Louis, wrapped in a thick cotton coat, his bloodless face suddenly lit up with a trace of radiance. I knew the proudest scion of the old master would definitely come to attend the New Year's banquet. Unfortunately, I've fallen ill and can't welcome you in person. I came especially to visit you, hoping you'll recover soon, List said with a gentle smile. Louis's life wasn't bad. Charcoal burned in the manor's fireplace, warming the room considerably, and 2 servants were cleaning. Clearly, the Earl wasn't going to let his lifetime contributing butler spend his twilight years in desolation. They chatted for a while. Listening to Louis recount stories from his childhood was heartwarming. But soon, Levi's found his way there. List, I was wondering where you'd gone. You're here with Grandpa Louis. I was looking for you. Young Master Levi's, young Master List, if you have business, please go ahead, Louis said. Grandpa Louis, rest assured and recuperate. If you need anything at all, just let me know. List stood up. Levi said directly, don't worry, List, I'll take good care of Grandpa Louis. Let's hurry and have a drink, and also have a good talk about profitable trades. Thanks to your knightly honors, I've made a decent sum this year, hee hee. Black tulip, fresh flower brew, black pearl. Plus some other trades. As a channel dealer, Levi's didn't turn any less than List, and now his purse was getting fatter. He also grew closer to List, not just because of the money but also because of the talent List had shown, a 17-year-old Sky Knight whose future strength was sure to surpass the Earl's. How could he not be close to such a dear younger brother? Family ties are undoubtedly bonds between people, but interests are the eternal theme of social interaction. Talk business, brother? You should leave that to Mr. Frank and consultant Galtai. I don't really care for such things, List replied. Now that you're a Sky Knight, you indeed don't need to worry about these small businesses. Levi's smacked his lips, quickly realizing he was no longer on the same level as List. He remembered the times when List used to pull him into business talks, and now he didn't give them a second thought. Surely different strengths bring different perspectives. He quickly changed the subject. Where's your corn miner elf? Did you bring it? Grandmother has mentioned it several times. And thanks to your knightly glory, the gift grandmother is sending us this year is still a potted plant. I've received several potted plants from her, and not a single elf bug to be seen. Everyone had grievances about Lady Penelope's potted plants. Only List was content, having already obtained a dragon kua bug and a fig bug from Lady Penelope, gifts of considerable value. Oh, right. Levi's added, Grandpa, Uncle, and Cousin have all sent you gifts to congratulate you on becoming a Sky Knight. They're in the castle, do you want to see them now? List immediately said with anticipation, gifts to congratulate me? Let's go have a look. Receiving gifts is always joyful, especially when they're from nobles' relatives, who knows their value. Entering Tulip Castle, servants soon came with 3 boxes. Chapter 489 The Feather of the Phoenix 3 boxes, 3 gifts. List opened the first box with eager anticipation. This box was a congratulatory gift from the Miebao couple and Angela. Although the box seemed large, upon opening it, it was mostly filled with packing shavings. Only in the center of these shavings was a smaller box. Once he opened this smaller box, the gift inside was immediately revealed. It's a sapphire pendant, Levi said, standing by his side. His knowledge was anything but superficial, and he directly recognized the gift. It must be sapphire magic equipment that has been energized by a magic array to amplify strength. The sapphire produced by the sapphire dragon contained a mysterious power, strength amplification, increasing the user's strength significantly. Additionally, gemstone items generally have a common effect, enhancing the casting effect of magic. Different magic arrays can trigger different gemstone effects. Given that it was a gift for List, it naturally wouldn't be for the amplification of magic, but definitely for enhancing strength. Indeed, becoming the son-in-law of a Grand Duke is different. Owning a sapphire dragon at home means the gifts you receive are sapphire magic equipment. List was very satisfied with this gift. The value of gemstone equipment was extremely high, worth at least 1,000 or 2 gold coins. His grandfather, Marquis Merlin, had given him the crimson blood sword in a similar manner. Speaking of which, he hung the sapphire pendant around his neck without any hesitation. He energized the pendant with his chi, quickly establishing a connection between their essences. He then felt an overwhelming strength spontaneously arise in his body, stirring under the stimulation from the sapphire pendant, as if he could kill a magical beast with a single punch. Once he put it on, he had no intention of taking it off again. He then proceeded to open the second box, which was a congratulatory gift from the Maziro couple. Upon opening it, he took out an exquisitely crafted cloak. Red on the outside, black on the base, with golden thread along the edges, it looked quite luxurious. This was no ordinary cloak but a piece of magic equipment. According to the accompanying letter, it was meticulously woven from the fur of a low-level beast with a mantle of fur. Just this cloak alone took the fur from 10 such beasts, and not even an Earth Knight's attack could tear it apart. Its value was not low, but it was not exceptionally high either, roughly worth 400 or 500 gold coins. List was quite satisfied. After all, it was just a relative's gift for congratulations, so a gift worth 400 or 500 gold coins was already quite precious. Last was the gift from his grandfather, Marquis Merlin, which, like the one from the Miebao couple, consisted of a box within a box. Eventually, he opened the small box to find it contained only a feather. Before he had a chance to examine what kind of feather it was, Levi's exclaimed in awe, "Oh my God, List, your grandfather is too good to you. That is a phoenix feather. From the legendary sub-dragon Phoenix. A phoenix feather?" List was also startled. He had heard of Phoenix, said to be a superior dragonkin magical beast, a sub-dragon, born from flames, possessing dragon blood. But the phoenix was just a mythical creature, with no solid evidence to prove its existence in this world. Phoenixes are depicted in some night novels, but more often it is the phoenix feathers that are portrayed. No one has seen a phoenix, not even in Knight's novels where it has yet to make a straightforward appearance. However, its feathers are frequently featured in these stories, generally depicted as the essence of flames. For a knight of the fire attribute, obtaining a single phoenix feather could tremendously aid in their training, akin to a tiger growing wings. It could significantly boost the training speed of fire attribute chi. For knights of other attributes, a phoenix feather was quite useless, but for those of the fire attribute, it was a treasure surpassing millions of others. No one had ever priced a phoenix feather in mere currency, but it was certainly calculated in terms of dragon coins. Just this single phoenix feather could probably be sold for several dragon coins, which is to say, tens of thousands of gold coins, more valuable than even a little elf soldier. Almost comparable to a dragon bone weapon forged from dragon bone. Is this really a phoenix feather? Lee Ct cradled the feather in his hand, feeling the surging fire attribute mana, and couldn't help but swallow hard. The gift grandfather sent me is truly precious. I shouldn't accept such a valuable gift. But I can't bear to send it back. Of course you should keep it, it's a phoenix feather after all, and you are a fire attribute knight, it's something you simply can't miss. Moreover, since grandfather gave it to you, why wouldn't you accept it? Levi's exclaimed, his behavior slightly uncontrolled due to the gift's immense value. That's right, since grandfather gave it to me, I must accept it. Lee Ct said solemnly. At the same time, his mind was particularly clear. Grandfather's lavish gift was not just a congratulations, but also a form of entrustment, hoping that he would help the Long Taro family more. During the festival at Long Taro Castle, Marquis Merlin had expressed this sentiment, given that the Long Taro family was quite thin in members. Regardless of whether there was such a gift. Being of the Long Taro family bloodline, he would definitely help the Long Taro family whenever he could. Now that Marquis Merlin had sent such a precious gift, and considering the kindness he had shown from a young age, Lee Ct couldn't escape this responsibility, both emotionally and rationally. Huff. He turned his gaze to the phoenix feather in his hand, still feeling somewhat incredulous. A phoenix feather, from a sub-dragon phoenix, was now truly before him. Before this, the existence of a sub-dragon was still just a legend, with no one able to prove it. Now it seemed there was no need for any more proof. The powerful surge of fire attribute mana from the phoenix feather was enough to show that it was not much weaker than dragon bone. But when Lee Ct carefully examined the phoenix feather, he suddenly noticed that this feather didn't quite seem to be a real feather. Instead, it resembled some kind of fiery red gemstone shaped like one. The texture, upon touching, was also very hard, almost like wire, grippy and difficult to deform. Is this really a feather? He couldn't help but ask aloud, Levi's, do you think a phoenix feather is really the feather of a phoenix? It doesn't seem to be a real feather. Let me have a look. Levi's carefully took the phoenix feather and observed it seriously. I can't be sure either, it really doesn't look like a real feather. But then again, we've never seen a phoenix, nor do we know what a subdragon looks like. Maybe this is just how a phoenix feather is supposed to look. Anyway, as long as it works for you, it's a real phoenix feather. Indeed, that was the logic. No matter whether it fell from the body of a phoenix or was naturally formed as some kind of gemstone, as long as its effect was still the same as the legends described, then it was a real phoenix feather. The surging fire attribute mana was proof enough that it was authentic. Tucked into his chest. It was like placing a furnace in his bosom, full of warmth. A moment later, in the upstairs living room, the whole Tulip family sat together, examining the phoenix feather on the table. The Earl was even using a magnifying glass, bent over and carefully observing the patterns of the phoenix feather. This magnifying glass was a byproduct of Lee Ct's invention of the telescope. I can't determine whether it's truly the remains of a living creature. At least compared to dragon bone, it shows more signs of being magical in nature, and it might very well be a product of concentrated magic power, like the gemstones produced by dragons. The Earl lifted his head and shared his analytical conclusion. Seeing this, Lee Ct nodded. If that's the case, the existence of a sub-dragon is still in question? Chapter 490 You should go rest now. Dragon, flying dragons. Super dragonkin magical beast, sub-dragon. Other advanced, intermediate, low-level dragon breed magical beasts, dragon beasts. +1 dragon breed beast, they constitute the taxonomy of dragons and dragon-related creatures. Flying dragons represented the pinnacle of power in this world, standing at the top of the food chain, with few creatures capable of threatening their existence. Sub-dragons were legendary species with many descriptions, but no one had ever seen them in person. Dragon beasts, although rare, did exist, and List's landwalker bird Loki was a low-level dragon beast. Loki's bloodline evolution had not yet been completed, perhaps it could eventually become an intermediate dragon beast. Dragon breed beasts generally existed in the form of tribes, such as the blue blood treasure horses bred by the Sapphire Duke, the black blood treasured horses and the dragon breed cows raised by List. In short, items like the phoenix feather, which resembled a gemstone, could not prove the existence of a phoenix. After showing it to his family, he immediately took the phoenix feather back and kept it in the gemstone space. To him, it was a priceless treasure, and he couldn't be too cautious with it. So much so, that he didn't even plan to study the phoenix feather at Tulip Castle but instead, waited until the holiday season was over to go back to his territory and study it slowly. This year's holiday season was relatively lively. The family exchanged gifts, which were common items like food and clothing, with no valuable goods involved. The gift from Lady Penelope was still one of her meticulously cared for potted plants, a pity that List hadn't found any potted plants harboring elf bugs while he toured her balcony. Those 2 elf bugs were indeed once in a lifetime. I've read the Earth Chronicle of List which you wrote. Many of the experiences in cultivation are clear and notable. Many methods are inspiring to me, the Earl said in the study, chatting leisurely with List face to face. It was uncertain when it began, but List's visits to the study had gradually become more frequent. Of course, a lot of the time was spent on awkward small talk, and this evening was no different. After discussing some trivial matters of life, the two simply began exchanging their insights on cultivation. List replied, "I didn't expect it to inspire you. I always wondered how you became a Sky Knight in such a short period, contradicting my understanding of cultivation. However, through the notes, and your exchanges with Levi's and Lydon, I've finally come to understand the reason." "Oh? Father, what reason have you understood?" "You have a profound understanding of cultivation, an understanding that is even deeper than mine, a sword saint. We often think that talent in cultivation is shown through bloodlines, but it's not really like that. A person's vision and understanding can also determine their talent." The Earl then began summing up his discoveries. He talked a lot, blah blah blah, but in essence, he was saying that List was smart, taking fewer detours in cultivation. It was hard for the Earl to justify it for him. Of course, List wouldn't refuse such kindness, and he nodded in agreement. "That's right, Father. My bloodline is the same as yours and my brother's, not outstandingly talented. But I think more about cultivation, and this thinking has helped me open the doors to a new world of cultivation. So, I believe that in the future, we father and son should exchange more. I have a wealth of experience in the practice of a Sky Knight, and you have a keen insight into cultivation. More exchange between us can greatly benefit both sides, and who knows, in a few years I might become a completion-level Sky Knight. I too hope to help you reach completion soon," List said. "So, have you figured out any clues about Sky Knight cultivation recently?" asked the Earl. List answered, "I am currently adjusting to a new level of adaptation to magic potions, and at the same time, I'm also exploring the secrets of practicing from the advanced Chi manual. If there's anything you don't understand, feel free to ask me." "I will," said List. "Take a closer look at the Sword Saints Chronicles that your grandfather gave you. I often borrow and read it from Levi's. Indeed, it contains many valuable experiences to reflect upon. In fact, I've already memorized the Sword Saints Chronicles." Earl felt somewhat embarrassed. List continued to boast, "I love reading, and I have a good memory. In fact, I've also memorized the Rising Sun Blaze Secret Manual. I think instead of keeping frequently used knowledge in books, it's better to store it directly in one's mind, ready to be accessed at any time. I don't like magicians, as they are always causing destruction, but I admire their determination to research the truth. I also think using magic books to spread knowledge is a very good method. The best way to understand something is to record and study it. I do the same. I research the interactions between magic potions and Chi, the interactions between drugs and the body, reasonable methods of cultivation, and I'm even researching new Chi manuscripts. I believe if our predecessors could create Chi manuscripts, then I surely can create them too." "You're planning to create a Chi manuscript?" Earl exclaimed. "Father, it's not hard to understand." List casually took a sip of milk. "If drug consumption can be summarized to suit one's personal constitution, why can't Chi manuscripts be summarized to suit one's personal style? Everyone's combat style is distinct and their bodies are different too. The Chi manuscripts of our ancestors might not fit me perfectly." Earl sat in his seat, holding a glass of red wine, continuously sipping. List was still going on and on. Now that he was a Sky Knight, it was a rare opportunity to converse with an Earl who was also a Sky Knight. Naturally, he wanted to indulge in the exchange. "When I was at the Earth Knight stage, I was eager to break through to Sky Knight, so I had no time to create a Chi manuscript. Now that I have become a Sky Knight, I should contemplate more carefully, and create a Chi manuscript that fits me." This was the truth. Before, when he was weak and felt insecure, he was desperate to use drugs to cultivate. Now that he had become a Sky Knight, and even the shadow of his future dragon mount was taking shape, he naturally didn't need to hurry and could cultivate more patiently. He was prepared to continue his long speech. Suddenly, Earl interrupted. "It's getting late, List. It's time to go to rest, and don't forget that today is the festival. Relax appropriately and don't always think about cultivating. I approve of your ideas and hope you will have greater breakthroughs. I'm proud of you, my son." Although slightly disappointed, List still stood up to take his leave. Earl was left sitting alone in the study, looking glum. He poured himself a full glass of red wine and gulped it down. Returning to his room to rest, List couldn't seem to fall asleep, partly because he was waiting for the unknown reward that would be given after midnight for completing the smoke mission, and partly because the phoenix feather always tempted him, making him eager to take it out and play with it. The fiery red feather, about the length from the middle finger joint to the wrist, was slightly curled with a translucent luster. This was a flight feather. Flight feathers, along with tail feathers, are large feathers that cover the body of birds and are considered primary feathers. The structure of a primary feather includes the shaft, the ridges, barbs, and barbules, and this phoenix feather had these features. However, its barbs were not soft but had many small, crystalline protrusions. The barbules were also robust, similarly adorned with crystal-like protrusions. No matter how you look at it, it doesn't resemble a real feather, more like the fossil of some feather. Is it really from a phoenix? List began to recall the knowledge he had about phoenixes. Sub-dragon phoenixes are different from the phoenixes of Chinese legend. More akin to the Western legend of the immortal bird, in essence, it is a fire attribute magical beast. Its serpent script pronunciation and meaning are also unrelated to a phoenix, but List habitually compared it to one, because its serpent script meaning is great bird born from flames. Chapter 491 The Tiny Dragon in the Flames The Legends of This World. The phoenix lives for 500 years. When it approaches death, it gathers many branches to burn itself to ashes. From those ashes, a new phoenix will be born, and the cycle continues endlessly. There are also legends that after a phoenix dies, worms will breed within its bones, consuming one another until finally, a new phoenix emerges. Of course, there are tales that phoenixes reside in volcano craters, reborn from the deceased fire dragons. A 500-year cycle. This sounds somewhat similar to the legend of the Valley of Dragons Virginia told me about. Legends say that the Valley of Dragons is where dragons reincarnate. Aged dragons return to the valley to set up the secrets of their reincarnation. It seems these legends all share a connection. For legendary creatures, humans probably can only imagine them with miraculous attributes like reincarnation and immortality. He placed the phoenix feather on the table and then had a servant bring paper and a pen to start writing a letter. The letter was addressed to Marquis Merlin, expressing gratitude and hinting that he would look out for the Longtaro family while also inquiring more about the phoenix feather from the Marquis. From where it was obtained, whether there truly were phoenixes, and so on. After finishing the letter, he lit a candle, scooped a bit of rosin to melt, and poured it on the seal of the envelope. Then he took out a rectangular seal with Liss engraved in serpent script, pressed it onto the rosin, leaving a unique mark. He handed it to the servants of Tulip Castle, asking them to help send the letter. Afterward, he began to focus on studying the phoenix feather, handling it in his palm, feeling its warm texture. Because the phoenix feather was incredibly precious, he was always extremely careful and studied it bit by bit. He lost track of time in his study, and before he knew it, it was nearly 12 o'clock. Having roughly figured out the external properties of the phoenix feather, he decided to channel chi into it to activate the feather and attempted to use the phoenix feather to accelerate his chi cultivation. When chi touched the phoenix feather, List could feel the temperature in the room soar by 10 degrees in an instant. The phoenix feather immediately seemed to ignite, not with real flames, but with surging fire attribute mana, releasing in a form that flowed like flames. It then entered List's meridians through the cycle of chi, aiding in expanding the driving force of his chi. The effect is somewhat like being high on drugs. List's eyes sparkled as he carefully manipulated this new magic power, transforming it into his own chi. The new chi had a clear boundary with the dragon chi already in his body, but as it circulated continuously, the boundary began to blur, attempting to merge. The nature of his chi was to merge after all. The newborn chi would undoubtedly become stronger. However, as this still unmerged chi flowed through his meridians towards his heart, an unexpected twist occurred. The magic fire seed located in his heart became stimulated by the fresh chi, suddenly erupting in violence. It exerted a massive attractive force, ravenously devouring List's internal chi. Almost in the blink of an eye, his internal chi was emptied, leaving his body weak and powerless. Only his brain remained clear, filled with sheer terror. What's happening? Is there a conflict between the phoenix feather's magic power and the magic fire seed? Can a mountain not hold two tigers? So, did the magic fire seed fly into a rage? Mixed with fear and anxiety, List felt as though he was succumbing to magical backlash. His condition was very bad. Qi is the source of a knight's power. Once it disappears, a knight will certainly become an ordinary person. However, he couldn't resist as the magic fire seed residing in his heart was beyond his control. Raising a dragon within one's body was truly a poor move. He began to regret, wishing he could dig out his heart, find the magic fire seed, and crush it to pieces. But soon another change occurred. After absorbing all of the qi from his body, the magic fire seed did not stop. Instead, it continued to devour. Without qi in his body, it turned towards the phoenix feather in List's hand. The intense suction force, traveling along his meridians into his hands, actually began to swallow the magic form of the phoenix feather's flames. These flames seemed to want to resist. But they were unable to struggle and were swiftly absorbed into the meridians of List's hands. A scorching, stabbing pain spread across his hands, then continued to assail his entire body through the meridians until it reached the heart, making it feel as though his entire heart began to spasm. The excruciating pain was almost numbing. He very much wanted to pass out, but the continuous improvement in his physical constitution made it impossible for him to faint. He could only feel the pain consciously. What in the world is happening? What exactly is going on? Why is the magic fire seed rebelling? Could it be that the phoenix feather is stimulating the magic fire seed? He could only distract himself from the pain by thinking. He wanted to activate the Eye of Magic, but without any qi to circulate, he could only watch his hands with his naked eyes. The flame of the phoenix feather on his hand kept drilling into the skin of his palm. As the magic fire seed continued to absorb, the flames grew smaller and the luster of the phoenix feather dimmed. He didn't know how much time had passed. For him, it felt as long as a century. Finally, the phoenix feather in his hands completely extinguished, losing all of its luster, then slowly shattered into powder, disappearing between his fingers before it even touched the ground, turning completely to ash. My priceless treasure, the phoenix feather. Just like that, it's gone? List wanted to cry, but no tears would come. Even before he had begun his cultivation, the phoenix feather, worth several dragon coins, completely vanished without a trace. Before he could cry, a strange sensation rapidly emerged, spreading from the heart. The absorbing power of the magic fire seed had disappeared, and in fact, he couldn't even feel the magic fire seed anymore. Only the unusual feeling at the position of his heart tugged at his brain, creating a certain sensation. It was as if something had come to life. Oh! A childish voice sounded in his mind, ending all the pain in his body and also giving him a sense of mind connection similar to that with a contracted elf bug, as if the emotions of a naive, newborn, and fragile life occupied a corner of his soul. Is this? List was somewhat befuddled. At the same time, the warmth at his heart began to move quickly, traveling along his meridians to his palm in no time. He looked down, and his gaze immediately caught the flame that spontaneously ignited in the palm of his hand, with no burning sensation or the sting of flames, only a faint warmth. This flame quickly twisted, forming a tiny flying creature. With wings like those of a bat, a slim body with 2 sturdy hind legs and 2 short forelimbs, a constantly twitching tail, and a slightly cute long-horned head. Clearly the form of the magic little fire dragon. Oh! The magic little fire dragon opened its mouth, uttering a faint but real roar, suddenly pulling the bewildered List from his trance back to reality, completely awake. Magic little fire dragon? No, wrong. It's even more solid than the magic little fire dragon, with more texture and vitality. Is this a young fire dragon? Chapter 492 The Big-Stomached King. I can't afford to feed the young fire dragon in a palm, entirely composed of compressed flames, had every feature delineated in exquisite detail: eyes, ears, mouth, nose, limbs, claws, flesh, wings, nothing was omitted. Even the pattern of scales on its body could be clearly seen. The eyes, solidified from the flame, shone like gemstones, brimming with the vivacity of life. Without a doubt, this was a true dragon. Fire dragon. It was a fire dragon that List had personally incubated, which had devoured an entire phoenix feather to be hatched from the state of a magic fire seed. Oh ho! Seeing List staring at it, the young little fire dragon seemed somewhat displeased and let out a shout. It had a small voice, and though it seemed to roar, it was actually more like the fearful barking of a puppy, whining. However, List could faintly sense its emotions. Very vague emotions, much weaker than the mental connection after forming an elemental spirit bond. But he could barely make out the meaning of the emotions. Little fire dragon, what exactly is your form? List whispered, not expecting an answer, more of a rhetorical question to himself. He was curious about the differences between this little fire dragon and a real, mature dragon. When it came to their physical composition, mature dragons had flesh and bones, muscles. The little fire dragon, however, was made of condensed flame, without flesh and bones. He also didn't feel any fire dragon magic power or dragon might emanating from the little fire dragon. It seemed as if it really was just a flame, made from his own chi, with a clear boundary between the flame and the chi. This boundary determined that it was an independent entity. One with a soul and thoughts. Oh ho! The little fire dragon clearly didn't understand what List was asking, let out another inexplicable cry, then fluttered its wings, making motions as if wanting to fly. However, it couldn't leave List's palm, as though its body was still connected to List's chi. During this period, List's body had barely begun to generate some chi. He tried to circulate his chi and found he could re-engage it, even affect the little fire dragon. He absorbed, and the little fire dragon quickly turned into a ball of flames, drawn into his meridians. Then he felt a faint sense of annoyance in his mind. The little fire dragon was unhappy about being absorbed into his meridians. Therefore, List released it again, and the flames solidified, bringing the little fire dragon back into view. Oh ho! It appeared to be scolding List. It feels like this little guy is too weak, lacking any dragon's dignity. Did I do something wrong? While pondering, he suddenly stretched out his other hand, pressed his thumb down on his index finger, and flicked the little fire dragon with a burst of finger flick magic. Thwack! A tangible sensation, his finger felt like it flicked a soft lump, bouncing the little fire dragon's head up, then causing the rest of its body to topple over on his palm. The little fire dragon flailed its limbs, struggling to get up, then opened its mouth to screech, oh ho! Then, from its mouth emerged a small flame, aimed at List's hand that was still in a flicking position, but as the flame touched his fingers, it produced no burning sensation. Not a bit of feeling. Noticing this, the little fire dragon felt very disappointed, even its Soho sounding weaker than before. So, List took out a piece of thick parchment and held it in front of the little fire dragon. Come on, breathe a flame. He issued the command to the little fire dragon in the way he would instruct an elf, using the vague emotional connection. The little fire dragon tilted its head and was baffled for quite some time. Only then did it suddenly open its mouth and spew out flames. The flame instantly pierced through the thick parchment, turning half of the paper into flying ashes without a trace of burning. It simply completed the process from paper to ash directly. The temperature in the room rose by several degrees once again. The power of the flame is impressive, it's just a bit small, and it also lacks the quality of eternal engraving. This is not the true fire dragon magic power. The little fire dragon isn't a true juvenile dragon either. Its current state is quite peculiar, as if it's somewhere between a magic fire seed and a real fire dragon. List grabbed with his left hand, capturing the little fire dragon in his palm, enjoying a soft ball of flesh. Looking at the fierce little fire dragon, which was absolutely unable to resist his magic claw, it could only desperately cry out oh. However, List did not stop at all. He still remembered the intense heart-piercing pain when the magic fire seed devoured the phoenix feather. Even if it was a dragon, bullying the honest could not be tolerated. Without waiting for the little fire dragon to react, List circulated his chi and directly captured the little fire dragon into his chi meridians. The little fire dragon was angry in the meridians, determined to get out, but couldn't overcome List's chi. As the chi circulated, it was stuffed into the heart position of the meridians. This part of the meridian was very wide and was the former dwelling place chosen by the magic fire seed, making it suitable for imprisoning the little fire dragon. Oh! In his mind, he could hear the roar of the little fire dragon, like a puppy that had been stepped on. His complexion had regained its ruddy color, he felt a bit hungry, but his mood was quite conflicted. This is definitely not the fire dragon I wanted. Such stuff is not worthy of being called a dragon. It doesn't at all resemble the awe-inspiring dragon that should be beneath a dragon knight. During the magic fire seed phase, List couldn't control it, but now he could easily manipulate it. For this reason, there was a huge discrepancy from his expectations of dragons, making it difficult for him to accept at the moment. He took out the dragon breed milk from the gemstone space and drank it down in big gulps. Then he took out the cooked magical beast meat and devoured it voraciously, finally soothing the hunger brought on by the exhaustion of his chi. As his body's digestive system continuously moved to absorb nutrients, the cells were replenished, producing chi to fill the meridians. His lost chi was quickly restored by about half. At that moment, he tried the practice method he formerly used in conjunction with the magic fire seed, transferring chi to the little fire dragon. He found that although little fire dragon was quite angry, it obediently absorbed the chi and then expelled magic impurities, mixing them with his chi, still crafting dragon chi. Moreover, it was much faster, and the efficiency increased by more than several times. Only, the consumption also increased by more than tenfold. The little bit of chi he replenished soon became depleted. The dragon chi that was produced was hardly retained at all. Originally, I had to feed 2 mouths by myself, now, it's like I have to feed several mouths by myself. The little fire dragon has such a big appetite, how am I supposed to support it? He took out more dragon breed milk and magical beast meat and continued to eat to replenish, also producing a magic potion. After taking the magic potion, he found that the increased chi was still not enough to satisfy the little fire dragon's enormous appetite. With the little fire dragon, now able to devour chi, finally calming down, it stayed in the position of the heart, enjoying the constant surge of chi. But it was quickly cut off from the supply of chi, and List's face grew long, his mind in turmoil. I can't sustain it like this, no amount of chi can satisfy its hunger. He himself had to continue practicing. Without chi, there would be no practicing at all. For the first time, he wasn't so looking forward to raising a dragon, truly frightened by the dragon's appetite, and this was still a super miniature dragon of an uncertain juvenile status. Just then, he looked up and suddenly noticed out of the corner of his eye that the clock on the wall had already pointed to 12:30. The new year had passed. Right, the smoke mission. He quickly suppressed the irritability in his heart and summoned the smoke mission. Complete the mission, reward with a fire seed form little fire dragon. Chapter 493 Call me Big Brother. The fire seed state of the little fire dragon was clearly not a true young dragon yet. It meant that the anticipated fire dragon had not truly been born, and there was still a significant distance before becoming a dragon knight. Yet the mere fire seed state of the little fire dragon had already scared List half to death. Maintaining it now required such a vast amount of resources. What if it truly hatched, becoming a tangible little fire dragon? Would that not lead to bankruptcy? How exactly do other dragon knights ride dragons? Could it be that dragon knights can suppress the fortune of a nation, not because a dragon's strength can protect a nation alone, but because it requires the resources of an entire nation to sustain it? Thinking like this, it seemed to really be the case. Basically, dragons were controlled by the various countries of the continent, and there were no known cases of private dragon ownership. The most crucial point is that the dragons of these countries seem to be gemstone dragons and metal dragons, with only one or two being elemental dragons. His thoughts became hazy, and even more melancholic. The fire dragon is an elemental dragon, and most elemental dragons are evil dragons who do not produce goods and can't contribute to me. Wouldn't sustaining it be even more expensive? Gemstone dragons could produce gemstones, and selling those gemstones was absolutely a big profit. Metal dragons could produce metals, which were resources coveted by nations. What could a fire dragon do? Produce volcanoes? Or fuel furnaces? However, just as this idea arose, List had a flash of inspiration. Perhaps it could indeed fuel furnaces? The current fire dragon brick factory, and the public baths, are both powered by fire dragon magic power. If my little fire dragon grows, couldn't it provide an even greater supply of fire dragon magic power? Fire dragon magic power was a high-efficiency energy source, clean and pollution-free. If used properly, it might replace coal, oil, natural gas, and start a new energy revolution. Thinking about it this way, the fire dragon is quite useful after all, and the combat power of elemental dragons is stronger. Once I mount the fire dragon, couldn't I easily beat the sapphire dragon? Perhaps even seize the entire duchy of Sapphire, and best of all, capture the sapphire dragon as well? List indulged in this wild fantasy for a moment. He slowly calmed his emotions. Regardless, the fire dragon was already incubating within him, and he could at any moment realize his dream of becoming a dragon knight. If resources were insufficient, he would strive to farm and earn money. If his strength was lacking, he would continue to accumulate energy and bide his time. Countless completion-level Sky Knights, despite preparing all the resources, failed to find a dragon and died in discontent. Compared to them, he had already completed the most important step, the rest was just preparation. Having the smoke mission and many industries, prosperity was only a matter of time. Little fire dragon, I'll definitely raise you up. List squinted his eyes, entertaining another thought, and if there are no other dragons, I'll have to form a contract with you, and share half of your lifespan with me, making me a dragon domain landlord. The little fire dragon probably needed to grow for more than 100 years to reach a modest size. But List didn't have that much lifespan to wait. Becoming a dragon domain landlord was an essential step, unless the little fire dragon suddenly matured into adulthood. Of course. Everything was still too rushed for now. First, he needed to find a way to incubate the little fire dragon. Hopefully, the incubation wouldn't take tens of years. He focused his attention, summoning the smoke mission again to check the new mission. To incubate the fire seed state of the little fire dragon into a true fire dragon, a massive amount of resources is needed, but don't forget the legacy left by the fire dragon. That is the true nourishment to raise the little fire dragon. Please feed the fire seed state little fire dragon once. Reward, amber with magic power. The content of the mission brought him a quick insight. The legacy of the fire dragon? That definitely refers to the fire dragon magic power within the volcanic glass. Certainly, this fire dragon magic power will help the development of the mini little fire dragon. After all this time, it still comes down to draining my fire dragon magic power. Collecting fire dragon magic power was not easy. Last time, In order to activate the Dragon Bone magic array and incubate the magic fire seed, he had already exhausted most of the fire dragon magic power mined on Black Horse Island. Now, these reserves of fire dragon magic power had to be used to feed the mini little fire dragon. There might not be any left by the end. The fire dragon jar filled with fire dragon magic power was in his gemstone space. He didn't choose to start feeding it now. After all, this place was Tulip Castle, and if the fire dragon magic power leaked, it would be troublesome. He didn't even pay attention to the reward of the smoke mission, the amber with magic power. He calmed his mind and began to sleep. Early the next morning, he left Tulip Castle. Upon returning to his own domain, List couldn't wait to take out the fire dragon jar and draw out a bit of fire dragon magic power to try how to absorb it. In fact, it wasn't troublesome at all. When he let the mini little fire dragon out, the little guy immediately smelt the flavor of the fire dragon magic power. It kept crying out oh ho, emanating a strong desire. List didn't give it the fire dragon magic power right away but tried to tame it as he had tamed the blizzard beast. This age was probably the most suitable for education, as it wouldn't be so easy once it grew up. He didn't know how to ride dragons and could only grope his way forward. Do a somersault, and I'll give you fire dragon magic power. Oh ho. Do a somersault, and I'll give you fire dragon magic power. Oh ho. Do a somersault, and I'll give you fire dragon magic power. Oh ho. After several repetitions, the mini little fire dragon somewhat reluctantly did a somersault and got a bit of fire dragon magic power as a reward from List. It opened its mouth. The fire dragon magic power was sucked dry in one gulp, leaving nothing behind. Then from its body, a bit of impurity magic power was released, mixing into List's chi. He felt a very slight improvement in the quality of his chi. This was probably the process of advancing to dragon chi. Fan your wings, and I'll give you fire dragon magic power. Oh ho. Lift your hind leg, and I'll give you fire dragon magic power. Oh ho. Stick out your butt, and I'll give you fire dragon magic power. Oh ho. Sing a song, and I'll give you fire dragon magic power. Oh ho. Sing, fire dragon magic power. Oh ho. Sing, magic power. Oh ho. Finally, the mini little fire dragon, anxiously pacing around, still opted not to sing. List had to give up. It seems that you indeed can't sing. Well then, lick my finger and I'll give you fire dragon magic power. The mini little fire dragon had no choice but to stick out its tongue and lick List's finger, after which it was given a large clump of fire dragon magic power. All morning, List did nothing but happily feed the mini little fire dragon, establishing a bond with it through training. It seemed that the mini little fire dragon possessed dragon's pride, disdainful of List even though it was nurtured within his body. But for the fire dragon magic power, it had to lower its proud head. Life always manages to smooth out the edges. Gradually, all the fire dragon magic power from a fire dragon jar was fed to the mini little fire dragon, making it comfortably belch and then retract into List's chi meridians, scurrying off to sleep soundly near his heart. It was satiated. The smoke mission was also completed. Mission complete, reward with amber containing magic power. Chapter 494 Amber of the package era. The amber containing magic power was quickly delivered into List's hands without requiring his concern. Viscount, this is a peculiar stone that the serfs responsible for the expansion of Fresh Flower Port Square found while leveling the rocky beach. Isaiah personally brought a transparent yellow stone to the castle. It is as transparent as a gemstone, and there is actually an elf bug inside it. An elf bug? List swiftly took the palm-sized flat stone, its yellow color bright and decidedly transparent. Most wondrous was that inside it was a plump elf bug, curled up into the shape of a donut, looking vividly lifelike. There were bits of leaves and other impurities around it, and the overall shape confirmed that this was indeed amber, a reward from the smoke mission. Is this the amber that contains magic? List quickly cast the Eye of Magic, examining the piece of amber. He immediately saw a faint swirl of magic radiance, chaotic in color, and it was actually emanating from the elf bug. The elf bug wrapped in amber had stripes of yellow and black on its body. It was unclear if that was its original appearance or if it changed color within the amber. This surprised him. An elf bug turned into amber can still possess magic power? As far as he knew, amber was the result of pine resin falling and being buried underground for millions of years, fossilizing under heat and pressure to form a gem-like stone. Many insects caught on the trunk of pine trees when the resin fell become encased and form exquisite fossils. However, amber on Earth usually forms between 40 to 60 million years ago, because it takes a very long time for pine resin to fossilize. How long it takes for amber to form in this world was unknown to List. But it certainly couldn't be a brief process, otherwise, it would merely be rosin, not amber. After playing with the amber for a while, List asked Isaiah, apart from this stone, have any other stones been found at the site? Not so far. Continue the search. It's best to turn over all the sand and stones in that area, to see if there are any other similar stones. Isaiah asked, Viscount, what kind of stone is this? I've never seen it before. Ember is a stone formed from pine resin after tens of millions of years of change. Do you see this elf bug? I suspect it's an elf bug from tens of millions of years ago. Tens of millions of years ago? Isaiah exclaimed in astonishment. Human history in this world was unclear even a few hundred years back. The sparse early records that did exist were all attributed to the Moon Empire, confusing and unclear. The idea of what this world was like tens of millions of years ago was simply unimaginable. Even Liszt was puzzled about whether humans here had evolved or not. To say they evolved, then how did magical creatures like elves and dragons evolve? And sea serpents, according to Ek, she was born within a shell. There seems to be no apparent evolutionary link between shell-dwelling sea serpents with a humanoid form and humans. Therefore, no one knows what this world was like tens of millions of years ago. Have the serfs continued to search for amber like this? Perhaps they will find more things from tens of millions of years ago encapsulated within. The falling pine resin wrapped up things from that time, and then it was preserved indefinitely, just like this elf bug preserved in the amber, he told Isaiah. Curious as well, Isaiah replied loudly, Yes, Viscount, I will personally supervise the serfs in their search for amber. After the administrative officer left, Liszt continued to toy with the amber. And he began to ponder. He always believed that each reward from the smoke mission was valuable, except for that wind falcon, Wanfu, that damned bird that never returned. He should have slaughtered and eaten it when he had the chance. Since the smoke mission has delivered this piece of amber and specifically mentioned that it contains magic power, what exactly does that mean? Could this be a piece of natural magic equipment, like the Black Pearl? No, that's not right. The magic doesn't come from the amber itself but from the elf bug within it. Yet, the elf bug should have already merged with the amber, right? Tens of millions of years of immersion. The amber and the object it encloses have long since become inseparable, leaving only the original structure behind. So, what use is this chunk of amber, as an ornament? Lee C.T. shook his head, making a decision. Better let Chris study it and see if she can find any valuable clues. It's perfect timing since she's about to become the second Grand Magician under my command. The advancement of Chris to Grand Magician had not yet occurred, but it was imminent. Because the smoke mission had already tugged at the thread of fate. Mission: Chef Paul from Fresh Flower Town Tavern is very interested in the tofu reward issued by the landlord, but despite trying various spin products, he cannot produce tofu, which has exhausted all his savings. However, he is not disheartened and plans to continue his research on tofu. Reward: 1 Grand Magician. Tofu was one of Lee C.T.'s great frustrations. He knew tofu was made from beans, but what exactly is gypsum, he never understood. He had issued a reward early, hoping someone could make a soft jelly-like food from beans. However, more than a year had passed, and still no chef had completed this research. Yet it had led to many pleasant surprises: fermented bean curd, soy milk, bean sprouts. Now, it seemed that the dawn of tofu production had arrived, and without hesitation, Lee C.T. supported Bull with 10 gold coins to continue his tofu research. He also shared all his knowledge about tofu with Bull, hoping this would help him produce the long-awaited tofu sooner. And that Chris Truth would advance to Grand Magician all the sooner. Among the magicians in his territory, apart from Chris, there was only Paris, and Paris clearly was not ready yet, leaving Chris the one about to advance. In the magic workshop. Due to the scarcity of magic potion raw materials, Chris only needed to set aside 7 or 8 days a month to produce the magic potions from the local output. She spent the rest of her time studying advanced magic and magic arrays. Essentially, advanced magic is just more complex magic arrays. Viscount, what brings you here? Chris seemed surprised. Lee C.T. had only recently collected magic potions before the new year. Lee C.T. smiled. Are you still working on advanced magic? I am studying the Black Pearl and Pink Pearl. Both types of pearls are natural magic arrays, which provide a lot of inspiration for me, and I have begun to try making them into magic equipment. The Black Pearl and Pink Pearl are indeed excellent research materials, but I've brought you another type of precious material that might give you new insights. With that, Lee C.T. took out the palm-sized, flat, round piece of amber and handed it to Chris. Just at first glance, Chris exclaimed in amazement, "What is this? A gemstone? It's so beautiful. I've never seen such a gemstone before, and it even has an elf bug inside? This is amber, a wonderful mishap from tens of millions of years ago that formed a treasure." Lee C.T. explained the origin of the amber. To call the amber a treasure was not an exaggeration. For enclosed within the amber was not merely some kind of bug, but the essence of an era. Chapter 495 Opening a treasure chest with blood. Chris was so enamored with the elf bug amber that she set to study its secrets immediately, which would take time. List did not linger long in the magic workshop. After returning to the castle, he began attempting to cultivate. Having just advanced to a Sky Knight, his intermediate Chi had been newly born as advanced Chi and continued to evolve into Dragon Chi, which made his cultivation plan rather choppy, and he had not groped much clue into it so far. He needed to wait for his body to stabilize before he could record the data properly. However, there was no problem with cultivating Rising Sun Blaze. The techniques in the Advanced Chi Manual were very vague, and this high-level fire attribute Chi Manual contained only 17 techniques in total. They were generally divided into two tiers, one tier of common techniques and another of charge techniques. There were 12 common techniques, and 5 charge techniques, which were Full Sun Wheel, Rising Sun Ascend, Scorching Sun Sting, Setting Sun Drop, and Crimson Dawn Burn respectively. The Advanced Chi Manual had no ultimate mystery technique. The 12 common techniques were not too difficult, and with List's memory and comprehension skills, it wasn't going to take much time to learn them. In fact, he had already begun researching these 12 common techniques when he was at the stage of an elite Earth Knight. Even though he couldn't wield them with intermediate Chi, simulating them was still possible. Now, all he needed was to put them into practice, cultivating with ease and calm. However, the charge techniques were much more difficult, involving the operation mechanism of advanced Chi, which required a lot of practice and attempts to truly cultivate successfully. List had not yet mastered any charge technique for the time being. Thus, time quickly moved on to the evening, and after dinner, List immediately rushed to the Seaview Villa. Ake, who was salvaging the sky ship, should have returned by now. Upon his arrival at the Seaview Villa, it was indeed the case. Ake was waiting at the door to greet him. "Brother, you have returned." "I have been back since this morning." "When did you get here?" "At dusk." "By the way, brother, Ake has moved all the valuable things from that sunken ship over here." Ake led List to another room, which was piled with a bunch of tattered items. "They're all here, and many chests can't be opened yet." "Chests?" Now the mention of chests inexplicably excited List. He first organized all the chests, placing them aside without immediately opening them. These chests were covered with dense patterns almost identical to those on the drift bottles used for messaging by the Child of the Sun, forming somewhat abstract patterns vaguely identifiable as forests. In the forests, there were mountains, rivers, bears, eagles, fish, and some abstract human figures, as well as some strange instruments, bows, and arrows. No locks. Clearly, these kinds of chests probably required the blood of Old Phil from the tanner shop. I'll have to collect some more blood from Old Phil later. The more I stock up, the better. However, it seems that the middle-aged widow found by Old Phil is probably pregnant? List thought, as he hadn't been paying attention to Old Phil recently because the drift bottles were not very useful. After all, he had already stockpiled quite a bit of blood. If the middle-aged widow found by Old Phil was really pregnant and gave birth, then there would be no concern over the bloodline of the Sun descendant. After organizing the chests, the remaining tattered items were some damaged utensils that could just about be identified as basins, buckets, long zerds, bows, sticks, armors, ropes, etc. There were also stones embedded in the damaged utensils, likely once gemstones, now dim and lusterless. How long must these have soaked in the sea to turn gemstones into stones? List used the eye of magic to discern that this pile of broken items had no magic reaction. From this, he could infer that the date of the sky ship's sinking was definitely not recent, at least several hundred to 1,000 years ago. If it wasn't within the last 100 or so years, then it means the sky ship wasn't here to pick up the Sun descendant, which doesn't conflict with the emergence of communication drift bottles. But why did the sky ship sink near the waters of Black Horse Island hundreds of years ago? Black Horse Island was formed by a volcano created from a fallen fire dragon's descent and eruption. List wondered if the death of this fire dragon had anything to do with the sky ship. Perhaps the sky ship had come to excavate the fire dragon's remains, or maybe the sky ship had encountered the fire dragon in battle, and both had been damaged, sinking here. With this thought in mind, he asked Ake, "Are there any signs of damage on the sunken ship?" "Don't know, brother. Half of the sunken ship is buried in the seabed mud." Ake only cleaned up the ship cabin. "But the part that's out of the mud, the main structure seems to be undamaged. It's just that many of the ship planks are gone. There are also lots of fish and shrimp living inside." It was normal for parts of a structure that were not sturdy enough to decay after having been submerged for so long. "Then, did you see any human bones on the ship?" "Seems not. The ship cabin is very clean, there are only some boxes." Hearing Ake say this, List immediately ruled out the possibility that the fire dragon and the sky ship had both suffered in a mutual battle. Given the fire dragon's power, if a battle had occurred, it could have possibly torn the sky ship to shreds. He suddenly asked again, "Right, Ake, is there anything different about that sunken ship compared to my ships?" The sky ship and ordinary ships should have significant differences. After pondering for a moment, Ake replied, "It seems there's no mast." Ake is not sure, brother. The sunken ship is too old, and its hull is covered with various corals. List didn't press the issue, as he was going to lift the sky ship sooner or later. So he simply said, "Ake, you go rest. I want to study carefully what's inside these boxes." Ake will read now. Recently, Ake has been working hard to learn about magic rays. Good, my dear Ake. Hee. Having sent the sea sprite Ake away, List directly placed one of the boxes into the gemstone space, and then, inside the gemstone space, he smeared it with old Phil's blood. However, to his surprise, there was absolutely no reaction when the blood was applied. What's the matter? Is everything in the gemstone space at a standstill, even such reactions involving blood? List waited for a brief moment, then decided to take the box back out. Once out, indeed, the reaction began instantly. The patterns on the box, strands after strands of magic power lines appeared, forming a series of dynamic images: bears, eagles, humans, mountains, running water, flashing by one after another. In the end, it seemed as if the setting sun had slammed down on the lid of the box. With a click, the box opened. Learning from the experience of salvaging treasure from sunken ships in the past, List quickly put the box back into the gemstone space to avoid the items inside being exposed to the air and oxidizing or decaying on contact. He stored it in the gemstone space, before extending his senses into it, starting to observe the contents of the box in another way. To his considerable surprise, what was packed inside were seeds, lots of them. Seeds of some plant. Seeds faintly imbued with magic power. He couldn't help exclaiming, "Magic medicine seeds!" Chapter 496 Druid transforms into a bear. This was a box of seeds shaped like fava beans, but they were certainly not fava beans, for their colors were dazzling: black, white, red, yellow, purple, green, blue, gray. All in single colors, yet each differed from the others, and there were far more colors than those of a rainbow. Some seeds could be seen with a faint magic power through the eye of magic, a chaotic magic without any color attribute. But most of the seeds did not shine with magic radiance. These should be seeds of the same plant species, with those possessing magic power being magic medicine seeds and those without being ordinary seeds. List swallowed, but soon denied his own guess. That's not right either. Even among the fava beans of the same green color, some have magic power while others don't. The same is true for other colors. The fava beans of the same color, presumably of the same species, exhibited forms both with and without magic power. Moreover, not all magic beans with magic power showed the same intensity. List even found that a few beans had nearly imperceptible magic power. These. Could it be that the magic power has leaked due to being stored for too long, resulting in their current state? Does this mean that these beans were once magic medicine seeds? With this thought, his excitement surged. The prospect of so many varieties of magic medicine was like striking it rich. But his enthusiasm quickly diminished, and his brows furrowed. Having magic medicine seeds is all well and good, but without the corresponding elf bug, how am I to cultivate them? The growth of magic potion plants relies on the influence of cordyceps, and once separated from the cordyceps, the magic potion would soon lose its magic power and revert to ordinary plants. This box of magic medicine seeds was clearly not any plant species List already knew, and naturally, there were no corresponding elf bugs. Thus, the idea of planting magic potions was nothing but a pipe dream. It felt like a bucket of cold water had been poured over him from head to toe. Chilling to the core. Was this all just a fleeting joy? He paused for a moment, then quickly regained his composure, as there were still 12 other boxes to check slowly. Maybe there would be elf bugs in the others. Which didn't seem likely, as elf bugs didn't have such long lifespans. He opened the second box in the same manner, immediately storing it in the gemstone space and proceeding to inspect it. This box, too, was full of seeds, but they were flat and round. Golden in color, and about the size of a little fingernail, they were also magic medicine seeds. Some had magic power, some did not. The third box contained seeds, the fourth box, seeds. Until the 10th box, all were magic medicine seeds. Each of these 10 boxes contained different seeds, all of which were species List had never seen before. Some resembled beans, others grains, some were as large as fists, while others as tiny as sesame seeds. The sheer number and variety of magic medicine seeds should have been a cause for ecstatic joy. But the more List looked, the more stifled he felt. Given seeds without elf bugs, it was like seeing a feast he couldn't eat, utterly frustrating. Only 3 boxes remained. With a resigned heart, he opened the first, and this time, the box did not contain magic medicine seeds, but books. Book after book were neatly stacked, piled up vertically, and on the spine were complex characters. He recognized at a glance that this was Sanskrit. and he could even make out quite a few of the characters. After all, reading Philip, descendant of the Sun's diary hadn't been for naught. 30 Sun Tower 20 Construction 20? List read the title of one of the books. While he didn't understand all of the Sun's script, he could guess the general idea. It seemed to be a book on how to construct the Sun Tower. Then he looked at the next book, 30 Transformation 20 Bear X. The following several books had a similar template: 30 Transformation 20 Eagle X, 30 Transformation 20 Leopard X, 30 Transformation XXXX, and so on. Many Sun scripts Lee C.T. couldn't recognize, so he could only guess. These first, second, third, fourth, fifth, and sixth books seemed to be about shape-shifting. Could it be that the child of the sun can transform into bears, eagles, leopards, and the like? He pulled out one of the books titled 30 Shapeshift 20 Bear X. The book was well preserved and showed no signs of decay. The cover was very soft and delicate, feeling like some sort of tree leaf, and the pages within were also very thin, much like the strip of paper he had found in the messaging drift bottle. On the first page, there was a beautifully colored painting. If it weren't for the traces of drawn lines, Lee C.T. would have almost thought it was a photograph. In the painting was a huge bear with brown fur and large fangs. As he continued to flip through the pages, the following sections were filled with dense Sun script texts which Lee C.T. found he couldn't read, despite learning some Sun script from Philip, descendant of the Sun's diary. Indeed, he recognized a few Sun scripts, but he did not understand them when they were connected. Dizzy, let's switch to the next one. The next book's first colored painting depicted a dolphin, so its title should probably be 30 Shapeshift 20 Dolphin X. The one after that depicted a walking tree, so it was named 30 Shapeshift 20 Tree X. Another book followed, featuring a painting of a fat bird that seemed incapable of flight, walking instead. Lee C.T. had never seen it before and could not determine what it actually was. He couldn't even find a comparable species. It had a posture like a penguin but looked like an overly obese owl. Just call it owl beast then, it's all translated names anyway, doesn't matter if they are accurate or not. Thus, this book was named 30 Shapeshift 20 Owl Beast Texts, from which it could be known that the child of the sun shape-shifting magic included transformations into bears, leopards, eagles, dolphins, trees, and owl beasts. Shape-shifting magic, this reminds me of the druid profession. It seems that Curtis Truth mentioned druids in his leftover notes, ranking them alongside magicians, liches, alchemists, and so forth. Perhaps the 3 Sun scripts at the front of the book title are the words druid. Druid Shapeshift 20 Bear X? He could no longer guess the remaining Sun scripts in the book title, so he put down the book rather quickly and continued browsing. However, for many of the following books, he couldn't recognize a single Sun script, let alone guess their meaning. The penultimate chest contained more books. This made Lee C.T. somewhat conflicted. He enjoyed reading, but Sun script was a foreign literature to him, and with his limited vocabulary, he couldn't understand it. He was not an archaeologist who could spend a considerable amount of time studying these books to collate and summarize, to determine the meaning of every Sun script. Therefore, these books were just like those magic medicine seeds to him, seemingly very precious but actually utterly useless. There's only one last chest left. Don't tell me this one also contains magic medicine seeds or books, Lee C.T. said nervously as he opened the final chest. Instantly, the contents of the chest came into view. They were neither magic medicine seeds nor Sun script books. Instead, it was a broken scepter in 2 pieces, a golden scepter, with one piece being a metal rod intricately carved with dense patterns, and the other piece an adornment resembling the sun bursting with light. Right in the center of the radiant sun was a shattered, large golden gemstone. Even within gemstone space, where it was impossible to see directly with the naked eye, it still gave him the illusion of being blinded by the light. Chapter 497 The glass greenhouse of the castle. The golden sun scepter, although broken in half, still allowed a glimpse of its once magnificent form. This was definitely an artifact of extraordinary value, and its owner must have been a person of towering power and influence. List reached out and picked up one half of the scepter. It was a rod, with a metallic texture, but it was not clear what metal it had been made from. It felt moderately heavy in hand, perhaps slightly lighter than a similar iron rod. The pattern on it was very regular, with one ring nestled within another, yet it was a mystery what it intended to convey. At the very end of the scepter was a hexagonal prism 1 finger in length. On the cross-section of the break, there were jagged notches, not as if it had been chopped or smashed, but as though the break was caused by some kind of stress. So it's not made of a single metal, but a metal rod cast in layers, List concluded as he looked at the colors on the fractured surface. Because the fracture surface contained changes much like growth rings. In the center was a transparent triangle, only as thick as a finger, resembling some kind of crystal. Surrounding it was a circle of silvery white metal, encasing the crystalline triangle. Beyond that layer was gray metal in a hexagonal structure. Then there was metal of a light blue color, also in a circular structure. The outermost layer was golden metal, circular as well, and about as thick as a baby's arm. These 5 structured layers had clear color boundaries, yet were so tightly arranged and even in thickness that they nearly fused into one. Such casting technology exceeded List's knowledge. At least the Duchy of Sapphire didn't have an iron knight capable of forging metal with such precision. He put down the lower half of the sun scepter and picked up the upper half. The tip of the upper section where the sun burst forth in a structure of radiant light was hard to describe. Inside, there was a circle with an irregularly shaped gem, the size of an adult male's fist, embedded within. The gem wasn't perfectly round but an irregular meteorite shape, transparent, with the clarity of a diamond. Regrettably, the gem was already cracked, the largest crack as thick as a fingernail. Even so, this golden gemstone continued to blind the eyes, implying how dazzling its brilliance must have been when it was intact. Outside the inner circle lay another circle. This outer circle's shape somewhat resembled the moon goldwill design from the legend of Shushan, circular but with a slight gap, like a crescent moon. Arranged on this crescent-shaped outer circle were larger and smaller representations of light, depicted by metal pins. They varied in length, arranged without any clear pattern, but the pins slanting at 45-degree angles upward and downward were the longest. Both the inner and outer circles were made of the same golden metal as the scepter handle. What kind of level does this divine artifact belong to? Is it a weapon or magic equipment? Is it a scepter symbolizing status, or a magic wand wielded by a magician? List matched the 2 halves of the scepter together, the fractured surfaces aligning perfectly, but without any reaction. In this world, as far as he had observed, magicians did not wield magic wands. They might wear some magic power amplifying equipment, but they did not need to wave a magic wand and enchant a magic spell. As for the weapon equipment rank of the Sun Scepter, List was likewise unable to determine it. Based on the information he currently had from knight novels and magic books, the most top-tier divine artifacts were the Dragon Soul Soldier, weapons forged from dragon bone infused with the dragon soul, their power astounding. Following those were the Dragon Elf weapon and the Dragon Tooth Soldier, but all 3 types of weapons had never appeared in the Duchy of Sapphire. Beyond those were the Greater Elf Warrior and Dragon Bone weapon. There was one Greater Elf Warrior in the Duchy of Sapphire, the Grand Duke's own sword, the Wailing Cage Sword. As for the Dragon Bone weapon, during the battle at Ironhoof Island, the sword in the hands of the Marquis of Bull, which emitted blue flames, made List wonder if it was a Dragon Bone weapon. After that came the Little Elf Soldier and Gemstone weapon, both of which List possessed, the Swift Shadow Bow and the Crimson Blood Sword. Judging by the material used to make the Sun Scepter, it's at most a level of a gemstone weapon, but the jewel embedded in it is a bit on the larger side. Typically, gemstones are quite small, and one the size of an adult male's fist is rare indeed. Moreover, its golden color also differs from that of regular gemstones. List had seen similar colored topaz before. During the New Year's celebration at Long Taro Castle, his grandfather had given cousin Riley a topaz pendant, but the color of the topaz was more yellow than gold. Regrettably, this golden gemstone had already shattered, and even the Eye of Magic couldn't detect a trace of magic power in it. It had become a useless gemstone. List packed all 13 chests into the gemstone space. Even though he couldn't understand the books and didn't know how to plant the seeds, perhaps their value would be revealed in the future. As for the Sun Scepter, he planned to keep it, even though it was no longer functional. He could repair it when the opportunity arose, just for show. It still had some allure. Apart from the contents of the chests, the other items Ak retrieved had no value. Not to say they were worthless, they might have great archaeological value, but archaeological value still meant nothing to List for the time being. Ak, I'm taking the chests with me. You should rest early and not stay up late. Leaving the Seaview Villa and returning to the castle, List was not tired. The many little fire dragon kept snoozing at the spot over his heart and wouldn't wake up anytime soon. He glanced at a book written in Sanskrit, which might as well have been a celestial tome, and soon felt his eyes swell. He sighed and put the book away. Better go to sleep, then get up tomorrow and set up a glass greenhouse. I'll start planting those magic medicine seeds. No sooner said than done. Early the next morning, he had a batch of glass from the Fire Dragon brick factory brought over. Glass had now officially entered production, continuing the cooperative approach with Tulip Castle, and profit-sharing negotiations were underway. Glass that could be produced in large volumes would surely impact the crystal market. The pricing was hard to pin down. With the discovery of quartz ores, List had sent people to various parts of Coral Island to discover these mines, ensuring an ample supply of raw materials. Even though the glass still contained impurities and wasn't completely transparent, making a glass greenhouse was nevertheless effortlessly within reach. He instructed the servants to use wood and rubber to bind and secure the glass, soon constructing a modest glass greenhouse in the castle's garden. Next, List picked a selection of seeds without magic power from the magic medicine seeds and began to sow them, watering and fertilizing, waiting for them to sprout. To maintain the indoor temperature, he also placed a magic little fire dragon in the glass greenhouse. With the magic little fire dragon providing warmth, the temperature inside the greenhouse could easily stay around 10 degrees, which was suitable for the seeds to germinate. I hope that the seeds that have lost their magic power can still sprout. He wanted to see what kind of plants these seeds would yield. Once he knew the types of plants, he could buy the corresponding elf bugs and then plant the magic potions. Even without the corresponding elf bugs, he could cultivate them generation by generation, as there was a chance an elf bug might emerge. Then, he could once again plant the magic potions. List couldn't help but commend himself for his cleverness. Chapter 498 1.8 meters tall with long legs Galtai, who was in charge of the glass sales negotiation in Coral City, took the opportunity to purchase 3 second-hand cargo ships for the territory. The cargo ships had not been refurbished yet and were temporarily dispatched to the new harbor on Black Horse Island to participate in the salvage of the skyship. With the combined pulling force of 6 ships, the skyship was finally dragged up from the seabed and bit by bit hauled to the shoreline. List was there at the site, watching the salvage. At that time, heavy snow was flying, and a layer of ice and snow had already accumulated on the beach. However, the falling snowflakes couldn't bring a trace of severe cold to List, draped in a flak, a bay cloak with red facing, black-backed, and gold-edged fabric. Since he had advanced to the rank of Sky Knight and acquired the advanced fire attribute Chi, he had no fear of the cold. And the advanced fire attribute Chi was even gradually transitioning to Dragon Chi. As fire dragons obviously knew no fear of the cold, so too did List, imbued with the abundant Dragon Chi, naturally not feel the biting chill. The feather-covered landwalker bird Loki, perched beneath him, also feared not the cold. Its tall long legs stepped in the snow, warmed by a thick layer of keratin, just as unfazed by the frost. "My lord, the sunken ship has been dragged up," Blair said excitedly. List naturally could see it. The overall shape of the sky ship was now fully discernible. It was a ship that resembled ancient Chinese tower ships, lacking both masts and sails. The body of the ship was rather narrow and elongated but significantly massive. In comparison, it was even larger than the most advanced 3-masted sailboats of this era. Having once traveled on the court's exclusive 3-masted fast sailboat, he knew it was clearly not as large as the skyship. Blair continued to analyze excitedly by his side. Without sails and masts, it must be a galley. Looking at the coral and shellfish cluttering its hull, the shipwreck must be at least a few hundred years old. Hundreds of years ago, the Duchy of Sapphire was still a desolate island, right? It's unknown which country developed such a large galley. A galley? List didn't correct Blair's analysis. He simply said, "You direct the salvage team to carefully clean up the items on the ship after it's dragged ashore. And remove all the attached corals, shells, and the like. I want to see the original appearance of this sunken ship." "Yes, my lord." Blair quickly began directing the serfs to continuously clean the vessel. List, riding the landwalker bird, circled the sky ship, observing it meticulously. Knowing the ship sailed the skies, he looked at it from that perspective, finding something strange about the ship. Its means of flight was hard to pin down. There were no airplane-like wings, nor were there hot air balloon-like envelopes. So, instead of believing the sky ship flew by physical means, List was more inclined to believe it flew on magic power, perhaps using some sort of magic array. The entire sky ship might even be a piece of magic equipment. But now, the sky ship had deteriorated to the point of being a residence for shrimps and crabs. After the 13 chests containing magic medicine seeds, books, and scepters were taken by Yak, and other somewhat intact items were also removed, there was hardly anything of value left on the ship. The serfs kept on cleaning and kept hauling out more and more rubbish. There were rusty weapons, fragmented utensils, and a great pile of stuff unrecognizable in their original form. However, just when List was no longer hopeful, in the rear half of the shipwreck, buried beneath silt and scooped out from the cabin by serfs, they finally discovered something valuable. 3 cabins were intact and undamaged. In one of the ship's cabins, there was a pile of wood, not just any wood, but branches, none thicker than an arm. It seemed that as long as they had been buried, the branches had once sprouted midway, but ultimately, they had died and become mere wood. List took a branch and used the eye of magic to inspect it but found no magic. When he tried to break it, he found that the branch was harder than thorn ironwood, comparable to the kind of rockwood that could be hundreds of years old. "Excellent wood, transport it to the port town and store it there, do not allow its use for now." List wouldn't let the branches be used recklessly without fully understanding their purpose. In the second cabin, there was a pile of metal with a pale blue luster that showed no signs of rust. The color immediately reminded List of the pale blue metal in the fourth circle of the sun scepter. These two metals were obviously the same and worth collecting for research. The third cabin held no treasures. But there were skeletons. My lord, there are a total of 21 skeletons, only bones left, their clothes long since decayed. Bring me one of the skeletons. Soon, a skeleton was placed before List. The white bones shared little difference with humans, suggesting the race of the children of the sun were indeed human. Sun descendants like Philip and Old Phil were normal humans, and it's unlikely their ancestors looked like aliens. However, there were subtle differences. From the skeleton, it was evident that the children of the sun had a higher leg-length ratio, boasting significantly long legs. Beyond that, List discovered nothing new. Moreover, he suddenly thought, perhaps the long legs are an exception. I haven't noticed Old Phil having particularly long legs. On the contrary, it's I who have long legs. I wonder if it's because of consuming too much of the long taro family's elongated taros that made their legs quite long. This is a female skeleton. Marcus, who had been involved in salvaging the shipwreck and had just cleaned the mud off himself, came over. My lord, this woman was probably around 1.8 meters tall, with a somewhat delicate bone structure. Judging from the closure of her growth plates, she might have been underage. Female? Underage? Teacher Marcus, do you also know how to examine bones? Unlike nobles who practiced Qi, as commoners in the Night Academy, we are taught by our teachers how to discern the flow of energy channels through the skeleton. I've learned a bit more and have seen many different human skeletons, even considering how to use bones to enhance the lethality of my archery. I see, then continue to analyze this skeleton for me. Yes, my lord. Marcus squatted down and observed the skeleton closely. Long leg ratio exceeding that of ordinary people, pelvis not yet open, apparently has not given birth. Beyond that, I'm unable to ascertain more. Afterward, Marcus analyzed each skeleton brought out, one by one. All the skeletons belong to underage individuals, ranging from 1.9 to 1.3 meters tall, of various heights. There were both males and females, all with a notably prominent leg-length ratio. But no other differences from humans were discovered. The race of the children of the sun were essentially humans with longer legs. By this time, the exterior of the ship also had been cleaned. A large amount of coral and seashells had been stripped off, revealing the true appearance of the sky ship, a loose ship whose exterior had been peeled away, leaving only its main structure. Standing on a plank, Coster suddenly shouted, "My lord, you should come up and take a look, it's incredible, the keel of this ship. The keel of this ship is actually one whole branch, my goodness, it's unbelievable, just like a keel grown from a tree." Chapter 499 Sinking of the Moon Empire's ship. With a slight push on Loki's neck, List soared into the air and landed on the railing of the skyship. Following the route pointed out by Coster, he clearly saw what the dragon bone of the skyship looked like. It was indeed an entire tree branch. Starting from the bow, instead of the ram, the branch split into two, extending towards both sides of the ship's bottom, forming three parallel lines with the main branch. These three lines constituted the main dragon bone and two side dragon bones, together forming the ship's main support structure. Above these dragon bones, many smaller branches extended to either side, forming the ribs. In other words, the core structure of the skyship was constructed out of a single tree branch. Only this branch was very standardized and symmetrical, as if cast from a mold. The other parts were assembled on this trunk, and upon closer inspection, it was observed that many components, like the dragon bone, were also whole tree branches. This was a skyship grown from various branches. Indeed, it is incredible. List couldn't help but marvel, such technology definitely surpasses this era. No noble in our country possesses this kind of technology. Lord, our country has the most advanced shipbuilding industry. If our country cannot build such large ships, then I think only the Moon Empire has the capability to build such ships. Marcus, who followed up, offered his firm analysis. This ship might have sunk to the ocean's depths thousands of years ago. The Moon Empire was a convenient scapegoat. Anything inexplicable or unexplainable could be attributed to the Moon Empire. Naturally, List wasn't going to reveal now that this was a skyship built by the child of the sun race from another continent. So he joined in the blame shifting. I think so, too. Only during the era of the Moon Empire was there such a powerful force capable of building such great ships. We have actually salvaged a shipwreck from the Moon Empire. This is truly magnificent. Blair praised earnestly. The glory of the night truly favors you, Lord, favoring this territory. In traditional belief, the relics of the Moon Empire were synonymous with treasures. This shipwreck had been deemed by them as such a relic, and salvaging it was a common method of obtaining treasures found in night novels. A method of wealth everyone pursued and aspired to. Of course, in List's territory, aside from the designated commercial and agricultural revenue, all other produce belonged to List. This shipwreck, too, belonged entirely to List. Coster, you have a better understanding of ships. Do you think it's possible to modify this ship into a sailing ship? List tested the hardness of a tree branch, which, despite being submerged in the sea for countless years, was still strong and showed no signs of decay. The main structure of the entire ship remained intact. Coster pondered seriously. I think it is possible, Lord. We have a stock of rockwood for making masts, thorn ironwood for supplementing the rest of the ship's body, plus the intact dragon bone of this Moon Empire shipwreck can be used to build a fast sailing ship. However, we lack shipbuilding technology. List had brought many serfs and craftsmen from the continent, but there were no shipwrights among them who could build ships. Shipwrights who could build large sailing ships were exclusive to the Duchy of Sapphire, with the expertise concentrated in the hands of a few major families. If we lack the technology, we'll explore. We'll train our shipwrights. We've refitted several cargo ships already. Are we afraid of not gaining experience? With rubber, an excellent adhesive material, I believe that even a ship put together at random could sail the seas. List declared seriously. The fresh flower vessel, thorn number, pearl, mangrove number, plus 3 newly purchased cargo ships. The serfs of the territory had also learned quite a bit of shipbuilding technology. They might not be able to build advanced sailing ships, but the technology level of the sailing ships of this era wasn't high to begin with. With rubber replacing rivets in the joining techniques, the shipbuilding technology was greatly simplified to the level of assembling blocks. As long as one wasn't foolish, with enough study and practice, it was possible to build the sailing ships of this era. Branches from the ship's hold, light blue metal, and 21 skeletons were transported to the warehouse in the harbor town. As for the wreck of the sky ship, List researched it for several days in a row. The only thing he confirmed was that the branches used to make the dragon bone were the same as the ones stored in the ship's hold. Beyond that, no further discoveries were made, so he handed the remains over to Blair, instructing him to organize serfs and try to convert the sky ship into a sailing ship. My plan is for you to select the more clever serfs from this group and train them to become shipbuilders capable of constructing ships. Yes, my lord. List then instructed Coster, you are the sailing instructor of this territory, and I hope you can train more sailors quickly. I'll continue to supplement our fleet with more cargo ships in the time to come. You must ensure the sailors are adequately staffed and definitely train more qualified senior crew members such as captains and first mates. Lord, that may be difficult in a short time. The serfs that come from the continent are completely unacquainted with the sea, they don't even dare to swim, let alone overcome their fear of the ocean, Coster responded. I will have Consultant Galtai provide you with ample support. What you need to do is to train qualified sailors for me. As you wish, my lord. When leaving Black Horse Island, List took some branches and light blue metal with him for further research. Items stocked in the hold of a sky ship were certainly no ordinary objects. Especially these branches, which could grow into dragon bone, simply defied imagination. If I thoroughly research these branches, does it mean that I could make my own sky ship? Even if I can't make a sky ship, I can still continuously produce seafaring sail ships. Naturally grown dragon bone is obviously much sturdier than dragon bone assembled with rivets, he pondered. In his spare time, he often visited the glass greenhouse. Unfortunately, even after 5 days, not a single seed inside the glass greenhouse had sprouted. He wasn't sure if it wasn't time yet, if the temperature was not right, or if the seeds were dead. He still had patience to wait. On the other hand, he was gradually losing his patience. Ball, haven't you managed to make tofu yet? List arrived at the Fresh Flower Tavern to inquire about the chef Ball's progress. More than a week had passed since he funded Ball's research. There was still no sign of tofu. Ball was a bit panicked. He had gotten a sponsorship fee of 10 gold coins and had even hired 10 assistants, but still no results. I'm sorry, Lord Landlord, I haven't found a way to make tofu yet. As soon as possible. Although List was anxious, he kept his impatience to himself, considering that the other party was a candidate recommended by the Smoke Mission. Perhaps the success of making tofu lay with Ball. Pressuring him too much could inadvertently impede the appearance of tofu. After urging Ball, List also chatted with Chris Truth, partly to collect the month's supply of magic potions and partly to see if she had any ambition to become a grand magician right away. If she managed to break through directly, there wouldn't be a need to rush the Smoke Mission. Viscount, I haven't attempted to break through to Grand Magician recently, I am focusing on researching Elf Bug Amber. I have a feeling that the secrets it contains are key to my breakthrough. Chris spoke with excitement. She had found many significant clues within the amber. Chapter 500 The Secret in Amber. The elf bug amber was still brilliantly yellow, beautifully beyond words. However, for Chris Truth, it had another layer of beauty. Viscount, what do you think elves truly are as an existence? I've discussed this with Granny Truth. He outlined to me the triangular relationship between the spirit, the material, And magic power, List pondered, then replied, I somewhat agree with his understanding that the fusion of the material with magic power, under certain conditions, creates an individual's spirit. Are you saying that elves are the fusion of plants and magic power, an accidental creation of spirit, thus endowing life to an individual? I believe that whether it's elves or dragons, they all originate from this, List explained earnestly, as he himself was currently nurturing a fire dragon, and his understanding of it was profound. I don't know how the spirit comes into being, but I feel that everything begins with seeds. Seeds? Plants sprout from a seed, growing into a flower or a mighty tree. Elves are also, in a way, nurtured from a seed, and no one has clearly explained the birth of dragons. Perhaps they, too, are nurtured from a seed. Moreover, humans are also nurtured from a seed. Chris was surprised. How can humans come from a seed? That involves human physiology. Let me use a frog for example. Have you seen the eggs laid by frogs by the field ditch? Actually, those eggs are the joint masterpiece of a male and a female frog. Each egg is a seed, which could turn into a tadpole and then grow into a frog. Chris frowned and took a while to respond. I'm sorry, Viscount, but I haven't seen frog eggs. List gave an embarrassed smile. Then you've seen a hen lay eggs, right? Actually, an egg can also be considered a seed. A normal egg can be said to have no spirit, no soul. This is like the seed of a plant, but in the nurturing process, it ultimately possesses a soul, which must be due to the production of spirit in some way. Is that the same with humans? Chris humbly asked. She had long discovered that the young noble landlord she was affiliated with had knowledge that sometimes surpassed even a grand magician. Humans are the same, but they are incubated in the mother's stomach, belonging to viviparous creatures, just like cows, horses, and sheep. In fact, no matter the animal or human, at the beginning, it all starts with a seed, just pure matter, and spiritual power is gained later. List tried to make his explanation of the origin of life as simple and clear as possible for Chris. Linking this to elves and dragons, however, after such an explanation, not only did Chris not understand the relationship between seeds and elves or dragons, but he himself also became entangled, feeling there indeed was no connection. So he decisively switched the topic. You were asking me what exactly elves are, right? Yes. I think elves are a very magical type of magic creature. Chris smiled, unsure whether she understood List's dry humor or not. She began to explain her own understanding. When studying amber, I found that the magic structure encased within the amber is actually a magic array. And the reason why the elf bugs inside still have magic reactions is the magic array hasn't collapsed. Magic array? Yes, so I believe that elves are a kind of special magic array. By understanding this kind of magic array, one could utilize it to achieve magical effects just like the elves. List suddenly perked up. Then have you understood it? I'm sorry, I cannot understand. The magic array that constitutes elf bugs is far more complex than I imagined. I think even an archmage could not unravel such a complicated magic array. The dynamic magic arrays that a grand magician needs to master are already complicated enough. The elf bug's magic array is countless times more complex than a dynamic magic array. So what use is this piece of amber, and how does it help you? This piece of amber could possibly be designed as a type of magic equipment to replace cordyceps, though I'm unsure how to design it. As for its help to me, it has inspired my cognition of magic arrays, and that's the biggest help. Chris paused for a moment, then seriously added, Viscount, I plan to go into quiet meditation for a few days, trying to break through to Grand Magician status. Is there anything that I can help with? Not at the moment. Alright, take the elf bug amber for now. It might provide you with some inspiration when you attempt to become a Grand Magician. Thank you. Chris finally began her attempt to become a Grand Magician. Meanwhile, the results of the research on tofu development released by the Smoke Mission were still pending. List didn't have too much work to do for the time being, but he spent every day fully engaged, so much so that he didn't have any spare time from morning till night. Training dogs, cultivating, and feeding the little fire dragon occupied most of his day. The magic power of the fire dragon dwindled day by day, and the supply of volcanic glass that Black Horse Island could mine was also approaching exhaustion. The mini little fire dragon grew robustly, falling into a deep sleep immediately after eating its fill, all the while continually excreting impure magic power, aiding the growth of List's dragon chi. The practice of the advanced chi manual Rising Sun Blaze was going smoothly. List soared through the sky daily and continually stimulated the landwalker bird Loki to fly as well. Loki's body had stopped developing, clearly indicating the effects of the bloodline fruit had been fully realized, and its abilities had significantly improved. Considering the dispersal of magic power, Loki had become on par with Dalson, reaching the status of an intermediate dragon beast. Yet it still only knew the light body skill and its progressively longer wings were still useless, it couldn't fly. Returning from his training that day, List, as usual, took a walk through the glass greenhouse. He loosened the soil, weeded, and calmly waited for the magic medicine seeds to sprout. However, a week and a half had passed since planting, and the seeds had yet to sprout, diminishing his hopes for their viability. On the other hand, while researching the sun scriptures, he had some new inspiration. The child of the sun, sky ship, tree city, druids, long legs, sun scepter, magic medicine seeds. The child of the sun race seemed somewhat similar to the elves from Western legends on Earth, those tall, handsome beings who live in the forest and are proficient archers. However, thinking of the appearance of the sun descendant, Old Phil, he seemed to have nothing to do with handsomeness. Then another thought occurred to him. The continent where the child of the sun lived was likely across from the Devil's Sea. But the wreck of the sky ship was submerged near Black Horse Island, which meant it had crossed both the Devil's Sea and the Sea of Azure waves. This suggested that the continents had interactions long ago. The fact that the sun descendant could be exiled to the Duchy of Sapphire also served as clear evidence. Thousands of years ago, there was a human kingdom called the Moon Empire, and across the continent lived a group of the child of the Sunday moon and sun. Could there be a connection? Was the sky ship a tool for different human races across continents to interact? Information was too scarce. He couldn't make any substantial judgments. He bent his head and continued weeding the soil of the glass greenhouse, while the magic medicine seeds failed to sprout. Various weeds were racing to emerge. Just then, as his small shovel removed a weed, he suddenly discovered the magic medicine seed pushed upward by the loosened soil. The seed had split open, and a tender green-white shoot extended, pushing it to the surface of the earth, almost ready to break through the soil. The magic medicine seeds have sprouted. Chapter 501 New magic power hardware. The seed had just germinated and hadn't broken through the soil yet. So, Liz didn't disturb it but simply used his eye of magic power to observe it for a while, finding no trace of magic power. It seemed that the magic potion had degraded along with the seed, turning into an ordinary plant. It's good that it has sprouted. As long as we know what plant it is, we can find the corresponding elf bugs. If all else fails, with the existence of the smoke mission, I believe there is a high probability that these plants will nurture elf bugs, said List in a good mood as he personally watered and fertilized the plant. Only after doing all this did he proceed with his routine research for the day. When he arrived at the smithy in Freshflower Town, the steward in charge of the smithy came forward to report, "Lord Landlord, our research on the pale blue metal is not going well. Forging this metal is no less difficult than forging mithril. Perhaps only an Iron Knight could accomplish the forge." An Iron Knight was a blacksmith who practiced Chi. Typically one had to become an Earth Knight to earn the title of Iron Knight. Their Chi had special properties, and the Chi manuscripts they cultivated were also unique, with all their skills dedicated to forging. Magic metals like mithril, mountain copper, and fine gold could only be forged by Iron Knights. Does that mean this pale blue metal might be a magic metal? I don't know, Lord Landlord, the steward replied quietly. The blacksmiths in our smithy used the bellows to burn the best charcoal, trying to get the furnace as hot as possible, but we still couldn't melt it or shape it by hammering. Lys nodded. Suddenly, he felt that he should use Fire Dragon magic power to build a stronger furnace for the smithy. Maybe Fire Dragon magic power could fully forge magic metals. It was something to consider over the long term, as the Fire Dragon magic power was constantly decreasing and could be completely exhausted at any time. He couldn't possibly stop cultivating the mini little Fire Dragon. At that moment, the mini little Fire Dragon within his heart awakened and immediately started clamoring in his mind with a woho. It was simple in its desires. It wanted to eat, to consume Fire Dragon magic power. Eat, eat, eat. That's all it knew day in and day out. List had to restrain it to behave inside his heart. Then he left the smithy, took out a Fire Dragon jar, released and absorbed Fire Dragon magic power to satiate it. Each time the mini little Fire Dragon consumed enough Fire Dragon magic power, it would excrete about 1/10 the amount of magical impurities. This helped List's Dragon Chi grow in a very special way. He hardly needed to cultivate himself and continued to grow stronger. The power of the Dragon Chi greatly increased the power of his combat skills. He hadn't fully learned the Rising Sun Blaze yet, but felt that merely with the addition of Dragon Chi, he could hold his own against an Earl. Maybe I should find an opportunity to have a real fight with the Earl. Wouldn't it be wonderful to accidentally defeat him in combat? He thought wryly. Although getting stronger felt great, the thought of the priceless Fire Dragon magic power being continually consumed caused him a sharp pain in his chest. After taking a few deep breaths to suppress the pain, he quickly took out the pale blue metal to shift his attention. The smithy was unable to forge it, and he hadn't figured out much about it himself. It was as heavy as fine gold, conducted Chi well, but its other properties were unknown. Mithril was light as a feather. Fine gold was indestructible. Mountain copper was unbreakable. These were the properties of the 3 known magic metals. The properties of fine gold and mountain copper were just descriptive. There was no logical relationship between spear and shield. A weapon made of fine gold could easily destroy an ordinary mountain copper weapon. A powerful weapon made of mountain copper could easily block an ordinary fine gold weapon. The light blue metal is highly likely a magic metal, but I don't know what it's called in Sanskrit. However, since this continent doesn't have a similar magic metal, I can name it whatever I want in serpent script. Let's just call it blue steel. Gold, silver, copper, steel, that makes 4 types of magic metal. Fine gold, mithril, mountain copper, blue steel, arranged neatly in order. Yet, List suddenly thought, the sun scepter contains 5 layers of materials. Other than the central material that seems like crystal and might not be a metal, the other 4 could possibly be metals, even magic metals. Additionally, the materials of the messaging drift bottle and the 13 chests could also be magic metals. He took a chest out of the gemstone space. This was a chest for storing books, but the books had already been removed by List and were piled up in the corner of the space. Handling the chest, roughly the size of a delivery box, it was easy to discover that the metal was quite unique, very light and felt a bit like plastic to the touch. But it was undoubtedly metal. Its weight could match that of mithril, and it's similarly durable. Moreover, the items it has preserved for hundreds, even thousands of years, are still intact, which speaks volumes about the value of this metal. Most crucially, it seems capable of being engraved with a magic array and can be activated using the blood of a sun descendant. List couldn't be certain whether the magic array was the lines on the chest or something else. But he knew that the effects of this metal were potent. Now that I have blue steel, I should give it another name. What should I call it? Hardware as usually. Gold, silver, copper, steel, aluminum, or gold, silver, copper, steel, tin? He had little to do with hardware tools in his previous life, not even fixing a pipe. He couldn't remember whether hardware included aluminum or tin. However, tin seemed to have less application in daily life, mainly for tin foil used in grilling. List was inclined to think of hardware as aluminum, since he had seen many aluminum products, like aluminum alloy windows and doors used in construction. Moreover, he knew there was a layer of metal paper inside cigarette packs, called aluminum foil. It was clear that aluminum was very common. Then, this magic metal shall be named after aluminum. It's mainly used for packaging, lightweight, with a feel like plastic. Let's just call it cast aluminum. Why does that name sound so odd? Despite the peculiarity, he still decided to name this metal cast aluminum drift bottles and cast aluminum chests. While List was immersed in his research of blue steel and cast aluminum. In the magic workshop, Chris Truth was struggling hard to cast the advanced magic water wave shield. Without the innate talent of the sea sprite Take, who could cast it successfully in one try, her attempts were met with repeated failures. Finally, as she kept trying, the water wave shield she released grew larger and larger until a light blue curtain of water enveloped her. Just a little more, and I'll be able to close the water wave shield and truly anchor the dynamic magic array of the advanced magic. Beads of sweat dripped from her forehead. Even in winter, she felt both tired and hot. But she clenched her teeth and made a final effort. Bit by bit, the water wave shield began to close. At last. 10 minutes after casting the magic, the water wave shield completely closed. Instantly, her mind surged, entering a new realm. Her perception and mastery of the magic water wave shield advanced to an insightful level, feeling that the next time she cast it, it wouldn't be nearly as strenuous. The details of the dynamic magic array had never been so clear. I did it. Chris allowed herself a modest smile, her emotions stirred as she looked at the water wave shield enveloping her, overcoming cognitive barriers, discerning the dynamic magic array, successfully casting advanced magic. Now, I have finally become a grand magician. Chapter 502 Mage Tower. Thank you, Alliance Hierarch Bittertree, for the red envelope. 4 more updates will follow. Chris Truth had advanced to Grand Magician. The tofu hadn't been made yet, but good news had already arrived. Upon seeing Chris, who had came to report the happy news at the castle, List's mood was equally excited. He indeed had opinions about magicians. It was not because magicians liked to mess around with explosions or the like, but because their quest for truth made them disregard any taboo. Those lunatics at the goat assembly even dared to slaughter dragons. What else was there they wouldn't dare to do? List did not wish for such a group of lunatics to exist within his territory. However, Sea Sprite Take, the water system Grand Mage, was different. He was List's own, a direct source of ocean wealth. The light system Mage, Black Dragon Child Paris, was also different, the new leader of the patrol knights, who, even though turned to be a magician, had no interest in exploring truth. Last but not least, Chris Truth, a true human grand magician who was comprehensive in her knowledge, was also different. She had indeed said she would dedicate herself to truth, willing to explore it for the rest of her life, But after all, List had saved her life. With such a relationship, it would curb her crazy thoughts. Besides, after spending time with her, List also felt that Chris was just a normal scholar. She indeed liked exploring truth, but she didn't harbor any insane, twisted ideas. Under List's continuous influence, she had integrated into life in the territory, often going for baths, dining out, enjoying nature, and even developed a liking for comedy plays. She lived the life of an ordinary person. List was reassured. Congratulations, Chris, you've finally achieved your wish and become a grand magician. I will also fulfill my promise and build you a mage tower on Black Horse Island that belongs to you. Thank you, Viscount. You've been helping me make magic potions, it is I who should thank you. Serving you is my unquestionable duty, Chris said modestly without any pride in making magic potions. I've heard that the territory's finances are somewhat difficult. I'm not in a hurry for the mage tower. I hope you, Viscount, can solve the territory's financial issues first and build the mage tower later for me. What a considerate act. No worries, List said with relief. Recently, the glass produced in the territory has begun to be sold externally, and it's a very profitable industry. Plus, the earnings from fresh flower brew are also ready to be collected. The territory's finances have become healthy again. I had been planning to build a new castle, and now it's the perfect time to build your mage tower. Ah, Viscount, you should build the castle first. My mage tower can be built later. No need to argue, let's build the mage tower first, List said definitely. All at once, Chris was touched, her eyes sparkling. Viscount, you are really too kind to me. I hope to serve you forever. List simply smiled, without a word. In fact, a big part of the reason he chose to build the mage tower first was to let the territory's architects accumulate experience in constructing new style buildings through the mage tower, having rubber, glass, ironwood, rock, bricks, and the modern architectural knowledge in List's mind. Of course, new style architecture should be built. He planned to build a castle with a name for himself, designed in the neoclassical style, the most typical example being the White House. This world's traditional castles are buildings dominated by the idea of sustainable defense. Yet List had no interest in this, finding that castles only made strategic sense in certain locations. On a small island like Black Horse Island, the enemies faced would only be pirates. Pirates wouldn't besiege a castle on an island for dozens of days, so there was no need to build a castle that could withstand the siege for half a year. He had originally wanted to design a seaside castle and had even planned out the location. However, after synthesizing the architect's opinions, a castle soaked in seawater would be too damp. So, he moved the castle's location slightly inland from the shoreline and decided to build it in the style of the White House. He also planned to excavate a canal leading to the sea, allowing air to come and go freely. The castle's scale might be designed on a standard of a 4-story building. If the pressure testing is completed, it might well be a 5-story building. Even though he would be living alone, it didn't stop him from building the castle as a synonym for luxury. What should be enjoyed, must be enjoyed, there's no need to shortchange oneself. Thus, before that, he decided to build a mage tower first, which would be a good opportunity to test whether the new architectural style would have enough strength to support each layer of structure. Chris, first solidify your realm as a grand magician. In a few days, follow me to Black Horse Island. Select a suitable location and build the mage tower, he said. Thank you, Lord Viscount. Chris's face flushed with excitement. I plan to focus on magic arrays and simultaneously craft magic equipment, hoping to help the Viscount create the Calming Wind Pearl and Water Calming Pearl in the future. I'm looking forward to it. After sending away Chris Truth, List directly summoned a smoke mission. The mission has changed. As expected, Chris advanced to Grand Magician first, and the smoke mission changed accordingly. A new mission was released immediately, and List's eyes lit up. Mission: the comedic actor Avril Mask, who has came to perform in Fresh Flower Town, loves the clean and tidy streets here, which inspire many creative ideas in her. However, she is perplexed that she can only perform in comedies. Why not help her realize her artistic dreams? Reward: Loki's new magic. Loki is about to possess a second type of magic, which indicates that it truly has become an intermediate dragon beast. Low-level magical beasts and dragon beasts can only have one type of magic. List looked forward to the new magic of the Landwalker bird, so naturally, he would take on the mission immediately. Comedic actor Avril Mask no longer wants to perform comedies, asking me to help her achieve her artistic dreams. If she doesn't want to perform comedies, then why not let her try opera, Peking opera, Huang Mai opera? I know both Princess Husband and the Match of Heaven Fairy. However, Huang Mai opera and Peking opera obviously don't quite fit the aesthetic of the Duchy of Sapphire. After some thought, he decided to call Avril Mask over and ask her in person. It just so happened that North Valley City's comedic troupe was performing in Fresh Flower Town today. Thanks to the prosperous life in Fresh Flower Town, the civilians here had money to spend, and their desire to consume was gradually increasing, spending a lot on theatrical tips. This attracted several comedic troupes. "My lord, Avril Mask has arrived in the castle's living room to wait," a servant informed him. "I know." List went downstairs and in the living room, met the comedy actress with artistic aspirations. She was a tall, blonde woman, quite good-looking. She seemed a bit older, probably over 30 years of age. "Avril pays her respects to the respected Lord Landlord," she greeted. "Rise," List gestured with a wave. "So your surname is Mask. Does that mean your family has been in comedy performances for a long time?" "Yes, Lord Landlord, since my grandfather's time, we've been performing comedies. I've had enough of comedies." Avril couldn't help but exclaim, "Ah. Comedies are interesting to watch occasionally, but the same ridiculous appearances and childish actions every time can be boring. Avril, haven't you ever thought about innovating? Performing comedies all day long, don't you think the audience gets enough? Don't you get enough yourself?" he asked. "Lord Landlord, Avril does have some complaints about performing too many comedies, but please rest assured, Lord Landlord, Avril will go back and rearrange something fresher to entertain you," she assured him. "I do not wish to watch comedies, I want to see some normal performances. Avril, I have an idea that I need you to realize." "Of course, you may refuse, and if so, I will look for other comedy troupes," List said with a faint smile. Avril quickly became anxious. "Please instruct me, Lord Landlord. Avril's troupe is the best in North Valley City, we can definitely meet your needs. I would like you to perform plays." "Plays?" "It's a form of drama where the performance is primarily based on dialogue. You could bring folk tales, love stories, and the like to the stage," List explained briefly. Truth be told, he didn't particularly enjoy plays, but to complete the smoke mission, he had to give Avril a hint. Of course, if it had to be done, it should be done well. He decided to buy out Avril's comedic troupe and turn it into a drama troupe, rehearsing a couple of classic plays to enrich the cultural life of the territory. Perhaps he could even take the opportunity to glorify the great Lord Landlord of Black Horse Island through the plays. Chapter 503 Varsity Knight's Loyalty Song. More precisely, List was setting out to create a stage play in the form of a spoken drama, akin to the style of Shakespeare's Hamlet and Romeo and Juliet. Of course, he didn't know much about this kind of stage play. He had never watched a complete stage play. But that did not prevent him from creating an entirely new stage play in this world. He didn't need highly sophisticated art forms or rich plot content, just to pioneer the theatrical form of stage plays. Once stage plays became popular, surely novelists would craft genuinely good works. Even more so. List simply needed to adapt one or two classic Knight's novels to create a stage play. Besides, according to the Smoke Mission hint, Art Novale Mask itself possessed artistic aptitude, what it lacked was merely inspiration. Adapting stage plays could be left to her. "Avril, I plan to acquire your comedy troupe and help you create an entirely new form of drama plays. Your group will move to Fresh Flower Town and perform mainly for the residents of my domain. As long as you rehearse classic plays, I will recommend that you go perform in larger cities." The members of the comedy troupe were all freemen and lived quite a challenging life, mostly being relatives of one another. With List willing to purchase, there was no reason for Avril and her family to disagree. Moreover, the idea of brand new stage plays deeply attracted Avril. "Lord Landlord, Avril is very willing to perform stage plays for you. I just don't know if they will be popular. Don't worry about whether it will be welcomed or not. Once I acquire your troupe, I will set a basic salary according to the standard of workshops in the domain. Afterward, the earnings from each performance will be shared. My expectation for you isn't to make money but to study art. Whether stage plays could make money depended on whether this artistic form could gain recognition. But, even if stage plays became popular, the troupe's performance times and frequency were limited, thus, making substantial money was difficult. List had a vast number of industries under him and did not need to rely on stage plays to earn money. His investment in stage plays was partly to complete a mission and partly for promotion. He was even willing to continue despite potential losses. Upon receiving List's affirmative response, Avril was overjoyed and immediately asked List how to rehearse the stage play. "I have already told you about the form of the stage play. You might still be confused, but you have plenty of time to explore. I'll recommend two Knight's novels for you, Varsity Knight's Loyalty Song and Sephiroth of Grand Ambitions. Simplify them, distill the main stories, and then adapt them to the stage." These two Knight's novels didn't have many battle scenes and were in a realistic style, which made them easy to adapt. Most crucially, their themes were very wholesome. Varsity Knight's loyalty song can be understood from its title as a story that describes the loyal protection offered by a knight of the domain to his lord landlord. Sir Pirate of Grand Ambitions depicts how a commoner, through bravery and following his lord landlord, eventually becomes a glittering noble honored knight. Without a doubt, these are stories that plebeians enjoy and nobles appreciate. Avril, quickly rehearse a rough story, and when the time comes, I will guide you on which parts have problems, and you can then make corrections, said List in order to finish the task promptly, setting a deadline. Within 3 days, I want to see Varsi's song brought to the stage. Lord Landlord, is 3 days too short? I don't know if I can do well. Then let me give you a bit more guidance. The story of Varsy is quite simple. Bandits arrive in the domain, the Lord Landlord gets injured, and Varsy loyally protects him. He performs extraordinarily, defeating the bandits and securing the safety of the domain. Therefore, the Lord Landlord rewards him greatly. You just need to capture the main storyline, add a bit of dialogue, and do some simple action imitation. Then I'll give it a try. Go ahead. Avril's comedy troupe was renamed Black Horse Silent Drama Troupe, and they began to diligently choreograph Varsity Knight's loyalty song. List, along with Chris Truth, went to Black Horse Island to select a site for the Mage Tower. Magicians typically build their towers in secluded places to conduct their research on truth undisturbed. However, Chris could no longer live apart from the town, so she chose a site on the edge of the port town to build her Mage Tower. Additionally, the port town, the new castle, and the Mage Tower were arranged in a triangular formation. Chris did not have a say in the architectural style of the tower because List proposed an entirely new style, arched doors, floor-to-ceiling windows, and large pillars. It also featured separate stairwells and a plumbing system with its own water tower. The design was 5 stories high, with a circular structure, and each floor had 4 rooms besides the stairwell. Calling it a Mage Tower was a bit of a misnomer. It was actually more like an apartment building. List planned to continue adding such towers in the future to train more magicians or magic scholars. He did not like the madness of magicians when they studied truth, but exploring magic power and magic arrays was a worthy research direction for the future. It was entirely possible to industrialize magic. Of course, this idea was not yet feasible, as Chris was not even willing to take on a magic apprentice, let alone train a large number of scholars to research magic. Besides, magicians posed a high level of danger. To realize the industrialization of magic, one must first gain complete control over the land. Only the Chi of Knights could contain the threat of magic. The requirements are clear. You need to complete the Mage Tower design as soon as possible. Once it's approved by Her Excellency Chris and me, construction shall start immediately, List commanded Jamaya Bengtu. This architect with a tarnished record had been conscientious since arriving on Black Horse Island and had caused no further trouble. Having arrived early, he had extensive research experience with rubber, bricks, glass, and was temporarily serving as the chief architect of the land. Architects among the new serfs still struggled with the language and needed to adapt to the building style. Lord Landlord, please rest assured, we will perfect the design of the Mage Tower. List then turned to Chris and said, the Mage Tower will be built according to your preferences. Do not hesitate to make any requests. That being said, since he had established the architectural tone of the tower, Chris did not have the heart to overturn it and build the Mage Tower she envisioned. Besides, List's plan was indeed quite appealing. A Mage Tower in the neoclassical style would certainly be more aesthetically pleasing and practical. 3 days later, List had returned to Freshflower Town, and the Black Horse Island Drama Troupe's performance of Varsy had officially debuted in the castle's manor, with only the town's officials as the audience. The stage was primitive, the content of the drama even more so, and the actors' performances were incredibly poor. The 15-minute Varsy came to an embarrassing close. To call it a drama was a stretch, it was more like a farce. List was left speechless, realizing that these comedians had no idea how to perform a stage play. Nevertheless, when he summoned a smoke mission, he couldn't help but smile happily. Task completed. Reward, Loki's new spell, levitation spell. Chapter 504 7 Lessons for Knights and the 5 Institutes. Varsity Knight's loyalty song was a thoroughly laughable stage play, yet it still represented a new form of art. And it had won applause from the town officials. Wow, what a great performance, such a respectable Varsity Knight, he should be a role model for all the knights in the land. Galtai exclaimed loudly. When Varsy fought the robbers, I felt my blood boiling. If Freshflower Town encountered robbers, I would definitely pick up a spear and fight them to the death. Nemo, the defense officer, declared earnestly. In truth, he was just an apprentice knight who was getting fatter by the day and probably found it hard to even ride a horse. The performance by Miss Avril deserves my applause. She is very beautiful, and having such a wife is the source of Varsy's vigorous fighting spirit. I like this play. Yes, drama, it's not as funny as a farce, but it made me get involved. I truly wish I were Varsity Knight. It's a pity that the battle scenes are hard to watch, they don't even know G. Don't be too picky, the comic actors are just ordinary people, they don't have G at all. Such feedback surprised List. He had expected the play to be popular, but he hadn't anticipated that such a low-quality drama could actually reap applause and positive reviews. It could only be said that the entertainment activities in this world were indeed very limited. Music and dance had certainly developed, with pianists holding a status comparable to nobles, and social dances were a must-have for the aristocracy, but there was still a pressing need for more entertainment among the nobles. It was the same for the commoners, and this need was not something outdated farces could satisfy. The birth of drama had a foundation to become popular. It looks like the drama will become fashionable quickly. Should I let them explore and develop on their own, or give them a few pointers? The smoke mission had been completed, and List's enthusiasm for the drama had suddenly dropped by 50%. Better give them a few pointers, one shouldn't do things halfway. After summoning Avril and the others, List began to give his advice. He didn't know much about drama, but he at least knew what the modern form of drama looked like, how the content should be structured with a beginning, development, turn, and conclusion, and how the performance should be naturally engaging. He also knew about the use of props and lighting on stage, and he could even add unique elements of G and magic to this world. However, such stage plays were costly. Before the plays matured, there was no need to get too complicated. After giving his advice to the Black Horse Island drama troupe, he finally had time to focus on the new mission. The number of serfs in the territory has increased dramatically, as has the number of orphaned children. The boarding system can no longer sustain such a large number of children, and as the future of the territory, the children deserve the landlord's care in establishing an orphanage to provide them with a proper education. Reward: 1 elf bug. The reward was an elf bug, which List particularly liked. The content was to build an orphanage. He had no hesitation. Indeed, we need to build an orphanage. During their growth, children must feel the landlord's care for them. Only in this way, when the orphans grow up, will they be loyal to me. In fact, many great landlords would build orphanages to gather the orphans of their lands. Well-raised orphans have a much higher level of loyalty than the average citizen. For both emotional and rational reasons, List had to build an orphanage. He assigned the task to Galtai, consultant Galtai, select a suitable location around the port town of Black Horse Island. I want to build an orphanage. This orphanage should accommodate all the children of the territory and be staffed with Chi teachers, serpent script teachers, and craftsman skill teachers. My lord, I will start working on the orphanage right away. After Galtai left, List was still in deep thought. The buildings required for the development of his territory clearly went beyond just the new castle, Mage Tower, and orphanage. There would also need to be a knight academy, municipal building, watchtowers, squares, theaters, hospitals, waterworks, exchanges, and other facilities. He was not an ordinary landlord who allowed the city to develop amid filth and excrement. He intended not only to construct a modernized castle but also to modernize the accompanying city. While he had no intention of revolution, he still took the basic welfare of his subjects seriously, ensuring at the very least that the serfs of Black Horse Island could lead stable lives without suffering from hunger and cold. They should be able to receive treatment when sick, and while major illnesses might be incurable, minor ones must certainly be treatable. However, the road must be taken one step at a time. The main issue in his territory at the current stage was to solve the clothing, food, and housing needs of the serfs. Clothing, food, and housing can be arranged by the officers. I'll start by planning out the orphanage and knight academy system. Called together the main officials and Earth Knights of the territory for a full meeting, he decided. His attitude was to act upon decisions immediately. The next day, in the port town's temporary administrative building on Black Horse Island, the meeting took place. The building had a large meeting room specifically for such occasions, big enough to accommodate 80 to 90 attendees. The territory had a total of 79 Earth Knights, including 12 elite Earth Knights. The purpose of today's meeting, which I have convened, is to discuss the construction of the orphanage and the Knight Academy. The purpose of the orphanage and Knight Academy is clear to all, to train future knights for the territory. Therefore, I hope to establish a complete knight training system within the territory, he stated. The meeting did not last very long. Borrowing practices from other territories, a new system was quickly established. As the main institution for knight training, the Knight Academy covered the entire curriculum needed to train a knight. In fact, even before List discovered Black Horse Island, he had already secretly formed the Knight Academy. This time, he finalized all affairs regarding the institution's teaching staff and construction standards. Naturally, List assumed the role of Dean of the Knight Academy. Port Town consultant Galtai and elite Earth Knight Marcus both took up the positions of Vice Dean, with Marcus in fact serving as the Chief Vice Dean in charge of daily operations. The Knight Academy offered courses in loyalty, chi, warfare, administration, arts, navigation, and culture, known as the 7 Knight courses. Under the Knight Academy were established the orphanage, responsible for the adoption and educational arrangements for orphans, the Craftsman Institute, dedicated to training in handcraft, agriculture, and commerce, the Apprentice Institute, responsible for the early education of the children of the territory's subjects, the Administrative Institute, tasked with training administrative personnel for the territory, and the Elite Institute, responsible for the exchange and management of elite Earth Knights. By then, the structure of the 7 courses and 5 institutes of the Black Horse Island Knight Academy had taken shape, and it would continue to provide a steady stream of talent for the territory. The Craftsman Institute and Administrative Institute were advocated by List himself. The Craftsman Institute would be independent of the Knight Academy, employing local craftsmen to teach civilian apprentices, with job placements arranged upon the completion of their training. The Administrative Institute was designed for knights with insufficient talent in cultivation, who would undergo a period of administrative training before taking office, becoming familiar with the affairs of the territory. The old way of knights charging on horseback and administering off horseback was rather crude. List hoped knights would specialize in charging into battle, advancing toward regular military personnel, while administrative officers would specialize in management, ascending the ranks as officials. Of course, regular knights who retired would also enter the official hierarchy and receive preferential treatment. List also stipulated that only nobles could hold significant positions among officials. Significant positions mainly referred to the roles of consultant and administrative officer. With nobility in short supply at the current stage, apart from Galtai, all town administrative officers could only bear the title acting, including the elders Isaiah and Blair. Chapter 505 1/3 germination rate task completed, reward, 1 thorn bug. As List was riding the landwalker bird Loki, which had learned the levitation spell, they were flying midair when a changing smoke appeared before his eyes, signaling that his task had been completed. The orphanage had been temporarily established. The requirements for the smoke mission were not strict, much of its content resembled reminders. Once he noticed them and began working on them, the tasks were considered complete. Another thorn bug? List's eyes sparkled. He had just contracted the thorn bug that was a reward from a previous task the day before yesterday and had moved the cordyceps to the thorn garden that was planned for the yet-to-be-built thorn town. The cultivation of 2 consecutive thorn bugs will greatly increase my production of thorn magic potion. Excellent. Patting Loki's elongated neck, List called out loudly, "Loki, to the thorn garden." This thorn garden was the thorn garden of Fresh Flower Town. Gladder. Loki responded cheerfully, flapping its wings, turning its body, and flying toward the thorn garden next to the dairy farm at an unhurried speed. A light wind attribute magic power was supporting Loki's body, making it as light as a feather, allowing it to fulfill its dream of flying by flapping its wings. The levitation spell is an advanced wind system magic and is a more advanced form of the light body skill. The light body skill is magic that every magician will research when studying wind system magic. It gathers wind attribute magic power to lift oneself or other objects to reduce weight. It is very practical magic, and magicians like to use the light body skill to climb mountains or move heavy objects. But the light body skill is after all just common magic, and it can't make one fly. Its advanced form, the levitation spell, however, has standard flying capability and can gather a mass of wind attribute magic power, lifting oneself or other objects into midair, as if floating. This magic is challenging, even grand magicians find it difficult to master, almost as hard as the invisibility technique in the light system magic. However, Loki had refined magic array information in its bloodline, allowing it to easily grasp this magic and truly fly in the blue sky. Unfortunately, the levitation spell allowed Loki to fly but caused it to lose its speed while running on the ground. No matter how Loki flapped its wings, its speed was only comparable to that of a sparrow. The levitation spell also had a time limit. It would collapse every 15 minutes, requiring regathering of magic. 15 minutes was not enough to cross the sea, let alone travel the sea area between Black Horse Island and Fresh Flower Town. But it was possible to fly from the port town to Mangrove Island. It could also fly from Nameless Castle straight to the Thorn Garden. After landing, List immediately used the Eye of Magic to look for the new cordyceps that would nurture the thorn bug. Since basically all of the Thorn Garden consisted of magic medicine with magic feedback, it was somewhat difficult to search, but he still found it after half an hour. Carefully protect my cordyceps, and notify me immediately when the thorn bug is nurtured and emerges. He instructed the bug guard members. The bug guard members replied loudly, "Yes, Lord Landlord." Satisfied, List left. With that, he now had 3 little minor elves, 29 elf bugs, as well as Zack and the 5 elf bugs she had contracted. This foundation already far surpassed that of an ordinary viscount, with huge potential for development. While he still lacked a bit compared to the foundation of an earl, he believed he would soon catch up. Whether it's my strength or my elves, I will soon surpass the earl. Thinking of that exciting scene in the future, he couldn't help but let out a laugh. Hee hee. On the way back, he summoned a smoke mission again. Mission: you have already studied the blue steel, cast aluminum, and unreadable books left behind by the sky ship, along with those magic-infused seeds. Why not continue researching that pile of strange wood? Perhaps it can provide you with new inspiration. Reward: a follower with extraordinary talent. The strange wood mentioned in the mission content was the pieces of wood salvaged from the skyship. The wood seemed to have sprouted at one point and was very hard, not of lesser quality than thorn ironwood. However, List had studied it for a few days before and had not discovered much information. He even planned to use it to build a castle if there were no leads. The branches of its kin had already been used to build the skyship. Now it seemed, these strange pieces of wood were hiding a secret. However, what does a follower with an astonishing talent mean? Does it require me to recruit another follower from among the new serfs? What kind of talent qualifies as astonishing? Could it be even more astonishing than mine? List was somewhat conflicted in his heart. Of course, he hoped to have a follower with great strength, yet he preferred the title of astonishing talent for himself. First complete the mission, then pay attention to this follower over time. Upon returning to the castle, he immediately set out to study the strange wood, which clearly belonged to building materials. Its most unique feature was the naturally formed dragon bone shape within the sky ship, which demonstrated the high malleability of the wood. However, List felt that it was shaped by magic. According to the clues at hand, the child of the sun lived in the forest, with trees as companions. They also possessed a profound mastery of magic, not only able to transform into bears, eagles, leopards but also into trees. It was not surprising they mastered a magic that allowed trees to grow in a fixed shape. This kind of magic was even recorded among that batch of sun scripture. Regrettably, List's knowledge of the Sanskrit vocabulary was too limited to understand the content of the books. I speculate that among the magic medicine seeds I've harvested, there are seeds that grow into this kind of tree. But what does the smoke mission mean by asking me to study the wood again? What other secrets do the wood conceal waiting to be unearthed? In the castle, he subjected the wood to soaking in water, burning with fire, and chopping with a knife. Besides proving it reached the quality of ironwood, he still did not discover much useful information. Shaking his head, he temporarily set aside his research on the wood. He went to the glasshouse and patiently tended to the magic medicine seeds, which 1/3 had sprouted. The first to sprout, a fava bean seed, had grown into a seedling, its tender leaves looking no different from those of any common plant. While he was loosening the soil, a seed was accidentally turned over. He was just about to rebury it when he suddenly noticed that the seed had sprouted, but the sprout had died at some point. The seed died? He was surprised for a moment, then thought of something and quickly dug up another spot with a seed that hadn't sprouted. A seed was unearthed, and just like the previous one, it had sprouted but died. Several more seeds were dug up in succession, except for one that had not sprouted. The others had all sprouted but died. Why would they die after sprouting? Is it because they were stored for too long and lack vitality? Since the dead seeds involved many varieties, and there were corresponding varieties growing robustly, environmental issues could be ruled out. He pondered deeply, feeling it was likely due to the seeds being too ancient and thus lacking vitality. Despite some regrets over the nearly 2/3 of dead seeds, the 1/3 that had sprouted still somewhat lessened his disappointment. It was at this moment that a flash of insight struck him. He associated the seeds with the wood. The seeds sprouted but died, and the batch of wood I salvaged had also sprouted once but the sprouts quickly died. Does this imply that the batch of wood cut into segments was originally intended as a seed for cultivating plants? Not all plants rely on seeds to sprout. There are numerous plants that can sprout directly from the trunk. Therefore, he hastily took out a few pieces of wood and buried them in the soil of the glasshouse, watching for any changes. Chapter 506 Astonishingly talented mutant. Time imperceptibly reached February. Snow was still falling intermittently, and the serfs of Black Horse Island and Fresh Flower Town continued to toil through the heavy snowfall. List, who was researching wood, received a message from a knight at Tulip Castle, inviting him to a banquet. The theme of the banquet was to celebrate the breakthrough of his younger brother, Lidun, to Earth Knight. A 14-year-old Earth Knight. It seems Lidun's birthday is in November, which means he's actually just 13 years old and a few months. List had the butler entertain the messenger knight and did not accept the invitation. This talent is indeed not bad, stronger than Levi's at the time. List was not interested in what Lidun's future would hold. Rushing the butler to prepare a congratulatory gift, he continued with his research work. His status now meant he didn't need to care about what others thought, and if he didn't want to attend a banquet, not even an earl could compel him. No one in the Tulip family would dare to blame him. Strength was the source of confidence. It seems in another month, I'll turn 18, and the 5 power gathering moves in Rising Sun Blaze will almost all be mastered. After I complete them, I'll challenge the Earl to see just how wide the gap between me and the Sword Saint really is. He was confident, relying on the powerful attributes of Dragon Chi, to duel the Earl. However, before the fight began, it was difficult to directly predict the outcome of the battle. There were many factors that affected the fights between Sky Knights, not just a contest of Chi. Woo-ah. Chirp chirp. Suddenly, Thorn Miner Elf Jayla, chasing after the Corn Miner Elf Mickey, flew out from the castle. Mickey flew directly to List for refuge, with Jayla in hot pursuit. However, upon seeing List, it turned around and flew out of the castle, to vent its anger in the Thorn Garden. A conditioned reflex had formed. Whenever it got angry, it would run to the Thorn Garden to plant thorns. The first thorn bug might not have much to do with Jayla, but the second thorn bug still incubating was definitely affected by Jayla's continuous use of magic. List was pleased to see this outcome. Chirp chirp, chirp chirp, chirp chirp. After Jayla left, Mickey became lively, flying around the glass greenhouse, occasionally touching the recently sprouted magic medicine seeds with its little hands. Fearing it might harm the young plants, List waved his hand. Mickey, go play outside. Chirp chirp. Mickey was obedient and immediately flew outside. Not long after, Servant Thomas came over. My lord, Administrative Officer Isaiah wishes to see you. Let him come over. Isaiah was waiting beneath the apple tree cordyceps in the castle, and it took only a few steps to reach the glass greenhouse. My lord, Isaiah has come to report the fiscal revenue of Fresh Flower Town for January. Go ahead. The main income in January was glass sales. The nobles of Coral Island showed tremendous enthusiasm for glass. The glassware made by the Glass Workshop, blown glassware, and pressed window glass were the most popular products, and the sales profit for just half a month exceeded the revenue from Fresh Flower Brew. Glass is that popular? List didn't worry too much about administrative affairs, but he was interested in profitable business. He remembered the production of glass was not very high yet, and was surprised to learn that the profits had already surpassed spirits. Glass is extremely popular. However, glass is not a consumable item like spirits. As nobles purchase large amounts of glass products, the Coral Island market will soon become saturated. The Tulip family's merchant fleet is already prepared to sell to other islands. This is our exclusive product, with no competition, and we can completely monopolize the entire country's market. We can also sell to the mainland, and the future development of glass will definitely exceed that of spirits. List was very clear about the potential of glass. What restricts us now is the production capacity of the Glass Workshop and the protection of the glass-making technology. Afterward, Isaiah introduced other fiscal revenues, and overall, the financials of the territory had turned from deficit to surplus in January, with Fresh Flower Town alone bringing in more than 300 gold coins. And with the revenue from spirits soon to be collected, the territory's income would greatly increase next month, eliminating the need for List to keep subsidizing aggressively. Up until now, the funds for territory construction had largely come out of his own pocket. Of course, the territory was his personal property. He hoped to separate his personal earnings from the territory's revenue. It was just not very likely to be so clear-cut. After all, things like magic potions, magical beasts, and pearls could be counted as either his personal property or as special produce of the territory. Only things like sunken ship treasures strictly qualified as his personal income and could be added to his private coffers. With his purse bulging, Lee CT felt his confidence return. If there was not enough magic potion, he'd buy it. If there was not enough magical beast meat, he'd buy it. If there was not enough food for the serfs, he'd buy it. If there were not enough construction materials, he'd buy it. He even wrote to Tulip Castle and Longtaro Castle, asking them to keep an eye out for dragon kua bugs and thorn bugs. If someone were selling them, he was willing to pay a high price to purchase them. Dragon kua bugs and thorn bugs were of little use in others' hands. In his hands, they were priceless treasures. Besides, whether it was barley bugs, little wheat bugs, or millet bugs, he was interested in buying them if they were available. The territory's grain output was too small, and they were far from being self-sufficient, which made Lee CT feel insecure. He hoped that the territory would not only rely on various special products to make a fortune but also achieve self-sufficiency in food. In a flash, another 3 days passed. The wooden seeds that Lee CT had been eagerly awaiting finally sprouted, confirming his conjecture about wood breeding. Indeed, this batch of wood is the seed, and although I don't know how to guide them into growing into dragon bone shapes, I can start exploring. One day, I'll figure it out. Let's call it seedship wood. Seedship wood could grow into timber for ships. As the secret was unearthed, the smoke mission was also completed. Complete the mission, reward the chi sublimation of Emily. Huh? Ct's eyes widened. Emily's chi sublimation, what does that mean? I remember I also once received the reward of chi sublimation, and at that time, I broke through from Apprentice Knight to Earth Knight. Does it mean that Emily has broken through to Earth Knight as well? All in all, Emily had only been practicing chi for a year. Even with the aid of magical beast meat and dragon breed milk provided by List, it was unbelievable for her to break through to Earth Knight from scratch in a year. List let out a breath and calmed down. No wonder the Smoke Mission calls her an extraordinarily gifted follower. Her talent completely outshines Lidun. Lidun was currently the earliest genius in the Tulip family to break through to Earth Knight. It had taken him at least 5 to 6 years to become an Earth Knight at the age of just under 13 years old. Emily started practicing at 11, and at 12, she had already become an Earth Knight. Comparing the two, one could see how terrifying Emily's talent was. So terrifying that it made Ct envious. He had actually noticed quite some time ago that Emily found the cultivation of chi effortless, having abundant low-level chi 6 months ago, with the potential to break through at any moment. But to actually see her breakthrough was still hard to accept. It shouldn't be, she's just a commoner's daughter. Based on my research on this world, the cultivation of chi is directly related to nutrition and is a decisive factor, with nobles inherently not lacking in nutrition. And so-called talent often means that noble bloodlines are more likely to produce outstanding offspring. He once summarized this. The theory of getting stronger in this world, nobles rely on taking drugs, commoners on mutation. Indeed, among the commoners, there were those with decent talent who, through several generations of effort, entered the ranks of the nobility. But a mutation like Emily's was unheard of. Her background was very clear. In the Eagle Kingdom, both her parents were ordinary serfs. She was not of noble blood, nor had she gone through several generations of genetic improvements. Such a mutation is terrifying. If commoners could all mutate like this, the foundation of noble rule would have been severed long ago. But then again, if she had not met me, Emily would probably be just another peasant, farming for life. Even the best talent, without the chance to be unearthed, will still be buried. He decided not to dwell on Emily's talent any longer and went straight to find Emily to see for himself. To see if she had truly broken through to become an Earth Knight. Chapter 507 Thunder Attribute Earth Knight. Emily continued her training in Fresh Flower Town, while her companion, Maggie, had already moved to Black Horse Island. Emily stayed because the night instructors had nothing left to teach her, so they let her practice on her own. She practiced on the castle's grassland. She would come to the castle for meals every day. In fact, List was very good to this follower hinted at by the Smoke Mission, providing her daily with magical beast meat, dragon breed milk, and even gifting her the first mixed breed full-born from the Fire Dragon Horse and Lee Dragon Horse, Sara. He had high hopes for her and would occasionally find time to give her some pointers. In the relationship between landlord and follower, in fact, List played the overlapping roles of teacher, father, and landlord. When he stepped out of the castle and came to the grassland, he saw Emily riding Sara in the distance, sprinting and practicing the knight's charge, deeply engrossed and shouting the slogans in her childish voice. List didn't rush to disturb her and simply returned to sit under the apple tree cordyceps in his rocking chair, waiting for her to finish her training. A servant brought him milk tea and pastries, and he took out the fire dragon jar, preparing to feed the mini little fire dragon with fire dragon magic power. This little creature that slept after eating would wake up calling oh oh, oh oh, wanting to eat. By the way, he glanced at the new Smoke Mission. The booming sales of glass have made you realize that technology is the primary productive force, and monopolizing technology is an important measure to ensure wealth for your territory. You need to schedule the security of important technological processes. Please form a security team. Reward, a book of magic. Form a security team, reward me with a book of magic. The task was not difficult, and the reward was nothing new. Forming a security team was definitely necessary, but how exactly to form it required careful consideration. Currently, the territory's defense forces were mainly composed of 3 parts: the formal Knight Order made up of Earth Knights, the Patrol Knights upgraded from the Patrol Team, and the Bug Guard teams in each small town. The formal Knight Order did not need to change, as it is the foundation of the Knight system and its existence is justified. The Patrol Knights were akin to the functions of armed police and public security. The Bug Guard team was similar to the functions of militia and security organizations. These two could be reformed. Moreover, the territory needs to add a rat force. List squinted his eyes, aware that not all nobles could possibly be upright. Shady dealings in the dark were essential. Although List wouldn't actively engage in underhanded tactics, he could not ignore the possibility others might use such methods against him. When Fresh Flower Town was still weak, there were rats arranged by other nobles infiltrated among them. Even inside Tulip Castle, rats have always served as the ears and eyes of nobles. It was also a rat from Tulip Castle who first discovered Black Horse Island, but because the ships were wrecked, it ended up benefiting List. He pacified the clamoring mini little fire dragon. He took out thick parchment and a quill pen and began to sketch and write. He outlined a new organization: keep the formal night order as is, rename the patrol knights to just patrol team, remove the militia aspect from the bug guard team. Initially, the territory was short of people, so serfs were used as bug guard members, but now the territory has no shortage of apprentice knights, so a professional bug guard team can be entirely established. It's best to integrate the bug guard team with the security team to form a security team. Thus, the territory's armed forces would form 3 teams: the Night Order, the Patrol Team, and the Security Team. This was the apparent armed force. In private he would also recruit and train rats to form a Ranger Team. The Ranger Team would focus on intelligence work, collecting information both inside and outside the territory and counter-espionage operations. Leave the Night Order to Marcus to manage for now. A few years later, Emily should be able to grow up and take over. List looked up into the distance, where Emily was still training. The patrol team would be managed by Paris. The security team required a careful selection. His previous retainer knight, Karl Ironhammer, was too weak to be suitable. He was leaning towards the elite Earth Knight, Charles Trapp. Charles wasn't young anymore, and after a few more pioneer mandates and being knighted as an honored knight, he should also withdraw from the front-line combat sequence. Managing the security team was just right. As for the Ranger group, there was no suitable candidate yet, but there was also no hurry. Choosing the right person and training them to be a rat would take time. He put away the heavy parchment and began to write a letter. Having finished a letter, he said to his personal servant Thomas, "Call Xavier over." "Yes, sir." Retainer Knight Xavier quickly came running. "My lord?" List scrutinized Xavier carefully. The once frail boy had grown strong. "I have just finished an appointment. Take a ship to Black Horse Island and give it to Consultant Galtai, letting him issue the appointment on my behalf." "As you wish." By having a retainer knight deliver the letter, there was no need for him to go to Black Horse Island himself. Currently, with no castle on the island, each visit meant staying in wooden huts. The food prepared by the chefs there was not to List's taste either. He preferred Mrs. Abby's cooking. Mrs. Abby understood him. Watching Xavier's departing figure, List was pensive. Xavier is a bit old for cultivating G, and he lacks potential. Becoming an Earth Knight might be a bit of a stretch. However, he is quite clever. Among my retainer knights, he is the cleverest. Maybe I could let him try managing the Ranger group? The thought flickered briefly. But it did not continue. The formation of the Ranger group wasn't urgent. At that moment, Emily, who was originally in training, had found List. Following her usual rhythm, she would have continued her training without needing to come greet him. But this time, Emily ran over to him. Dressed only in thin clothes during winter, sweating profusely, she was out of breath. Excitement she couldn't hide sparkled in her eyes. She made an effort to steady her breath and bowed respectfully. "My lord." List smiled slightly. "What's the matter?" The 12-year-old girl before him, her skin suntanned, was brimming with vitality. She was growing taller, already past 1.60 meters, and her once frail body was beginning to develop secondary sexual characteristics, her chest budding and her hips showing a noticeable curvy change. On her dark face, deep eye sockets and a high nose bridge made her look like a beauty with a hint of exotic charm. She restrained her excitement, trying to appear more mature and composed. "My lord, Emily has made a breakthrough. Just now, Emily has become an Earth Knight." Although her tone was not exultant, the excitement trembling in her voice betrayed her emotions. "Is that so?" List immediately employed the Eye of Magic. Indeed, before him, Emily's magic power was no longer chaotic and colorless, but instead showed a purple-white hue, the color of Thunder Attribute Chi. Thunder Attribute Chi was known for its outstanding burst power in combat. More importantly, List had in his possession a Thunder Attribute Advanced Chi Manual, 1000 Thunder Strike Sky Flash, confiscated from Count Sned of Celery Fort. As for ordinary Thunder Attribute Chi manuals, they were not scarce on Coral Island. Emily's path of cultivation was destined to be smooth. As for whether she could become a Sky Knight, with such talent and List's nurturing, it was almost a certainty. Pushing aside a fleeting twinge of envy, List said with a smile, "Congratulations, Emily, you have now become a Thunder Attribute Earth Knight." "Emily's achievements now are all thanks to your lordship's diligent cultivation," she said, meeting List's gaze with determination. "Emily swears undying loyalty to you, my lord, ready to charge into battle and not take a single step back in retreat." Chapter 508 The hesitation of an old friend. She toiled for a year and became an Earth Knight. Emily's talent was undeniable, even the Smoke Mission was amazed by her. As for her training, List had already made his considerations. He planned to cultivate Emily as a future Sky Knight, for she had such talent and was at the right age to be promoted to Sky Knight. In this world, there were no female Dragon Knights, but there were quite a few female Sky Knights, just not yet in the Duchy of Sapphire. Within the cultivation system, women were inherently at a disadvantage, and most noblewomen were expected to bear children, which hindered their training. As tools for political marriage, they also received less support from their families. Even the two daughters of the Sapphire Duke were no exception. They received scant resources for cultivation, if they ever thought about training at all. After all, cultivating was no easy feat. It involved enduring much hardship, unlike the comfortable life of noble ladies attending balls and engaging in romantic pursuits. Emily, I am very pleased that you have become an Earth Knight within a year, my lord. I still need to work harder. It is right to work hard. You were born a commoner and are a woman. Only hard work can take you to greater heights. You are a follower I value, with mighty talent. I can invest resources to nurture you. But without the desire to become stronger, no one can guarantee your future. Emily replied earnestly, please rest assured, my lord. I will double my efforts and will not let you down. Rest well these next couple of days and stabilize your intermediate G. I will select a suitable Thunder attribute Chi secret technique for you and also increase your nutritional standard. Thank you, my lord. The 12-year-old girl soon left from beneath the apple tree. Watching her retreating figure, which was beginning to show grace, List couldn't help but be filled with emotion. The strength of the domain continues to grow. I am making progress, and so are others. Ak and Chris have already become Grand Magicians, and Emily has become an Earth Knight. For a Viscounty to give rise to 2 Grand Magicians and a Sky Knight, such power was unprecedentedly strong. A moment later, after feeding the mini little fire dragon and looking at the empty fire dragon jar, List began to feel disconsolate. Only some areas of Black Horse Island still had unmined volcanic glass, enough to produce the fire dragon magic power for at most 3 more fire dragon jars before being completely depleted. If the mini little fire dragon continued to require fire dragon magic power, he would have no choice but to divert the supply from the fire dragon brick factory and the glass workshop. However, he was not yet willing to shut down those operations, even though he had ordered the workers to experiment with the charcoal kiln. He was preparing for the day when the fire dragon magic power would be exhausted. After all, in order to become a dragon rider, List would spare no expense. Once a fire dragon was conceived, would there still be a shortage of fire dragon magic power? The next day, once Skaltai received a letter announcing List's appointment of Charles Trapp as head of the security force, the smoke mission was completed. Mission completed, rewarder East's true herb classification. That afternoon, returning from abroad, Elkerson True brought a fresh batch of magic books, along with 3 simple types of common magic that he had found with great effort. After receiving his desired reward, he hastily left Fresh Flower Town, ready to enjoy himself thoroughly at the brothel in Coral City. Hence, List easily found Reese's true herb classification among the pile of magic books. A professional book on herbs? List opened the book and became interested upon seeing its contents. This magician named Reese True chose to study herbs that can cure diseases instead of studying magic power. It seems he is a scholar in the mold of Li Shizhen. Li Shizhen authored the monumental work on traditional Chinese medicine, the Compendium of Materia Medica, and is rightly considered a medical saint. Although Reese True's herbs classification is also rich in content, it clearly cannot compare to the Compendium of Materia Medica. Looking at the records on the index page, it lists approximately 120 types of herbs, each accompanied by an illustration. In contrast to the compendium's thousands of medicines, it seems rather meager. In this world, it is still considered a significant advancement since in a society supported by magic power, knights and magicians have no incentive to delve into medicine. The bodies of knights and magicians constantly improve with magic power, making them less susceptible to illness. As for the commoners, their life and death are of no concern to the noble knights and magicians. Only List, with the soul of a modern person, cared more about the survival of the common people. Then, by accident, he met a magician who also cared about the commoners and authored this book on medical magic. He called over another retainer knight, Philip, take this book of magic to Consultant Galtai and have him arrange for a few copies to be made. Place this book in the Craftsman Institute of the Knight Academy as one of the teaching textbooks. Yes, my lord. Following his command, Philip departed, taking with him the book of magic whose cover had already been torn. Next, List hid in his study and began to tear the covers of all the remaining magic books, seeking the possible Chi secret technique. After confirming that none of the magic books contained any hidden Chi secret techniques, he lacklusterly engaged in his new smoke mission. It's somewhat ironic, the smoke mission really is a reflection of my inner world, an image that I had fantasized about just a few days ago, now appearing in the form of a mission. Looking at the changing smoke serpent script before him, his expression was awkward. Mission, Li Liam is a mountain peak in your heart waiting to be surpassed. Although you are still young, your strength is no longer inferior. Work hard to cultivate the rising sun blaze, and by defeating Li Liam, you will witness the splendid expression on his face. Reward, the lingering of an old friend. Although it was embarrassing, the content of the mission coincided with his thoughts. In Coral Island and its surroundings, the only one who could serve as his opponent and accept a challenge was the Earl. Now, with 5 charging moves in the Rising Sun Blaze, Full Sun Wheel, Rising Sun Ascend, Scorching Sun Sting, Setting Sun Drop, Crimson Dawn Burn, he has only yet to learn Crimson Dawn Burn. The challenge could be issued at any time. But what does this lingering of an old friend mean? List puzzled over it, unable to understand. Having crossed into this world, he hadn't made any friends in 2 years, merely accepting followers continuously. However, his predecessor did indeed have some friends. Most of these friends had already come to Black Horse Island to settle and had become his followers, leaving only a few who had not come, but they could hardly be considered old friends. List didn't regard them as friends at all. I don't have any old friends. If you talk about an old flame, perhaps Duniko Hyacinth could be considered one, but I heard she has already married, becoming the wife of an earl's son. Although Rona Sally Goldenwheat isn't married, the naive love from the past has already scattered with the wind. He did not expect these 2 women to entangle with him again. Similarly, he could not think of any old friends of his own. Never mind, if I can't figure it out, I won't think about it. When I challenge the Earl and defeat him, I will naturally know who the old friend is. He unsheathed the sky-cleaving greatsword with a decisive motion, his heart afire. Cultivate, become stronger. I want to be the strongest on Coral Island. The new waves push the old waves, and the old waves die on the beach. Now, the era of List is about to dawn on Coral Island. Chapter 509 Departure to Tool Up Castle Spinning, Leaping, I soared to the sky. The training of Sky Knights is entirely different from that of Earth Knights. Earth Knights are inseparable from the earth, while Sky Knights yearn for the sky. With continuous practice of Rising Sun Blaze, he had already managed to control his flight 100 meters up in the air and unleash powerful Chi techniques. By using the forces of diving and plummeting, he could strike enemies on the ground, crushing a Knight Order on his own. At the same time, List did not forget multi-arrow. Archery executed with advanced Chi was even more terrifying. His control also greatly strengthened. Originally, with intermediate Chi, he could only master the triple arrow realm, but now he was able to control the multiple arrow realm. With one hand drawing 4 arrows, he could freely combine the flight paths of the arrows and still hit his target with unerring accuracy. The ultimate mystery technique, multiple phantom arrow, could be executed instantaneously, without the need for long charge-up times. And one day, List gradually discovered that since his advanced Chi had upgraded to high-level fire attribute Dragon Chi, the power greatly increased while the dispersion rate significantly decreased. From the moment the arrow was shot to the point it hit the target, the Chi he attached to the arrow would not completely dissipate. This allowed him to control the arrow from start to finish, greatly enhancing its threat. He could even detonate the Chi at the last moment for an additional increase in power. The arrow's power of an ordinary Sky Knight is 1 point, with the addition of Dragon Chi, mine is at least 3 points. Although he had not seen other Sky Knights shoot arrows, with his level of control and detailed analysis of combat power, the margin of error was not large. Thump. He fell from the sky, the Chi stored in his feet interacting with the ground rebound, allowing him to steadily control his body. He did not damage the ground, no more than an ordinary person jumping off a wall. He stowed away the swift shadow bow. Drawing the sky-cleaving greatsword, he quickly went through the 12 standard techniques of Rising Sun Blaze. Normal techniques had no fixed routine and could be randomly combined. These techniques were more like a guide to the movement of Chi rather than a combination of powerful moves. This Chi manuscript is somewhat inconsistent with the nature of the Chi inside my body, especially now that I have Dragon Chi and not just pure fire attribute Chi. While practicing the moves, he could still afford to let his mind wander. When I have free time, I must revise this advanced Chi manual or even compile a completely new one that suits me. He had previously mentioned to the Earl in a conversation that he would write his own advanced Chi manual. At the time, it sounded boastful, and he had taken no action since. However, now, he truly felt that others' Chi manuscripts were not perfectly compatible with his Chi, preventing him from leveraging his full combat power. He couldn't compile a new manual quickly. For the time being, he could only continue to practice Rising Sun Blaze. Black Horse Island. The heavy snow had stopped, and sunlight cleaved through the clouds. The melting snow chattered away in every corner of the island. Standing amidst the thorns in Thorntown's thorn garden, List took out a jade box, allowing the newly contracted thorn bug to crawl onto his hand. He gently called out, "Little one, release the cordyceps." The thorn bug opened its mouth, and a beam of light spat out, transforming into a seed that fell into the center of the thorn garden. Then, a new thorn bush swiftly grew at a visible pace. This was a thorn bug born from a rapid growth magic thorn, and unlike the plain gray common thorn bugs, this one was a light shade of purple amidst the white. It was a bit more beautiful. But as long as it was a thorn bug, the plants it affected were all thorns. Based on List's knowledge and observations of elf bugs, the area they influenced was limited to the plant's genus, domain, kingdom, phylum, class, order, family, genus, species being the genus. The species is the most basic classification of creatures. The genus is a collection of closely related species. Alfalfa is a genus that includes species such as purple alfalfa, sky blue alfalfa, and even the shrubby wooden alfalfa. Alfalfa bugs affect all these species of alfalfa. However, beyond the genus, the elf bug can no longer influence. For example, barley and wheat are both part of the wheat family but belong to different genera, so the barley bug cannot affect wheat, and the little wheat bug cannot affect barley. When a similar plant mutates to produce a magic potion, it is equivalent to the emergence of a new species. The rapid growth magic thorn is a new species, but still belongs to the thorn genus. It and the common thorn, rapid growth poison thorn, rapid growth spiky thorn, and rapid growth iron thorns are all closely related species, all affected by the thorn bug. Similarly, the mutated varieties of corn grass such as valley corn, oil corn, and stick corn also belong to the corn genus. On Earth, they probably fall under the genus of maize, but here, they fall under the corn genus as defined by List. Cordyceps were placed. The thorn bug obviously weakened a lot. List placed it back into the jade box and instructed Charles, the captain of the security team that followed. The security team must take good care of the cordyceps in the thorn garden. After the spring, I may move Jayla's cordyceps here as well. The thorn garden will be a key cultivation area in the domain. I understand, my lord. Rest assured, the security team will guard all the cordyceps and workshops, Charles said, full of ambition. He was once a wandering honored knight from outside the territory who gave up his title to follow List back into the fray. The changes to the territory and the strength of the landlord now filled him with great content at his decision back then. Moreover, he was entrusted with an important role, becoming one of the 3 group leaders. He knew he couldn't compare to Marcus's tough connections, to Paris's strength and high beauty, so being appointed as the captain of the security team was an honor of the highest order. The only repayment for the landlord's trust was diligent work. After encouraging Charles a few words, List left the Thorn Garden and headed straight for New Harbor Town. By now, New Harbor had been mostly built and was capable of berthing ships. Next to New Harbor, a rudimentary shipyard had been constructed, and that sunken skyship was in the shipyard being refitted into a seagoing vessel. Without professional shipbuilders in the domain, the shipwrights could only mimic other sailing ships to design this skyship. "My lord, welcome to inspect the progress of the shipyard," said the steward managing the shipyard, a former Earth Knight from the Eagle Kingdom who had a keen interest in shipbuilding. "How is the progress of the Sunset?" List inquired. The Sunset was the name of this new ship, and currently, there were a total of 7 seagoing ships that had been launched from Fresh Flower Town. These were the Fresh Flower Vessel, Thorn Number, Mangrove Number, Pearl, as well as 3 newly launched ships, Corn, Rubber, and Serpent Blood. The names commemorated Mickey, the Corn Miner Elf, the Triplet Rubber Bugs, and the intermediate-level sea monster, the 6-headed King Serpent. The main repair work on the Sunset is nearly complete, and we're contemplating how to retrofit it. The hull is simply too large, making the design complex, and it will need at least 3 masts to provide power. Our shipwrights only have experience with 2-masted ships and find it difficult to design a 3-masted structure. Then organize a group of shipwrights to study the Tulip family's 3-masted sailing ships, understand their structure. I will arrange this matter. Thank you, my lord. Having inspected the shipyard, List had no further hesitation. He returned to Fresh Flower Town to rest for the night. The following day, February 17th, he donned his rarely worn mithril armor, lined with serpent skin, and draped in a red-faced black cape with golden edges. He carried the swift shadow bow on his back and a sky-cleaving greatsword at his waist. He also wore a sapphire pendant, an amplification bracelet, and a stabilizing ring. Riding the landwalker bird Loki, he called for the Blizzard Beast Squad. Followed by the retainer knights and footmen, he stepped through the snow that had yet to melt, heading towards Tulip Castle. He had already successfully practiced the 5 charging moves of Rising Sun Blaze and was brimming with high-level fire attribute Dragon Chi. It was time to challenge the current ruler of Coral Island, Seawave Sword Saintly Wheelie M. Tulip. Chapter 510 On the Shoulders of Giants. Why did you think to come today? I thought you would be so busy on Black Horse Island that you wouldn't even have time to attend Lytton's night advancement celebration. In the study, the Earl was somewhat surprised by List's visit. His jesting carried a hint of dissatisfaction with List for not attending Lidum's Earth Night advancement banquet. Of course, it was just a slight dissatisfaction. List smiled. I have indeed been very busy recently. Black Horse Island's grand development has countless matters that require my attention. But now things are on the right track, and I have more free time. So I thought to enjoy a lunch at Tulip Castle and also to seek some cultivation experience from you, father. Seek my advice, huh? The Earl's heart skipped a beat, a bad premonition emerging in his mind. In the path of cultivation, you have always had firm opinions. Do you really need my guidance? Yes, you are a Sword Saint level Sky Knight, while I am just a common Sky Knight. With your guidance, I can avoid some detours and find the most correct path to cultivate. It is correct for you to have such cautious thoughts. I've always believed that by standing on the shoulders of giants, I can see further. That's an interesting saying. On the path of Chi cultivation, the wisdom of predecessors is undoubtedly as vast as giants. We cultivate the Chi manuscripts they have left behind, continuing the Chi levels they had traversed. If we cannot conquer this giant, if we cannot climb up from their shoulders, then it means failure. The Earl frowned, that uneasy feeling resurfacing. This guy clearly came to ask for advice, so why is he preaching me these grand truths? List also quickly realized that today was not for idle chat. He decisively got straight to the point. Father, to me, you are like a towering giant, and also the one I aspire to surpass. Today, having made some progress in Rising Sun Blaze, I wanted to ask for your guidance in actual combat. Guidance in actual combat? The Earl was stunned, then nodded his head, his expression complex. I thought you really came to seek my advice, but it turns out you just want to challenge me. You challenged me once when you were an elite Earth Knight. It seems that after becoming a Sky Knight, your confidence has swelled. List's expression remained calm. I haven't become arrogant, I just yearn to understand my true strength. Very well, I also want to see clearly, just how much strength my most outstanding son possesses that I am not aware of. The Earl stood up resolutely and left the desk. Go wait for me in the manor, I'll change into my gear. Yes, father. List turned and left, heading to the manor to wait patiently. Meanwhile, back in the castle, Li William called his personal servant. Bring me my battle gear, I need to change. As the servant returned with a pile of gear, Lady Marie approached. Dear, are you planning to go out today? You've even taken out your armor. No, I'm just going to have a sword duel lesson with List. A sword duel? Lady Marie was surprised. Was that his purpose for coming today, to ask you for a sword duel lesson? Yes. Lady Marie did not fully understand the duels between Sky Knights. She was the quintessential noble lady of a manor adept in socializing and stewardship, but clueless about cultivation. Let Lidon watch from the side. He is already an Earth Knight, and watching the fight of a strong knight will certainly help his cultivation. The combat of Sky Knights does not offer much insight to an Earth Knight. My lady, what Lidon needs is to solidify his foundation, not combat experience. Even if Levi's does not accompany Loria to Golden Island, standing here, I would not allow him to watch. Earth Knights and Sky Knights are at different realms. Alright, I'm just being overly concerned. I just hope that Lidon can grow up faster. Dear, you must know his talent is second to none. I understand, do not worry. The Earl comforted Lady Marie with a few words and continued to change his equipment while she helped him adjust his armor before accompanying him out of the castle. By this time, List was already mounted on the back of the landwalker bird Loki. Seeing Li William emerge, he quickly said, Father, the rocky beach to the north is quiet and uninhabited, making it suitable for real combat. I'll go ahead. With that, he directed Loki to set off and in the blink of an eye, he vanished into the horizon. Lady Marie watched the direction in which List disappeared and sighed softly. Is there really a son of glory in this world? One bloodline fruit created Dowson, and another created Loki. His fortunes are unbelievable. All these years, you've been seeking an intermediate magical beast, yet you've never found one. The Earl did not wish to continue the conversation. He simply had his retainers bring his own steed, a horse with the mixed bloodline of a magical beast and a Tinder panther, the panther. He mounted the horse and pursued in the direction List had left. Rocky Beach. List stood with his hands behind his back, watching the surging sea waves by the shore, quietly adjusting his physical state. What was to follow would be his first sword battle since becoming a Sky Knight, and it would also be of the highest quality. Clip clop, clip clop, clip clop. The Earl soon arrived. There were no retainers, no servants, and no spectators. On Rocky Beach, there were only Coral Island's two Sky Knights, facing each other. Father, List challenges you. He slowly drew the sky-cleaving greatsword, and the surging chi within his body began to circulate. The Earl didn't waste words and drew his own longsword, one adorned with a topaz and a green gem, both shimmered brilliantly. Let's start. The sword was called the Ever-Resilient Sword, derived from the two gemstones with the effects of tenacity and enhancing stamina attributes. Before his words could fade, boom! A whistling sound cleaved through the air as List mobilized his chi, transforming into a streak of light rushing towards the Earl. A basic move from Rising Sun Blaze had astonishing offensive power. In an instant, the sky-cleaving greatsword arrived in front of the Earl. The Earl's eyes flickered slightly, and the ever-resilient sword was raised promptly to strike the sky-cleaving greatsword accurately. The chi from both their blades erupted luminously, red and blue reflecting one another. Before the supremacy of their chi could be determined, their blades parted, and each swordsman stepped back. Then List launched another sword strike, and the Earl met it with his sword as well. Clang! Clang! The fiery red fire attribute chi and the blue-white water attribute chi intertwined with each continuing test attack, gradually twisting together and consuming one another. List continued to test with his attacks. His fighting style could be described as fierce, relentless when gaining the upper hand. Discovering the Earl's resistance was not as formidable as imagined, he could no longer restrain himself and intensified the output of his chi, ready to shift from testing to a frenzied barrage. On the other side, the Earl furrowed his brows amid the probing. He had fought countless times under pioneer mandates, with countless sword battles, against opponents strong and weak. Some favored entanglement while others valued bursts of power, yet their chi paled in comparison to List's more enduring and ferocious fire attribute chi in front of his own water attribute chi. Even more alarming was the fact that every strand of List's chi demanded he release even more of his own chi to negate it. After just a few probing skirmishes, his chi was nearly as taxed as if he were employing powerful techniques. How can this be? My chi is actually being crushed. Chapter 511 The Sword Saint. In the past tense, the Earl was shocked in his heart. However, List felt great. He went all out, barely giving the Earl time to react. High-level fire attribute Dragon Chi clung to the sky-cleaving greatsword, rampaging wildly. Taking advantage of the slowed dissipation rate of chi, he almost filled the surrounding area within tens of meters with chi. Full sun wheel. He roared inwardly, and the sky-cleaving greatsword danced like a round of glowing morning sun, intensely compressing the chi. In the next tenth of a second, it ignited all the surrounding fire attribute chi. With a rumbling explosion, a vast sea of flames surged toward the Earl. The blue-white water attribute chi was compressed to just a few meters in front of the Earl. Facing such roaring flames, his chi simply could not cause the qualitative change to transform into seawater. It could only evaporate continuously within the flames, and when he wanted to replenish it, he had to face List's relentless assault. He was pressed into a state of passive defense, an embarrassing situation. He wanted to counterattack, but he couldn't break through the pervasive flames. This caused his anger to accumulate more and more in his heart, feeling not as if he was receiving instruction from List, but rather being suppressed and beaten by List, as if being locked in a steaming cage, completely embarrassed. However, having been through countless sword battles, his embarrassment did not lead to his capitulation. If he couldn't outlast in chi consumption, he focused on defense, patiently looking for opportunities. Finally, he found a flaw in List's overwhelming assault and immediately unleashed a powerful attack. Water attribute chi, along with the ever-resilient sword, brushed aside the attack of the sky-cleaving greatsword. Then his chi burst forth, and his body soared 100 meters into the sky with a whoosh. Leaving the area of flames, it was truly like the vast sky after a storm, where the birds could fly freely. The howling cold wind cooled his face, quickly cooling his flushed face from the near-boiling flames. The refreshing sensation stimulated him to shout, "List, my son, the real battle of the Sky Knights has just begun." But before he could get into position, he saw in the corner of his eye 4 streaks of fiery arrows coming straight for him. One in front, one behind, one to the left, and one to the right. They sealed off his space for nimble evasive maneuvers. After all, being in the high altitude with no support, it was difficult to avoid the arrow attacks. Arrow techniques are hardly lethal against Sky Knights. The Earl calmly and effortlessly swept a circle with the ever-resilient sword, ready to block. However, the next moment, when the ever-resilient sword touched the arrows, they suddenly exploded. The power was not very strong, but it was entirely unexpected. Never had he seen arrows from such a distance still imbued with chi. Therefore, with one careless move, the Earl was close to being knocked out of the sky by the explosion of the fire attribute chi, and the chaotic blast almost caused him to fall. Even though he stabilized his form in time, his brow hair was singed by the flames. My hair. The Earl's recently cooled face quickly reddened again, visible to the naked eye. However, before he could get enraged, List, who had quickly put away the swift shadow bow, pushed off the ground, his chi spewing out as he too soared into the air. He became a red rocket shooting straight for him, the sky-cleaving greatsword waving in the air, as the move Rising Sun Ascend suddenly struck the Earl. The next second, the Earl let out a cry as he flew towards the distant sea in free fall. List adjusted his form, pursuing the Earl, not planning to give him any chance to counterattack. He had entered the state of a sword battle, immersing his whole heart in this fight. He was well aware that his opponent was a powerful sword saint, and only by going all out could he defeat the other party. Even in a real combat drill between father and son, there should be no holding back in a sword battle. Stronger fighters always go all out in battle. Setting sun drop. The charge move from Rising Sun Blaze was released again. List, catching up to the Earl, delivered another fierce blow. Even though the Earl had adjusted his posture mid-flight and was prepared to meet the attack with his strongest fighting power, he was still heavily struck by the blow. The exploding fire attribute chi was not something his water attribute chi could resist. There was a fundamental disparity in strength. Why is this happening? With a thought of incomprehension flashing through his mind, the Earl fell towards the ground like a plane crash. He didn't understand why, even though he had taken to the skies, starting the fight in the way of the Sky Knights, he still couldn't block List's attacks. His water attribute chi, known for its toughness, crumbled before the fire attribute chi. I am a sword saint. It shouldn't be like this, my chi should be denser. Thud. In the critical moment before landing, the Earl twisted his body and fiercely stomped on the rocks of rocky beach, shattering them to pieces. Using the reaction force and the bursting chi, he once again leaped into the air. Just barely avoiding List, who sought to accelerate his attack by falling. Boom. The fire attribute chi exploded on the ground, blasting all the rocks within dozens of meters around the impact site. After missing his strike, List didn't pause for even a moment, swinging the sky-cleaving greatsword again and unleashing chi that jetted out dozens of meters from the blade. Crimson Dawn Burn. The chi, transformed into flames, caught the Earl mid-leap, instantly dispersing his water attribute chi, preventing him from ascending further. Scorching Sun Sting. Surging forward, in sync with the sky-cleaving greatsword, within one breath he was upon the Earl who had just landed. The flames became a drill, effortlessly destroying the Earl's hastily released blue-white chi. From start to finish, the Earl's chi never managed to undergo transformation, never induced any natural phenomena. Every clash of chi was crushed by the fire attribute chi. Moreover, he had to release multiple times more chi just to ward off the seemingly slow but actually swift erosion of the fire attribute chi, a situation he had never encountered in countless sword fights. Crash. The chi was blasted apart once more. The Earl attempted to release his chi again but was already too late, for the sky-cleaving greatsword pierced through the flames toward his neck. Just 1 inch more, and it could penetrate the skin. He could even feel the sting and burning sensation on his neck, the pressure created by the sword tip compressing the air. He faintly sensed the threat of death. This was a profound sense of helplessness, an emotion he had almost never experienced in his career as a sword saint. His duels usually ended with him conquering his opponents, and even in the few defeats, he could easily escape. This time, it was a crushing defeat, almost without the strength to fight back, passively taking hits from start to finish until his chi collapsed. The long sword at his throat. No more tactics at his disposal. At the critical moment, the sky-cleaving greatsword halted and slowly retracted. The sky full of flames also rapidly dissipated, revealing the handsome face of the youth panting heavily. "Father, you were careless.